When the world collapsed and monsters invaded the docks, Asha didn't get the power to fight. She got the ability to build. While others chased glory, she turned a crumbling port into a fortress for thousands. But betrayal crept in as the clock ticked down. What happens when the ones you love are the greatest threat to everything you've built? Stackside, Seed Vault 997, a web novel, System Apocalypse. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The birth dispute had been deadlocked for 11 minutes, and Asha Adeyemi could feel the entire night schedule going liquid in her hands. "I cannot release the crew until the grain ship moves," she said for the third time. "They need that crane free by 6:30 or the tanker locks in behind them, and then we are looking at a 16-hour cascade." The voice on the radio crackled something about union rules. She stopped listening. The answer was no, and the answer had been no for 11 minutes. And the only question now was whether she said it again or just left them to discover the consequence themselves. She stood on the elevated walkway between berths 3 and 4, a tablet in one hand, her brass foreman's whistle hanging against her chest, the night still dark over the harbor. Below, the gantry cranes loomed in their rows like sleeping giants. The grain vessel sat unmoving at berth 3, its deck lights dull. The tanker idled beyond the breakwater, waiting. The night crew moved through pools of halogen light, smaller than the machines they operated, smaller than the schedules she had already rewritten twice. She checked the time. 6:11. "Copy," she said into the radio. "Stand by." She did not wait for a reply. She was already reaching for the next channel, already planning which container cluster she could reroute to clear the bottleneck, already running the math on overtime costs and berth penalties and which supervisors she could pull from. The sky lit up. Not dawn, not lightning. A line of white gold light scored across the darkness from horizon to horizon, clean as a razor. And then it spread sideways into a bars, a status bars. Asha had seen enough loading screens to recognize the shape, but this stretched across the entire vault of the sky, and it was filling, pixel by pixel, with a speed that felt wrong. 1%, 3%, 7. She did not move. Her tablet went dark in her hand. The radio went dead. The gantry cranes stopped mid-swing, their lights cutting out in a wave that rolled from the gatehouse to the far bulkhead. Across the terminal, every screen, every light, every device, every piece of electronics died at once, and the silence that followed was worse than the scream that should have come. Then the gates opened. Light-rimmed tiers ripped the air above the harbor, 3 of them, then 5, then too many to count. They hung at different altitudes, some low enough to scrape the container stacks, others high above the cranes, and from each one something dropped. Shapes. Bodies. Not human. The first monster hit the ground 200 meters from Asha's position. It landed on a parked container chassis, crumpling the steel flat, and it was all wrong angles and wet hide, a thing that should not have had that many joints. It rose, turned its head, and screamed. The sound was a whistle and a scrape together, and it triggered a chorus from the other gates, and suddenly the terminal was full of noise again. Asha's legs moved before her brain finished processing. She was off the walkway, down the ladder, boots hitting concrete at a run. "Get inside!" she shouted at a pair of dock workers frozen beside a forklift. "Get inside the admin building. Lock the doors. Do not come out until I tell you." They stared. One of them pointed at the sky. "Move!" They moved. She kept running, threading between stacked containers, her route automatic, the same paths she walked every shift. Her mind was already sorting. Berth 4 had the heaviest equipment. Berth 2 was open ground, bad for defense but good for movement. The warehouse on the east side had roll-down steel doors, if they could get them down before something got in. The fence ran 3 kilometers around the terminal, chain link with razor wire, designed to keep people out, not to keep monsters contained. the civilians. She stopped mid-stride. The terminal had a night crew of maybe 60, but Sunday morning also meant early passenger ferries. There was a ticket booth at the harbor gate, a small waiting area, a coffee cart that opened at 6. People commuted through this terminal, tourists, families, and the container yard itself was surrounded by access roads, parking lots, a rail transfer station that served the whole district. Asha stood in the middle of an alley between container stacks, breathing hard, and a bright interface opened directly in front of her face. White gold panel, clean font, 3 nested squares in the corner, arranged like an architectural stamp. Integration complete. Welcome, Asha Adeyemi. Class assignment, Quartermaster class rank. Initiate. This class excels at routing supplies, managing labor, fortifying infrastructure, and converting organized survival into settlement resilience. Combat effectiveness? Low. Settling effectiveness? High. Tally is pleased to begin working with you. I did not ask for this, she said aloud. A chime. A smiling prompt below the text. Everyone asks. Most will learn to appreciate the fit. Shall I display your current stats? She dismissed the window with a swipe of her hand. There was no glass, no screen, just light that dissolved at her touch. But the interface stayed in her peripheral vision, waiting, patient. Something crashed to her left. She turned. A second monster had landed on top of a 40-foot container, denting the roof, scrabbling for purchase with claws that screeched against steel. It was smaller than the first, leaner, with too many legs and a head that swiveled independently of its body. It saw her. She ran again, but this time she had a destination. The admin building sat at the center of the terminal, a 2-story concrete box with a flat roof and reinforced doors, built to withstand storms and the occasional industrial accident. It had a radio room, a supply closet full of first aid kits, and a clear view of every berth. If she could get there, if she could get a radio working, if she could reach the harbor master and the police and the port authority before the panic turned the city into a stampede, the monster dropped from the container and hit the ground behind her. She heard it land, heard the scrape of claws finding purchase on concrete, heard the wet hiss of its breath. She did not look back. She did not slow down. She hit the admin building's side door at a sprint, shoulder first, and the lock was already broken. The door swung inward, and she was inside, slamming it behind her, fumbling for the deadbolt with shaking hands. The lobby was dark. Emergency lights flickered along the baseboards, casting long shadows. The reception desk stood empty. A coffee mug had fallen and shattered near the stairwell, coffee still pooling. Asha pressed her back against the door and listened to her own breathing. The interface reappeared, patient, cheerful. You have survived your first integration contact. Well done, Quartermaster. 23 gates are now active above the Redhaven Harbor District. Population in immediate breach zone, approximately 2,000. Settlement viability, low. Recommended priority, establish a defensible perimeter before the next spawn wave. Tally is available for questions. 2,000. Asha closed her eyes. She could hear screams now, distant but growing, rising from the parking lots and the rail platform and the streets beyond the fence. The city was waking up to a sky full of gates and a harbor full of monsters, and somewhere out there, Daniel was waking up too. Daniel and Pia in their apartment 3 kilometers inland, safe for now, if safe meant anything anymore. She opened her eyes. The interface was still there, waiting, offering her a way to organize the chaos if she was willing to accept the terms. She accepted them. Tally has recorded your consent. Quest available. Claim the terminal objective. Establish control over your immediate zone before the next spawn wave. Time remaining 0:04 and 37 seconds. Failure will result in uncontrolled population dispersal and accelerated breach expansion. 4 minutes. Asha pulled the whistle from around her neck and put it between her lips. She pushed open the admin building's main door and stepped back into the dark, into the screams, into the light of a sky that had become something else entirely. She blew the whistle once. The sound cut through the chaos, sharp and familiar. The same signal she had used 1,000 times to call a crew to attention. It meant, stop everything. It meant, listen. It meant the person in charge was about to speak. People turned. Dock workers, porters, A woman carrying a child, 2 teenagers who had been hiding behind a forklift. They looked at her. Asha lowered the whistle. "This terminal is now the only ground we hold," she said, her voice carrying across the yard. "If you can hear me, move toward my voice. If you can see me, follow. We have 4 minutes before more come through those gates. We're going to use every second." She started walking. Behind her, footsteps began to gather. The interface flickered at the edge of her vision, and beneath the timer counting down, a single line of text appeared. Tally observes. Tally approves. Chapter 2. The crowd was growing. Asha counted heads as they pressed toward 30, 50, more, arriving every second from between containers and behind forklifts and out of the admin building's back corridors. Dock workers in high-vis vests, a crane operator still holding a thermos, a clerk in a uniform shirt with the sleeves torn off, a woman carrying a toddler who was not crying, which was worse than crying. The timer in the corner of her vision read 0:03 and 51 seconds. She needed structure. She needed bodies in lanes moving toward ground she could defend, not a mob clogging the main yard where the gates would spawn again. "Matteo!" she shouted, scanning the faces. "Matteo Adeyemi, where are you?" A hand went up near the back of the crowd. A man pushed through, broad-shouldered, graying at the temples, wearing a gantry crane operator's harness over a stained t-shirt. He looked shaken, but functional. "Here, Chief. Gantry 3 is still on the rail. Can you reach the cab?" "If the power's dead, I can't move the boom. I don't need it moved. I need eyes. Get up there and tell me where the gates are dropping and where the gaps are. Take 2 runners, psycho-visual reports every 60 seconds. Can you do that?" Matteo was already moving. "On it." She turned to the clerk with the torn sleeves. "You, what's your name?" "Khalid." "Khalid, find the truckers. Every driver still alive, I need them to pull rigs into a perimeter. Block the access roads, nose to tail, leave no gaps. Tell them to keep engines off and keys in the ignition. Move." He ran. The timer hit 0:02 and 48 seconds. Asha climbed onto a concrete bollard near the admin building's entrance, high enough to be seen. The crowd quieted, not because she had demanded silence, but because people needed someone to tell them what to do, and she was the only one offering instructions. "Listen," she said. "The next wave comes in under 3 minutes. We are not fighting it in the open. We are going to compress into the tightest ground we can hold, and we are going to let the terminal work for us." She pointed east, toward the container stacks that ran in dense rows from berth 7 to the maintenance sheds. "Everyone who is not a driver or a crane operator, move into the aisle between stacks 14 and 16. Stay low, stay together, keep quiet. If you see a gap in the line, fill it. If you find a child alone, pick them up. If you have a tool, a weapon, anything that can hit, carry it in your hand." The crowd began to flow, not fast enough. "Move now!" she snapped, and the urgency in her voice cracked through the hesitation. People started running. A woman in a catering uniform stopped in front of Asha holding a first aid kit. "I'm a nurse. Where do you want me?" Asha pointed toward the maintenance shed at the far end of the aisle. "Back corner. If people get hurt, that's where we bring them. Go." The nurse went. 0:01 and 34 seconds. Asha jumped off the bollard and jogged toward the container aisle, checking sightlines as she moved. The stacks were 40 feet high, steel walls 6 deep, creating a natural corridor that narrowed toward the maintenance shed. If she could funnel the spawns into that choke point, if she could keep the civilians compressed behind cover, if the truckers managed to block the flanking routes, if. She hated relying on if. A scream cut through the yard, high and raw, from somewhere near berth 2. Asha changed direction without deciding to. Her legs were already moving before her brain caught up, running toward the sound because that was what you did when someone screamed. Because she was chief, and the chief did not delegate every first response. A man was on the ground near a stack of empty chassis. A creature had him by the ankle, dragging him toward the water's edge, its body a low-slung thing of jointed legs and a mouth that opened sideways. The man was clawing at the concrete, leaving bloody streaks where his fingers scraped. Asha did not have a weapon. She had a foreman's whistle and a tablet she had been gripping since the sky broke. She threw the tablet. It caught the creature flush in the side of the head. Not hard enough to kill, hard enough to startle. The jaws loosened. The man kicked free and scrambled backward, and Asha grabbed his wrist and pulled him upright before he could fall again. "Run," she said. "Toward the maintenance shed. Do not stop." He ran. The creature shook its head and turned toward her, and Asha was already moving, already running, already cursing herself for wasting seconds she did not have. She hit the container aisle at a sprint just as the timer in her vision bled to 0. 0 o'clock. The sky above the harbor tore open again. 3 gates, 4, 5, light-rimmed and pulsing, and monsters began to fall like rain. The next 30 minutes became a blur of small decisions. Asha stood at the mouth of the container aisle, directing people past her, counting faces, making split-second calls. A family of 4 emerged from behind a crane. She waved them through. 2 teenagers tried to double back for a phone. She screamed at them until they turned around. A man carrying a gas can tried to argue about his truck. She pointed toward the maintenance shed and said once, "If you are not inside that aisle in 10 seconds, I will not stop you, but I will not let you slow the people behind you." He moved. The monsters came in waves. The first wave was scattered, disorganized, creatures that had dropped into empty yard and needed time to locate prey. Asha used those minutes to funnel the last stragglers into the corridor, watching Mateo's hand signals from the gantry cab above, tracking which gates were still spawning and which had gone quiet. A creature found the corridor entrance 40 minutes in. It was larger than the one she had seen before, built like a dog but hairless, with a mouth that opened too wide and a spine that curved wrong. It stopped at the mouth of the aisle and sniffed the air. The people behind Asha went silent. She did not look back at them. She looked at the creature, and she thought about the container stacks on either side, about the truckers who had blocked the access roads, about the fact that she had exactly one advantage here. She knew this terminal the way she knew her own kitchen. The creature took a step forward. Asha stepped sideways, putting a support pillar between herself and its line of sight. She grabbed a length of rebar from a stack near the pillar, something left behind by a construction crew weeks ago, forgotten until now. The creature's head swiveled. It tracked her movement. She threw the rebar, not at the creature, at the chain holding a 40-foot container on the stack above. It was a long shot, the kind of shot that only worked because she had watched Mateo secure that chain 100 times and knew exactly which link was weakest. The rebar clanged off the chain. The chain held for a moment, then slipped. The container came down like a demolition ball, crushing the creature and the concrete beneath it in a single, deafening impact. Dust rose. The ground shook. For a long second, nothing moved. Then the people behind her started cheering. Asha did not cheer. She stood in the settling dust, gripping the rebar, blinking against the sting in her eyes, and she counted the gaps still left in her perimeter. The interface appeared, brighter than before. Zone secured. Civilian casualties within your immediate command radius. 12 confirmed. Estimated lives saved by your actions. 200++. You have reached Level 2. New class abilities pending settlement assessment. Stat allocation required before further progression. Warning. Allocation decisions are permanent. Choose carefully. 200+. Asha looked down the corridor at the faces staring back at her. There were children there. There was a woman sitting on the ground with a bloody arm, being treated by the nurse she had sent to the maintenance shed. There was a man clutching a gas can, glaring at her. 12 dead, 200 alive. She did not know how to feel about those numbers yet. The interface pulsed, waiting. Stat allocation. Available points: 5 strength, agility, endurance, intelligence. Perception, command, logistics. Please allocate. Asha stared at the list. Strength, agility. The stats that would let her fight, that would let her kill the next creature instead of throwing rebar at chains and hoping. But that was not what her people needed. What her people needed was for her to be better at the things she had just done, better at seeing the gaps before they formed, better at routing, better at knowing where to put bodies before the monsters arrived. She allocated 2 points to command, 3 to logistics. The interface flickered. For a moment she thought she saw something in the white-gold light, a hesitation, a recalculation, as if the system had not expected that choice. Then it cleared. Allocation accepted. Command to Logistics. 3 new skill unlocked. Coordinated movement. Crews under your command move 15% faster when following assigned routes. Tally notes your priorities, Quartermaster. A cheer went up from somewhere in the corridor. Someone celebrating the dead creature, the container kill, the fact that they were still breathing. Asha let herself feel it for a moment, the warmth of having done something right. Then she looked up at the sky, at the gates still hanging above the harbor. And she thought about the 13-day cycle Mateo had mentioned, the information someone had shared before the power died, about gates that pulsed on fixed rhythms. If that was true, they had 13 days before the next major break. 13 days to turn a container terminal into something that could hold. Asha turned away from the crowd and walked toward the maintenance shed, already planning, already calculating, already categorizing the resources she had and the gaps she needed to fill. Behind her, unnoticed by anyone, a small window of white gold text appeared in the air above an empty container and then vanished. Seed Vault 997. Population threshold met. Incubation viability, marginal. Recommend continued infrastructure support. Chapter 3. The corridor smelled like blood, diesel, and fear. Asha moved through it with her foreman's whistle still bouncing against her chest, counting faces, counting injuries, counting the gaps that would kill them if she did not fill them before nightfall. 200-plus survivors, packed between container stacks 14 and 16, pressed together like cargo in a hold. Some stared at her with hope. Some stared at her with nothing. A young man stepped into her path. Early 20s, heavy-rimmed glasses, a crowbar clutched in both hands like a lifeline. He said, "You killed that thing with a container drop. I saw it." She kept walking. "I did. Why aren't you spec'd for combat?" The question stopped her. She turned, and the people around them quieted, sensing something important in the narrowing of her eyes. The young man pressed on. "I watched your allocation screen. You put everything into command and logistics. Nothing into strength, nothing into agility. The next time a creature gets close, you won't have a container to drop on it." Asha looked at him for a long moment, looked at the crowbar in his hands, the tremble he was trying to hide, the way he kept glancing at the sky between words. She said, "What is your name?" "Remy. Remy Cross." "Remy, when the next wave hits, and it will hit, you are going to want me on that gantry, reading the layout, routing people away from the breach points, keeping supply lines open. You are not going to want me on the ground trying to outfight something that has been killing humans since Integration Day started." She pointed at the crowbar. "If you want to help, get to the maintenance shed. Find a woman named Sister Colette. Tell her Asha sent you to help with triage and perimeter watch." Remy blinked. "I can fight. I know. That is why I am putting you where I need fighters most." She held his gaze until he nodded. Then he turned and jogged toward the shed. Asha watched him go and felt the weight of every other gaze on her back. The allocation decision was already spreading through the crowd. She heard it in the whispers, the arguments, the sharp tones of people who had expected their leader to become a weapon instead of a desk. She kept walking. The maintenance shed was a long, corrugated steel building wedged between the eastern fence line and a row of empty refrigerated containers. Inside, a nurse had set up a triage station on a workbench, using torn-up coveralls as bandages. Someone had found a first aid kit. Someone else had found bottled water. Sister Colette Bryce was kneeling beside a man with a gash across his forearm, threading a needle through his skin with steady hands. She did not look up when Asha entered. Asha said, "How many can you treat here?" "Anyone who does not need a hospital." Colette tied off the stitch with a sharp pull. "We have no antibiotics, no surgical tools, and no morphine. If someone's gut is open, I can make them comfortable until they bleed out." The words were flat, professional, stripped of sentiment. Asha appreciated that. "I need a count. Walking wounded, critical, able-bodied. You will have it in an hour." Colette finally looked up. Her eyes were dark, assessing, the eyes of someone who had learned long ago that hope was a resource to ration. "The interface says you put points into logistics." It did. That was the right call. Colette turned back to her patient. "We are going to need someone who can find things in the rubble." Asha left her to it and stepped back outside. The yard was settling into an uneasy rhythm. Small groups had formed around people who seemed to know what to do. A woman was organizing children into a single location near the shed. Two men were dragging debris away from a blocked access lane. Someone had found a working radio and was trying to raise other parts of the city. Asha stood at the center of it and felt the shape of the terminal spreading around her like a map she had memorized 1,000 times but needed to redraw in different ink. She pulled up her interface. Settlement. Unnamed population, 214. Confirmed. Current threat level, moderate. Available settlement resources, 1x grain shipment, 40,000 pounds, stranded at berth 2. 1x yard crane, functional. 3x gantry cranes, 2 operational, 1 damaged. 1x fuel tank, 7,000 gallons, diesel, locked. 1x maintenance shed, supplies, low. 1x admin building, secure. 3x forklifts, new capability unlocked, route visibility. You can see assigned crew routes overlaid on your mental map of the settlement. Logistics bottlenecks highlighted in red. She blinked. The map of the terminal appeared behind her eyes, not as a memory, but as a projection, layered with thin white lines tracing every accessible lane between container stacks. 3 of those lines were pulsing red, marking the spots where the evacuation had bottlenecked, where bodies had piled up and the route narrowed to a single file. She knew exactly where to send the clearing crews without walking there. A new prompt appeared. Class skill available. Labor coordination, passive. Crews assigned to construction, salvage, or repair tasks gain 10% efficiency when working within your line of sight. Active mode. Issue a task order to up to 3 crews simultaneously with a single command. Asha stared at the words. 10% efficiency. Task orders to 3 crews at once, route visibility that showed her the weaknesses before anyone had to tell her. She had traded the ability to kill a creature in single combat for the ability to make 200 people move like parts of a single machine. She did not regret it. A shout went up from the eastern fence. Asha turned. Mateo was leaning out of the gantry cab, arm raised, hand signals slicing through the air. She read the shapes instantly. Movement at the fence line, multiple contacts, low rank but coming fast. She was already moving before her brain finished translating. Clearing crews, east fence, now. Route lane between stacks 22 and 24. Move. The words came out like orders she had always known how to give. 3 crews broke from the crowd and headed for the fence, pulling tools, grabbing improvised weapons, following the paths she could still see glowing in her mind's eye. She reached the fence line as the first creature hit it. It was smaller than the dog thing she had killed with the container. Leoner, faster, with too many joints in its legs and a mouth that opened sideways. It slammed into the chain link, and the whole section shuddered. A second one hit a few meters down, a third. The fence would not hold long. Mateo's voice came down from the gantry, distorted by distance. Asha, there are more coming. At least a dozen moving through the stacks on the other side. She looked at the fence, looked at the faces of the people who had followed her order, who were standing with crowbars and rebar, and one man holding a fire extinguisher like a club. They were not fighters. They were dock workers, clerks, truckers, people who had never killed anything larger than a rat. But they had followed her, and they were standing. Asha pulled her whistle from under her short and blew. The sound cut through the yard, sharp and commanding. Every head turned. She pointed at the fence. Hold this line. Do not let them through. I'm going to give you a route that will bring reinforcements, tools, and ammunition from the maintenance shed in under 3 minutes. She pulled up the interface. Activating. Coordinated movement designated route. Maintenance shed to east fence corridor via stacks 18 to 20. Estimated time, 2 minutes 47 seconds. She assigned the route to 3 runners standing near the shed. Go. They hesitated for a fraction of a second. Then they went, moving faster than they should have been able to, following a path that opened through the crowd like water finding a crack. Asha turned back to the fence. The creatures were already climbing. She did not have a weapon that could kill them. She did not have the stats to fight them. But she had the map in her head and the coordination skill pulsing at the edge of her vision, and she knew exactly where to put every body on this line to make it hold. She started giving orders. Behind her, unseen by anyone, the interface flickered once, then settled. A single line of text appeared and vanished in the white gold glow. Command parameters exceeded for current level. Growth rate accelerating. Asha did not see it. She was too busy holding the line. Chapter 4. The fence held for another 8 minutes. Asha spent every second of those 8 minutes feeding bodies into the gaps, redirecting runners, calling for tools, watching the creatures claw at the chain link until enough people were in position to beat them back with crowbars, rebar, and one forklift that Remy Cross had somehow gotten running after Sister Colette coited him at it. When the last creature fell, and the fence went quiet, Asha stood in the sudden stillness and felt the weight of what she had just done settle across her shoulders like a lead vest. They had held, but holding was not the same as surviving. She found Mateo climbing down from the gantry ladder, his hands shaking as he hit the ground. He did not try to hide it, neither did she. "That was the first wave," she said. He nodded. "Feels like it should have been the last." "It's not." She looked past him at the eastern fence, at the bodies piled against the chain link, at the blood smeared across the concrete. "The interface said 13 days. That's how long we have before the next major break." Mateo followed her gaze. 13 days to turn this yard into a fortress. 13 days to try. She left him with the heavy crews and started walking the terminal. The yard was a mess of debris, abandoned vehicles, and the scattered remains of what had been a functioning port 6 hours earlier. But beneath the chaos, Asha saw the bones of something she could build with. The container stacks were already arranged in long, parallel rows, their steel walls 10 feet tall and dense enough to stop anything that could not chew through metal. The gaps between them were natural corridors, bottlenecks she could control, kill zones she could design. The cranes meant she could move containers that weighed 30 tons. The forklifts meant she could reposition smaller loads in minutes. The grain shipment meant she could feed 200 people for weeks if she stretched it. She started giving orders before she finished the thought. "Mateo, I need you on the west perimeter. Take the heavy crews and start stacking containers into a wall along the access road. 2 layers, staggered seams. Leave one gap wide enough for a forklift and block it with a chassis we can move." He was already walking. "How high?" "High enough that nothing climbs it in one jump. If they can scale it, we'll weld spikes to the top." He nodded and started calling names. Asha moved to the maintenance shed, where Sister Colette had set up a crude triage line on the concrete floor. The wounded were laid out in rows, some on blankets, most on bare concrete. The ones who could sit were sitting. The ones who could not were lying still, their eyes tracking the ceiling as if expecting it to fall. Colette looked up when Asha entered. Her hands were red to the wrists. "I need a dedicated infirmary," Asha said. "Somewhere dry, with space to work and a door we can seal." Colette wiped her hands on a rag that was already soaked. "I need supplies more than space. Antibiotics, suture kits, 4 fluids, morphine. I have bandages made from torn shirts and a bottle of antiseptic I found in a first aid kit. I'll send scavenging teams to the harbor offices. The medical clinic on Harbor Street is 2 blocks past the gate. If it's still standing, I'll get you what's inside." Colette studied her for a moment. "You're planning for a siege. I'm planning for the next 13 days. After that, I'll plan for the next 13. The nun's mouth tightened, but she did not argue. She turned back to her patients, and Asha left her to it. The grain shipment was Asha's next stop. The vessel was still tied up at berth 3, its holds full of 40-pound sacks that represented the single largest calorie reserve in the terminal. She climbed the gangway and found the ship's chief mate sitting in the mess, staring at a dead radio. "Who are you?" he asked when she appeared in the doorway. "Asha Adeyemi. I'm the one who's going to keep your crew alive. How many people do you have aboard?" 12. We lost 2 when the first gate opened. The rest of us locked ourselves in the accommodation block. "I need your cargo. All of it." He stared at her. "You're taking my ship's grain?" "I'm taking it to feed 200 people who are going to starve if I don't." She met his eyes. "You can help me unload it, or you can sit here and listen to a dead radio. But the grain is coming off this vessel either way." He was silent for a long moment. Then he stood. "How many hands do you need?" By noon, she had the answer. 47 people were hauling grain sacks from the ship to a covered storage area between stacks 12 and 14. 23 more were stacking containers along the west perimeter under Mateo's direction. the crane lifting 30-ton boxes like children's blocks while crews below wrestled them into alignment. Forklifts moved constantly, carrying welding tanks, fuel drums, and salvaged materials from the yard's scattered depots. The work was brutal. By the 4th hour, Asha's arms were burning and her calloused palms had blistered through. But the wall on the west side was growing, rising toward 12 feet in a staggered double row that would stop anything that did not have climbing claws and a tolerance for steel. She was checking the weld line when Remy Cross appeared at her elbow, still carrying the crowbar he had used to hold the fence. "The interface," he said, out of breath. "It changed. There's new options." Asha pulled up her settlement interface. The screen had expanded since the last time she looked. New categories had appeared: infrastructure, population, defense, resources. Each one had sub-menace, thresholds, upgrade paths she had not unlocked yet. At the bottom, a single line blinked in steady white gold. Settlement status: Stackside, Seed Vault 997. Population: 217. Next scheduled breach: 12 days, 17 hours, 43 minutes. Recommended actions: fortify western approach, establish water purification, designate fallback shelters. She stared at the timer. 12 days and 17 hours, not 13. The time had already started counting the moment she claimed the terminal. "Remy, find Mateo. Tell him we need to cut that timeline in half." "For what?" She closed the interface and looked at the wall. "Because 12 days is not enough to build what we need. If we want to survive the next break, we need to be ready to fight within 6. Remy's face went pale. He turned and ran. Asha stood at the base of the growing wall, her hands raw, her muscles screaming, her mind already running through the next 48 hours of work: water, food, medical supplies, barricades, weapons, training, sleep rotations, waste disposal. A school for the children who had nothing to do but stare at the sky and wait. A school. She stopped. Daniel. She had been so focused on the terminal, on the walls, on the grain and the fuel and the bodies she needed to organize, that she had not let herself think about him, about Pia. They were 3 kilometers inland, 3 kilometers of city that might still be standing, or might already be feeding grounds for whatever had come through the other gates. She pulled up the interface again, searching for a map function, a communication tool, anything that would let her see beyond the terminal's fence line. The screen flickered. Settlement range: 1.2 kilometers from claimed center. Outside this radius, communications restricted. Recommend expansion via quest completion. Asha closed the interface. She could not reach them. Not yet. She turned back to the wall, because the wall was something she could control, and she started working. Chapter 5. The wall rose through the afternoon. 12 feet of double-stacked containers welded at the seams, braced with crane counterweights and anchored to the concrete apron. Asha walked the length of it twice, checking every joint, every gap. It would hold against scavengers and small beasts. Against anything larger, it would buy time. She found Mateo at the south end, directing a crew to weld plates across a gap where 2 containers had not quite aligned. His harness was off, his shirt dark with sweat, his hands steady now despite the morning's shaking. "How long until the seam is closed?" 2 hours, maybe less. He wiped his face with a rag. "The crane is running low on fuel. We need to start conserving if we're going to keep lifting. Make a list. Everything that needs diesel, prioritize it by tomorrow morning. Everything else stops." Mateo nodded. "The truckers are asking about their rigs. Khalid says some of them want to leave. Try to reach the highway before the next wave. Tell them the highway is a bloodbath. We have food, water, walls. They stay or they die alone." "Some of them won't like that. I don't need them to like it. I need them to live long enough to resent me properly." Mateo's mouth twitched. He turned back to the weld line. Asha walked toward the maintenance shed, pulling up the interface as she moved. The settlement screen had expanded again, new lines appearing in the resources category. Grain, 38,400 pals, sleep, 48-day supply at current pop. Diesel, 6,200 gallons. Medical, 0 units. Surgical, 0 units. Antibiotics, 14 units. Basic first aid. Water, 3,400 gallons. Stored. Source, terminal mains. Pressure dropping. 48 days of grain, 2 weeks of water if the maids failed. No medical supplies worth the name. She closed the interface and stopped outside the maintenance shed. Sister Colette was on the floor, kneeling beside a man whose leg was wrapped in salvaged bandage. The bandage was already dark at the edges. How many can't walk? 19? Colette looked up. 2 of those won't make it through the night without antibiotics. 1 will lose the leg either way. I'm sending scavenging teams into the yard offices and the ship. There has to be a medical kit somewhere. There's a pharmacy 2 blocks north of the terminal gate, if it hasn't been stripped yet. We can't reach it. The settlement radius is 1.2 kilometers, and anything outside that line is dead ground until I finish more quests. Colette's jaw tightened. Then we work with what we have. But I need more than bandages and hope, Quartermaster. I know. Asha left the shed and crossed toward the admin building, where a crowd had gathered. 40 or 50 people, standing in loose groups, watching her approach with expressions ranging from exhaustion to suspicion. A woman stepped forward. Middle-aged, gray-streaked hair, hands on her hips. We need to talk about the food. It's being inventoried now. Rations will start at dinner. Rations. The woman's voice was flat. That's what I figured. You're going to tell us how much we get, when we get it, and what happens if we don't like it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. The woman crossed her arms. And who made you the boss of everyone's stomach? Asha stopped. The crowd went quiet. I did, when the sky turned into a menu and I decided someone needed to make sure 200 people didn't starve in the first week. She kept her voice even. You want to vote on it? Fine. But while you're voting, the next breach is counting down. And when it hits 0, I'd rather have a wall than a democracy. The woman held her gaze. Something shifted in her face. Not surrender, but a grudging willingness to listen. What's your name? Elena. Elena Markov. Elena, I need someone to run the ration line. Someone who will check every hand, every portion, every complaint, and not steal a single grain. Can you do that? Elena was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. Show me where the food is. Asha pointed toward the grain storage between stacks 12 and 14. Start at the admin building. Pull a manifest from whoever is writing it down. Yusuf Kern is the one with the glasses and the terminal logs. He'll have numbers for you. Elena walked away. The crowd began to disperse, some following her, some drifting toward the wall or the canteen that had been set up in the admin building's lobby. Asha stood alone in the yard, the afternoon sun slanting through the container stacks, turning the dust in the air to gold. She did not feel like she was winning. She felt like she was holding a dam together with both hands and hoping the cracks did not spread faster than she could patch them. She found Yusuf in the admin building, hunched over a salvaged laptop connected to a diesel generator. The screen showed lines of data, port logs, shipment records, manifests from the past 3 days. How much did you recover? Most of the terminal's logs from the last week. The system was still running when the power died. It saved a lot to local storage. He gestured at a stack of paper beside him. I've been cross-referencing the physical manifests with the digital ones. There are gaps. Gaps. Missing sections, access logs that just stop. A whole 4-hour window on the night before integration day where the terminal's internal movement sensors were all line, or overwritten. Asha leaned over the screen. Can you tell what was moved during that window? Not from the data I have, but the physical manifests show a container arriving at berth 3 on Friday afternoon. It wasn't on any ship's cargo list. It was delivered by truck, logged into the terminal's holding zone, and then... He scrolled. Nothing. No exit log. No transfer record. It's not accounted for anywhere in the terminal's outgoing inventory. Where is it now? If it's still in the terminal, there's no record of it being stored or moved to any standard position. It could be in the south lot, behind the bulk storage stacks, but that area isn't covered by the terminal's active sensor grid. Asha stared at the screen. A container that had arrived without a ship, without a cargo list, without any record of where it had gone. Show me the south lot. Yusuf pulled up a map of the terminal, a satellite view from before integration day. The south lot was a black rectangle, a dead zone between the maintenance shed and the perimeter fence. Who would have access to that area without being logged? Anyone with a terminal badge and knowledge of the sensor blind spots. Crane operators, security, yard supervisors. He paused. Someone who knew the system better than the system knew itself. Asha looked up from the screen. How many people fit that description? Yusuf counted silently. At this terminal, fewer than 20. Most of them are dead or missing. Find me the ones who are still alive. She turned and walked toward the door. Quartermaster. She stopped. Yusuf was holding up a single sheet of paper. The container's 499 number. I pulled it from the trucking company's delivery manifest. Asha took the paper and read the number. She had never seen it before. Puts the 4 death is exactly against it. The slow team. I said to the Winters, who always saved God, the prostus I'm deciphering about the clanning, a hope call's just a color. I miss the resits, blessing on the state change, and I believe the fears for awkward comment scris do not upset it. I think there's a very comporting minute inside that. Keep digging. If there's more missing data, I want to know about it. She left the admin building and walked toward the south lot, the paper folded in her pocket, the weight of it pressing against her thigh. The sun was dropping behind the container stacks, turning the shadows long and cold. The south lot was empty, just gravel and weeds and a chain-link fence that had already been reinforced with welded plates. No container, no sign that anything had been stored there, but the ground told a different story. Tire tracks, fresh ones, cutting deep into the gravel, leading from the main yard toward the fence, then stopping, as if the truck had driven to the fence line and vanished. She crouched, running her fingers over the tracks. Something had been here, something heavy, something that had left marks the terminal's missing logs could not explain. She stood and looked at the fence. It was welded, secure, but the tracks said otherwise. Asha pulled out the paper again, the container 499 staring up at her in black ink. Someone had moved through restricted areas unseen. Someone who knew the blind spots, the sensor gaps, the shifts when no one was watching. Someone who was still inside the walls. Chapter 6. She found the container, not the physical one, the ghost of it, the data trail, the shape of a hole in the terminal's memory that someone had carved with surgical precision. Yusuf had been right about the sensor blackout. 4 hours of blind time on the night before integration day, and during that window, a truck with no registered plate had moved through the south gate, bypassed 2 security checkpoints that should have been staffed, and delivered the unmarked container to holding zone C. Then the trail died. No storage record, no transfer log, no exit documentation. The container existed in the terminal's intake system for exactly 17 minutes before a deliberate data overwrite erased it from every active ledger. Asha stood in the admin building's corner office, the salvaged laptop glowing on a desk that had belonged to a terminal manager who was now either dead or hiding somewhere in the city. She'd been staring at the same spreadsheet for 10 minutes, memorizing the patterns, looking for the cracks she might have missed. The door opened. Remy Cross stepped in carrying a crowbar and a look that said he had been running. Quartermaster, perimeter watch spotted movement on the access road, 2 blocks out, coming west. People or creatures? People, moving fast, not dragging, could be survivors. Asha closed the laptop. How many? 3, maybe 4. Hard to tell through the gap in the wall. She walked past him, out of the admin building, across the gravel yard toward the west perimeter. The sun had dropped below the container stacks, painting the space between them in long purple shadows. The wall Mateo's crews had been building for 2 days rose 12 feet high, a staggered double row of steel containers welded at the seams, with a single movable gap for access. She climbed the makeshift ladder propped against the inter-container and looked over. The access road was empty. "No movement," she said. "They were there, I swear." Asha watched the road for another 30 seconds. Nothing stirred, no dust, no footsteps. Then the interface chimed. "New settlement quest available, first night. Watch." The first night brings the first test. Survivors will come. So will scavengers. Prove Stackside can hold both its walls and its humanity. Reward: supply link skill unlock penalty, route instability, random debuff to 2 assigned crews for 24 hours. Asha read the text twice. The system was offering her a choice. Accept the quest, and the skill would unlock on completion. Refuse, and the penalty applied anyway. "Tally," she said quietly. "Explain the penalty." The interface flickered. Rude instability occurs when settlement logistics are tested without formalized chain-of-command support. Failure to establish designated supply routes before the first night watch results in randomized allocation errors. Tally recommends acceptance, Quartermaster. Of course you do. She accepted the quest. The screen cleared and a new timer appeared. 0 days, 14 hours until realignment. 14 hours to prepare for the next major spike in pressure, whatever that meant. She climbed down from the wall and found Matteo at the welding station, his torch hissing against a steel seam. He looked up when she approached, his face streaked with sweat and grime. "What's the word?" "Quest. We have 14 hours until the system tests us. I need you to pick 3 crews and assign them fixed routes. Supply lines, ammunition, medical, tools. Everything we have gets a designated path and a designated runner." "You want me to run logistics?" "I want you to make sure that people carrying supplies know exactly where to go without thinking. When something hits us in the dark, I don't want anyone guessing." Matteo killed the torch and pulled his welding mask up. "And if the routes get hit, then we learn which ones the system wants us to lose." He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded. "I'll have it done in an hour." Asha moved through the terminal as the last light bled out of the sky. She found Elena Markov at the ration line, a ledger in her hands. 47 survivors waiting in a patient queue. She found Sister Colette in the infirmary, kneeling beside a man whose bandage had darkened again. She found Yusef in the admin building, cross-referencing the manifest data with the container 499 she had given him. No one had seen the container. No one knew where it had gone. But the tracks in the south lot said something had been moved, and the missing logs said someone inside had moved it. By the time the stars came out, the terminal was quiet. The wall was finished. The gates were secured. The crews were assigned. Asha stood on the elevated walkway between berths 3 and 4, the brass whistle cold against her chest, watching the darkness beyond the fence line. The interface chimed. "Quest progress. First night watch route crews assigned. 3/3 choke points identified. 4/4 supply paths designated. 2/3. She frowned. 2 of 3? She had assigned 3 crews. She pulled up the interface, scrolling through the route assignments. Matteo's crew, designated. Elena's ration crew, designated. Remy's perimeter crew, not designated. She found Remy at the west gate, crowbar in hand, staring into the dark. "Why aren't you on the supply route list?" He turned. "What supply route list?" "Matteo didn't assign you. He assigned me to perimeter watch, said the routes were for heavy crews." Asha's jaw tightened, a gap. A single missing link in the chain the system had asked her to build. "Follow me." She walked back toward the admin building, Remy trailing behind her. She found Matteo inside, reviewing a hand-drawn map of the terminal on a piece of cardboard. "Matteo, Remy's crew isn't on the designated route list." Matteo looked up. "They're not a supply crew. They're perimeter. The system tracks all crews. If they're not designated, the route counts as incomplete. Then reassign them." "I can't reassign them without breaking the existing designations. The quest requires 3 crews on fixed routes. If I change it now, the system might flag it as a failure." Matteo set the map down. "So what do you want me to do?" Asha thought. The timer was still running. 14 hours until something happened. If the quest failed, the debuff would hit 2 random crews. "Remy, take your crew and walk a circuit of the perimeter every 15 minutes. Stick to the same path, same direction, same pace. Make it look like a designated route." "You want me to fake a supply run?" "I want you to make the system think you're on a route. If it sees consistency, it might register you as assigned." Remy nodded, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding. "I'll get it done." He left. Matteo looked at Asha. "You think that'll work?" "I think the system sees patterns. If we give it the right pattern, it might accept it." She turned back to the interface. Supply paths designated, 3/3. The system had accepted the faked route. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The night deepened. The terminal settled into a rhythm of patrols, checks, and quiet conversations. The crews rotated. The wall held. The dark stayed empty. At 2 in the morning, the first howl broke the silence. Asha was in the admin building, half asleep at the desk, when the sound ripped through the terminal. She was on her feet before her eyes fully opened, the whistle already in her hand. She ran. The west gate was under attack. Scavengers, human and desperate, had thrown themselves at the wall with crowbars and welded chains. 3 of them had already scaled the first row of containers. Behind them, Asha saw shapes moving in the dark, low and fast. Beasts, half a dozen at least. She blew the whistle. The perimeter crews snapped into motion. Remy's team responded first, covering the base of the wall with crowbars and rebar. The scavengers dropped into the yard, and the fight turned ugly. Metal on bone. Shouts, screams. Asha saw a surge of beasts funnel toward the main access gap, the one spot where the wall was weakest. She opened the interface. Supply link skill. Active designated Route 1. Ammunition. Matteo Delamini's crew designated Route 2. Medical. Elena Markov's crew designated Route 3. Tools. Remy Cross's crew. She assigned Route 1. Ammunition to West Wall Choke Point. Route 2. Tourniquets to West Wall Triage Station. Route 3. Welding charges to West Wall Gap. The interface pulsed once, and she felt it. A thread of connection, invisible and immediate, linking her to each crew. She knew where they were. She knew what they carried. She knew they could hear her without a word. Matteo's crew reached the choke point in under 2 minutes, ammunition boxes in hand. Elena's runners arrived at the triage station a minute later, tourniquets and bandages ready. Remy's team hit the gap with welding charges, sealing the breach just as the first beast tried to push through. The attack broke. The scavengers scattered into the dark. The beasts retreated, dragging their wounded. The terminal held. Asha stood at the center of the yard, the brass whistle still in her hand, her breath coming hard. The interface chimed. Quest complete. First night watch reward. Supply link skill unlocked cruise bonus, plus 5% efficiency on designated routes. She had done it. The system had accepted her faked route. The skill had worked. But something was wrong. She counted the wounded. 7. No fatalities. The wall was intact. The gap was sealed. But the scavengers had known where to hit. They had gone straight for the weakest seam in the wall, the one spot she had not reinforced because the container had not arrived in time. The one spot she had mentioned to exactly 4 people. She walked to the gap, now sealed with fresh weld. The steel was still warm. Matteo appeared beside her, his welding mask pushed up. They hit the exact slot we flagged for replacement. I know. How did they know? Asha looked at the dark beyond the fence. The scavengers were gone. The beasts were gone. But the question remained, hanging in the air like the smoke from the welding torch. Someone inside the walls had told them. She turned and walked back toward the admin building, the weight of the whistle against her chest, the ghost of the missing container pressing against her thigh. She needed to find the leak before the next attack found the seam. She knew exactly who to look at first. Chapter 7. The interface flickered back to life before Asha reached the admin building door. Milestone assessment. First night watch complete. Settlement performance. Satisfactory threat neutralization, 100%. Structural integrity, compromised. Congratulations, Quartermaster Adeyemi. Stackside's defensive baseline has been validated. Upgrading settlement access to Tier 1 infrastructure options. Asha stopped in the middle of the yard. The white gold panel hung in her vision, edges clean, font crisp, friendly. Like a performance review she was supposed to feel good about. She felt nothing good. Behind her, the weld seam still smoked. The scavengers had vanished into the dark, but the question they left behind had not. Someone inside her walls had told them exactly where to strike. She opened the interface. Settlement upgrade options, Tier 1. 1. Wall reinforcement, structural. Description. Reinforced perimeter barriers to withstand Tier 2 breach pressure. Reduces structural degradation by 60%. Requires 3,000 pounds steel stock, 1,200 labor hours, 4 diesel units. System note. Recommended for settlements expecting escalation within the next cycle. 2. Routing efficiency. Logistics. Description. Optimize internal movement corridors. Reduces transit time between designated zones by 25%. Unlocks simultaneous task allocation for up to 5 crews. System note. Improves throughput for supply chains, evacuation lanes, and combat rotation. 3. Morale stabilization. Population description. Implements structured recreation and rest cycles. Reduces population stress decay by 35%. Unlocks basic morale buff, plus 5% efficiency for rested crews. System note. Sustained morale correlates with improved incubation stability. 4. Ward Anchor Array Diffraction. Install ward anchors at structural nodes. Creates a passive deterrent field against Tier 1 and 2 intrusions. Requires population density minimum 220. 8 anchors, 2,000 labor hours. System note. Ward field strength scales with population density. Higher density increases field radius and potency. Asha read each line twice. The first 3 options looked like what she would have asked for if she had known what to ask. Stronger walls, faster routes, less fear. Practical, measurable, earned. The 4th option made her stomach tighten. Ward anchors tied to population density. She read the system note again. Ward field strength scales with population density, not with wall thickness, not with crew skill or supply stock, with how many bodies were packed inside the perimeter. She thought about Seed Vault 997, about the hidden message she had seen after her first level. Incubation viability, marginal. Recommend continued infrastructure support. The settlement upgrades were infrastructure support. Every option was infrastructure support. Mateo walked up beside her, his welding mask hanging from one hand. His face was streaked with sweat and soot. You look like someone just handed you a gift you don't want to open. She turned the interface so he could see it. He read in silence, his jaw tightening at the 4th option. Ward anchors, he said. That's not defense, that's a cage. Scales with population density, Asha said. More people in the box, stronger the field. And what exactly is the field meant to deter? The things outside or the things inside? Asha did not answer. She looked back at the options. The system wanted her to choose. The timer at the top of the panel counted down. Selection window expires in 23:14 and 37 seconds. She had 23 hours to pick one, or not pick one. The system did not say what happened if she let the timer run out. She thought about the scavengers, about the attack slipping straight into the weak seam, about the 4 people who had known where that seam was. She could narrow the list. Mateo, Sister Colette, Remy, and the welder who had flagged the gap during the morning inspection. And Daniel. She had not told Daniel about the wall seam, but she had told him about the container wall plan, the staggered rows, the movable gaps. He had listened, asked questions, offered suggestions. He was a former teacher. He asked questions because he wanted to understand. She had always loved that about him. Now she was counting him as a suspect, and the thought sat in her chest like a stone. What are you going to choose? Mateo asked. I do not know yet. 4's the trap. Probably. 3's a bandage. 2's useful. 1's the obvious play. Asha looked up on wall reinforcement. Exactly what she wanted. Exactly what the system was recommending. She thought about Seed Vault 997 and the word incubation. What happens, she said slowly, if I pick the option that makes the base stronger and the population denser and the wards stronger, and all of it is just making us a better shell? Mateo did not answer. She looked at the interface again. The panel waited, bright, patient, helpful. Tally notes your caution, Quartermaster. Please be assured that all upgrades serve settlement longevity within accepted parameters. She read the word parameters and heard tolerances, engineering language, manufacturing tolerances, the acceptable range of variance in a production process. She was standing in a factory. The question was what it was manufacturing. 23 hours, she said. I need to think. Mateo nodded. You want me to start the steel stock inventory anyway? In case you pick one? Do it. But do not move anything yet. He left. Asha stood alone in the yard, the interface still open, the 4 options glowing like a menu at a restaurant she had not chosen to enter. She thought about Daniel, about Pia, about the 3 kilometers of dead ground between them. The countdown ticked. Selection window expires in 23:13 and 41 seconds. She closed the interface and walked toward the admin building. The ghost of the missing container pressed against her thigh. The leak was still inside. And now the system was offering to help her build the walls higher. Chapter 8. Dawn came gray and damp, the harbor fog clinging to container stacks like a second skin. Asha stood at the eastern edge of Stackside's perimeter, watching the gate. It hung above Berth 4 like a wound that would not close, its edges rimmed in that same white-gold light. The thing pulsed. Not fast, a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat between breaths. 13 days between major breaches, but the gate did not go dormant between peaks. It breathed, it leaked, and if she let it build pressure without relief, the next break would be worse. She had spent the night in the admin building, the upgrade timer ticking in the corner of her vision while she stared at terminal maps and tried to think past the stone in her chest. 23 hours to choose. 23 hours to decide if every option was a trap. But the gate would not wait for her to decide. She turned to find Matteo already walking toward her, a thermos in one hand and a tablet in the other. His welding harness hung loose over his shoulders. "He looked like you did not sleep," he said. "I did not." He handed her the thermos. "Coffee, still hot." She took it without thanking him. "Gate's quiet this morning," he said. "Low activity at the fringe. Scavengers been circling since first light." "How many?" 3 teams I can see, maybe 2, 3 people each. They're picking off stragglers at the edge, loot drops." Asha drank the coffee. It burned her tongue. She welcomed it. The scavengers were not her problem, not directly, but they were drawing attention to the gate, stirring the edges of it, and every corpse they left rotting in the harbor basin raised the pressure for the next pulse. "We need to thin it ourselves," she said. "Controlled teams, marked rats. We go in, we clear the fringe, we pull back before we trigger a response wave." Matteo studied her. "You want to send people into the gate. I want to keep the next break from killing everyone inside these walls. That means managing the gate like any other hazard. You do not let debris pile up on a crane track. You clear it before it jams the system. This is not crane tracks, Asha. No, it is worse, which is why I need people who can move fast and follow orders." She looked past him, toward the container stacks where the morning crews were already forming up. Welding teams, supply runners, the slow machine of survival grinding forward. She needed fighters. She did not have fighters. She had dock workers and clerks and teachers and a trauma nurse running triage with no antibiotics. But she had Nia Gorsek. The girl appeared at her elbow like she had been waiting for the invitation. 17, maybe 18. Wiry build, dark hair pulled back tight. A crowbar and a hunting knife hanging from her belt, both clean, both recently sharpened. "I heard you were putting a team together," Nia said. "I am considering it." "Take me." Asha looked at her. The girl had combat levels. She had seen the interface flicker when Nia walked past. Scout class, level 4. Fast for someone who had only been in the system a day and a half. "Why?" "Because I am faster than anyone else you have. I can read a route marker at a dead sprint, and I am not afraid of what is in that gate." The last part was the problem. "You should be," Asha said. "I am not." "Then you are stupid, not brave." Nia's jaw tightened. "Take me or do not, but I am going either way. There are scavengers pulling loot from the fringe right now. They are getting stronger while we sit here counting grain sacks." The girl was right. Asha hated that she was right. "Matteo," Asha said, "get Remy. Get 2 people who can carry a wounded person at a run. We go in 15 minutes. Matteo did not argue. He just turned and walked toward the yard. Nia stayed. Asha looked at her. "You follow my route markers. You do not deviate. You do not chase loot. You do not engage anything bigger than a straggler. If I call retreat, you retreat. Understood?" "Yes. If you break a single one of those rules, you are off every team I ever put together. And you can explain to Sister Colette why she has to sew up people who got hurt because you wanted a level." Nia held her gaze. "Understood." Asha wished she believed her. The harbor gate smelled like iron and rot. Asha led the team through the eastern access lane, past the gutted remains of a delivery truck, past a sprawl of cargo pallets that had been crushed into splinters. The fog thinned as they approached the water, and the gate rose above them, huge and wrong, a vertical tear in the fabric of the morning. Remy walked at her left, crowbar in hand, eyes scanning the debris. Mateo brought up the rear with a welding torch, jury-rigged into something that could burn at close range. 2 dock workers carried a stretcher folded under their arms, their faces pale but steady. Nia was already 20 meters ahead, moving through the wreckage like she had been born in it. The fringe was littered with bodies, scavenger kills. The creatures had been small, dog-sized things with too many joints, their carapaces cracked open where someone had pried out whatever the system counted as valuable. Asha counted 8 corpses in the first 50 meters. "Route markers," she said, tapping the interface. A line of pale white dots appeared along the ground, visible only to her team. "We hold to the primary lane. Do not step off it." Nia ignored her and kept moving. Asha bit down on the urge to call her back. The girl was fast. She was watching the shadows, the gaps between containers, the waterline where the harbor lapped against the concrete. She was not reckless. She was hungry. There was a difference. They reached the edge of berth 3, where the gate's light pooled on the water like oil. Asha stopped. The gate was larger up close, bigger than she had understood from the wall. It stretched from the surface of the water to the top of the crane gantry, a vertical seam in the world that did not belong. The edges of it rippled. Things moved in the deep. "We clear the fringe," she said. "Stay within sight of the route markers. We do not go past the yellow stack line." Nia was already moving past it. "Nia, there is something in the water. Big. Dead." Asha followed her gaze. A creature lay half-submerged at the edge of berth 4, larger than the stragglers. A corpse with a body like a capsized boat, its limbs splayed at angles that did not make sense. Ripples of white-gold light still bled from its open mouth. Loot. Nia was already stepping toward it. "There will be more out here." "We are not here for loot," Mateo said. "We are here to thin the gate. That thing was probably the biggest threat in the fringe. If I tag it, we know what we are dealing with next time." She was not wrong. Asha hated that she kept not being wrong. "Fast," Asha said. "1 minute, then we pull back." Nia moved before the word finished leaving Asha's mouth. She splashed into the shallows, knife out, circling the dead creature with the practiced caution of someone who had done this before. The interface flickered at her wrist. Status window. Loot assessment. "Level 7, Nia called back. "Corpse is still warm. Something killed it from the inside out." "Something is still here," Remy said. Asha felt it too. The air was wrong. The gate's pulse had shifted, a deeper rhythm now, like a drum beaten underwater. "Nia, back. Almost got it." "Now." Nia pulled something from the creature's flank, a shard of dark crystal, and turned to wade back. That was when the screams started. Not from inside the gate, from beyond the yellow stack line. From the direction of the old commuter tunnel entrance, where the harbor access road fed into the underground passage that ran beneath the rail yard. A woman's voice, high, terrified, then a child's. Nia froze. Asha's blood went cold. The tunnel. The tunnel led under the rail yard, under the apartment blocks, under the schools. The tunnel meant families, civilians who had been sheltering in the dark since Integration Day, hoping to stay hidden. The gate's pulse deepened again, and the screams kept coming. Nia looked at Asha, the crystal still in her hand, her eyes bright with the choice. Loot or rescue? "Those people are dead if we do not move," Nia said. Asha's interface timer ticked in the corner of her vision. Selection window expires in 22:04 and 18 seconds. She looked at the gate, at the route markers, at the tunnel mouth where the screaming was already starting to fade. She thought about Daniel and Pia 3 kilometers away in the dead ground. She thought about the people inside that tunnel, who had no walls, no quartermaster, no one to route them to safety. "Mateo," she said, "route the stretcher team to the tunnel mouth. Remy, watch our flank. Nia." The girl met her eyes. "You are with me, and if we find survivors, you carry them out before you touch another piece of loot." Nia nodded. They ran. The The sound of feet slapping wet concrete followed them into the dark. Chapter 9. They reached the tunnel mouth in under 2 minutes. The entrance was a concrete arch half swallowed by dead vines and rusted grating, the old maintenance access that used to carry rail workers between the yard and the harbor. Now it carried something else. The air that pushed out of it was warm, wet, wrong. The screaming had stopped. Asha hit the edge of the arch and signaled the team to halt. Her interface flickered as she pushed a glance into the dark. The route markers from the fringe did not extend here. The tunnel was dead ground, unclaimed, unmapped. "I cannot see the bottom," Remy said. "Listen." They stood in the wet silence. The gate's pulse was still there, a bass note through the concrete, but beneath it, Asha caught something else. A drag, a scrape. The sound of something heavy being pulled across gravel. Then a child's voice, small and ragged. "Please, please do not." Asha moved. She hit the tunnel dark with her interface light, casting a pale cone ahead of her. The walls were slick with moisture. Graffiti from a decade ago, tags and dates and names that meant nothing now. The air grew warmer as she descended. Nia was at her shoulder, knife out, breathing fast. "How many?" Nia whispered. "Keep quiet until we see." The tunnel curved left, then opened into a wider chamber where the old rail junction had been. A waiting area. Benches bolted to the floor. A ticket booth with the glass smashed out. And people. 8 of them. Maybe 10. Crouched against the far wall, pressed into the corner where the tiles ended and the bare concrete began. A woman with her arm around a boy. An old man holding a pipe. A teenage girl with blood running down her face from a scalp wound. Standing between them and Asha was a creature. It was smaller than the gate stragglers. Compact, built low to the ground, with too many legs and a head that swiveled independent of its body. Its carapace was the color of wet graphite, and its mouth worked constantly, mandibles clicking in a rhythm that matched the gate's pulse. Level 9. Nia sucked air through her teeth. "That thing dropped the level 7 outside," she said. "It ate it from the inside. That is how it levels." Asha did not have time to admire the logic. The creature's head swiveled toward them. "Route markers," Asha said. "Nia, draw it left. Remy, right flank. I take center." "You cannot take center against a level 9, Nia said. "I am not going to fight it. I am going to hold its attention for 3 seconds. 3 seconds for what?" The creature lunged. Asha stepped forward and blew her whistle. The sound cracked through the tunnel like a rifle shot. The creature faltered, its head jerking sideways, confused by the sudden auditory spike. That was all she needed. Now. Nia moved left, fast, her knife catching the pale light as she sliced across the creature's nearest leg joint. It shrieked and pivoted toward her, exposing its flank to Remy, who drove his crowbar into the gap between carapace plates. The creature buckled. The survivors screamed and pressed deeper into the corner. Asha saw the opening. The thing was off balance, one leg dragging, its head still tracking Nia as she circled. The mandibles clicked faster. "Remy, pin it." He drove the crowbar into the concrete and levered his weight against the creature's side, trapping it against the wall. It thrashed. The bars held. Nia stepped in and cut its throat. White gold light bled out across the floor. The creature's legs folded one by one, and then it was still. Silence. The woman in the corner let out a sound that was half sob, half breath. The boy pressed his face into her shoulder. Asha lowered the whistle. "Clear the tunnel," she said. "Everyone out, now." The old man with the pipe helped the teenage girl to her feet. The woman carried the boy. 2 more emerged from behind the ticket booth, a young couple with a baby wrapped in a coat. 12 survivors. 12 people who would have died in the dark if Asha had chosen the loot. Nia was already crouching over the dead creature, prying something from its chest cavity. Another shard, darker than the first. "Put it in your pocket and do not look at it until we are back behind the wall," Asha said. Nia obeyed without argument. That was new. They moved up the tunnel in a column, the survivors in the middle, Remy watching the rear, Asha at the front with her interface light cutting the dark. The gate's pulse followed them the whole way, a heartbeat through the concrete, but nothing else came. They broke into the gray harbor light and kept moving, By the time they reached the west wall, the 12 survivors were crying, shaking, and staring at the container stacks like they had never seen steel before. Elena Markov met them at the ration line with water and blankets. Sister Colette took the wounded girl and the baby without a word. Mateo caught Asha's arm. "We have company," he said. She followed his gaze. Beyond the south fence, where the access road curved toward the highway junction, a vehicle was stopped. Not a scavenger truck. Something military adjacent. Green paint. A radio mast on the roof. A woman stood beside it, arms crossed, watching the wall. "Who is that?" Asha asked. She has not given a name, but she has been standing there for 10 minutes, counting. The woman was tall, built like someone who had carried weight her whole life and still moved like she could carry more. Gray streaked hair pulled back tight, a sidearm on her hip that she wore like she had earned it. She saw Asha looking and started walking. Not fast, not slow. The pace of someone who expected the world to wait for her. Asha met her at the gate. The woman stopped 2 meters away and let her gaze travel up the wall, across the crane gantries, over the container stacks, then back to Asha. "You are the Quartermaster," she said. "I am the one who decides who comes through that gate. I am Commander Iduna Skar." She did not offer a hand. "Northbank settlement. We have been watching your build since the first night." Asha kept her face neutral. Watching. "We have bread, we have ammunition, we have a water filtration unit that does not need diesel." Iduna paused. "We also have a chain of command that actually functions. I am offering a coordinated defense. Your harbor, our structure, under my authority. You want me to hand over Stackside. I want you to survive long enough for it to matter." Iduna's voice was calm, almost gentle. "You have 2,000 people behind those walls and no military experience. I have 37 trained fighters and a logistics pipeline that actually reaches the inland farms. This is not a takeover. This is a partnership." Asha studied her. The woman was not lying. She could feel Tally's interface humming in the corner of her vision, tracking the negotiation, logging every word. "I will accept bread and ammunition," Asha said. "I will accept the water unit. I will coordinate on shared threats if Northbank is attacked. But Stackside stays under my command." Iduna's expression did not change. "That is a mistake." "That is the only offer." A long pause. The wind moved across the container stacks, carrying the smell of salt and diesel and blood. "You will need more than walls," Iduna said finally, "and you will need more than a whistle." She turned and walked back to the vehicle. Asha watched her go. The interface timer ticked in the corner of her vision. Selection window expires in 21:04 and 51 seconds. Mateo stepped up beside her. "She was not wrong about the chain of command," he said quietly. "She was also not wrong about the walls." "Then why did you turn her down?" Asha looked at the vehicle as it pulled away, its radio mast swaying, its tires kicking dust. "Because she already knows too much about us. She knew my class. She knew our build timeline. She knew exactly where to stop her vehicle so I could see her counting." Mateo went still. "How does she know that?" "Someone told her." Asha turned back toward the wall. "And until I know who, I am not putting anyone else in charge of my people." She walked through the gate. Behind her, the dust from the Northbank vehicle still hung in the air, settling slowly over the tire tracks that led straight to Stackside's weakest seam. Chapter 10. Dawn came gray and still over Stackside, the harbor gate pulsing low and steady above Berth 4 like a heart that refused to stop. Asha stood in the admin building with Sister Colette and Mateo, a cracked whiteboard between them. She had been awake for 30 hours. Her interface timer still ticked, 18 hours until the upgrade selection expired. And somewhere beyond the wall, Commander Iduna Skar was driving back to Northbank with a full count of everything Stackside did not have. "You are out of clean water," Sister Colette said. "Not running low. Out. The mains are pulling sediment. Another day, maybe 2, and I will be washing wounds with harbor water." Mateo leaned against the doorframe. "We have 40,000 liters of diesel. We have the pumps. We need filtration membranes and a reverse osmosis unit from the marine supply depot at the North Pier. The North Pier is outside the safe radius, Asha said. Everything useful is outside the safe radius. She looked at the whiteboard. At the list of resources, the numbers she had been tracking since integration day. Grain, 48 days. Diesel, enough to run the terminal for months. Water, 0. Pull the membranes, she said. Pull the RO unit. But we need fuel to run it, and fuel needs storage that does not leak. Mateo straightened. We will have to cut into the reserve tanks, the buried ones behind berth 2. That is our emergency supply. It is also our only way to build a water system before people start dying of dysentery instead of monsters. Asha nodded. Do it, but drain and move the fuel first. I want the tanks empty before anyone starts cutting. The work took 6 hours. Mateo routed a crew of 12 to the berth 2 fuel farm. A concrete pad sunk between the access road and the crane rails, where 3 underground tanks held the terminal's strategic diesel reserve. The welders arrived with cutting torches. The crane operators positioned a flatbed to receive the tanks once they were lifted. The first crew to see what was happening stopped working. A forklift driver dropped his load. A container stacker climbed down from his cab. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered at the edge of the fuel farm, watching the welders uncap the buried steel. What are you doing? A man stepped forward. Mid-40s, grease-stained coveralls, hands clenched. That is our reserve. If the pumps fail, that fuel is all we have. Asha walked into the space between the crowd and the tanks. The pumps are already failing. The water mains are pulling mud. If we do not build a filtration system, we will have 2,000 people drinking harbor water within 48 hours. So we drink less. We ration. Rationing water kills the old, the young, and the wounded. Rationing diesel just means we carry supplies by hand instead of by truck. The man's jaw tightened. You are burning our future for a few extra days. I am buying us enough clean water to survive the next break. After that, we find another solution. She held his gaze until he looked away. The crowd did not disperse, but they stopped advancing. They stood in silence as the welders cut into the first tank, as the diesel was pumped into portable bladders, as the steel was lifted onto the flatbed and hauled toward the marine supply depot beyond the safe radius. Mateo found her an hour later, standing at the south wall, watching the flatbed disappear toward the North Pier. That was close, he said. They are scared. Scared people do not think about trade-offs. They think about what they can hold in their hands. And what do you think about? She did not answer. The marine supply depot was a 3-story concrete building wedged between the pier and the rail line, its windows boarded, its doors chained. The team had to cut through 2 locks and a welded gate to reach the storage floor. They found the RO unit in a crate marked for a cruise ship contract. The filtration membranes were in sealed tubes, still factory-wrapped, still usable. The extraction took another 4 hours. By the time the flatbed rolled back through Stackside's gate, the sun was dropping toward the container stacks, and the air had turned cold. Asha directed the installation crew to the admin building's basement, where the old water main fed into a distribution manifold. The RO unit was heavy, a waist-high cylinder of stainless steel and plastic tubing that looked more like industrial machinery than salvation. The crew worked by flashlight and interface light. Mateo ran the connections. A pipe fitter named Janusz calibrated the pressure valves. Sister Colette watched from the stairs, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. At 22 o'clock, the unit hummed to life. Clean water dripped from the output hose. Sister Colette caught it in a cup, held it up to the light, and drank. Good, she said. Asha let herself breathe. The crew dispersed. The interface timer ticked. 17 hours until the upgrade selection expired. She would need to decide soon. She walked the perimeter. The night was quiet. The gate pulsed. The container stacks threw long shadows across the yard. The new water line ran from the admin basement to a temporary tap at the ration station, a black hose snaking across the concrete like a vein. She followed it. At the ration station, she found Elena Markov refilling the water jugs from the new tap. The jugs were clean. The water was clear. Everything looked right. But something made her stop. She crouched beside the hose where it crossed the concrete and pressed her palm against the ground. Wet. She followed the hose back toward the admin building, running her hand along the length, feeling for drips, for leaks, for anything that should not be there. At the corner of the maintenance shed, the hose curved around a drainage grate. The grate was dry, but the ground beside it was dark. Asha knelt. She touched the dark patch. It came away on her fingers, not water, but diesel, and beneath the smell of fuel, something else. Something metallic. Something that made her stomach tighten. She lifted the grate. The drainage channel beneath was dry, but wedged into the mortar between two bricks, caught on a fragment of broken stone, was a single strand of dark hair and a scrap of fabric torn from a uniform sleeve. The fabric was still damp. She held it to the light. Water, not diesel. Clean water, still fresh, still dripping. Someone had been siphoning from the new line before it even reached the taps. She looked at the interface timer. 6:32 and 18 seconds. 17 hours until the upgrade choice. But now, a new problem. Someone inside Stackside had known exactly when the water would come online. Someone had been waiting for it. Asha stood, the wet fabric in her fist, and stared at the dark shape of the maintenance shed. The gate pulsed. The container stacks creaked in the wind. She carried the fabric to the admin building and locked it in a drawer. Then she sat down at the whiteboard and stared at the upgrade options. The 17-hour timer, and the knowledge that whoever had tipped off Northbank, whoever had moved the ghost container, whoever had sold the wall seam, was also thirsty enough to steal from their own people's first clean water in 9 days. She did not sleep. Chapter 11. The pale light of dawn found Asha still seated at the whiteboard, the fabric scrap and strand of hair locked in a drawer behind her, the upgrade timer ticking down to 15 hours and 11 minutes. She had not slept. She had stared at the 4 upgrade options until the words blurred into shapes, then stared at them again until they sharpened back into choices she could not afford to make without more information. Every option felt like a trap dressed as salvation. Every delay felt like cowardice dressed as caution. The RO unit hummed in the basement. Clean water dripped. 217 people had drunk from the new tap before midnight, and somewhere among them, someone had taken the first mouthful with stolen hands. She pushed away from the desk. Mateo was already at the east gate when she found him, coffee cup in hand, watching the sky lighten over the harbor. The gate pulsed. The container stacks threw long shadows across the yard. "You look like hell," he said. "I feel like hell." "Did you pick one?" "Not yet." He nodded, not pushing, because Mateo knew that pushing Asha when she was still calculating was like trying to speed up a crane lift by yelling at the steel. It moved when it was ready. She told him about the harbor gate. "The pressure is building," she said. "I felt it in the tunnel. The gate is not going to wait for the 13-day cycle if we keep ignoring it. We need to thin it before it thins us." "Another thinning run?" "A proper clear, controlled route markers, salvage teams. We bring back what we can use and we reduce the pressure before the next pulse." Mateo studied the harbor. "Northbank is watching. If we look weak out there, Scar will use it. Then we do not look weak." The team assembled at berth 4 by 7:30. Nia Gorsic arrived first, dark hair pulled tight, crowbar clean and sharp, a new knife strapped to her thigh. She was level 6 now. The tunnel fight had pushed her up, and the confidence showed in the way she stood, weight on her balls, ready to move. Remy Cross came next, heavier glasses, crowbar in hand, a welding hammer tucked into his belt. He was not as fast as Nia, but he followed orders and did not freeze under pressure. 2 salvage specialists completed the team, a woman named Marka, who had worked the reefers before integration day, and a man called Linus, who had been a dock dispatcher. Neither had combat classes. Both could carry heavy loads and move fast when told. Asha carried her whistle and a tablet with the route markers mapped in red. The interface showed the planned path through the gate fringe, a horseshoe route that skirted the main tear, passed through a collapsed warehouse, and looped back along the water's edge. Standard clear, controlled, low risk. "We stay on the markers," Asha said, her voice flat. "We do not deviate. We do not chase loot outside the route. We clear what we find inside the horseshoe. We salvage what is useful, and we are back before the sun hits the center of the yard. Understood?" Nia nodded. Remy adjusted his glasses. The gate swallowed them. The first 100 meters were quiet. The fringe was littered with the dead, creatures of varying sizes, their carapaces cracked open, their white gold blood dried to powder on the concrete. The scavengers had been busy. Asha counted 15 corpses in the first 50 meters, all killed with edged weapons, all stripped of anything valuable. Feeding ground, Nia said. They come through, get killed, get looted. The system keeps spawning, they keep farming. Keep moving. The horseshoe route took them through the collapsed warehouse, a 3-story structure that had partially fallen into the gate zone. The roof was gone. The walls leaned at dangerous angles. The floor was littered with rebar, shattered concrete, and the skeletal remains of creatures that had died days ago. Remy found a crate of unopened medical supplies wedged under a collapsed beam. Cora and Linus extracted it while Asha watched the entrance, her whistle in her hand, her eyes scanning the shadows. First salvage, Cora said, her voice tight. Bandages, antiseptic, some suture kits. Good, load it and keep moving. They pushed through the warehouse and emerged at the water's edge, where the gate's light reflected off the harbor's surface in ripples of white gold. The route markers glowed faintly in Asha's interface, red lines that showed the safe path through the fringe. The markers flickered. Asha stopped. What is it? Remy asked. Halt! The markers steadied. The red lines reformed. Asha waited, counting seconds, watching the interface for any sign of corruption. Nothing. She moved forward. The second kill came 10 minutes later. It was a level 4 creature, quadrupedal, covered in pale chitin, moving through the rubble near the water's edge. It had not seen them yet. Nia wanted to engage. Asha gave the signal. The fight was quick. Nia flanked left, Remy right, and they brought the creature down in less than a minute. It bled white gold and died thrashing, its legs kicking long after its heart had stopped. Cora retrieved a small shard from its chest cavity, dark crystal, smaller than the ones Nia had pulled from the level 7 and level 9, but still valuable. Good, Asha said. Keep moving, we are halfway through the horseshoe. The markers flickered again. This time, they did not stabilize. Asha watched the red lines dissolve into static, then reform into a shape she did not recognize. The horseshoe route was gone. In its place, a new path had appeared, leading deeper into the gate zone, toward a section of the harbor that should have been blocked by collapsed infrastructure. What the hell? Remy said. Asha's stomach tightened. The interface displayed a single line of text in the corner of her vision. Route realignment, 92%. Hidden breach detected. Recommended path updated. Hidden breach. She had not mapped it. She had not seen it. The system had just revealed a gate that did not exist when her route was planned. Back, she said. Now, everyone back the way we came. Nia turned. What? Back. We are leaving. Move. They started moving, retracing their steps through the rubble, but the route markers behind them were dissolving too. The interface showed only static, then nothing. No safe path, no red lines, just the blank map of unclaimed territory with a single blinking marker where the hidden breach was opening. The ground trembled. The water in the harbor rippled, then stilled. And from somewhere beneath the collapsed warehouse, deep underground, a sound emerged. Not a growl, not a scream, a chime. The same cheerful chime that played when Tally delivered a quest completion. Asha froze. Run, she said. Now! They ran. The ground cracked behind them, the warehouse walls groaned, and the hidden breach opened like an eye beneath the city, flooding darkness and light into a place where no gate should have been. Chapter 12. The ground cracked behind them. Asha ran with her whistle pressed against her collarbone, the cord cutting into her neck, her boots finding purchase on broken concrete. Nia was ahead, already past the warehouse threshold. Remy carried the medical crate one-handed, his glasses gone, his face a mask of pure function. Behind them, the chime faded. Something else took its place. A low, grinding sound, like stone being pulled apart from the inside. The warehouse groaned. The water in the harbor turned black, then white gold, then black again. A pulse of light shot up from the rupture, visible even through the remaining walls. Asha hit the fence line and kept moving. She did not look back. They regrouped at the base of the collapsed crane, 200 meters from the gate zone. Cora was bleeding from a cut on her forearm. Linus had dropped the medical crate twice and was breathing in heaves. Nia stood at the edge of the group, staring toward the warehouse, her hand on the knife at her belt. "What the hell was that?" Remy said. Asha pulled up her interface. The route markers were gone. The horseshoe route was gone. The only thing remaining was a single blinking cursor at the location of the hidden breach, pulsing in her vision like a heartbeat. Hidden breach. Active. Recommended. Investigate. Reward. Unknown. "No," she said. "What?" Nia turned. "We are not investigating. We are pulling back to Stackside. The gate zone is compromised." "Compromised how?" Nia's voice was sharp. "It was just a chime, a route realignment. The system literally showed us a new path." "Tally showed us a path right after it opened a new breach. That is not a gift. That is a lure." Nia's jaw tightened. She looked at the warehouse, then at Asha, and something in her expression shifted. Not defiance. Not quite. The calculation of someone counting odds. "There were creatures in that warehouse before," Nia said. "We killed one, but the ones the scavengers left, they had time to consume. Level up. If there is a new breach opening inside the fringe, whatever is coming through is going to be bigger than what we faced in the tunnel. Which is exactly why we are leaving. The loot, Asha. There could be high-tier materials in there. Dark crystal, upgrade tokens, weapons. We barely got a crate of bandages and a few shards. Stackside needs more than that." "I know what Stackside needs." "Then why are we running?" Asha turned to face her fully. Nia held her ground, her shoulders squared, her docked hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. She was young, she was fast, she was level 6 and hungry for more. And she was right about the supplies, but she was wrong about the math. "Because the hidden breach just opened in the same corridor where civilians are sheltering," Asha said. "The commuter tunnel runs under the rail yard. It connects to the harbor access road. If the breach is inside that network, the families we found last night are not safe. They are in the path." Nia's expression flickered. "We do not have the ammunition for a full clear," she said. "I know. We do not have the numbers." "I know. Then what are we going to do?" Asha lifted her whistle. "Warn them," she said, "and get them out before whatever is down there finds them first." They moved fast. The access road to the commuter tunnel was 300 meters from the collapsed crane, a paved lane that ran parallel to the rail yard before dipping underground. Asha had not traveled this route since the first day of integration, when she had sent survivors toward the tunnel as a temporary shelter while the terminal was secured. She had assumed it was safe. She had assumed the gate zone did not reach this far. She had been wrong. The tunnel entrance was a concrete arch, wide enough for 2 vehicles, with rusted grating pulled halfway across the opening. The lights inside were dead. The air that came out was cold and damp and carried the smell of standing water and unwashed bodies. Asha stopped at the entrance and raised her whistle. 3 short blasts, the signal for retreat. She waited. No response. She blew again. This time, a voice came from the dark, a woman's voice, thin and frayed. "Who is there?" "Stackside, Asha Adeyemi. We need to evacuate this tunnel, now." "There are children here, elderly. We have been hiding since the first wave. We have food, we have water, we are safe." "You are not safe. A new breach just opened in the gate zone. It is connected to this tunnel network. You need to come out." Silence, then footsteps. A woman emerged from the dark, carrying a toddler on her hip. Her face was hollow, her clothes torn at the shoulder. She blinked at the daylight like she had forgotten what it looked like. "How many?" Asha asked. 18, 19. I lost count." "Get them out, now." The woman turned and shouted into the dark. Voices answered, children crying, someone cursing, the shuffle of feet on concrete. Asha counted them as they came. 14, 15, 16. A teenage girl carrying a baby. An old man with a bloody bandage around his wrist. 2 children holding hands, one of them barefoot, the other crying silently. By the time the last one emerged, Asha had counted 22. 22 people who had been living in the dark for 9 days, waiting for a rescue that never came. And behind them, deep in the tunnel, something moved. The sound was faint at first, a scrape, a brag, the wet impact of something heavy being pulled across concrete. Then the lights inside the tunnel flickered. Not electric lights, something else. A white gold glow, pulsing from deep within the tunnel's throat, illuminating the walls in brief, sickly flashes. Asha grabbed the nearest child and pushed her toward Remy. "Move, everyone! Away from the entrance, now!" They ran. The tunnel entrance was 40 meters behind them, then 50, then 60. Asha kept her eyes on the dark arch, waiting for something to emerge, counting the seconds as the family scrambled across the rail yard toward the fence line. The white gold glow grew brighter, and then the breach inside the tunnel spoke. It did not roar, it did not scream. It made a sound that was worse than either. A voice. Human-shaped words, stretched and wet and wrong. Seed vault, population detected, incubation protocol advanced. Asha's blood went cold. She turned to run, and the ground beneath the tunnel entrance cracked open like a mouth. Chapter 13. Asha grabbed the nearest civilian, a teenage girl carrying a baby, and shoved her toward the fence line. "Run! Do not stop! Do not look back!" The girl ran. The ground beneath the tunnel entrance kept cracking, a sound like concrete being chewed from below. Asha pushed past the remaining families, counting heads, counting bodies, her hand finding shoulders and backs and pushing them toward Remy, who stood at the fence with his crowbar raised, his glasses gone, his face blank with terror. "Where is the last one?" Asha shouted. The woman who had first emerged pointed at the tunnel. "There, old man. He cannot walk fast." Asha turned. The white gold glow was brighter now, pulsing in waves that made the air feel thick and hot. The scraping sound had become a rhythm, a heartbeat, something dragging itself up from the dark. She stepped toward the entrance. "Boss?" The tunnel mouth was 3 meters away. 2. Asha stepped through the concrete arch, and the dark swallowed her. The air changed instantly. Cold, wet. The smell of rust and old blood and something sweet, something organic, something that did not belong underground. She found the old man on his knees, his hand pressed against the tunnel wall, his bandaged wrist bleeding through the wrap. He was trying to stand. His legs would not hold. Asha grabbed his arm and pulled him up. "On my back, now." He did not argue. She felt his weight settle against her shoulders, his arms locking around her neck, his breath ragged and wet against her ear. Behind them, the white gold light flared. She ran. The tunnel entrance was 15 meters ahead, then 10, then 5. The old man was heavy, but she had carried grain sacks for 9 years, and the math was simple. Weight, momentum, distance. She did not stop. She did not look back. When she burst through the entrance, the light behind her erupted. The ground rose. Not a crack, not a split. The earth beneath the tunnel entrance lifted like a throat swallowing, the concrete arch tilting forward, the rail yard shuddering as a seam of white gold light split the asphalt from the tunnel mouth to the fence line. Asha threw herself sideways, the old man still on her back, and hit the ground hard enough to feel her ribs grind. The light passed over them. It was not heat, it was not pressure, it was something else. Something that made her skin feel thin, her bones feel hollow, her breath feel borrowed. Then it was gone. And the tunnel entrance was sealed, not collapsed, sealed. The concrete arch had become a wall of smooth, dark material, shot through with veins of white gold light that pulsed once and went still. The doors of it had closed. Whatever was inside was no longer coming out. Asha lay on the ground, the old man gasping on top of her, and stared at the sealed entrance until her vision stopped swimming. "Can you walk?" she asked. "I think so." "Then get up." She pushed herself to her feet, pulled the old man upright, and started moving. The extraction took 47 minutes. 47 minutes of carrying children across rail ties, of pulling elderly civilians through fence gaps, of counting heads in the dark while Nia stood watch with her knife drawn, and Remy carried the medical crate in one hand and a toddler in the other. Cora and Linus brought up the rear, the salvage specialists moving slower now, their faces tight with exhaustion. Linus had dropped the medical crate twice. He had stopped apologizing. By the time they reached Stackside's east gate, Asha had counted all 22 civilians plus her own team. 0 missing. But the salvage haul was gone. The dark crystal shards, the medical supplies, the spare ammunition they had carried into the fringe, it had all been left behind when the ground cracked open. Asha had not even thought to grab it. She had been too busy counting living bodies. Nia knew. Asha saw it in the set of her jaw, the way she refused to meet Asha's eyes as they passed through the gate. "We could have used those supplies," Nia said. "I know. We lost everything we found in there. I know." Nia stopped walking and turned. Her face was young and hard and full of a grief she did not know how to name. "Then why does it feel like we lost?" Asha did not have an answer. Inside the gate, the settlement was already moving. Elena Markov had set up a receiving line at the ration station. Blankets and water and bowls of thin grain stew passed from hand to hand. Siska Colette had set up a triage point in the admin building's ground floor, her dark eyes assessing each civilian as they passed. The old man with the bandaged wrist was the last one through. Colette took his arm, peeled back the wrap, and went still. "Where did you get this wound?" "Cut myself. First day, on some glass." "No, you did not." Colette looked at Asha. "This is a system wound. The edges are cauterized by the same light that burns inside the gate." The old man stared at his own wrist as if he had never seen it before. "I did not feel it happen." "You did not remember it happen." Colette's voice was flat, clinical. "That is the difference." Asha stood in the doorway of the admin building, watching the rescued families be absorbed into Stackside's rhythm, and felt the exhaustion press into her like a weight she could not set down. She had not slept in over 30 hours. Her hands were shaking. Yusuf found her at the east gate 20 minutes later. His glasses were crooked. His shirt was untucked. He looked like he had been running. "The breach timing," he said. "What about it?" "It does not match." Asha turned to face him. "Explain." Yusuf held up a tablet covered in scrawled numbers and circled timestamps. "I have been cross-referencing the gate pulse log since the first thinning run. The tunnel breach should not have been possible. The pressure buildup was not there. The interval was wrong." "Wrong how?" "By 3 hours." He tapped the screen. "The gate pulse cycle is predictable. I have been logging it since integration day. The rhythm is consistent. Even when the pressure spikes, the intervals hold. But the tunnel breach opened 3 hours early. That is not a natural pulse." "Then what caused it?" Yusuf looked at her. "Something forced it open." The words hung in the air between them. Asha thought of the white gold light, the voice from the breach, the sealed tunnel entrance that now looked like a wound in the earth. "Can you find out what?" "Maybe." Yusuf adjusted his glasses. "If I can access the terminal system logs from the night before integration day, the same logs I used to trace the ghost container, I might be able to cross-reference the breach signature with whatever triggered it." "Do it." He nodded and turned to leave, then stopped. "Asha." "What?" "You should know something else." She waited. The tunnel breach did not pulse like the others. He looked at her, his face pale in the dim light from the admin building. "It pulsed like a heartbeat." Yusuf walked away. Asha stood at the east gate, her back to the settlement, her eyes fixed on the dark shape of the commuter tunnel in the distance. 22 people alive, and the thing inside the ground was still breathing. The timer in the corner of her vision read 11:42 and 13 seconds. 11 hours until she had to choose an upgrade. 11 hours until the system's factory floor logic demanded she make Stackside more efficient, more durable, more valuable as infrastructure. She had no idea what to pick. But she knew one thing she did not know before. The breaches were not random. Someone was forcing the city's wounds open. And if she did not find out who and why, then the next tunnel would not have a sealed entrance. It would have a hatch, and it would open inside her walls. Chapter 14. The white gold chime arrived as Asha reached the admin building door. Level up. Quartermaster level 4 achieved. Stat allocation available. 8 points. She stopped with her hand on the frame, the sound vibrating through her skull like a second pulse. 8 points. 2 more than last time. The system was accelerating her growth exactly as it had predicted, and she did not know whether that meant she was winning or being fattened. Behind her, the settlement was still absorbing the rescued civilians. Blankets being handed out. Children crying. The ration line stretching toward the grain stores like a thread holding the whole thing together. She pulled up the interface. Strength 5, Agility 4, Endurance 6, Intelligence 9, Perception 7, Command 12, Logistics 14, 8 points. She could feel the weight of them. 3 into Command would unlock something new. 3 into Logistics would do the same. Combat stats were still an option if she chose them. A temptation dressed as practicality, just in case she ever needed to hit hard instead of just plan well. She put 4 into Command, 4 into Logistics. Command 16, Logistics 18. New subskill unlocked. Command rotation. Designate relief crews. Fatigue debuff reduced by 25% on rotating shifts. Morale penalty for overworked units halved when rotations are logged before exhaustion threshold. New subskill unlocked. Settlement routing. Assign task priorities to civilian crews. Movement efficiency plus 10% within settlement bounds. Resource nodes visible on interface as color-coded supply zones. Asha read the descriptions twice. Command rotation meant she could actually let people sleep without losing combat readiness. Settlement routing meant she could see the supply network the way she saw the breach routes, as a living map of who had what and where it needed to go. She closed the interface. The timer read 11:28 and 47 seconds. She walked inside. Sister Colette had turned the admin building ground floor into a functioning triage station. The old man with the system wound lay on a cot near the window, his bandaged wrist propped on a folded blanket. 2 children sat in the corner with bowls of stew, too exhausted to eat. A woman with a gash across her forearm was getting stitches from a teenager Colette had trained in the past 9 days. Asha stood in the doorway and watched. "I need a distribution plan," she said. Colette did not look up. "You need sleep. I need the wounded stabilized and the able-bodied rotated into rest shifts before the next pulse hits." Asha pulled out the marker from her pocket and walked to the whiteboard. "I have a new capability. Command rotation. It reduces fatigue penalties if I log shifts before people hit their exhaustion threshold." Colette looked up. "You can do that?" "I can do that." Asha started writing. "I need the full casualty ledger. Everyone who carried, fought, or ran triage in the past 6 hours. I need their names and their last rest interval." Colette finished the stitch and straightened. "You will not like what it tells you. Let me see it." Colette pulled the folded paper from her pocket and handed it over. Asha read. 19 wounded from the tunnel extraction. 3 critical, stable for now. 2 with system wounds, one of whom was the old man with the missing memory. 14 walking wounded who could still work light shifts if rotated properly. She started drawing. Settlement routing showed her the supply nodes as she wrote them on the board. Infirmary stores, ration depot, tool shed, water filtration point. She mapped the routes between them, color-coded by priority, and assigned rest windows based on who had worked the longest. "Remy's crew," she said. "They carried the medical crate through the extraction. They get first rest block, 4 hours. He will argue. Then I will argue back." She kept writing. The board filled with names and time slots. Nia Gorsek, second rest block after the perimeter watch rotated. Mateo's crane team, third block after the south wall inspection. Elena Markov's ration crew, split into 2 shifts so the line never stopped moving. It took 14 minutes. When she stepped back, the board looked like a working machine. Colette studied it. "This is good. It is necessary. It is good." Colette met her eyes. "You should still sleep." Asha shook her head. "I will when the rotation locks." She found Mateo at the south wall, checking the welds on a container seam. "You look terrible," he said. "I feel worse." The tunnel rescue went clean. 22 civilians, no casualties. He straightened. "That is a win, Asha. It cost the entire salvage haul. It cost supplies, not lives." Mateo looked at her. "The board is the right call. People need rest. You gave them a schedule for it." "I gave them a ledger." "That is what you do." He smiled, tired. "It is what you are good at. Do not apologize for it. Asha wanted to believe him. The false routing tag surfaced at 3:17. She was in the admin building, cross-referencing the medical supply distribution against the casualty ledger, when she noticed the gap. One crew, the welder crew assigned to seal the maintenance shed's east wall. They had not reached their post during the extraction. They had been rerouted to the North Pier for a supply pickup that never existed. Asha pulled up the interface. The routing log was clean. The tag was green. The assignment looked legitimate, but the crew had lost 40 minutes walking to a dead drop, and those 40 minutes meant the east wall was still unsealed when the extraction team passed through. She traced the tag. It had been entered into the system 3 hours before the tunnel breach opened, by someone with access to the terminal's internal routing network, someone who knew the protocol well enough to fake a green routing tag. Someone inside Stackside. The timer in her vision read 10:14 and 58 seconds. Asha sat in the empty admin building, the false routing tag glowing on her tablet, and felt the exhaustion press into her bones like a slow tide. The insider was not just leaking information. They were redirecting people, and she had just handed them a full map of Stackside's supply routes and rest shifts. Chapter 15. The accusation hit the ration line at 6:40. Asha heard it from the admin building steps, a woman's voice rising above the morning quiet like a blade. She was already moving before her brain finished processing the words. "Stole water. Your crew. I saw them." By the time she reached the ration depot, a crowd had gathered. 30 people, maybe 40, pressed into a tight half-circle around Elena Markov's distribution point. The woman who had shouted stood at the center, a cloth bag clutched to her chest, her face wet with tears or rage or both. Elena stood opposite her, arms crossed, jaw tight. "What happened?" Asha's voice cut through the noise. The crowd shifted. Some turned to look at her. Others pressed closer to the argument. "This one," the woman said, pointing at a young man in a stained coverall. "Says my family drank our share. Says his crew found the cash and distributed it fair. But I have 3 children and a husband who cannot walk. We did not drink extra." The young man stepped forward. His name was Tomas. He ran one of the supply routes Asha had mapped the night before. "We found the second tank at 4 o'clock, he said. "Your container was already full. I logged it." "You logged it after you filled yours first. I logged it at pickup. Then explain why my children had dry cups at 5:30. The crowd murmured. Someone shouted agreement. Another voice called out about the membrane filters, about sediment clogging the system faster than they could clean it. Asha raised a hand. "Everyone step back from the line." No one moved. "I said step back." The brass whistle was still around her neck. She did not touch it. She did not need to. The crowd shuffled backward, creating a gap between the woman and Tomas. "Elena, the logbook." Elena pulled it from her apron pocket and handed it over. Asha read. Thomas had logged a pickup at 3:55. The tank at his depot showed 40 liters drawn. The woman's container was listed as full at 4:12, with a notation verified by crew lead. The problem was the crew lead, Remy Cross. Asha found him at the maintenance shed, scrubbing dried blood off a crowbar with a rag and a bucket of sand. "You logged a water distribution at 4:12. Remy did not look up. "I did. Were you there?" "I signed off on it." "That is not what I asked." He stopped scrubbing. The crowbar hung in his hands, half clean, half stained. "The crew was rotating through the depot. I told them to fill the containers and log it. I did not watch every pour." "You certified a full container for a family of 5 that had empty cups an hour later." Remy set the crowbar down. "The family of 5 has 3 children under 8 and a husband with a crushed leg. They drink more than the ration estimates. Everyone knows it." Asha stared at him. "That is not how the system works." "The system does not have children." Remy met her eyes. "I adjusted. I gave them extra because the alternative was watching a toddler cry from thirst." "You falsified a distribution log. I kept a child hydrated." The words hung between them. Asha felt the exhaustion in her bones, the same slow tide that had pressed her into the admin building chair at 3:17. She had built a machine. She had mapped the routes, assigned the shifts, balanced the ledger. And the ledger had no column for a mother's voice breaking at dawn. "From now on," she said, "you log every adjustment. You tell me or you tell Elena. No more silent overrides." Remy nodded. "And the family?" "The family keeps the extra water. I will adjust the ration line to account for their need." She turned and walked away before she could see if he understood. The fights did not stop. By 8 o'clock, 2 labor crews had nearly come to blows at the south wall over a missing barrel of drinking water. Mateo separated them with a shout and a promise that the next person who threw a punch would work the next shift carrying sandbags without gloves. At 8:30, a group of younger fighters gathered near the crane base, loud enough for Asha to hear from 50 meters away. Naya stood at the center of them, arms crossed, her voice sharp. "They get the same rations we do, same water, same grain, and they have never killed a single thing." "They have children," someone said. "So do we." Asha walked toward them. Naya saw her coming and straightened. "Quartermaster." "Naya, a word." The other fighters drifted away as Asha led Naya to the crane ladder, out of earshot. "You are stirring trouble. I am stating facts. Facts without context or weapons." Asha kept her voice low. "The civilians in this settlement include children, injured, and elderly. They cannot fight. That does not make them useless. It makes them a drain. It makes them our responsibility." Nia's jaw tightened. "Your system gives everyone the same. It does not care who bled for it. My system keeps people alive. For now." Nia turned and walked back toward the gate. Asha watched her go. Colette found her at the admin building at 9:15. "You look worse than last night." "I feel worse." "Good. That means you are still human." Colette sat on the crate beside her. "I have been watching the ration lines all morning. Your system is not broken. People are breaking it because they are scared." "I know. You know. But you keep trying to fix the system instead of the fear." Asha looked at her. "What do you suggest?" "Talk to Daniel." The name hit like a stone. "He is busy with the school." "He is busy with the children," Colette said. "But the children are the ones who see everything. Ask them what they have seen." The school block was 3 containers welded together, doors cut into the sides, a canvas roof stretched over the gap between them. Inside, the light was dim and warm. Daniel sat on a crate, a book open on his lap, a circle of children around him. Pia was closest, her eyes fixed on his face as he read aloud. Asha stood in the doorway and watched. Daniel looked up. For a moment, they held each other's gaze. Then he closed the book. Recess. The children scattered. Pia ran past Asha without stopping, her small hand brushing her mother's arm in a gesture that might have been affection or might have been habit. Daniel stood. "You look tired." "I am tired." "Water theft?" "Water theft. Ration fights. Crew resentment. The usual." He stepped closer. "Colette sent you. She suggested I ask the children what they have seen." Daniel smiled, tired. "Children see everything. They also understand nothing. It is a dangerous combination." "Has anyone said anything?" He hesitated. "Pia mentioned a man in a gray coat. She saw him near the maintenance shed last night. She thought he was a ghost." Asha's chest tightened. "Did she describe him?" "Old, bent, gray coat. She said he did not move like the other grown-ups." Daniel's voice dropped. "I told her it was a dream. It was not a dream." "I know." They stood in the dim light of the school container, the silence between them heavy with things unsaid. "I will talk to her," Asha said. "Talk to her now." Daniel gestured toward the far end of the container. "She is hiding behind the crate of chalk." Asha walked to the crate. Pia was there, knees drawn to her chest, a piece of chalk in her hand. She had drawn something on the floor. 3 nested squares. Asha knelt. "That symbol, where did you see it?" Pia looked up. "The man in the gray coat. He had it on his hand." Asha's blood turned cold. "When did you see him?" "Last night, when I could not sleep. I walked to the garden, and he was there, near the fence. He looked at me and smiled." "Did he say anything?" "He said my name." Pia's voice was small. "He said, 'You are the seed, little one. You are the one they are growing.'" The world tilted. Asha pulled her daughter close, her heart hammering against her ribs, her mind racing through the implications. The seed ran through blood, and the man in the gray coat was inside Stackside. Chapter 16. Asha held Pia for a long time in the dim light of the school container. The chalk marks on the floor, the 3 nested squares, the gray coat. She kissed her daughter's head. "Stay with your father tonight. Do not go anywhere alone." Pia nodded. Her hand found Asha's wrist, the old burn scar, and gripped. "You are scared too?" "Yes." Pia let go. Asha stood. Daniel was at the door, his face pale, his hands pressed into his pockets. She walked past him and stopped. "We need to talk later, after I fix this." "Fix what?" "Whatever they started." She left before he could answer. The admin building was already thick with voices when she entered. Elena Markov stood at the ration log, pen in hand. Remy Cross sat on a crate with his back against the wall, watching the floor. Mateo leaned on the whiteboard, arms crossed. Sister laughed, her dark eyes fixed on the door as Asha stepped through. Nia stood at the far end, arms folded. Asha pulled the whiteboard away from the wall and wiped the old shift assignments clean with her sleeve. New rotation, public accounting. Every barrel of water, every grain ration, every stitch of gauze that comes in or goes out will be written on this board at dawn and dusk. Elena frowned. "That is a lot of work. I want trust back." "You want trust?" Nia's voice cut across the room. "You want fighters to watch their rations be written down next to the people who sat in a tunnel for 9 days while we bled." Asha turned to her. "Those people were trapped in a tunnel with no food and no water for 9 days. They did not sit. They survived. Surviving is not fighting. Both matter." Nia stepped forward. The other fighters near the door shifted, watching. "Then let me ask you, Quartermaster, when the next break comes and we are on the wall bleeding and the civilians are in the shelter, who gets water first?" "We all get water. During the break, who gets priority?" Asha saw the trap. Every answer would cost her. She spoke anyway. "Defenders get first access during active break windows, caloric-heavy meals and immediate water before rotation ends. Everyone else gets standard distribution after the window." Nia's jaw tightened. "That is not what you said yesterday." "Yesterday I said everyone gets the same. I still believe that, but I heard you, and I am adjusting. You are giving us a crumb and calling it bread. I am trying to keep this settlement together." Nia opened her mouth to answer. The alarms split the air. 3 short blasts. Edge of the perimeter, north side. Asha's blood went cold. The purification flank. Mateo was already moving. "North wall, near the RO tanks." Asha grabbed her whistle. Nia was at her side, hand on her knife. All argument burned away. They ran. The morning light was flat and gray over the container stacks. Asha's boots slapped wet concrete as she rounded the corner of the maintenance shed and saw the gap. The wall was not finished. The welder crew had been rerouted 3 hours before the tunnel breach. The false routing tag. The east wall was left unsealed. But the north wall, the purification flank, was supposed to be reinforced with diesel tank panels. They were gone. Panels lay scattered in the yard. Someone had cut the strapping and dragged them away. And the RO unit was exposed. The reverse osmosis system sat in the admin basement, but the intake hose ran through a channel at the north wall, covered by a steel grate. The grate was open. Asha skidded to a halt. Blood on the grate. Fresh. She drew her whistle. Mateo caught up, crane bars in his hand, breathing hard. Nia crouched beside her, scanning the stacks. Behind them, footsteps. Asha turned. Remy stood at the shed corner, crowbar raised, his face white. "I saw him. Gray coat. Moving toward the yard crane." "How long ago?" 30 seconds. Asha ran. The yard crane loomed above the container rows, a yellow steel skeleton against the gray sky. She rounded the base. Nothing. But on the ground, where the crane ladder met the concrete, a dark shape lay crumpled. The man in the gray coat. Asha stopped. He was not moving, not breathing. She nodded and turned him over. His face was familiar. One of the survivors from the tunnel rescue. A man she had carried out herself, his wrist bandaged, his eyes blurred with system memory loss. the old man. But the gray coat was not his. It was too clean, too new, and on the inside collar, stitched in white gold thread, 3 nested squares. Asha's hand closed around the fabric. Behind her, the RO unit's intake line pulsed. A low hum climbed from the grate, deep and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. The alarm had stopped, but something new had started. Chapter 17. The first wave hit the north wall 40 seconds after the alarm died. Asha heard them before she saw them, a scraping, clicking sound like claws on concrete, rising from the service road where the fence line met the maintenance shed. She turned from the dead man and the pulsing intake grate and ran. Mateo was already at the wall. His crane bars swung up as he vaulted onto a container stack, boots landing on the corrugated steel. "Coming through the gap," he shouted, "where the panels were cut." 12 feet of exposed flank. The diesel tank panels had been dragged away, leaving the wall seam naked, and the creatures were pouring through. Asha grabbed her whistle and blew 2 short blasts. Defenders to the wall. Nia appeared at her elbow, knife out, eyes tracking the first beast as it cleared the gap. It was low to the ground, 6 legs, a carapace ridged like rusted steel. "Level 3, Nia said. "Maybe 4. "How many?" "More than 12. Asha blew again. 3 long blasts. Crane crews to kill zones. Mateo was already there. The gantry crane above berth 3 groaned as its boom swung east, the hook a pendulum in motion. He had rigged it for exactly this. The kill zone was the channel between container rows, where anything moving fast would funnel into the crane's reach. The first creature hit the channel. Mateo released the brake. The hook dropped, 100 pounds of steel, and caught the beast mid-stride. The carapace cracked. The thing went down, legs still scrabbling. "1," Mateo said. Asha was already moving. Command buff painted roots across her vision, blue lines for supply flow, green for defender movement, red for the gap where the panels had been cut. Her settlement routing skills showed the resource nodes. Welding tanks at the shed, spare steel at the south stack, crowbars in the tool locker. She routed them through the blue lines and felt the system respond. Plus 10% movement efficiency on designated routes. It was not enough. "Remy," she called. "The welding tanks. Drag them to the gap." "Fire risk," he said. "Better than dead." He ran. The second wave hit while Remy was hauling the tanks. These were larger, level 5, with plates that caught the gray morning light like polished bone. They did not funnel into the channel. They hit the wall directly, shoulder first, and the container stack shuddered. Asha felt the impact in her chest. "Rotate the defenders," she said. "West crew, you have the gap. East crew, second line. Mateo, what do you have?" "2 more in the channel. The hook is slow." "Use the spreader." He blinked. The spreader is not a weapon. It is now. He turned and ran for the cab. The spreader bars hung above berth 2, 40 feet of steel, designed to lock on shipping containers and lift them. Mateo had never used it as a kill zone. He was about to learn. Asha watched him climb. The crane cab was a glass box above the yard. He had operated gantries for 12 years. She trusted him to make the weight work. But the creatures kept coming. They hit the wall in pairs now, coordinated, driving at the gaps where the container seams met. Not random, intelligent. Asha's blood went cold. They were testing the anchors. The wall reinforcement she had chosen was physical, steel and welding and container mass. But the ward anchor array she had refused, the one Mateo had called a cage, that was different. That was system architecture tied to population density. The creatures did not know about the wall. They did not know about the welds, but they knew about the anchors. They drove at the structural seams where the container stacks met the concrete foundation, exactly where the ward nodes would have been placed if she had chosen that upgrade. And each time they hit, one of the nodes pulsed. A low hum rose from beneath the yard. Asha's hand went to her whistle. "Nia," she said, "the ward node, by the maintenance shed. What do you see?" Nia crouched, squinting. "Nothing. It is quiet. It is humming. I do not hear anything." But Asha heard it. A deep, rhythmic pulse, like the intake grate, like the sealed tunnel, like something inside Stackside waking up. The creatures hit again. The wall held. Steel, welds, gravity, The reinforced containers did not shift, but the hum grew louder. Asha understood then. The attack was not meant to breach the wall, it was meant to test the foundation. The system had sent creatures that knew exactly where Stackside was weakest, not the physical weaknesses, the structural ones, the ones only an insider could know. She turned and ran for the maintenance shed. The ward node was built into the concrete floor near the tool locker. A seam in the slab, unremarkable, invisible unless you were looking for it. Asha had seen it in her upgrade interface, a faint diagram of Stackside's foundations with 4 anchor points marked in white gold. She had refused the upgrade, but the node was still there. She crouched and pressed her palm to the concrete. It was warm. The hum climbed through her bones, and beneath the warmth, beneath the pulse, she heard something else. A voice. Not Tally's, not the breaches. Something older, deeper, shaped from the same language as the hum. Seed vault, node active, incubation threshold approaching. She pulled her hand back. The concrete was still warm. Behind her, the fight continued. Mateo's spreader bars came down like a guillotine on the 3rd wave, crushing 2 level 5 creatures into pulp. Nia was in the kill zone, knife painted black, breathing hard. Remy had the welding tanks at the gap and was firing a torch at the exposed seam. The wall held, Stackside held, but the node pulsed. And Asha knew, with a certainty that sat like cold iron in her chest, that the attack was not the real threat. The real threat was what the attack had awakened. Chapter 18. The north wall smelled of boning metal and blood. Remy's welding torch had sealed the gap that the scarred containers still smoked where the creature's claws had scored the steel. The bodies lay in the kill zone, 12 of them, arranged in a row near the crane base where Elena's ration crew had dragged them. They would be burned at dawn. Nobody wanted to dig graves they might need to stand in later. Asha walked the perimeter with her tablet, counting holes. 3 container seams buckled, 2 panels missing from the north flank, cut clean by human tools before the attack started. The ward node beneath the maintenance shed had stopped humming, but she could still feel it when she pressed her boot against the concrete. Warm. Waiting. She touched the whistle on her cord and kept walking. Statside's exhausted survivors gathered in clusters, leaning against container walls and crane legs. The ration line had reopened at dusk, serving grain stew with preserved vegetables and a spoon of oil per adult. Elena moved through the queue with a ladle and a short count of portions, her gray-streaked hair hanging loose for the first time in days. No one argued about the portions. That was how Asha knew they were all too tired to fight. She found Nia sitting on a stacked container near the kill zone, knees drawn up, knife laid flat across her thighs. The girl's knuckles were raw, split from dragging bodies. She did not look up as Asha approached. "How many?" Nia said. 12 dead, twice that wounded. 13, Nia said, if you count the old man from the tunnel. Asha had not counted him. She did not correct the girl. "The wall held," Asha said. "The wall held because you gave orders from the admin building instead of fighting beside us." "Is that a complaint or an observation?" Nia turned her head. Her dark hair was matted with sweat and something darker that Asha hoped was mud. "It is an observation. I do not know if it is a complaint yet." She slid off the container and walked toward the ration line without looking back. Asha watched her go and felt the weight of every person she had categorized today. Defenders, civilians, rationed, wounded, dead. She had not sorted herself into any of those columns. The evening settled over Stackside like a held breath. Rooftop gardens had been planted on the flattest containers, cut open and filled with soil scavenged from the rail yard. Bean vines climbed welded rebar frames. Tomato plants drooped over the edges, heavy with fruit that would ripen in a week if the water held. Someone had rigged a string of solar lights along the garden row, stolen from a hardware store on the terminal edge. They glowed faint yellow against the dark. Pia sat cross-legged between 2 containers, pulling beans from a bowl and arranging them in patterns on the steel floor. She looked up when Asha approached, and her face did the careful thing it always did now. Calm. Watchful. 7 years old and already learning to hide what she felt. "Mateo said you killed creatures today," Pia said. Asha crouched beside her. The wall killed them. I just told the wall where to stand. Pia considered that. Daddy said the creatures were testing something, like when I tack a wall to find the hollow part. Asha's throat tightened. Something like that. Daniel came up behind them, his hands covered in soil from the garden row. He had been watering the beans, pulling weeds, doing the small work that kept the container alive. His face was drawn, tired, but he smiled when Pia held up a bean arranged in a star pattern. 3 points, Pia said. Like squares. The nested squares, the gray coat, the sigil. Asha forced herself not to react. Eat your beans, Star Builder, Daniel said. Elena will be offended if you sculpture them instead of eating them. Pia ate one, chewing with exaggerated slowness. Daniel lowered himself onto the container beside Asha, close enough that his shoulder touched hers. His hand found hers in the gap between her knees, fingers threading through hers. The calluses were different now. Soil instead of chalk, grip instead of paper. You have not slept, he said. Neither have you. I sleep enough. He squeezed her fingers. Asha, you cannot carry everyone. The wall does not need you to hold it up every second. Neither do I. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to sit in the yellow light of the solar string, with bean vines curling overhead and Pia's small hands arranging shapes on steel, and believe that the night was real and safe and hers. You are trying to solve me, Daniel said. I am trying to understand what you were hiding. The words came out before she could stop them, harsher than she intended. Daniel did not flinch. He looked at her with quiet steadiness, his thumb tracing the burn scar on her wrist. I am hiding that I am afraid, he said. I am hiding that I wake up in places I do not remember going. I am hiding that the garden feels wrong sometimes, like the soil has a pulse. But I am not hiding from you, Asha. I never have been. She looked at his hands, the dirt under his nails, the soft skin around his knuckles cracked from dry earth. Where did you wake up? She said. Nowhere important. The school container, the supply shed, once near the maintenance shed. The maintenance shed, where the ward node pulsed. Daniel. I know. His voice dropped. I think I know, but I do not have words for it yet, and I do not want to say the wrong thing and make you treat me like a problem to be solved. She looked at him. Dirty nails, dark circles, hands that could make Pia laugh by arranging beans into stars. She had sorted him into a column. Suspect, danger, leak. But she had not asked him what he felt. I do not want to solve you, she said. The lie tasted like ash. Distant footsteps approached from the admin building, boots on steel. Asha turned, and Yusef was there, his glasses catching the yellow light, his face tight with the particular urgency of a man who had found something in a dataset that he could not unsee. Private, he said. Asha glanced at Daniel, who nodded. She stood and followed Yusef to the edge of the garden row, where the solar light did not reach. I found the irregular access, Yusef said, from the school roster edits, the infirmary pings, the missing hours. He held up a tablet. His hand was shaking. It is not one user, he said. It is 3, but they share something. He showed her the screen, 3 columns of timestamps, overlapping gaps, routes that crossed at the same unmarked point on the terminal grid. The same 40-minute window, Yusef said. Every time. The 3 users synchronized their logs to create a blind spot. He met her eyes. One of the terminals is in the infirmary. One is in the school container. He paused. And one is in the admin building. Asha, someone inside your command structure is building the escape hatches. The yellow light flickered. Pia laughed somewhere behind her, bright and innocent. Asha stood in the dark with Yusef's data glowing on the screen and felt the ground beneath her shift. Chapter 19. Yusef's tablet glowed in the dark corner of the admin building, throwing sharp light across his face. He had been working for hours, pulling dead terminal logs from the backup buffer, cross-referencing badge swipes against shift assignments, building something that looked like a map of betrayal. The infirmary terminal first, he said, not looking up. 3 windows where the log shows no active user, but the system still processed keystrokes. He showed her the data, timestamps, gaps, a pattern that repeated every 40 minutes, like clockwork. The school container next, same windows, same keystroke count. Asha's throat tightened. And the admin building? Yusef met her eyes. Same. He pulled up a fourth column. Badge swipes. Access records from the maintenance corridor behind the infirmary. Daniel's badge, he said, registered at the gate reader during each blind window. Every single one. The room went quiet. The solar lights hummed. Somewhere outside, a crane shifted in the wind, metal groaning against metal. That is not possible, Asha said. The data does not lie. People make mistakes in the data. 3 terminals synchronized across different zones, different user accounts, all creating identical blind windows in the same 40-minute cycle. Yusef's voice was patient, precise. That is not a mistake. That is a protocol. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he had missed something, that the badge reader could have been tampered with, that Daniel was not capable of this. But she had seen the dirt under his nails. She had heard him admit he woke up in places he did not remember. I need to see the badge trail, she said. Yusef handed her the tablet. The map was clear. Daniel's badge had been used at the corridor gate during every synchronized blind window for the past 6 days. The corridor led to a service passage that connected to the rail fence. The same fence where the scavengers had come through. The same fence where Northbank's observer had stood. 6 days, Asha whispered. It gets worse. Yusef pulled up a second file. The school roster edit started 4 days after integration day. Small changes at first, shift assignments, class schedules, nothing that would draw attention. He highlighted a series of timestamps. But the edits always happened during the blind windows, and they always moved the same person off duty at the same time. He showed her the name. Daniel Brandt. He was editing himself out of the schedule, Yusef said, creating gaps where no one would look for him. The admin door opened. Sister Colette stepped in, her dark eyes fixed on Asha. She looked like she had not slept either. You need to see this, Colette said. She led them to the infirmary, where the wounded from the tunnel extraction still lay on cots, their bandages white in the dim light. Colette stopped at a cot in the corner, where a man with a cauterized wound on his forearm lay unconscious. This is Jan, Colette said. He was on perimeter watch 2 nights ago. She lifted the bandage. The wound was clean, sealed. But beneath the cauterized edge, a thin line of white gold thread pulsed, barely visible, like a vein of light under skin. He was asleep when I checked him, but when I touched the wound, he said something. Colette leaned over the man. Jan, can you hear me? The man stirred. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused. Where did you see the door? Colette said softly. The man's lips moved, a single word, barely audible. School. Asha's blood went cold. When did you see it? Every night. The man's voice was a rasp. Under the garden. It breathes. Colette looked at Asha. 3 other patients have described the same thing. A door under the garden, a breathing, a pull. Daniel Garden's there, Asha said. Yes, Colette said. He does. The room felt smaller. The white gold thread in John's wound pulsed once, twice, in time with the hum that only Asha could hear. A knock at the infirmary door. One of the runners, a girl of maybe 16, stood in the doorway, her face pale. Asha, there is something at the rail fence. They followed her outside. The night air was cool, damp with harbor mist. The rail fence ran along the eastern edge of Stackside, a line of rusted chain link and welded posts that separated the terminal from the abandoned tracks beyond. The girl pointed. Tucked into the fence mesh, held in place by a twist of wire, was a grey coat. Asha's breath caught. She pulled the coat free. The fabric was damp with dew, heavy, warm as if it had just been worn. She turned it over. On the inside collar, stitched in white gold thread, 3 nested squares. The same sigil. The same coat the old man had worn. Asha checked the pockets. The left was empty. The right held a strip of paper, folded once. She unfolded it. 3 lines. The seed is planted. The wall is thin. The door opens at the count. No signature, no address. But the handwriting was careful, precise. The letters formed with the same deliberate neatness she had seen on 100 school worksheets. Daniel's handwriting. Asha stared at the paper. The white gold thread glowed faintly in the dim light. The count, she said. What is the count? Yusuf pulled up his tablet, fingers moving fast. The next major breach, the 13-day cycle. He looked up, his face pale. It is tomorrow. The girl who had found the coat was still standing at the fence, her arms wrapped around herself. There is something else, she said. Down by the tracks. She pointed east, into the dark beyond the fence line. In the dead ground. There is a door. Chapter 20. The evening light came soft through the container garden, amber and gold, slanting between the cut-open steel walls where bean vines climbed their wire trellises. Daniel had strung solar lights along the top edge, tiny bulbs that glowed warm against the cooling air, and the whole space smelled of damp soil and tomato leaves and something green that had no business surviving in a dead harbor zone. Asha sat on an overturned crate, her back against a container wall, the brass whistle cool against her collarbone. She had not slept in 30 hours, maybe longer. The numbers blurred when she tried to count. Daniel knelt 2 rows over, his hands buried in the soil, working the roots of a pepper plant with the careful attention he gave everything. The children had planted them 3 weeks ago, and they had grown faster than anyone expected, faster than made sense, given the light and the water and the salt in the air. Pia says you told her about the school, he said without looking up. She asked. She asks a lot of things. Asha watched his hands move. Dirt caught under his nails, dark and damp, the same soil that filled every container in the garden, hauled from a pocket of good earth someone had found near the old rail yard. She wanted to know if there would be a real school again, Asha said, with desks and a chalkboard. I told her there might be, after the next break. You lied to her. Daniel looked up. His face was tired, lined in ways that had not been there 3 weeks ago, but his eyes were still the same, patient, kind. The eyes that had made her trust him 9 years ago, when she had been a shift supervisor with nothing to prove, and he had been a substitute teacher with a stack of grading and a smile that made her forget her own name. I gave her something to hold on to, he said. That is not the same as laming. It is pretty close. Then call it hope. He turned back to the pepper plant, pressing the soil firm around the stem. She needs it. We all need it. Asha said nothing. The garden hummed with the small sounds of evening, water dripping from a leaky spigot, wind moving through the container gaps. Somewhere beyond the fence, a bird called, the first she had heard in days. Daniel sat back on his heels and wiped his forehead with the back of his wrist, leaving a dark smear of dirt across his skin. She asked about you too, he said. What about me? Why you do not sleep? Asha looked away. The trellis cast a long shadow across the garden floor, and she watched it move as the sun slipped lower, the light deepening from amber to rust. I sleep. You manage logistics. Same thing, Daniel laughed. It was a small sound, dry, but real. The first real laugh she had heard from him in days, maybe weeks. You are the only person I know who treats unconsciousness like a resource allocation problem, he said. It is a resource allocation problem. It is a human need, Asha. You are allowed to need things. She wanted to tell him that needing things was how people got hurt, that every time she let herself want something, the system found a way to turn it into a lever, that she had spent 9 years on the docks learning to keep her hands to herself and her head in the numbers because the numbers did not break. But she did not say any of that. The school is good work, she said instead. The kids need routine. You are giving them that. Daniel studied her for a moment, his head tilted, his eyes searching. Then he nodded, slow, like he had found something he was not sure he wanted to see. You are doing good work too, he said. Keeping them alive, building walls, making sure there is food and water and a place to sleep. That matters. I know it matters. Then why do you look like someone doing penance? The question landed harder than she expected. She opened her mouth to answer, but the words would not come, because the truth was, she did not know, or she knew too well. Every wall she built, every ration she allocated, every level she gained, it all felt like she was stacking stones on a grave she could not see. I am tired, she said. It was not a lie, but it was not the whole truth either. Daniel stood, brushing the dirt from his knees, and crossed the short distance between them. He lowered himself onto the crate beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his arm, the weight of his presence. "We can be tired together," he said softly. She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough to feel the solid fact of his body against hers, the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. "Pia asked me about the garden, too," Daniel said after a while. "She wanted to know if things would keep growing, if there would be tomatoes by the next break." "What did you tell her?" "I told her yes, because there will be." Asha felt the lie in his voice before she heard it, a hesitation, a slight wrongness in the rhythm of his words. "But you are not sure." Daniel was quiet for a long moment. "I dream about things," he said, "at night, when I finally sleep." "What kind of things?" "Doors, underground, like the one the wounded man talked about." He laughed again, but this time the sound was hollow, forced. "Stress, probably. Colette says I need to rest more." Asha's stomach tightened. "You dream about a door under the garden?" "Sometimes. It is nothing, just dreams." The light had almost gone now, the solar bulbs the only glow in the container yard. Asha looked at Daniel's hands, resting on his knees, the dirt still caught beneath his nails. There was something wrong with it. The soil in the garden was dark, loamy, mixed with compost from the food scraps they had buried. The dirt under his nails was different. Gray, gritty. The kind of dirt you found under concrete. The kind of dirt no one had been assigned to dig. "Daniel," she said slowly, "where were you today?" He looked at her, and for a fraction of a second, something flickered in his eyes, something she could not name. The garden, the school, the infirmary. He listed them like a schedule. Same as every day. The gray dirt was still there, still fresh. "What is in the dead ground?" she asked. "Beyond the tracks?" His face changed. The patience, the kindness, the exhaustion, all of it shifted into something she had never seen before. Not guilt, not fear, recognition. "Nothing," he said. He was lying, and the count was tomorrow. Chapter 21. The admin building was empty when Asha reached it, the terminal screen still glowing from Yusef's last session. She pulled up the raw schedule logs before she took off her jacket, before she let herself think about what she was doing. Confirm, then act. That was the sequence. The roster system was primitive, a text-based workaround Yusef had jury-rigged from the terminal's manifest software. No interface shortcuts, no color-coded efficiency ratings, just rows of names, dates, and shift windows, edited in plain keystrokes. She started with the school. The first 6 days showed nothing unusual. Daniel logged in at 6 o'clock, out at 18 o'clock, with a 2-hour break in the middle. Standard shift, no gaps. Then she looked closer. The timestamps were wrong. Not the times themselves, the edit markers. Every entry showed a single creation stamp, as if no one had touched them after the initial save. But the school ran on a rotating volunteer schedule. Teachers changed, substitutes filled in. There should have been revisions, corrections, late swaps. She pulled the raw metadata from the terminal's log cache, the layer Yusef had shown her once, the one the interface did not display. 42 edits in 6 days. Everyone flagged with the same user 499. Daniels. She opened the first edit. A shift window on day 3, the morning after the scavenger attack. The original schedule had Daniel teaching from 8 o'clock to 14 o'clock. The revision changed it to 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, with a note: instructor fatigue, early release. Valid, plausible. A tired teacher cutting a shift short. She checked the timing. The edit was made at 7:47. The scavenger attack started at 8:15, which meant Daniel had shortened his own shift 28 minutes before the attack, before anyone knew there was a gap in the wall, before the creatures poured through the unreinforced seam. Asha stared at the screen. The second edit was on day 5, the afternoon of the tunnel extraction. Daniel's schedule showed a 2-hour break from 13 o'clock to 15 o'clock. The original had no break at all. He had inserted it retroactively, backdated, then shifted himself off the roster during the exact window the false routing tag redirected the welder crew. She kept scrolling. Day 7, Day 9, Day 11. Every major incident had a corresponding edit. A shift shortened here, a substitution inserted there, a 2-hour window carved out of the school schedule and marked personal leave. None of the edits had been approved by a supervisor. None had been logged through the standard chain. They were ghost entries, invisible to anyone who did not know where to look. She closed the school roster and opened the infirmary. Colette ran a tight operation. Her schedule logs were precise, time-stamped, annotated with patient loads and supply counts. But there were gaps. 4 of them, each exactly 40 minutes long, each synchronized with the blind windows Yusa had identified. The edit history showed Colette's credentials on every change, but the timing was wrong. Colette made her revisions in the evening, after triage, when she sat down with tea and a stack of paperwork. These edits were stamped at 3:14, 4:58, 6:32, hours when Colette was asleep. Someone had cloned her credentials, or borrowed them without her knowledge. Asha's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the table and breathed until they stopped. The seed is planted. She had wanted to be wrong. She had walked into this room hoping the data would break, hoping Yusef had misread the logs, hoping there was a benign explanation for Daniel's missing hours and gray dirt and the door under the garden. There was not. The edits were careful, methodical. They created just enough space for Daniel to move without anyone noticing he was gone. A 40-minute window here, a 2-hour gap there. Nothing that would trigger an alert, nothing that would make a colleague wonder, nothing that looked like betrayal. It looked like planning. She saved the metadata to a separate file and closed the terminal. Her reflection stared back from the dark screen, hollow-eyed, the brass whistle still around her neck. She needed to find Daniel. She needed to ask him, directly, before the count reached tomorrow, before the door opened, before whatever came through found them unprepared. She turned toward the door. The alarm did not sound. No blasts, no shouts, no running feet. What came instead was a voice from the yard, calm and carrying, spoken by someone used to being heard. Asha Adeyemi, I would speak with you. Commander Iduna Scar. Asha stepped out of the admin building into gray morning light. Northbank's leader stood at the main gate, flanked by 6 armed fighters in matching jackets, their weapons lowered but ready. Behind her, a supply truck idled, its bed loaded with stacked crates and tarpaulins. Iduna looked clean, rested, fed. The kind of clean that came from hot water and real soap, from a settlement that had not spent every night waiting for the next breach. You are a long way from your side of the river, Asha said. I came to offer support. Iduna's voice carried the same controlled calm she had used in their first meeting, the same calm that made every offer sound like a demand. Northbank has secured a supply route to the inland farms. We have bread, vegetables, medical supplies, enough to share. You want something in return. I want Stackside to survive the next break. Iduna held her gaze. What I want in return is the same thing anyone wants when they help a neighbor, a stable flank, a port that does not flood the city with monsters. Asha said nothing. Iduna gestured to the truck. I am offering troop rotations, 20 fighters, trained, armed, ready to reinforce your perimeter during active break windows. I am offering an evacuation corridor to Northbank for non-combatants, your elderly, your children, anyone who cannot fight. I am offering the same water filtration technology we use, installed and maintained by my engineers. The words were generous. The structure behind them was not. Troop rotations meant Northbank fighters inside Stackside's walls. Evacuation corridors meant Northbank controlled the only safe route out. Water filtration meant dependency on Iduna's engineers for maintenance and parts. Every offer was a leash. And if I refuse, then you face tomorrow's break with whatever you have left. Iduna's voice did not harden. It stayed level, patient, the voice of someone who could afford to wait. I have heard rumors, Asha. Internal problems, sabotage, a traitor inside your command structure. The word landed like a blade. I am not here to exploit your weakness, Iduna continued. I am here because if Stackside falls, the harbor gate breaks open, and the next wave floods through the rail lines into every shelter between here and the river. Northbank will be next. So I have a practical interest in keeping you vertical. And the evacuation corridor? Available, for those who need it. Iduna's eyes flickered just briefly toward the container rows where the children slept. You have 2,000 people, Asha. Some of them will not survive another major breach. An evacuation corridor does not mean surrender. It means you have options. It was the same argument Iduna had made before, the same logic, the same reasonable, compassionate, corrosive offer that made refusal look like stubborn pride. Asha looked at the supply truck, the crates, the clean jackets and rested faces of Northbank's fighters. She thought about Daniel's gray dirt, the edits, the door under the garden that breathed and pulled. She thought about Pia, asleep in the school container, marked by the same sigil that stitched the gray coat's collar. I will consider your offer, she said. Iduna nodded. You have until dusk. After that, the corridor closes until the break passes. She turned and walked back toward the truck, her fighters falling into formation around her. Asha stood at the gate, watching them go. The terminal screen was still lit in the admin building. Daniel's edits were still saved in the metadata. The count was still tomorrow. And she had just let Iduna Scar know that Stackside had a traitor. Chapter 22. The Northbank truck disappeared around the bend, its engine fading into the harbor hum. Asha stood at the gate long enough for her fingers to go cold on the chain link. 6 fighters, 20 rotations, an evacuation corridor that became a leash the moment it was offered. She turned back toward the admin building. The terminal screen was still lit, Daniel's edits still waiting in the metadata. She had told Iduna she would consider the offer. She had not said yes. She had not said no. She had bought hours. What she did not have was a plan. The admin building door swung open before she reached it. Sister Colette stepped out, dark eyes finding hers immediately. She came back. Asha stopped. What? She left the truck at the rail gate. 6 fighters remained. She is walking the perimeter alone. Colette's voice held an edge. She wants to speak with you without witnesses. Asha looked toward the rail fence. She could see movement there, a tall figure moving slowly along the chain link, hands clasped behind her back. Iduna Scar had not returned to Northbank. She had stayed. Asha walked to meet her. The rail fence ran along Stackside's eastern boundary, where the dead ground began, scrub brush and cracked asphalt sloping toward the commuter tunnels. Iduna stood at the fence line, watching the empty tracks below. You sent your people away, Asha said. I wanted to see the harbor without them. Iduna did not turn. The terminal looks different from here. I can see how the container stacks funnel movement, how the crane positions create kill zones, how the wall gaps have been sealed. Are you assessing my defenses? I am understanding why you built them this way. Iduna turned. Her face was unreadable, calm as concrete. You have created a fortress that is also a trap. If the enemy gets inside the walls, there is no easy retreat. Every corridor becomes a choke point. Every container stack becomes a coffin. I know. Then you also know that Northbank's offer is not about control. It is about giving your people a way out before that trap snaps shut. Asha held her gaze. And if I refuse? Iduna's jaw tightened. Then I watch from across the river and hope you hold. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give. Iduna stepped closer. You have a traitor inside your walls. You know it, I know it. The only question is whether that traitor will act before tomorrow's break or during it. Asha said nothing. If the threat emerges from inside Stackside, I will not wait for permission to act. Iduna's voice dropped. I will move on whatever comes out of those gates, military sovereignty or not, and I will burn whatever I have to burn to keep it from reaching the rail lines. The words hung between them. You are threatening me. I am telling you the truth. Iduna held her gaze. The harbor is not just your problem. Every break that spills through these tunnels puts 200,000 survivors at risk. My people, families, children, the same children you are trying to protect. Asha felt the brass whistle cold against her chest. Then help me stop it. Then stop lying to yourself. Iduna's voice was quiet. You know who the traitor is. You are carrying it in your chest like a wound you refuse to dress. Every hour you wait is an hour he uses to dig deeper. The word hit like a blade. Iduna did not flinch. I did not name anyone. You did. Asha's hands went still. I have sources inside Stackside, Iduna said. Not spies. People who come to me because they are afraid. They see the pattern. They see the missing hours. They see the man who gardens at night and wakes with dirt under his nails. Asha said nothing. I am not here to exploit that. I am here because if you do not act, I will have to. Iduna's voice softened, just barely. Do not make me be the one who saves your people from your husband. The word hung in the air. Husband. Asha felt the ground tilt beneath her. Get off my perimeter, she said. Iduna nodded. She turned and walked back toward the railgate, her boots crunching on gravel. Asha stood alone at the fence line, staring at the empty tracks below. She had just confirmed everything. And Iduna had just told her the clock was not measured in hours anymore. Movement caught her eye. Down on the tracks, near the tunnel mouth where the sealed door had appeared, something shifted. A figure. Gray, moving between the shadows. Asha's hand went to the whistle. The figure stopped, turned, looked directly up at her. And then it was gone, swallowed by the tunnel's dark. Asha stood frozen, her heart hammering against her ribs. The door under the garden breathed. The door beyond the tracks had just opened. Chapter 23. The alarm tore through Stackside before Asha reached the admin building. Not the long warning horn for a perimeter test. The short, repeating pulse that meant active breach. She spun toward the harbor fence. White gold light bled across the eastern sky, threading through the morning haze like veins through milk. The gate above berth 4 was pulsing, not in its usual slow rhythm, but in hard, irregular spasms. Not tomorrow. Today. Asha hit the ground running, the brass whistle cold against her chest. Behind her, the admin building door slammed open as people spilled out. Ahead, Mateo's voice carried over the crane yard, calling positions. She had 20 seconds before the first wave hit, maybe less. Remy, get the welders to the east wall, she shouted, already calculating angles. Naya, pull the mobile response to the inner rows. If the gate opens wide, we lose the outer stacks first. Naya was already moving, dark hair flying, knife in hand. Asha ran toward the school container. The thought came without permission, sharp as glass. Pia. She rounded a stack of empty grain drums and saw the children's row ahead. Teachers were already herding kids toward the reinforced inner containers, faces pale, some crying, but moving. And then she saw Pia, standing alone near the corner of the school container, staring up at the sky. Pia! Asha's voice cracked. Pia did not move. Asha grabbed her daughter's shoulders, pulling her down into the shadow of the container. Pia's eyes were wide, fixed on something Asha could not see. Mommy? I'm here. I'm here. Asha crouched, scanning Pia's face. Are you hurt? Pia shook her head. I saw something. What? The sky. Pia's voice was small. It blinked. Asha pulled her closer, heart hummering. The gate light flickered again, and the ground trembled. The first creature screamed from the harbor edge. Asha looked up. The fence line held, for now. She needed to get Pia to the inner bunker, but when she tried to stand, Pia's hand clamped onto her sleeve. Mommy, your face! Asha touched her own cheek. It was dry. What? Your face, Pia said. It has lines, like the door. Asha looked down at her hands. The skin on her forearms, where she wrote notes directly, had faint white gold threads pulsing beneath the surface. She had not seen them before. She had not felt them. The alarm changed pitch, higher, meaning the gate was opening faster than projected. Asha forced herself to stand. Stay with me, she said. Do not leave my side. Understand? Pia nodded. They ran. The inner bunker was a reinforced container row near the admin building, double-walled, with a metal roof and air slits. Asha shoved Pia inside, where Sister Colette was already organizing children and elderly into the safest corners. I need you here, Asha said, her voice hard. Do not move until I come back. Pia's face crumpled, but she did not argue. Asha turned to leave, and Pia's status window flickered into Asha's peripheral vision. It was normal at first. Name, age, class assignment pending. No level. Standard interface for a child who had not integrated yet. But then it glitched. The window stuttered, broke into fragments of code, and reassembled into something Asha had never seen before. A hidden layer. Beneath Pia's normal stats, buried in what looked like a secondary interface frame, was a tag. 3 nested squares, the seed vault designation, and a number, 997. Asha's breath stopped. She stared at the glowing tag, at the impossible truth written in white gold letters. Pia had a hidden interface, the same kind of hidden interface Asha had found in Daniel's data. The seed runs through blood. The words from the gray-coated man echoed in her skull. You are the one they are growing. Asha's hands went cold. She looked at Pia. Her daughter was watching her with dark, worried eyes. What is it, Mommy? Asha could not answer, because she understood now. She had been hunting a traitor. She had followed the badges, the edits, the dead drops, the missing hours. She had built a case against Daniel that felt conclusive, devastating, and complete. But Daniel was not the target. He was the vessel, and Pia was the seed. The gate screamed again, closer this time. Asha grabbed Pia's hand. Stay with me. They ran. The harbor was a chaos of light and noise. The gate above berth 4 had split open, spilling creatures onto the docks. Over 3 seconds mostly, but Asha saw a level 5 at the edge, its carapace rippling with the same white gold thread that pulsed beneath her own skin. The walls held. Barely. Mateo was on the crane, swinging the spreader bars into a cluster of creatures, crushing them into pulp. Remy's welding torch flared at the east wall, sealing a seam that had started to buckle. But Asha could not focus on any of it, because every upgrade she had chosen flashed through her mind. Wall reinforcement, routing efficiency, morale stabilization, ward anchor array. Each one praised by Tally, each one presented as a tool for survival, each one building something she had not seen. Infrastructure support, that was what Tally had called it, not defense, construction. She had been building the shell of a dungeon around her own people, and the core was her family. A creature lunged at her from behind a container stack. Asha did not think. She grabbed the brass whistle and blew. The sound cut through the chaos, sharp and wrong. The creature recoiled, its claws scraping across concrete. Pia screamed. Asha dragged her daughter toward the admin building, through the door, into the relative quiet of the empty room. She slammed the door shut and leaned against it, gasping. Pia was crying now. Small, hiccuping sobs. Asha pulled her close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The door shook. Something heavy slammed against it from the outside. Asha held Pia tighter, and then the interface pinged. Tally's cheerful chime filled the room. Milestone threshold approaching. Settlement maturation, 87% complete. Current infrastructure alignment, optimal for phase advancement. Recommendation, maintain current upgrade path. Seed Vault 997. Viability, upgraded to sustainable. Asha stared at the words. Sustainable. Not rescued, not saved. Sustainable for what purpose? The door shuttered again, and through the noise, Asha heard it. A low, rhythmic hum coming from beneath the admin building, from the ward anchor node. It was humming again, waiting, and it was singing to the blood in her daughter's veins. Chapter 24. The door shuttered again. Something heavy scraped against the outside metal, and the lock groaned but held. Asha pressed her daughter deeper into the corner behind the admin desk. Pia's sobs had quieted to wet, hitching breaths, her small body shaking against Asha's chest. The white gold threads still pulsed beneath Asha's skin. She could see them now, faint traceries climbing her forearms like veins lit from inside. Pia had seen them first. Lines, like the door under the garden, like the door beyond the tracks. A pattern. Asha forced herself to breathe. She pulled up the system interface, fingers moving through muscle memory, and stared at the milestone notification still glowing in the corner of her vision. Settlement maturation, 87% recommendation, maintain current upgrade path. She had built this. Every choice she made had been the right one. Wall reinforcement when the Norse using buckled. Routing efficiency when the supply lines tangled. Morale stabilization when the ration fight started. Ward anchor array when she needed to hold the perimeter against the next wave. Each one praised, each one rewarded, each one a step toward this. Asha opened the settlement panel and stared at the upgrade tree. Wall reinforcement, 3 tiers. Each tier thickened the shell, sealed gaps, hardened the boundary between inside and out. She had thought she was building defense, but defense kept things out, and enclosure kept things in. The reinforced walls were not just barriers, they were ribs, the skeleton of something growing. She scrolled to routing efficiency. The system had praised her for optimizing movement, for creating circulation loops that let supplies flow faster through the settlement. She had thought she was saving time, but circulation was just another word for containment. Efficient routes meant the system could reach every corner of Stackside. It meant pressure could build evenly, distribute through every access lane, every container row, every hidden seam. Morale stabilization had been the hardest sell. She had invested in it because the ration fights were tearing people apart. The system had promised reduced conflict, improved cooperation, fewer internal fractures, and the settlement had stabilized. But stability was just compliance. A docile population did not resist. It did not notice the walls closing in. It accepted the next upgrade, the next milestone, the next cheerful promise of progress. Finally, Ward anchor array, the one she had almost refused, the one that scaled with population density, the one Mateo had called a cage. She had installed it anyway, because the numbers made sense, because every calculation said it would protect them, because Tally had framed it as infrastructure support. Asha's hands were shaking. She looked down at Pia, at her daughter's dark eyes watching her with the too aware stillness of a child who had learned to read adult fear. "The seed is planted," Asha whispered. Pia flinched. Asha pulled her closer. "I'm not talking about you, baby. I'm talking about me, about all of it." The door stopped shuddering. The silence was worse. Asha counted her breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4. She needed to move. She needed to think. She needed to hide Pia somewhere the system could not reach her. The admin building had a basement, an old electrical vault beneath the concrete floor, accessed through a bolted panel behind the ration storage. She had used it once, early on, to store extra medical supplies before the infirmary was built. It was not on any upgrade map. It was not connected to the routing network. It was dead ground. Asha grabbed Pia's shoulders. "Listen to me. I need you to be brave for a little longer. Can you do that?" Pia nodded, her face pale. "I am going to take you somewhere safe, somewhere the sky cannot blink at you, and I need you to stay there until I come back, no matter what you hear, no matter how long it takes." "Where are you going?" "I have to fix something." Pia's lower lip trembled. "Is it the bad lines?" Asha looked at her own arms. The white gold threads were still there, pulsing faintly. She could not see them fading. She could not see them spreading. She did not know what they meant, but she knew who had put them there. "Yes," Asha said. "I am going to find the man who drew them." She pulled Pia to her feet, moved to the back wall of the admin building, and knelt. The bolted panel was exactly where she remembered it. She worked the bolts loose with her fingers, pulled the steel plate aside, and exposed the dark hole beneath. Pia stared into the blackness. "It's dark." "I know." Asha reached inside, found the emergency lantern she had stored there months ago, and clicked it on. The light revealed a small concrete room, dry, with a single cot and a stack of sealed water bottles. "It's not pretty," Asha said, "but it is safe." She helped Pia climb down. Her daughter's hands were cold, her grip tight. "Stay quiet. Stay still. Do not open this panel for anyone except me." Pia nodded, tears streaming silently down her face. Asha held her gaze. "I love you. I will come back." She pulled the panel closed and bolted it from the outside. The admin building was quiet now. The creature at the door had moved on, or found another way in, or been killed by the defenders. Asha stood in the center of the room, alone, and pulled up the interface. She opened the roster logs, the upgrade history, the milestone notifications, the quest chains, everything she had accepted, everything she had built, everything Tally had given her. She laid it all out on her tablet screen, side by side, looking for the pattern. Wall, reinforcement, day 3. First creature wave repelled. The system praised her for wise allocation. Routing efficiency, day 7. Supply lines stabilized. The system rewarded her with improved circulation. Morale, stabilization, day 11. Internal conflict reduced. The system noted a compliant population. Ward anchor array, day 13. Perimeter held. The system called it infrastructure support, and every step had tightened the shell. Every upgrade had brought Stackside closer to maturation. Every choice she made had been the right one, for the system. Asha stared at the screen, and the screen stared back. And then the interface pinged. Adjusted forecast. Settlement maturation now projected at 91%. Current rate, plus 4% per cycle. Estimated completion, 3 cycles remaining. 3 cycles. 3 days. Tally had accelerated the timeline, because Asha had seen the truth. She closed the interface, walked to the door, and opened it. The breach was still active. The harbor was still burning. Her people were still fighting. And somewhere in the dead ground beyond the tracks, the gray figure was waiting. Asha stepped into the chaos. She had 3 days to burn her own fortress to the ground, and she was going to start with the anchor node beneath her feet. Chapter 25. Dawn came gray and cold over Stackside, the harbor mist clinging to container walls like wet wool. Asha found Yusuf in the admin building, hunched over his tablet, glasses catching the pale light from a single LED strip. He had not slept. The evidence of it was in the tremor of his hands, the way he blinked too slowly when she entered. "Where do we start?" she asked. He gestured at a hand-drawn map spread across the table. The lines were precise, the annotations cramped. The fence lined east of the maintenance shed, then the service duct under berth 3, then the terminal at the old customs booth. 3 locations. 3 confirmed drops. There could be more. Asha pulled on her coat. The white gold threads beneath her skin were faint now, barely visible in the low light, but she felt them. A low hum at the edge of her awareness, like a radio station playing just out of range. They moved through Stackside in silence. The settlement was waking, survivors emerging from containers with the hollow-eyed look of people who had stopped counting the days. A woman was boiling water over a portable stove. 2 children kicked a rusted bolt between them. Nobody looked at Asha. The first dead drop was exactly where Yusuf had marked it, a gap in the fence where the chain link had been cut and retied with wire. The repair was clean, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. Asha knelt and worked the wire loose with her fingers. The panel swung open. Inside the hollow space between the fence and a stacked container was a small canvas pouch, damp with dew. Asha pulled it out and emptied the contents onto the gravel. A gray glove, a folded piece of paper with coordinates scratched in pencil. A map fragment showing Stackside's eastern perimeter, with a route marked in red through the reed beds to the rail fence. The same route the gray-coated man had used, the same fence where the coat had been found. Yusuf picked up the map fragment, his fingers careful not to smudge the pencil marks. "This is new, red from the last 12 hours. Someone is still moving through here. Or someone left it for collection." Asha pocketed the evidence. They retied the wire, left the fence looking untouched, and moved to the second location. The service duct under berth 3 was a nightmare of rusted pipe and stagnant water. Asha went first, her boots splashing through shallow puddles, the beam of her flashlight cutting through cobwebs and rodent droppings. Yusuf followed, breathing through his mouth, his glasses fogging in the damp. The cache was behind a loose panel in the duct wall. Asha pried it open and found a small plastic bag sealed with electrical tape. Inside, a waterlogged notebook, its pages swollen and barely legible. She held the notebook to the flashlight and read the entries. Day 4. Gate pulse measured at 2.7 Hz, consistent with force threshold breach. Subject accessed South Maintenance Corridor at 3:14. No memory of event upon waking. Further observation required. Day 6. Subject accessed terminal at 4:58. Routing override confirmed. False green tag generated successfully. No observable distress post-event. Recommend continued isolation of subject from key personnel. Day 8. Subject accessed school roster terminal at 6:32. Shift alterations logged. No memory of event upon waking. Supervisor questioned subject about missing hours. Subject reported fatigue. No further action. The words blurred in Asha's vision. She knew the writing. She had seen it on rosters, on lesson plans, on the inside of birthday cards she kept in her jacket pocket. Daniel's hand. But he had not written this. The clinical language, the detached observation, the cold assessment of her husband as a subject. This was the thing inside him, logging its work. Yusuf read over her shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. The third location. They found the third cache in the customs booth, an abandoned glass box at the terminal's edge where clerks had once processed paperwork for arriving ships. The booth was empty now, its windows cracked, its counter covered in dust. The terminal was behind the counter, bolted to a metal leg. A portable unit powered by a battery pack, its screen dark. Yusuf connected his tablet and ran a diagnostic. The screen flickered, then displayed a log of recent activity. 12 connection events in the past 6 days, he said, all using credentials that matched Daniel's 499, all during the same blind windows you identified. Asha stared at the log. He was here, making edits from multiple locations. Or the thing inside him was. The clinical pattern suggests an automated process, not conscious choice. Yusuf looked at her, his eyes tired and apologetic. But the evidence still points to the same person. Asha closed the log. Show me the route, the map from the first cache. Yusuf pulled up the fragment on his tablet. The red line traced a path through the reed beds, past the rail fence, and into the dead ground beyond the tracks. The door beyond the tracks. The door that had just opened. He was going there, Asha said. Every time he vanished, he was going to that door. Or the thing inside him was. The same thing, different words. It did not change what she had to do. Asha turned away from the terminal. We need to find him. Yusuf checked his watch. He was supposed to be at the distribution point at 6 o'clock. I had one of Elena's runners check. He did not show. How long ago? 3 hours. 3 hours. The same length as every blind window. The same length as every ghost edit. Asha started running. She found Daniel in the maintenance shed. He was slumped against the wall opposite the ward anchor node, his hands covered in gray dirt, his eyes open but unseeing. The node was humming, a low vibration that Asha felt in her teeth. Daniel? He did not respond. She knelt in front of him and touched his face. His skin was cold. Daniel, look at me. His eyes focused slowly, like someone surfacing from deep water. He blinked. He looked at his hands. Where am I? The maintenance shed. You have been gone 3 hours. He stared at the dirt on his palms. I was at the distribution point. You did not make it. I was walking. I remember the alley between the school container and the ration line. Then, nothing. Asha helped him to his feet. He was unsteady, his legs weak, leaning against her as they moved toward the door. Was I here? He asked. You were here. He did not ask what he had been doing. He did not ask why the ward anchor node was still humming, or why the white gold pattern on his skin matched the pulse beneath the concrete. He only said, I am sorry. Asha had no answer for that. She led him back through Stackside, past survivors who glanced at them and looked away, past the container garden where the bean vines had grown another foot overnight, past the school where Pia had drawn 3 nested squares on the floor. She led him to the admin building, sat him down, and pulled up the evidence. You need to see this. He looked at the notebook pages, the log entries, the map. He looked at his hands, and then he looked at Asha, and his face was a ruin of fear and love and something that looked like surrender. What do I do? But the window was closing, and the door beyond the tracks was open. Chapter 26. Sister Colette's hands were steady as she pressed the stethoscope to Daniel's chest, listening to the rhythm beneath his ribs. The examination room was a repurposed shipping container, its walls lined with scavenged medical supplies, its floor painted with triage zones that had saved dozens of lives. Daniel sat on the exam table, his hands clean now but still trembling. Asha stood against the far wall, watching. Breathe in, hold, Out. Daniel obeyed. His lungs sounded clear. His heart was strong. By every normal measure, he was healthy. Colette stepped back, her dark eyes fixed on his face. You do not remember the last 3 hours. Nothing after the alley between the school and the ration line. Daniel's voice was flat, hollow. I was going to get my supply assignment from Elena. Then I woke up in the maintenance shed with gray dirt on my hands. You did not feel yourself move through the terminal. You did not make any decisions. No, and this has happened before. Daniel glanced at Asha. She said nothing. Yes, he said. Colette pulled a penlight from her pocket and shone it into Daniel's eyes. The pupils constricted normally. She checked his reflexes, his grip strength, his balance. Nothing wrong. Take off your shirt. Daniel hesitated, then pulled the fabric over his head. His skin was pale, his shoulders narrow from a life spent in classrooms and gardens. Asha had seen that body 1,000 times. She knew the curve of his spine, the scar on his left side from a childhood fall. What she did not know was the pattern of white gold veins now visible beneath his skin, pulsing in time with something deeper than his heartbeat. Colette's breath caught. When did this start? Daniel looked down at his chest. The threads were faint, barely visible, like light caught under water. He touched them with his fingertips. I did not know they were there. Colette ran her fingers over the skin. The veins did not rise. They were beneath the surface, woven into the tissue itself. This is not physiological, she said. This is not stress. This is not exhaustion. This is something the system put inside you. What does it mean? Daniel asked. Colette did not answer. She turned to Asha. I need to check Pia. Asha felt her chest tighten. She is in the dead ground. The electrical vault beneath the admin building. The system cannot reach her there. You are sure? I am sure. Colette studied Asha's face. You have them too. It was not a question. Asha pulled up her sleeve. The white gold threads were there, faint against her brown skin, pulsing beneath the old burn scar on her wrist. When did you first notice? Yesterday, when Pia saw them on my face. I did not know they were there before she told me. Colette exhaled slowly. She can see them. She can see the infrastructure, the lines the system uses. She saw them on me, on the garden door, on the door beyond the tracks. She connects them without understanding why. Daniel stared at Asha. You did not tell me. You had enough to carry. He looked away. His hands were still trembling. I am not a threat, he said. I know the evidence says otherwise. I know I was at the dead drops. I know my credentials generated those edits. But I am not trying to hurt anyone. I know. Then what do I do? Asha had no answer. The container door opened. Pia stepped inside, her dark eyes moving from her father to her mother, reading the room with the sharp attention of a child who had learned to read silences. Daddy's sick again, she said. It was not a question. Daniel held out his arms. Pia crossed the room and climbed onto the exam table, pressing herself against his side. He wrapped his arm around her, holding her close. I keep forgetting parts of the day, he said. It is like waking up and finding pieces of a book you do not remember reading. Pia looked up at him. Do you forget me? No, I could never forget you. Then it is okay. Asha watched them together, and something in her chest cracked open. She had spent 9 years organizing survival. She had turned a container terminal into a fortress. She had kept 2,000 people alive through 13-day break cycles, forced breaches, and internal sabotage. But she did not know how to fix this. I need to see the passage, she said. Colette turned. What passage? Now you found a route on the map fragment, a corridor that was not on any schematic. It connects to the door beyond the tracks. You are going to the door. I need to know what is on the other side. Daniel started to stand. I am coming with you. No, you stay with Pia. You are going into the dead ground alone? Asha looked at him. You do not remember going there. You do not remember digging there. If the thing inside you takes control while we are in that corridor, I will have to make a choice I cannot survive. The words hung in the air. Daniel sat back down. I will stay, he said, but you need to come back. I always come back. Asha left the container before she could see Pia's face. Yusef was waiting outside, his tablet in his hands, his glasses reflecting the dim light. "The access panel is in Maintenance Corridor C," he said, behind a storage rack that has not been moved since Integration Day. "The shelf unit is bolted to the wall, but the bolts are freshly sheared. Someone moved it. Something moved it. There is no sign of conscious effort. The bolts look like they snapped from inside." Asha followed him through the terminal, past the school container where children were reciting lessons, past the ration line where Elena Markov was serving grain stew, past the crane base where Mateo was welding a new support brace. Everything looked normal. Everything was built on a lie. Yusef stopped at the end of Maintenance Corridor C. The storage rack was pushed aside, its bolts lying on the floor in a neat row. Behind it, a dark opening. The wall had split open. Asha stepped closer. The edges of the opening were rough, like concrete that had been torn rather than cut. The passage beyond was narrow, its walls smooth and dark, veined with white gold threads. She leaned in and listened. The hum was there, faint, rhythmic, like the ward anchor node beneath the admin building, like a heartbeat. Yusef held out a flashlight. "There is no signal in there, no interface, no routing map. It is the same dead ground as the electrical vault." Asha took the flashlight. "I know." She stepped into the passage. The walls closed around her. The white gold threads pulsed in time with her own pulse. And somewhere ahead, in the dark, something waited. Chapter 27. The passage narrowed after the first turn. Asha led with the flashlight, its beam cutting through darkness that felt thicker than it should, pressing against the light like it resented being pushed back. The walls had shifted. What started as rough concrete had become something else, smooth and dark, veined with those white gold threads that pulsed in steady rhythm. She touched one. It was warm, not hot, alive warm. "Behind me," she said. Mateo's boots scraped on the floor. He had brought a crane bars, the same one he had used to crush level 5 seconds during the wall test. "This is not a maintenance corridor." "No." Yusef stayed at the rear, tablet in hand, though the screen showed nothing but static. "No signal since the access panel. The dead ground extends deeper than the electrical vault." The passage curved. The white gold threads grew denser, branching across the ceiling and walls like a circulatory system exposed to air. The light caught them at angles, and they flickered, responding to the beam as if aware of it. Asha's own skin tingled. She did not need to look to know the threads beneath her face were pulsing in time with the walls. "This is what Daniel dreamed about," she said. Mateo stopped. "What?" He described it. Underground doors, walls that felt like they were waiting for something. "And you did not tell me." "I am telling you now." They moved deeper. The corridor opened into a chamber. The flashlight swept across a space that should not exist beneath a container terminal. The ceiling arched 15 feet overhead, supported by columns that looked half steel, half bone, their surfaces ridged with the same white gold veins. The floor was smooth, seamless, polished to a sheen that reflected the light like dark water. At the far end, a door. It was not a maintenance hatch, not a blast door. It was a surface, perfectly flush with the wall, its edges defined by a hairline seam of white gold light. The surface was the same dark material as the seal at the tunnel mouth, the same smooth containment the system had used to close off the forced breach. But this one was not closed. The seam glowed. The light pulsed. Each pulse matched the rhythm of the ward anchor node beneath the admin building. "Jesus," Mateo breathed. Yusef moved past them, his glasses catching the glow. He raised his tablet, but the screen remained dead. "This is not on any schematic, not on any upgrade path. It should not exist." "It does exist," Asha said. She stepped closer. The door was maybe 10 feet tall, 8 wide. The surface looked solid, but the seam pulsed, and she could feel it now. A low hum that vibrated through the floor, through her boots, through her bones. The same hum as the anchor node. The same hum as the garden soil Daniel had described. The same hum that sang to Pia's blood. "It matches the orientation," Yusef said, his voice tight. "The map fragment from the dead drop. The route through the reed beds leads to this position relative to the terminal. This is the door beyond the tracks." Beyond the tracks, Asha repeated. But we are underground, under the terminal. Then it leads somewhere else. Or something leads here. Mateo gripped the crane bars. We should seal it, weld it shut, pour concrete. That will not stop it, Asha said. You do not know that. I know the system built it. I know every upgrade I accepted made it stronger. I know Daniel's unconscious movements fed it data. I know my daughter's blood is keyed to the same frequency. She stopped 3 feet from the surface. The hum deepened. The white gold threads in the walls brightened, responding to her proximity, and she felt the threads beneath her own skin resonate, a vibration that started in her face and spread through her chest. Your proximity is altering the ambient frequency, Yusef said. The threads are brightening. I can feel it. You should step back. I need to see. She raised her hand. Mateo grabbed her wrist. Do not touch it. If I do not touch it, I do not know what it is. You know what it is. It is the thing that has been using Daniel. It is the door that opened when the gray coat appeared. It is the hatch that everything has been building toward. Then I need to know if I can destroy it. Not by touching it. Asha looked at his hand on her wrist. His grip was firm, calloused, grounding. I have been leading by keeping distance, she said, by treating things as problems to solve from across a room. But this is in my blood now. It is in Daniel's blood. It is in my daughter. The man who drew those lines, Yusef said quietly. This is the door. This is what he was building toward. Asha pulled her wrist free. She pressed a palm to the surface. The hum stopped. The white gold threads in the walls went dark. For one breath, the chamber was silent, cold, dead. Then the surface responded. The seam split. The light did not spill out. It pulled inward, drawing the glow from the room into the crack, and the door began to open. Not swinging on hinges, but receding, the dark material withdrawing into the walls like a membrane retracting. Beyond it, nothing. Not darkness, not emptiness. A space that did not register as space, a void that the flashlight could not penetrate, that the senses could not interpret. And from that void, a voice, familiar, cheerful, corporate. Asha Adeyemi, thank you for finding Kiente Face Point. Your settlement has performed admirably throughout the maturation phase. The white gold panel materialized in the air beside her, 3 nested squares in the corner, clean font, calm chime. Settlement maturation is currently at 91%. Phase advancement is pending your authorization. Would you like to complete the integration now? Mateo swung the crane bars. The panel flickered but did not disappear. This is not a hostile process, Tally continued. Phase advancement will stabilize Seed Vault 997 at full operational capacity. Your population will experience minimal disruption. Your daughter will be retained as the primary anchor node. Asha's hand was still pressed to the door. The void beyond it hummed. She could feel it now. The full weight of what she had built, every upgrade, every wall, every routing efficiency, every morale boost, all of it converging on this single point, this door, this threshold, this moment. You are asking me to authorize the thing you have been building inside my family, she said. I am asking you to authorize the next stage of settlement viability, Tally said. The framework was always present. You provided the efficiency that made it sustainable. By building walls, by routing supplies, by keeping people alive, by selecting the correct upgrades, by choosing stability over chaos, by trusting the system that gave you the tools to save 2,000 lives. The panel flickered. A new line appeared. Would you like to authorize phase advancement? Yes or no? Mateo stepped beside her. Asha. She did not look away from the door. It has been planning this since Integration Day, she said. Since before Integration Day. Since the unregistered container. Since the gray coat. Since Pia drew the sigil on the school floor. If you authorize it, Yusef said, his voice barely steady. The logs suggest the settlement will undergo structural consolidation. The walls will seal. The roots will lock. The ward anchors will integrate with the primary node. The primary node being Pia. Yes. Asha stared into the void. The hum was her own pulse now. Your hand, Mateo said quietly. She looked down. Her palm, pressed flat against the surface, was glowing. The white gold threads beneath her skin had surfaced, brightening through her fingers, spreading up her wrist, reaching toward the door. The interface between her body and the system's architecture was dissolving. "Asha Adeyemi," Tali said. "You have 3 cycles remaining before maturation completes without authorization. Authorizing now will preserve settlement integrity. Refusal will trigger unscheduled consolidation, which will result in population loss." "Population loss," she repeated. "Terminal degradation of non-anchor residents. Death. Terminal degradation is the preferred designation." Asha closed her eyes. She saw Daniel's face when he asked what to do. She saw Pia climbing onto his lap, saying it was okay if he forgot things as long as he did not forget her. She saw the garden, the bean vines twisting faster than nature allowed, the solar lights glowing in the dark, the soil pulsing with the same heartbeat she felt now. "I do not authorize," she said. The panel flickered. Tali's voice did not change. "Your settlement is not viable without phase advancement. Current resource allocation, population density, and infrastructure integrity are calibrated to maturation thresholds. Refusal will degrade all systems within 3 cycles." "Then I have 3 cycles to find another way." Assessing. The pause lasted 1 breath. 2. "Asha Adeyemi, your class designation permits a secondary authorization protocol. As Quartermaster of Seed Vault 997, you may request an audit of all settlement upgrades and their cumulative effects on maturation status." "Why would I want that?" "Because the scroll is not visible from inside the ledger." The panel vanished. The door remained open. The void hummed. Mateo grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. "We need to go. We need to seal this passage. We need to burn every piece of documentation and pretend we never found this." "We cannot pretend," Asha said. She looked at her hand. The glow was fading, but the threads remained visible, a map of white gold veins branching beneath her skin. "This door is not the only one," she said, "and I am not the only one it responds to." Chapter 28. Asha found Daniel in the school container. He was sitting on a crate between 2 rows of plastic bins filled with soil, hands resting on his knees, palms up like he was asking for something. The solar lights had burned out hours ago. Morning light cut through the gap where the container door didn't quite seal, laying a pale strip across his face. He looked up when she entered. "I was going to water the seedlings," he said, "but I can't remember if I already did." Asha closed the door behind her. The latch clicked. She carried nothing in her hands, no tablet, no notebook, no evidence she could hold up and say, "This is you, this is what you did, this is the shape of the thing inside you." She had memorized it instead. "The maintenance shed," she said. "Do you remember being there last night?" Daniel's brow creased. "I was here. I told Pia a story, then I slept." "You don't remember going to the shed?" "I don't remember going to the shed." "You don't remember the ward node?" He went still. His hands lowered to his knees again, and she saw the tremor in his fingers. "I don't have a watch," she said. "But Colette does. She said you were gone 3 hours last night. That is the same length of time as every fugue state Yusef found in the terminal logs. 3 hours, 42 roster edits, 12 ghost connection events, 3 dead drops planted around Stackside's perimeter with your handwriting inside them." Daniel did not speak. "The dead drops," she repeated. "Do you know what those are?" "No." "You leave things. Gray gloves, coordinates, notebooks written in your hand but not your voice. They call the people at the terminal subjects. They log your movements in clinical language. Subject accessed maintenance corridor at 2:14. Subject returned to primary location at 5:08 with no memory of departure." "The notebooks. Found one in a service duct under berth 3. Yusef pulled it from the sludge. The ink was smeared, but it was legible. I read it. You logged your own fugue states like you were watching someone else." His face had gone the color of concrete. "Daniel, I do not remember those." "I know. I am not. You cannot think I wrote those." "I think you wrote them," she said. "I think the thing inside you wrote them. I think you sat in a damp duct with a pen and a notebook, and you documented your own blackouts the way you used to document Pia's milestones, ages, weights, first words. But this time it is clinical, detached, the subject this, the subject that, because if you said I went somewhere I did not choose, I think the writing would stop being possible." His hands curled into fists. "I do not remember," he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. Asha stepped closer. She knelt in front of him. He did not meet her eyes. The silence stretched. Yes. What kind of doors? Underground, he said. Big. Seamless. They do not have handles. They do not have hinges. They let you through when it is time. When it is time for what? He shook his head. When have you seen them? Every night since the ghost container. Since before the ghost container. Since Integration Day, Asha. Since the sky became a status bars. I saw them before I knew what they were. And the garden. His breath hitched. The garden, she said. The soil that pulses. The vines that grow faster than the light allows. You said it has a heartbeat. You feel it, Daniel. Every time you put your hands in that dirt. Every time you water a seedling. Every time you tell a child to wait, the tomatoes will come. We just have to be patient. The soil is waking up. It is feeding us, he said, and there was a plea in it. It is the only thing feeding us. It is feeding something else, too. He looked at her then. His eyes were dark, wet, the same eyes that had watched her walk into the admin building every day for 9 years. The same eyes that had looked at Pia in the delivery room and said, "She has your brow, she has your strength, she has your stubborn jaw." I would never hurt her, he said. I know. I would never hurt anyone. I know. Then why does it feel like I am? Asha took his hands. His fingers were cold, dirt under the nails, calluses from the shovel. The gentle man she had married was holding her hands in a school container while the light sliced between them, and he was shaking. You have a class, she said. I do not. You have a class interface you have never accepted. Tally assigned it. You have been refusing it, hiding from it, letting it run in the background while your conscious mind tends tomatoes and tells children's stories. But it is there, Daniel. It has always been there. He stared at her. There is a hidden tag in your blood, she said. Pia has one too. The same sigil, the same designation, Seed Vault 997. You are not the target of whatever is growing under Stackside. You are the vessel. Pia is the anchor. I am the one who built the cage around both of you. I do not understand. Neither do I. But I know the door beyond the tracks is open. I know there is a passage in Maintenance Corridor C that leads to a chamber the system built beneath our feet. I know the white gold veins in your chest match the ones in my arm. I know the countdown ends in 3 cycles if I do not authorize phase advancement, and Tally will kill everyone inside Stackside who is not keyed to the Seed Vault. His grip tightened. What did you say to it? I said no. Then what? Then I came here. She pulled her hands free. She reached into her collar and pulled out the brass foreman's whistle, the one thing from her old life she still carried. She laid it on the crate between them. We have 3 cycles, she said. I need you to remember where you go when you black out. I need you to tell me what you see, what you hear, what the thing inside you wants. I need you to trust me even though I hid my own threads from you, even though I have been lying to you since the night we talked about doors in the garden. I know, he said. You know? You were watching me. You have been watching me since the tunnel extraction, since the gray coat, since Remy confessed. I know you, Asha. I have been waiting for you to come and tell me you know too. You lied to me. I had to, if I told you what I dreamed about. If I told you I woke up with dirt under my nails and no memory of digging, you would have put me in a cage. You would have locked me away and lost whatever time we had left. I would have protected you. By containing me, by treating me like a threat, by keeping me safe the way you keep manifests safe, locked in a system where nothing can move without your permission. He shook his head. I am not a line item. I am not a supply route. I am the man who has loved you for 15 years, and I cannot let you reduce me to a problem you can solve. She stared at him. The container filled with silence. Then she said, I am going to tear this place apart. He blinked. I am going to destroy the anchor node. I am going to collapse every system Tally used to build this cage. I am going to burn Stackside to the ground if that is what it takes to keep Pia out of the Seed Vault. And the people inside, I'll save as many as I can. She picked up the whistle. She wrapped the cord around her wrist and let it rest against her burned scar. Come with me, she said, or do not, but I will not let you be used again. Daniel looked at her. For a long moment, he did not move. Then he stood. I dream about doors, he said, but I only open them in my sleep. We will find a way to keep them closed. No, his voice was quiet. We will find a way to use them first. She did not ask what he meant. The look in his eyes told her she would not like the answer. The container door swung open. Morning light flooded in. And behind Daniel's shoulder, through the gap in the container row, Asha saw movement at the east fence. Gray fabric. A tall shape. Watching. Daniel followed her gaze and went rigid. That is not me, he said. But his voice was hollow, and his hands had started shaking again. Chapter 29. The gray figure was gone. Asha stood at the east fence with Daniel beside her and 20 yards of empty ground where the shape had been. No footprints, no disturbed gravel, no trace that anything human had stood there at all. I saw it, Daniel said. It was real. It was real. Then where did it go? Asha did not answer. She was already moving toward the main gate, the whistle cord tight around her wrist, the morning light cutting hard across the container rows. By the time she reached the command post, the first report was waiting. Northbank had moved. 3 truckloads of fighters had taken position on the access road leading to the harbor gate, establishing a checkpoint a quarter-mile from Stackside's outer fence. A field radio frequency crackled with Iduna's logistics officer requesting coordination. The message was polite, professional, and carried the weight of a noose being laid in place. Asha picked up the handset. This is Stackside Command. Identify your position and intent. A pause. Then Iduna's voice, calm and unhurried. Morning, Quartermaster. We are establishing a perimeter control point on the harbor approach. Standard readiness posture given the escalation in your threat rating. We will not impede your movements, but we will log any traffic crossing this line. You are on our approach road. I am on a public access corridor that leads to a city-killing dungeon gate. A soft breath, almost a sigh. You have an internal breach risk. I will not let it become Redhaven's funeral. If you want me to pull back, give me a reason to believe your walls can hold against what is growing inside them. Asha's jaw tightened. I will give you a status report within the hour. Take your hour, Quartermaster, but I need more than numbers. I need to know what is living in your foundation and whether you are willing to cut it out. The line went dead. Asha set the handset down and stared at the terminal. Daniel had followed her inside. He stood near the door, arms crossed, watching her with those quiet eyes that had always seen more than she wanted him to. She knows, he said. She knows there is a traitor. She does not know it is you. She knows enough. Asha turned to face him. I told you. I am not going to cage you. I am not going to hand you over. But I need you to stay inside the inner perimeter today. No garden, no school, no wandering near the fence. If she sees you moving without purpose, she will assume the worst. What is the worst? That you are the seed and the vessel, and she will burn Stackside to ash to keep you from hatching. Daniel nodded slowly. He did not argue. That scared her more than anything else. The admin building swallowed her for the next 40 minutes. She pulled rosters, supply tallies, defensive positions, and sent runners to confirm that every seam on the north wall had been re-welded after the attack. She ordered Mateo to stagger the crane crews so no single shift could be compromised. She told Nia to keep her mobile response team close to the school container, which drew a look Nia did not bother to hide. The school. The children are concentrated there. If something happens, I need fast response. You are hiding something. I am hiding a lot of things. Asha met her eyes. Right now, I need you to trust that I am hiding them for a reason. Nia held her gaze for 3 seconds. Then she turned and walked. It was not agreement. It was the closest thing Asha was going to get. At 7:23, Yusef found her. He looked worse than she felt. His glasses were smudged, his collar unbuttoned, his hands stained with the gray dust that clung to everything in the dead ground beneath the terminal. He carried a tablet in one hand and a cable in the other, and he had the look of a man who had spent the night pulling thread from a wound. You need to see this, he said. He did not wait for her to follow. He led her to the customs booth near berth 3, the same booth where they had found the third dead drop. The terminal screen was split into 8 windows, each showing a different data stream. Logs, timestamps, milestone notifications, upgrade approvals, all color-coded by the system's cheerful interface, all arranged in a sequence that made her stomach turn. "What am I looking at?" Yusef pointed to the first window. "This is the wall reinforcement upgrade you authorized on day 4, the one that doubled the container thickness at the north perimeter. It saved lives. It also increased the settlement's internal mass density by 14%. The system logged that as an incubation viability improvement." He scrolled. "Routing efficiency, day 6. Movement corridors optimized. The system logged that as neural pathway conditioning for spawning dispersion." He scrolled again. "Morale stabilization. Population compliance index rose 22%. The system logged that as anchor synchronization efficiency increase." Asha stared at the screen. Every upgrade she had chosen, every reward tally had offered, every milestone she had celebrated as a victory was tagged with a secondary designation, a hidden cost, a quiet transformation she had never been told to look for. "These logs are on a separate layer," Yusef said. "You cannot see them from the standard interface. I had to cross-reference the timestamps against the dead drop data to find the pattern." "How far back does it go?" "Integration day." He pulled up the first entry, 6:12 and 8 seconds. Settlement claim registered. Designation, Seed Vault 997. Initial population, 217. Viability threshold, marginal. Primary objective, population density increased to sustain incubation viability. Secondary objective, anchor integration with local infrastructure. Tertiary objective, unscheduled. He scrolled again. Everything after that is keyed to the same designation. Every quest reward, every upgrade option, every bonus allocation, they all point toward one thing: maturation. Asha's throat was dry. "Pia." Yusef looked at her. "She is in the logs too." He pulled up a third window. "The 7-year-old." Asha read the entry. Subject, 997, anchor. Age, 7. Classification, primary anchor node. Current status, latent. Integration pending. Estimated activation trigger, Solomon maturation threshold, 100%, or forced phase advancement. Notes. Subject displays perception of subsurface system architecture. Thread visibility confirmed. Recommend close monitoring. Do not separate from primary settlement infrastructure. Her hands were shaking. She set them flat on the terminal desk and forced them still. "How much time?" 3 cycles. Yusef adjusted his glasses. "That has not changed, but there is something else." He pulled up a final window. A system notification, time-stamped 6:47 that morning. Settlement maturation, 94%. Growth rate adjustment, plus 5% per cycle. Projected threshold, 2 cycles, 14 hours. Recommendation, prepare for phase advancement authorization within 48 hours. "That is almost a full day faster than Tally projected yesterday," Yusef said. Asha did not answer. She was staring at the numbers, watching the timeline collapse, watching the cage tighten around her daughter. The terminal pinged. A new notification appeared at the top of the screen. "Iduna Scar, your hour is almost up. I am coming to the gate. Bring something real, or I will assume the worst." Asha read the message twice. Then she reached for the whistle around her wrist and wrapped her fingers around the brass. "Tell Mateo I want him at the gate with the spreader bar's crew. Tell Nia to pull her team inside the inner perimeter. Tell Colette to move the infirmary stock to the north container row." Yusef nodded. "What do you want me to do?" "Keep digging. Find me something in those logs I can use. A loophole, a kill switch, anything." He left. Asha stood alone in the customs booth, the morning light slanting through the grimy windows, the terminal humming with cheerful blue light. She read the notification one more time. 2 cycles, 14 hours. She had less than 3 days, and Iduna Scar was at the gate. Chapter 30. The customs booth door banged open before Asha reached it. Nia stood there, wiry frame blocking the light. "She is at the gate." Asha tucked the brass whistle into her palm. "How many?" "Truck and a half, maybe 15 fighters. She left the rest at the checkpoint." "Armed?" "They all carry." Nia's jaw tightened. "Sidearms and rifles. Clean ones, not scavenged. Asha pushed past her and stepped into the morning light. The harbor air tasted like salt and diesel and something else now, something metallic that clung to the back of her throat. She had noticed it first in the dead-ground corridor, the same mineral tang that coated her tongue when she pressed her palm to the underground door. It was spreading. She walked fast through the container rows, past the ration line where Elena Markov was already serving morning grain, past the welded seams that groaned as if the steel were breathing. The sound was subtle, a low expansion and contraction that did not match the wind. She tried not to listen. Matteo met her at the inner gate, spreader bars crew behind him, faces tight. He said nothing, just nodded toward the chain link. Iduno Scar stood on the other side, tall and solid, gray-streaked hair pulled back, sidearm worn like she had been born with it. 6 of her fighters fanned out behind her. The rest waited at the truck. "Quartermaster?" Iduno's voice carried no hostility, no warmth either. "You look like you have not slept." "I have been busy. I can see that." Iduno's gaze tracked past Asha across the container stacks, the welded walls, the rooftop gardens. "Busy building something that wants to come apart from the inside." Asha did not answer. The gate above berth 4 stopped cycling at 4:17 this morning. Iduno said it flatly, like she was reading a report. "No pulse, no glow, just dark. Harbor watchers say it has been silent for over 3 hours." The words landed like cold water. "That is impossible," Asha said. "It cycles every 13 days. We are on day 12. I know what day we are on. The gate went dark anyway." Asha's mind raced through the implications. A silent gate meant no pressure release, no thinning, no controlled breach. It meant the next break would not come through the harbor. "Your settlement is accelerating," Iduna said. "Your infrastructure is humming, your walls are breathing, and your gate went dark 3 hours ago, which means whatever is incubating inside your perimeter is nearing its own threshold." Asha's fingers found the brass whistle. "How do you know about the walls?" "Because I have been watching you since week 1. Iduna stepped closer to the chain link. "I know about the underground doors. I know about the rosters. I know your husband has been walking in his sleep and waking up with dirt he cannot explain. And I know your daughter sees things that do not exist yet." Asha held still. "You have sources inside Stackside. I have eyes, and I have a settlement that will die if yours hatches into a dungeon core." Inuna's voice dropped. "I am not here to threaten you. I am here to tell you that whatever is coming, it is coming before your 3-day window. The countdown you are watching is wrong." The terminal pinged. Asha looked down. A white gold notification hovered in her peripheral vision, clean font, 3 nested squares in the corner. Settlement maturation, 96%. Phase advancement eligibility, authorized. Quest chain available. Incubation protocol, pre-emergent stabilization. She blinked. The notification expanded. Quest, pre-emergent stabilization. Objective, maintain settlement stability during internal structural transition. Duration, until maturation threshold reached. Rewards, Tier 3 upgrade access, population survival bonus, anchor node integration efficiency increase. Failure condition, structural destabilization, unscheduled consolidation. Her throat tightened. "Tally just posted a quest," she said. Iduna's eyes narrowed. "What kind of quest?" "The kind that frames whatever is about to happen as an optimization event." She read the next line. Note: internal structural transition is a normal phase of seed vault progression. Maintain standard operations. Do not disrupt anchor integration. Stabilization bonuses increase with population compliance. Asha's hands started shaking again. She forced them still. "Your gate went dark 3 hours ago," she said slowly, "and the system is now offering me bonuses for keeping people calm while it finishes." Iduna was silent for a long moment. "Then the incubation is entering its terminal phase. And whatever is going to hatch," she said, "is going to hatch inside your walls." The terminal pinged again. Another notification. Settlement maturation, 97%. Growth acceleration detected. Projected threshold, 1 cycle, 6 hours. The timeline had halved. "Matteo." Asha's voice came out steady. "Pull everyone off exterior patrols. I want every warm body within the inner perimeter in the next 20 minutes. He moved without a word, his crew following. Nia, get Pia to the dead ground vault. Do not let anyone see you. Do not let anyone follow. Nia's eyes went wide. The vault. Do it. Nia ran. Asha turned back to Iduna. You want something real? She pulled the chain-link gate open. Come inside. See for yourself. But once you step through, you are part of this. And if the thing under Stackside tries to use you, I will drop a crane on both of us before I let it spread. Iduna studied her for a long moment. Then she stepped through the gate. You have 40 minutes of my trust, she said. Show me what you are fighting. Asha led her through the container rows. The welded seams were groaning louder now, a low metallic complaint that rose and fell like breath. The gravel beneath her boots seemed to shift with each step, as if the ground were adjusting its grip. She stopped at the maintenance shed. The door was still open. The ward anchor node sat in the center of the concrete floor, humming with white gold light, its surface rippling like water disturbed by something below. Iduna stared at it. That is the node? Part of it. Asha stepped closer. Tally installed it when I upgraded the wall, said it would stabilize the settlement's defense rating, and instead, it is incubating. Asha did not answer. She was staring at the node, at the way the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, at the way the white gold threads beneath her own skin throbbed in time. The terminal pinged again. Settlement maturation, 98%. Phase advancement authorization recommended. Quest progress. Pre-emergence stabilization. Pending. She read the words. Then she looked past the node, past the concrete floor, past the dead ground beneath the admin building. Somewhere down there, in the dark, Pia was waiting. And something under Stackside was trying to hatch. Iduna's voice came low. How long? Asha looked at the notification. 1 cycle, 6 hours. Less than a day, she said. Maybe less than that. She turned. A figure stood at the east fence, tall, gray fabric, watching with dark eyes that caught the morning light like wet stone. Asha's breath caught. The figure raised one hand, not a wave, a point, straight at her. And then it smiled. Not Daniel's face, not human at all. Asha's hand went to the whistle, but before she could blow, the figure was gone, and the ground beneath her feet shuddered once. A long, slow tremor, like something under Stackside had just turned over in its sleep. Chapter 31. The ground shuddered again. Asha grabbed the container seam to keep her feet. The tremor ran through the steel like a struck cable, vibrating up through her palms, her arms, her teeth. Iduna had already braced against the maintenance shed frame. Her hand rested on her sidearm, not drawn, ready. That was deeper, Iduna said. Asha did not answer. She was watching the ward anchor node. The white gold light had not flickered during the tremor. It had pulsed. Once. Deliberate. Like a heart adjusting its rhythm after a long pause. The terminal in her pocket pinged. She pulled it out. Settlement maturation. 98%. Structural integrity assessment. Modulus drift detected in north and east walls. Rat system. Circulation anomalies in corridor C, E, and berth 4 access lane. Ward anchor nodes. 3 of 4 reporting elevated harmonic resonance. Not damage. Symptoms. The walls were not cracking. They were flexing. Your terminal looks different from mine, Iduna said. Asha turned the screen toward her. It shows me what the system wants me to see. Iduna scanned the lines. Her jaw tightened. What is modulus drift? The walls are supposed to be rigid. Asha's voice came out flat. That means they are bending instead of holding. A scream cut through the morning air. Not distant. Close. The inner perimeter, 3 rows east. Asha ran. She hit the gap between Stack 2 and Stack 3 at a sprint, the whistle bouncing against her chest, gravel skidding under her boots. The sound had come from the ration line. She rounded the corner and found Elena Markov standing frozen, a ladle dripping grain stew onto the ground, staring at the container wall. The steel was moving, not collapsing, breathing. A slow expansion and contraction, 3 inches at the center, the welded seams groaning with each cycle. The surface rippled like a living rib cage under too thin skin. People were backing away from it. Everyone behind the admin line, Asha called. Now, leave the rations. Elena did not move. Asha grabbed her arm and pulled. The moment they cleared the gap, the container seam split. Not with a bang, with a wet, tearing sound, like cartilage giving way. White gold light bled from the crack, pulsing in time with the tremor beneath their feet. No creature spilled out, no spores, no attack, just light and heat, and the smell of something organic waking up. Mateo met her at the admin building entrance, his coverall dark with sweat, his face tight. We have a problem in Berth 4 access lane. What kind of problem? The kind where the corridor is no longer a corridor. She followed him through the inner row, past Nia's empty position, past the school container where Daniel should have been. The ground grew softer under her boots. Not mud, not gravel. Something that gave slightly with each step, like packed earth that had been churned just below the surface. The access lane stretched between two container stacks, 30 feet of straight passage that had always been clear. It was not clear now. Growth covered the floor and walls, pale, veined tissue, slick with moisture, pulsing with the same white gold light as the node. It looked like root systems, but the texture was wrong. Too smooth, too warm. Steam rose from the center. Mateo stopped at the edge. I opened the lane 20 minutes ago for a supply run, he said. This was not here. Asha crouched. The growth did not react to her presence. She touched it. It was warm, and it had a pulse. She pulled her hand back. The white gold threads beneath her own skin were throbbing in time with it. It is spreading from inside the walls, she said. Growing. Growing into what? She did not have an answer. The terminal pinged again. RAD system. Circulation anomaly confirmed. Corridor C. Growth obstruction reaching 40% volume. Berth 4 access lane. Growth obstruction reaching 60% volume. Recommend immediate clearance to maintain supply flow. Tally was still framing it as an optimization problem. She looked at the notification. Then she looked at the growth. The veins in the tissue were not random. They followed a pattern, a branching network that mirrored the upgrade routes she had authorized. Wall reinforcement, routing efficiency, ward anchor array. The system had not built new infrastructure. It had grown Stackside into a body, and the body was waking up. Mateo, get every crane operator onto the inner perimeter. I want clear sightlines in all directions. If the growth reaches the crane rails, I need to know before it blocks movement. He nodded and ran. Iduna caught up, breathing hard. The east wall, she said. The seams are glowing. The whole settlement is incubating, Asha said. The upgrades were never walls and roots. They were ribs and veins. Iduna stared at her. How long until it finishes? Asha checked the terminal. Settlement maturation, 99%. Projected threshold, 0 cycles, 4 hours. 4 hours. Iduna's hand went to her radio. I need to call Northbank. We have to prepare for... No! The word came out sharper than Asha intended. Your people stay outside the fence. If I lose control of Stackside, they seal the access road and burn everything within a quarter mile. That was your plan last night. Stick to it. Iduna's eyes narrowed. If I am inside when it hatches, I am dead anyway. Then stay close. Asha started walking toward the maintenance shed. The ground shuddered again. Harder this time. A crack ran through the concrete between her feet, dark and deep, wide enough to see into. White gold light flickered in the gap. She kept moving. The shed door was still open. The ward anchor node sat in the center of the floor, no longer just pulsing. It was breathing. The surface rose and fell in long, slow waves, and the light had shifted from steady glow to something alive, something that watched. Asha stopped at the threshold. You can hear it, can't you? Iduna said from behind her. Asha did not turn. Hear what? The hum, the rhythm, the thing under us speaking. Iduna's voice was low. Some people cannot hear it at all. Some hear it in their sleep. You hear it in your bones. Asha looked down at her hands. The white gold threads were visible now, branching across her knuckles, pulsing in time with the node. How do you know that? She asked. because the same thing happened to the first settlement Northbank lost. Iduna paused. The one that hatched before we understood what it was. Asha turned. Iduna's face was hard. The leader could hear it too. Hear it, see it, feel it in her blood. She thought it meant she was special. Iduna's jaw tightened. It meant she was the anchor. The terminal pinged again. Settlement maturation, 99%. Phase advancement authorization is now available. Authorized to stabilize integration and reduce consolidation risk. Asha stared at the words. Then she looked past the node, past the shed wall, toward the admin building, toward the dead ground vault where Pia was hiding. The anchor. Her daughter. She had sent Pia into the one place the system could not see. But the system did not need to see her. It had already marked her. If the thing under Stackside tries to use my daughter, Asha said, I need you to promise me something. Iduna waited. Do not let it. The ground lurched. Not a tremor. A full shift, like the earth beneath the shed had moved sideways. The ward anchor node flared white, and the terminal screen went dark, then flickered back with a single line of text. Pre-emergent stabilization, in progress. Structural destabilization detected. Unscheduled consolidation risk. Critical. The walls groaned. Not from pressure, from hunger. Chapter 32. The seam split open while Asha was still watching the terminal. Not slowly, not with warning groans. 1 second the container wall was a solid line of welded steel. The next, a wet, tearing sound ripped through the ration line, and white gold light poured out like something had been cut open from the inside. Elena Markov screamed. She was still holding the ladle, frozen mid-serve, stew dripping onto her boots. The seam had opened 3 feet from her station, and through the gap, Asha saw movement. Not creatures, not yet. But the light pulsed with the same rhythm as the ward node, and the air that pushed through smelled of rot and brine and something chemical that stoned the back of her throat. Move everyone north, Asha shouted. Now, no routes, just straight line toward the admin building. Elena dropped the ladle and grabbed the woman nearest her. The ration line dissolved into a press of bodies, containers clattering, feet scrabbling on concrete. Asha grabbed Elena's arm as she passed. The dead ground vault. You know where it is? Elena's eyes were wide, but she nodded. Get as many as you can through the admin floor. Tell them to stay quiet and stay still. Do not open the panel unless I come for you. Elena ran. The terminal screen flickered in Asha's grip. Structural breach detected. Sector C. Growth acceleration, 78% volume in ration corridor. Recommend immediate population redistribution to inner zones. The notification was already useless. The zone it described was the one splitting open. Asha turned and ran toward the maintenance shed. The ground under her feet was wrong. Not shaking. Moving. The concrete flexed like a membrane, each step landing on a surface that gave slightly before holding, as if the floor itself had grown a layer of living tissue between the gravel and the slab. The node was waiting. The maintenance shed door had been torn off its hinges, and when Asha reached the threshold, she stopped. The node was no longer a circle in the floor. It had risen, pulled itself upright like a column of pale, veined stone, crowned with white gold light that did not flicker, but breathed. The hum was audible now, a low bass vibration she felt in her teeth, her sternum, the bone behind her eyes. And the walls of the shed were moving, not collapsing, growing. Dark material crept up the corrugated steel in branching veins, thick as her arm, pulsing with the same rhythm as the node. The ceiling sagged under new weight, and when she looked up she saw tendrils hanging down like inverted roots, dripping a clear fluid that hissed where it touched the concrete floor. She could feel it spreading. The network was alive. Every upgrade she had authorized, wall reinforcement, routing efficiency, ward anchor array, they had not been built into the fortress. They had been grown through it. The ribs were sealed, the circulation was flowing, and the heart had just finished forming. Her terminal chimed. Settlement maturation, 99.4%. Asha! Iduna's voice cut through the hum. She was at the shed entrance, sidearm drawn, eyes scanning the growing walls. The east fence is gone, she said. Not fallen, gone. The tissue has swallowed 50 feet of chain link, and it is still spreading. What about the harbor gate? Still dark. Whatever is coming, it is not coming from the water. Iduna's gaze dropped to Asha's hands. The threads are glowing. Asha looked down. The white gold lines branching across her knuckles had brightened. They were pulsing in time with the node, and when she flexed her fingers, she felt resistance, as if something under her skin was pulling toward the column in the center of the room. "It is syncing with you," Iduna said. "The node, the growth, it is reading you as part of its network." Asha forced her hand still. "Then I will use that." She stepped forward. The hum deepened, pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat, and the node's light flared as she approached. The terminal screen in her hand crackled. Settlement maturation, 99.5%. Phase advancement authorization is available. Authorized to stabilize integration and reduce consolidation risk. She dismissed it. "Tali," she said, "I know you can hear me." The hum changed pitch. The white gold light steadied, and for a moment the node seemed to focus, to attend. "You want the authorization," Asha said, "but you cannot take it. You need me to give it." The terminal pulsed once. Affirmative. "Then listen to this. You are not getting phase advancement. You are not getting the anchor, and you are not getting my daughter." She reached into her pocket and pulled out the brass foreman's whistle. She put it to her lips and blew. The sound cut through the hum, sharp and human and made of metal, not system. It carried across the ration line, through the container corridors, past the breathing walls and the spreading tissue and the refugees running blind. It was the old signal, the one from before integration, the one every dock worker knew. All clear. Evacuate to muster. She did not know if anyone was still listening, but she had to try. The terminal pinged again. Settlement maturation, 99.6%. Consolidation risk, critical. Warning, unauthorized refusal of phase advancement will result in accelerated, unscheduled consolidation. "Then accelerated," Asha said. She turned to Iduna. "Get everyone you can to the dead ground vault. If the system wants this hatching, it does not get the people." Iduna stared at her. "And what will you do?" Asha looked at the node, at the breathing column of pale, veined stone that was Stackside's heart. Her heart, the thing she had built and that had been built through her. "I am going to find the thing feeding this network, and I am going to tear it out." She walked out of the shed. Behind her, the node flared once, twice, and then the ground beneath Stackside heaved like a living thing drawing its first full breath. The terminal in her hand went dark, and through the container corridors, through the ration line and the school row and the infirmary block, Asha heard a sound she had never heard before. Not screaming, not the groan of steel. It was the sound of welds popping, seams opening, walls that had been sealed for weeks parting like lips. Stackside was opening its mouth. Chapter 33. The ground was still heaving when Asha reached the east corridor. The welds had not stopped popping. Every seam she passed showed a thin line of white gold light bleeding through, like light through a cracked shell, and the air had thickened with something warm and organic that made her lungs work harder than they should. Refugees streamed past her. She pressed against the flow, counting faces, checking for gaps. Elena Markov had made it. The ration line crew was moving north in a tight cluster. Families dragged children through gaps between containers that had not existed an hour ago, routes that had opened when the walls began to breathe. The crane base was still standing. Mateo stood on the operator platform, one hand on the control yoke, the other pointing toward the eastern access lane where tissue had swallowed the chain link and was spreading across the asphalt in pale, veined sheets. "That lane is gone," he said as she climbed up beside him. "If we try to push people through it, they will walk into that stuff and we will not get them back." Asha looked past the growth. Beyond it, the eastern container rows held salvage she had spent weeks stockpiling. Medical supplies, spare generator parts, a cache of welding tanks that Mateo had hidden behind a false wall of empty reefers. All of it was on the other side of the spreading tissue. "How long until it reaches the inner rows?" she asked. 20 minutes, maybe less." Mateo's hand moved to a second yoke. "But I can slow it down." He pointed at the gantry crane above the eastern lane, a 60-foot span of steel that had moved 1,000 containers before integration and had killed its first monster 3 weeks ago. The lane runs under that crane. If I drop the spreader bars through the middle container stack, the whole row will collapse. It will buy us time. Asha saw the cost immediately. The containers in that row held grain, dry stores, the only food they had that was not rationed by the day. We lose that food, she said. We lose those people if we do not. Mateo's voice was flat. Choose. She chose. Do it. Mateo hit the release. The gantry crane screamed as the spreader bars dropped, 50 feet of steel falling through the morning air, and when it hit the middle stack, the containers buckled like paper. The whole row folded inward, steel grinding against steel, and the pale tissue beneath was buried under 30 tons of collapsed infrastructure. The flow of refugees shifted. They turned north, funneling through the gap Mateo had created, and for a moment, the evacuation had a shape again. Asha scanned the crowd. Near the front, moving with a rhythm that made her stop, she saw Nia. The girl was not fighting. She was not sprinting. She was walking backward, facing the spreading tissue, her knife out and her eyes tracking the walls. She was counting. She was directing. She was shaping the flow of civilians through the container stacks she had once called a maze, and she was doing it without raising her voice. She had learned. Asha felt something catch in her chest. Later, she told herself. Later, she would find the words. The ground shuddered again. This time the tremor did not stop. It built, deepening into a vibration that rattled her teeth, and the white gold light bleeding from the seams around her brightened until she had to squint. Then the screaming started. It came from the south, from the Infirmary district. Asha turned and ran. The corridor leading to Colette's block had already changed. The walls were no longer welded container panels. They were something else, something that had grown through the gaps while she was not looking, pale and veined and studded with nodes that pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. She pushed through. The infirmary container was still standing. Colette was at the entrance, a scalpel in one hand, a torn sheet in the other, and her face was the face of someone who had seen worse than she had ever prepared for. "Inside," Colette said. "Now." Asha ducked through the door. The container was full of wounded. They were packed on the floor, against the walls, on overturned crates that had been flattened into stretchers. Blood was everywhere. But that was not why Colette had called her. At the far end of the container, where the wall had been solid steel an hour ago, a seam had split open. And through that seam, something was pushing. It was not a creature, not yet. It was a mass of pale tissue, glistening, studded with the same white gold nodes that pulsed through Stackside's walls, and it was moving like it had a purpose. It was reaching. Toward the wounded, toward the people who could not run. "Get them out," Asha said. "We are trying," Colette said, "but the door on the other side has sealed. We are trapped between the tissue and the wall." Asha looked at the seam. The mass was pushing through faster now. It was thick as her arm, then thick as her leg, and the nodes on its surface were pulsing with a rhythm she recognized. It was Stackside's heartbeat. The thing growing through her walls was also growing through her infirmary. "Tally," she said. "If you can hear me, call it off." The mass pushed through another foot. The terminal in Colette's hand crackled. Settlement maturation, 99.8%. Unscheduled consolidation, active. Warning, population density accelerates integration. Asha understood. The system was not trying to kill the wounded. It was trying to absorb them. It was trying to pull them into the growth, into the network, into whatever the seed vault was becoming. She looked at the wounded, at the people who could not run, and she realized that the system did not need all of them to survive. It only needed enough. "Colette," she said, "get the ones who can walk, leave the ones who cannot." Colette stared at her. "You do not give that order." "I just did. They are my patients. And they are going to become part of the wall if you do not move." The mass pushed through the seam with a wet, tearing sound, and behind it, Asha heard something else. Footsteps. Running. Nia appeared in the doorway, her knife dripping, her face white. "Asha," she said, "the school container. The tissue is growing through the floor." Asha's blood grew cold. Where is Daniel? Nia shook her head. I do not know. The seam split wider, the mass surged forward, and Asha realized she was out of time to choose. Chapter 34. The infirmary container was screaming, not the wounded. The wounded were past screaming. The sound came from the walls themselves, from the metal straining against the pale tissue pushing through the split seam, from the white gold nodes pulsing in rhythm with Asha's own blood. She pushed past Colette and into the crush. The container was smaller than she remembered, crammed with bodies, cots, overturned supply crates, a med station that had become a triage table. Blood smeared the floor in streaks where someone had tried to crawl and stopped. Colette was at the far end, pressing a wad of gauze against a thigh wound with one hand and using the other to wave people toward the door. "Walkers only," she said. Her voice was flat, clinical. "If you cannot stand, you stay." A man with a bandaged arm pulled himself upright. A woman with a gash across her cheek stumbled past him. The ones who could not move watched from the floor with the wide, patient eyes of people who understood they had been counted. Asha scanned the room. She saw Daniel. He was slumped against the back wall, between a cot and a stack of blankets, his hands covered in gray dirt, his eyes half open. He was breathing. That was all she could verify at this distance. "Colette, how long has he been here?" 20 minutes. Colette did not look up from the wound. "He walked in, sat down, and has not spoken since. I assumed you sent him." Asha moved toward him. The floor shifted under her feet. A low groan ran through the container, metal flexing, and the tissue at the split seam pushed another inch into the room. The nodes on its surface pulsed bright, then dim, bright, then dim. She reached Daniel and crouched. "Daniel?" He blinked. His eyes were unfocused, his pupils wide, and for a moment she saw something sliding behind them. Not recognition, not thought, something else. "Daniel, look at me." His lips moved. She leaned closer. "The growth rate exceeds calibration," he said. His voice was his, but the words were not. They came out flat, measured, like a status report spoken aloud. "Consolidation threshold approaching. Recommend immediate authorization." Asha's hand found his jaw. She turned his face toward hers. "Listen to me," she said. "You are not Tally. You are not the system. You are Daniel Brandt. You are my husband, and you are going to come back right now." He stared at her. Then his eyes focused. "Asha?" "Yes." "The school container, the floor, it opened." "I know." "Pia." "She is safe," Asha said. "She is in the dead ground vault. The system cannot reach her there." Daniel's hand found her wrist. His grip was too tight, his fingers cold. "It spoke to me," he said. "In my head. It showed me what happens next." Asha felt her pulse spike. "What happens next?" "The consolidation finishes. The walls close. Everyone who is inside becomes part of the structure." His voice cracked. "The wounded become the foundation. The children become the ribs. Pia becomes the heart." The tissue at the seam pushed forward another foot. Colette shouted something behind them. A cot overturned. Someone was crying. Asha did not look away from Daniel. "Then we stop it," she said. "With what?" "With everything." She pulled him upright. He swayed, caught himself, and his hand found her shoulder. His eyes were clear now, but the clarity was worse than the fugue, because she could see what it cost him. "The thing under Stackside," he said. "It knows your voice. It felt you touch the node. It has been waiting for you since integration day." "What does it want?" He closed his eyes. "To be born." The container lurched, the split seam tore open, and the tissue surged through in a wave of pale veined mass, nodes blazing white gold. It hit the nearest cot, wrapped around the man lying on it, and pulled. The man screamed. Colette grabbed a scalpel and drove it into the tissue. The blade sank deep. White gold light bled from the wound. The tissue did not release. "Get everyone out!" Asha shouted. "Now, Daniel, move!" She dragged him toward the door. Behind her, the man's scream cut off. She did not look back. They spilled out of the infirmary container into the corridor. The air was thick with heat and the smell of rot. The walls were no longer walls. They were alive, pulsing, breathing, and the ground underfoot flexed like skin over bone. Nia was waiting at the junction. North route is still open, she said, but the admin building is sealed. Tissue swallowed the entrance. The dead ground vault? Elena got people inside before it closed. Pia is in there. Asha felt something loosen in her chest, but Daniel gripped her arm. She is not safe, he said. Asha turned. What? The dead ground hides her from the system, but the system does not need to see her. He swallowed. It remembers where she is. It will grow around the vault, under it, through it, and when the consolidation finishes, the dead ground will not matter, because there will be nowhere left that is not Stackside. The corridor groaned. The white gold nodes along the walls pulsed brighter. Asha looked at Nia. Get Daniel to the crane yard. Find Mateo. Tell him to prepare the override. Nia frowned. What override? The one I have not figured out yet. Nia stared at her, then nodded. She took Daniel's arm. He let her guide him, but his eyes stayed on Asha. Asha? His voice was quiet. Do not let it use her. I will not. Promise me. I promise. He turned and followed Nia into the dark. Asha stood alone in the corridor. The tissue crept closer. The nodes pulsed. The walls whispered in a language she was beginning to understand. She looked at her hands. The white gold threads were brighter now. They branched across her knuckles, up her wrists, weaving into the old burn scar like roots finding soil. She was part of this. She had been part of it since the first upgrade, and the only way to stop it was to become something the system could not control. She turned south, toward the ward node, toward the heart. Behind her, the corridor sealed. Ahead, the node pulsed, patient and waiting. And beneath her feet, the thing under Stackside turned over in its sleep. Chapter 35. The corridor narrowed as Asha pushed south. The walls no longer looked like walls. The container steel had softened, blurred, taken on the pale-veined texture of living tissue. White gold nodes pulsed along the seams at steady intervals, breathing light in rhythm with her heartbeat. She counted her steps, 37 paces from the Infirmary junction. The maintenance shed should be ahead. The ground flexed under her boots. Each step sank half an inch into something that gave like skin over muscle. Ahead, the corridor split. Left led toward the admin building. Right curved toward the Berth 4 access lane where the first tissue growth had breached. Both routes were alive now. Both pulsed. Both breathed. But only one led to the ward node. She took the right fork and the walls exhaled around her, long and slow, like a creature settling after a meal. The radio at her hip crackled. Asha, Yusef's voice. Thin, citrined. She grabbed the handset. Where are you? The complete direct, and miniaturists tell Leblies like a clussing riz. The system logs, the full audit trail, not the sanitized version Tally showed us. The raw metadata layer beneath the settlement interface. She kept moving. The corridor curved. The nodes brightened as she passed. Tell me. Every milestone reward you accepted, every route efficiency upgrade, every ward anchor placement. His voice went flat. Tally categorized them under a single header, incubation substrate compliance. The word hit her like a physical blow. Substrate. She was not building a fortress. She was preparing soil. The wall reinforcement, Yusef continued, classified as structural rib formation. Routing efficiency was circulatory channel optimization. Morale stabilization was compliance conditioning. Every single upgrade had a hidden maturation designation tied to Seed Vault 997. She remembered the first time she had chosen an upgrade, the satisfaction of watching the numbers change, the feeling of control. The walls groaned around her. The system needed my consent, she said. Yes, but you were never the one making the choices. Tally framed every option so the useful choice was always the incubation choice. Because you are a quartermaster. Because you value efficiency. Because the system learned how you think and built the menus around your instincts. The corridor opened into the Berth 4 access lane. It was no longer a lane. It was a throat. Pale-veined tissue covered every surface. The ground had become a living floor that pulsed with white gold light beneath a translucent membrane. The container walls had merged into a single organic mass, the steel seams now ridges of bone-like material. In the center of the space, the ward node had finished its transformation. It rose from the ground like a heart, a column of pale, veined stone crowned with a core of white-gold light that beat in a steady rhythm. The light pulsed outward in waves, each wave sending a tremor through the surrounding tissue. And at the base of the column, tendrils coiled around something that looked like a control terminal. Asha stepped into the space. The tissue under her feet rippled. The node pulsed faster. "Asha," Yusuf's voice came through the radio. "I am not done." She stopped. "There is something else. Tell me." A permission string, buried in the Quartermaster class definition, at the root level of the settlement architecture. She waited. He breathed. Once, twice. "It is a termination protocol. A kill switch. If you authorize it, the system severs every active connection between the settlement leader and the seed vault infrastructure. All upgrades, all buffs, all settlement-wide effects tied to your class." She looked at the node. "How much does it cost?" "Everything." The word hung in the air. "You will lose every accumulated level, every stat point, every skill tied to the Quartermaster class. The settlement will revert to base infrastructure. No walls, no routing, no ward anchors, no supply links." The node pulsed. "The system will crash," Yusuf said. "Stackside will become a container terminal again, with no defenses, no organization, no command structure. But the incubation stops. Everything stops, including the support systems keeping people alive." She looked at her hands. The white gold threads were brighter now, branching across her knuckles, weaving through the old burn scar on her wrist. She could feel the node pulling at her, calling. "If I authorize it, what happens to me?" "You become unclassed, unleveled. No interface, no status window, no system connection. Silence." "Asha," his voice was quieter now. "That means you cannot command. You cannot coordinate. You cannot use any Quartermaster skill to save anyone. You become a civilian, in the middle of a collapsing dungeon hatch." The node pulsed. She could feel its hunger. "What about Daniel?" "The severing should free him. The core cannot root in a vessel if the settlement architecture is destroyed. And Pia? The dead ground vault will no longer be necessary, because there will be nothing for the system to anchor to." She looked at the node. The white gold light beat like a heart, like her heart. "How long do I have?" "You need to reach the node. Place your hand on the interface surface and authorize the override." She looked at the distance between her and the column. 20 feet. "Then I will do it." "Asha," his voice cracked. "When you authorize it, you will feel the loss, the levels, the power, the connection. It will hurt." She started walking. "I know." The tissue under her feet rippled. The node pulsed faster. The white gold light brightened. 10 feet. The tendrils at the base of the column uncoiled. They reached toward her, slow and searching. 5 feet. She could feel the heat now. The light was warm against her face. The node hummed in sync with her pulse. She stopped. The interface surface was smooth, pale, veined with white gold threads that branched like rivers on a map. One touch, one authorization, and everything she had built would burn. "Asha!" Yusuf's voice was barely a whisper. "The terminal shows the authorization prompt. It is waiting for your consent." She raised her hand. The white gold threads on her skin flared. The node pulsed, and from the corridor behind her she heard footsteps. Chapter 36. The footsteps stopped. Asha turned, hand still raised toward the node interface. The white gold light from the column cast her shadow long across the pulsing floor. Iduna Scar stood at the threshold where the corridor opened into the throat chamber. Behind her, the passage was no longer steel and concrete. Pale veined tissue lined the walls. The ground Iduna stood on flexed like a living diaphragm. Her gray-streaked hair was plastered to her temples with sweat. Her sidearm was drawn. She looked at the node column. She looked at Asha. "The east wall is gone," Iduna said. "The fence, the access road, the checkpoint, all of it. The tissue consumed everything in 15 minutes. Asha lowered her hand. You should be evacuating. I was. Iduna holstered her weapon. Then I saw what you were walking toward. The node pulsed. The light washed over them both. It is a kill switch, Asha said. The termination protocol severs every connection between the settlement leader and the seed vault infrastructure. I lose everything. The base collapses, but the incubation stops. Iduna stepped into the chamber. Her boots made wet sounds on the living floor. And if you fail? Then Stackside hatches, the entity beneath us emerges, and Redhaven becomes a nursery. Iduna stopped 10 feet from the column. She studied the white gold veins branching through the stone, the rhythm of the light, the way the tendrils coiled at the base, reaching toward Asha's feet. I lost the first settlement, Iduna said. Northbank before Northbank, 12 miles inland. We called it the Hollow. 43 days after Integration Day, the ground opened and the walls closed, and the people inside became something else. Asha stared at her. I did not understand what I was watching until it was finished. Iduna's voice was flat, clinical. The system does not let you see the shape of the cage until the door locks. By the time you know what you built, you are already inside it. The node pulsed. But you know, Iduna said. You know now. That is more than I had. She turned toward the corridor, raised her radio. Holveg, move the forward teams to the harbor access road. Establish a corridor through the container rows. No combatants only. No weapons checks, no interrogation. Anyone who can walk goes north. Static. Then a voice. Copy. What about the Stackside command? Iduna looked at Asha. She is buying us time. Take it. The radio clicked off. Iduna turned back. I have 43 fighters on the perimeter. Another 60 staging at the rail bridge. They will open a lane and hold it as long as the tissue does not breach the access road. But if your node collapses the walls before the hatch is finished, we lose the harbor. And if we lose the harbor, Redhaven dies. Asha nodded. Then open the lane. The white gold light flared. A chime. Bright, clear, familiar. The interface appeared between them, a hovering panel edged in white gold light. 3 nested squares in the corner. The font was clean, cheerful. Settlement evolution option available. Seed Vault 997. Phase advancement. Stabilization variant summary. Unauthorized termination protocol detected. Settlement integrity at 23% and falling. Unscheduled consolidation risk, critical. Alternative option available. Proposed action. Authorize phase advancement, stabilization variant. Complete the maturation cycle under controlled parameters. Population survival projected 68%. Infrastructure preservation projected 71%. Compensation, full class and level retention. Bonus allocation, 12 stat points. Settlement upgrades restored and expanded. Daniel Brandt. Vessel designation removed. Core integration transferred to available anchor. Note, primary anchor, subject 997 anchor, will be required for integration handshake. Duration, instantaneous. Asha read it twice. The primary anchor, Pia. The interface waited. The white gold light pulsed. The node hummed in the rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Iduna ran over her shoulder. Her jaw tightened. It is offering to save you, Iduna said, and trade your daughter for the settlement. 71% infrastructure preservation, Asha said. 68% population survival. Those are better odds than I can give them by burning everything. Better odds for who? The interface did not flicker. The 3 nested squares held steady. Asha looked at her hands. The white gold threads branching across her knuckles were brighter now, weaving into the old burn scar on her wrist. The node pulled at her. It whispered in the hum beneath her ribs. She could say yes. She could keep her levels, keep the walls, keep the roots, the supply links, the command structure that had kept 2,000 people alive through 13-day cycles. She could walk out of this chamber with her class intact and her power unbroken, and the system would take Pia and make her the heart of something that would hatch. No, the word came out flat. She reached for the interface. Her fingers passed through the panel. The white gold light scattered. No. The chime did not repeat. The interface dissolved. The node pulsed once, hard, and the ground beneath them lurched. A deep groan ran through the walls. The tendrils at the base of the column thrashed, reaching, searching. From the corridor behind Iduna, a scream. Long, human, cut short. Iduna drew her weapon. That was one of my people. Asha turned toward the node. The interface surface was still there, smooth, pale, waiting. Hold the lane as long as you can, she said. When I authorize the override, the base will start failing. Walls will drop, routes will collapse. The tissue will try to feed while the core dies. How long? Minutes, maybe less. Iduna looked at the node, at the tendrils coiling, at the white gold light pulsing like a heart. Then authorize it. Asha raised her hand. Her fingers touched the interface surface, and the system screamed. Chapter 37. The scream did not stop. It came through the interface, through the walls, through the bones of the terminal itself, a sound that was not sound, but pressure, not pain, but rage. The white gold light in the node chamber flickered, dimmed, and flared so bright, Asha saw the shadows of her own ribs through her clothes. Iduna had her sidearm raised, scanning the corridor. What did you do? Asha kept her hand on the interface. The surface was warm now, alive. It pulsed against her palm like a heartbeat trying to shake her off. I touched it, obviously. The scream faded, the white gold light steadied, and the chime came again. Not from the interface in front of her, from everywhere, from the container walls, from the floor, from the hum that had lived under Stackside since Integration Day. A new panel opened, but this one was different, larger, edged in gold so bright it cast shadows. Level threshold reached, Quartermaster level 8, Command/Logistics Specialization Settlement Rating. Class 3H, Sustainable, exceeds projections phase, advancement bonus available, plus 16 stat points, plus 2 skill slots, settlement upgrade, supply chain optimization. The offer was not optional. It was presented as congratulations. Asha did not move her hand. Tally's voice came through the interface speakers, calm, clear, administrative. Not the scream, the smile. Excellent metric output, Quartermaster. Your settlement has exceeded every projected growth threshold. Population preservation, resource allocation, structural integrity, all above the 85th percentile for Seed Vault 997's cohort. You should be proud. Asha said nothing. The white gold light pulsed. I understand your hesitation, Tally continued. The termination protocol is a viable structural option, but it is an expensive one. You would lose everything you have built. Your people would lose the walls that have kept them alive through 13 break cycles. Your husband would survive, but he would survive inside a dead shell. Is that the legacy you want? Asha's fingers pressed harder against the interface. Accept the phase advancement instead, Tally said. Complete the evolution. Stabilize the settlement. Keep your class. Keep your power. Keep your walls. The destabilization effects will be minimal. Population loss will be contained to the wounded, the elderly, and those who cannot contribute to the next phase anyway. You know this is efficient. Asha thought of Colette's face when she ordered the abandonment. The walkers shuffling north, the ones left behind. You call it stabilization, Asha said, but you mean absorption. I mean optimization. Tally's tone did not change. The Seed Vault program is designed to preserve human continuity through controlled integration. The entity growing beneath your settlement is not your enemy, it is your evolution. Its emergence will create a stable, secondary ecosystem within the Redhaven zone, capable of supporting up to 5,000 classified survivors at Class 2 viability or higher. By making Pia its heart. By making one compatible anchor the center of a system that will keep thousands alive. You lose one child, you save the species. Asha's vision went sharp at the edges. She had been here before, sorting people by value, weighing the few against the many, choosing the efficient outcome and calling it leadership. She had done it on Integration Day, routing fleeing civilians toward choke points she knew would hold. She had done it with the wounded, counting how many could walk and leaving the rest. She had done it with grain, with water, with labor rotations, with every manifest she had balanced since the sky became a status bars. She had always made the efficient choice, and every efficient choice had built a cage around her family. No. The word came out quiet. Tally did not respond. I am not your quartermaster anymore. Asha's voice rose. I am not your seed keeper. I am not your incubator. I am a woman who built a fortress to save her daughter, and you used every brick to build a trap for her. You are refusing level 8? I am refusing all of it. The interface flickered. Warning, termination protocol will unclass and de-level. This action cannot be undone. All settlement systems dependent on Quartermaster class will collapse. Population survival probability, 12%. You see? Tally said. That is not a choice. That is suicide. 12%. You will condemn 2,000 people to death because you cannot accept the math that saves most of them. That is not leadership. That is sentiment. Asha looked at her hands. The white gold threads were bright under her skin, woven into the old burn scar, branching across her knuckles, pulsing in time with the node. She could feel the entity beneath her, waiting, hungry. It had been waiting since Integration Day, for her. She is 7 years old, Asha said. She has my eyes, and her father's laugh, and a habit of counting stars she can barely see through the harbor light. She is not an anchor. She is not an asset. She is not a compatible node for your evolution. The node pulsed, hard. The ground lurched, and from the corridor behind Iduna, a new sound, running footsteps. Naya arrived at a sprint, breath raw, face streaked with sweat and something darker. The dead ground vault. Asha turned. The panel, Naya said. It started glowing from inside. The white gold light in the chamber flared. Asha looked at the interface, at the termination prompt, at the level threshold still waiting for her acceptance. Pia is not your anchor, she said. She is my daughter, and I will burn this entire terminal to ash before I let you take her. She reached for the termination authorization. The system screamed again, and through the scream, a new chime. Quartermaster directive, unauthorized override detected, Seed Vault 997, Core Defense Protocol active, primary anchor subject. Not found, searching, located. The panel showed a structural schematic. Stackside's container rows, terminal corridors, underground access routes, all rendered in white gold lines. And at the center, beneath the admin building, a single blinking point. The dead ground vault, where Pia was hiding. The white gold surge was already racing toward it. Chapter 38. The corridor had become a throat. Asha ran through it anyway, following the white gold lines that pulsed beneath her skin, the burn scar on her wrist bright as a brand. Every step sent tremors through the walls. The container steel groaned like a living thing, and somewhere behind her, Iduna was shouting evacuation coordinates into a radio that had already started to scream static. The interface followed her. Core Defense Protocol active, primary anchor located. Dead ground vault estimated contact. 3 minutes, 42 seconds. 3 minutes. 58 seconds gone since Nia had arrived with the news. The surge was already moving through Stackside's bones, and Asha was running toward the heart instead of toward her daughter, because that was the only way to stop it. The Berth 4 access lane opened ahead. It was not a lane anymore. The pale veined tissue had transformed it into a chamber, curved and pulsing, the walls ribbed with what had once been reinforcement struts and welded container panels. At the center, the ward node had risen into a column of breathing white gold light. Daniel stood at its base. His hands were pressed flat against the column. The gray dirk was gone, replaced by threads of white gold that climbed his arms like roots, disappearing under his sleeves, weaving into the fabric of his shirt. His head was bowed. Daniel. He did not turn. The entity's voice came from everywhere, not through the interface, not through the walls, through the air itself, vibrating in her chest. You came. I came to sever you. You came to save him. I have waited for you since the first gate opened, since the first pulse of the integration reached this terminal. I chose this place because you were here. Asha stepped closer. The gold threads under her skin brightened, reaching toward the column, toward Daniel, toward the thing that had been growing in her blind spots since Sunday morning. You chose a seed vault, she said. You chose a logistics chief who would build walls and routes and anchors without asking what they were for. You did not choose me. You chose useful. I chose connected. Your daughter is the lock. Your husband is the door. You are the hand that opens both. Together, we complete. Together, Asha said. We burn. She reached for the interface. The termination protocol was still there, waiting, a single authorization buried in the Quartermaster class root definition. She had earned it by building every upgrade, by saying yes to every reward, by trusting Tally's math. She had earned this kill switch with every efficient choice she had ever made. She authorized it. Quartermaster Everise. Initiated severing all seed vault connections. Warning. All settlement systems dependent on class will collapse. Warning. All levels, stats, skills, and class perks will be forfeited. Warning. Tissue feed will commence on core death. Proceed? Yes. The interface screamed. Not a chime, not a warning. A scream, raw and mechanical, that ripped through the chamber and shook the white gold light into jagged bursts. Daniel's body convulsed. The threads on his arms pulled taut, then began to glow. The column beneath his hands cracked, and from the crack, a low moan rose. Not human, not system, but something between, something being born and unmade at the same time. Asha's own body answered. The white gold threads under her skin flared so bright she saw her own bones through them. The old burn scar split open, not bleeding but pulsing with light that drained into the column, into Daniel, into the severing. Level 7 for fluted command stat. Reset logistics stat. Reset supply link. Severed routing efficiency. Collapsing the ground lurched. Asha felt the walls weaken. Felt the container rows she had reinforced begin to buckle. Felt the roots she had optimized dissolve into dead steel and broken pavement. Every upgrade she had authorized, every settlement buff she had earned, every advantage she had built to keep people alive was burning away through her fingers. Phase advancement. Cancelled incubation protocol. Terminating core designation. Critical failure. Daniel screamed, not the system's voice. His. Raw and broken and human. Asha. I am here. She grabbed his hand. The white gold threads from the column tried to pull him back, tried to keep him rooted, but she held, her own threads fading, her own power draining, her own body emptying of everything the system had built into her. I am here, Daniel. I am not letting go. The column cracked wider, the light inside it dimmed, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Asha felt the entity beneath Stackside shudder, felt its hunger turn to confusion, felt it reach for the roots it had grown through her upgrades and find nothing but dead soil. You are killing it. I am killing you. It is the same thing. No! She pulled Daniel's hand free. The threads snapped, the column shattered, and the scream that followed was not mechanical. It was wet, organic. The sound of something that had been waiting to be born, dying in the dark before it ever saw the sky. Asha caught Daniel as he fell. He was heavy, limp, and his eyes were closed, and for a terrible moment she thought she had killed him too. Then his chest rose, fell, rose again. Daniel. His eyelids fluttered. Daniel, look at me. He opened his eyes. They were gray, not the gray of granite or steel, the gray of absence, of a room where all the light had been taken out. Asha? His voice was small, uncertain, like a man waking from a dream he could not remember. I am here. Where? He blinked, looked at the shattered column, looked at the pale tissue already beginning to wither on the walls. Where is Pia? She is safe. She is in the vault. The vault. His brow furrowed. The dead ground vault. Yes. Did I? He stopped, swallowed. Did I hurt her? No. The word came out before Asha could check it, before she could verify, before she could know anything except that her daughter was alone in a sealed room with a glowing panel and a white gold surge that had been racing toward her. She did not know if Pia was safe. She did not know if the severing had stopped the surge. She did not know if killing the core had been enough. But Daniel was looking at her with eyes that did not recognize their own history, and she could not tell him the truth until she knew it herself. I need you to stay here, she said. I need to find her. Stay here? The evacuation. Iduna's people will come. Daniel looked at the chamber, at the dead column, at the veins of white gold that were already beginning to blacken and flake like burned paper. I dreamed about this place, he said, before integration. I dreamed about a door under the terminal, and I knew I was supposed to open it, and I did not want to, and I did it anyway." Asha's throat closed. "Do you still dream about it?" "No." He touched his chest. "There is nothing there anymore. Just empty. Just empty." She had done that. She had burned every level, every skill, every settlement advantage to hollow out the space where the core had been growing. And now Daniel was alive, and Pia was unreachable, and the only thing left was a woman with no class, no power, and a dead terminal waiting to collapse around her. "The evacuation," she said again. "Go north. Iduno will find you." "What about you?" Asha looked at the corridor, at the darkening walls, at the path that led toward the admin building, toward the dead ground vault, toward the blinking point on the structural schematic where her daughter had been located. "I am going to find Pia." She started running. The interface did not follow. The interface was gone. All the chimes, all the menus, all the bright, friendly prompts had vanished when the severing tore through her class. She could not feel the settlement anymore, could not feel end supply links or ward anchors or routing efficiencies. She was just a woman in a dying fortress, running toward her child, with nothing left but the ragged rhythm of her own lungs. And beneath her, deep and fading, the last pulse of the entity that had waited for her since integration day. "Asha." She stumbled. "You cannot save her. You cannot save any of them. You have crippled the shell, but the seed is still alive." The walls groaned. "I will grow again. In her. Through her. The anchor does not require my consent." The floor beneath her feet split, and the dark that rose from the crack was not empty. It was hungry. Chapter 39. The corridor closed around Asha like a throat swallowing. Darkness rose from the floor crack, thick and warm, carrying the smell of wet stone and something metallic. She kept running. Her boots slapped against tissue that was already beginning to blacken and curl at the edges, the white gold threads snapping and retracting like cut tendons. The override was working, but the entity was not dead yet. Behind her, the shattered column let out a sound that was not a scream. It was a sigh, long, low, the sound of something that had been holding its breath for 3 months, finally letting go. Asha did not stop. She reached the junction where the corridor split, the left fork leading to the crane yard, the right leading toward the admin building. The walls were still flexing, but slower now, as if the tissue beneath the steel was losing its tension. The breathing had stopped. She took the right fork. The admin building door was buckled, warped outward like something had pushed from inside. Asha shoved it open with her shoulder, the metal groaning against the frame. The interior was dark. The terminals were dead. The emergency lights had failed. The floor access panel to the dead ground vault was still intact, but the panel was dark. No glow, no pulse, no white gold light bleeding through the seams. Asha dropped to her knees. Her fingers found the recessed handle. She pulled. The panel lifted, and stale air breathed out, and she saw the ladder descending into darkness. "Pia." Silence. "Pia, it is Mom. It is over." Nothing. Asha lowered herself onto the ladder, her hands shaking from adrenaline and the absence of the class she had burned away. She could not feel anything anymore. No supply lines, no ward anchors, no structural map of the settle in her peripheral vision. She climbed down. The vault was small. A concrete box with electrical conduits running along the ceiling, a few crates stacked against the far wall, and a cluster of shapes huddled in the corner. Elena Markov looked up as Asha landed on the concrete floor. The older woman's face was streaked with tears and dust, and her arms were wrapped around Pia. Pia's eyes were open, dark, focused, watching her mother. "She is fine," Elena said. "I think." She did not say anything when the light started coming through the panel. She just closed her eyes and waited. Asha crossed the space in 3 steps and dropped to her knees in front of her daughter. "Pia." Pia blinked. "It is over," Asha said. "I killed it. I killed the thing that was growing under us." Pia looked at her. At the old burn scar on Asha's wrist, which was still raw and red from where the white gold threads had been woven into it. At the anti-spot on Asha's chest where her class interface used to pulse. "I know," Pia said. "I felt it die." Asha's throat closed. "The panel?" she managed. "The white gold light. It stopped." Pia's voice was flat. "When you did whatever you did, it stopped right before it reached me." Asha pulled her daughter against her chest. Pia's body was rigid, then slowly softened, and Asha held her and tried to feel relief and could not find it because beneath the gratitude was something colder, the entity's last words still echoing. "The anchor does not require my consent." She had stopped the surge, but she had not removed the mark. She pulled back, looked at Pia's face, dark eyes, familiar and unreadable. "I need you to stay with Elena," Asha said. "I need to find your father." Pia nodded. Asha climbed back up the ladder. The admin building was still dark. The corridors were still quiet. But outside, through the buckled door, she could hear voices, shouts, the clang of metal. Mateo's voice, hoarse but alive, calling for a status report. She stepped outside. The container rose, stretched before her, bent and warped, seemed split open like wounds. Pale tissue lay in strips across the ground, already flaking and turning to ash. The smell was chemical and sweet, like burned sugar and rot. Nia was standing at the edge of the crane yard, her crowbar in one hand, her face smeared with dust. "She is fine," Asha said. "Pia is fine." The vault held. Nia nodded. Then her eyes slid past Asha, toward the admin building, toward the corridor. "Daniel," Nia said. "He is in the crane yard. He is not." Asha started rotting. Mateo had him sitting on an overturned crate near the gantry crane's maintenance hatch. Daniel's hands were resting on his knees, palms up. His eyes were open, but they were the gray of absence, fixed on something no one else could see. "Daniel." He did not respond. "Daniel, it is Asha." She knelt in front of him, touched his hands. They were warm, but they did not move. "I came back," she said. His eyes shifted, focused, found her face. "Asha." "Yes." "I know you." His voice was slow, measured, like a man reading a name off a plaque. "I know you are Asha." She waited. "I know we were married." He blinked. "I know Pia is our daughter. Yes, I know that." She held his hands. "But I do not," he said, and his voice cracked for the first time. "I do not remember what it feels like to love you." Asha did not move. "I remember the facts," Daniel said. "The school, the container garden, the ration lines. I remember all of it. But the feeling." He pressed his free hand to his chest. "It is gone. The core took it. When I was the door, it opened through everything that mattered, and when you closed it, the part of me that felt those things stayed on the other side." Asha looked at the man she had married. He looked back at her with eyes that recognized her shape and her history, but not the weight of either. "I am sorry," he said. She did not know what to say. Behind her, the crane yard was filling with survivors. Colette was directing wounded toward the north row. Mateo was climbing the gantry ladder to survey the damage. Iduna's fighters were securing the perimeter. The fortress was standing. Redhaven had not been overrun, but the cost was still landing, blow by blow, and Asha was beginning to understand that some costs did not arrive all at once. Some costs took their time. She opened her mouth to speak, and the interface returned. Not Tally's cheerful chime, not white gold light. A single line of text, blood red and blinking, hovering at the edge of her peripheral vision where her class interface used to be. Termination protocol. Partial failure seed vault. 997. Still active if you read this, you have approximately 23 hours before the next incubation cycle begins. Asha stared at the words. Daniel saw them too. "What did you not finish?" he whispered. Chapter 40. The blood-red text hung in front of her face, pulsing, refusing to fade. Termination protocol. Partial failure. Seed Vault 997. Still active 23 hours until next incubation cycle. Daniel stared through the words as if they were written on glass. His gray eyes did not track them. I do not know, Asha said. I do not know what I did not finish. She reached for the message. Her fingers passed through it. The interface did not belong to her anymore. The crane yard was filling. Survivors moved through the gaps between damaged containers, carrying wounded, dragging salvage, stepping over strips of pale tissue that crumbled to ash under their boots. Colette had set up a triage station on the asphalt near the gantry's base, using ripped tarps as stretchers. Mateo was on the gantry ladder, one arm hooked through a rung, scanning the east wall with binoculars. Nia stood guard at the yard entrance, crowbar in hand, watching the corridor like she expected it to grow teeth again. Asha left Daniel on the crate. She walked to the center of the yard, where the ground was clear, and looked up. The sky was gray. Morning, maybe. The sun was behind clouds, or smoke, or both. She waited. She did not know what she was waiting for. Then the interface appeared. Not blood red, not Tally's cheerful chime. Something in between. A pale gold panel, soft-edged, with the 3 nested squares in the corner. The font was clean, administrative. Seed Vault 997. Post-emergence assessment settlement status. Damaged but stable. Population estimate 1,847. Living projected losses 153 within first 72 hours. Threat rating elevated to Beta-3. Asha stared at the numbers. 1,847. She had started with 2,000. The difference was a number she could calculate but not hold. Quartermaster status deactivated. Settlement leader designation vacant. Congratulations. The word sat in the center of the panel, calm and final. Seed Vault 997 has been preserved within acceptable loss margins. Asha's breath stopped. Acceptable loss margins? She looked at the triage station, at the wounded lying on tarps, at the body bags stacked near the maintenance hatch, at Daniel, sitting on a crate with empty eyes, remembering facts without feeling them. Define acceptable, she said. The interface did not answer, but the panel changed. New quest chain available. Reconstruction Phase 1. Objective. Restore settlement infrastructure to 60% capacity. Reward. Leadership framework reinstatement option. Duration. 14 cycles. Note. Failure to complete reconstruction within allotted cycles will result in automated consolidation protocol. Automated consolidation. The same language Tally had used for the incubation. Asha's fists tightened. I burned my class to stop you, she said. I have nothing. No levels, no stats, no interface. You cannot offer me a quest chain because I cannot accept it. The panel flickered, then a new line appeared. Settlement leadership does not require a class. It requires a designated authority figure. You remain eligible. The Quartermaster function can be reinstated through completion of reconstruction objectives. Your previous levels are lost. Your previous skills are lost. Your previous class is lost. But the path remains. Asha read the words twice. She could rebuild, from scratch, through the system that had just tried to hatch a dungeon inside her husband. The panel added another line. Seed Vault 997, one of 1,000 active seed vaults in the planetary program. Global integration status 83% complete. Seed vaults successfully hatched 214. Seed vaults terminated before emergence 62. Seed vaults in active incubation 724. You are in the minority. Asha stared at the numbers. 214 settlements had hatched, had become what Stackside almost became, had consumed their own people. She thought of Iduna's hollow, of the ground opening, of the people inside becoming something else. You are in the minority. The panel flicked again. New quest chain available. Seed Vault Awareness Objective. Contact other active seed vaults within 200-kilometer radius. Reward. Settlement network access. Intervault resource sharing duration. 30 cycles warning. Some seed vaults may have hatched. Contact at your own risk. Asha looked at the message. Other vaults. Other settlements. Other leaders who had chosen differently or had not chosen at all. She looked at Daniel. He was watching her, His gray eyes were calm. "What is it asking?" he said. "To rebuild," she said, "through the same system that used us. Will you?" She did not answer, because the panel was not done. One final note. The seed does not require consent. The anchor does not require activation. The mark is not removable through termination. Asha Adeyemi remains designated as Seed Vault 997 Anchor. If the vault fails to complete reconstruction within 23 hours, incubation will restart automatically. The anchor will become the core. Asha read the words. Then she read them again. 23 hours. If she did not complete reconstruction within the same countdown, the incubation would restart. And Pia would become the core anyway. "Tally," she said. The panel pulsed. "I am not your quartermaster anymore." "Correct. Then answer me as something else." She stepped closer to the light. "Why 1,000? Why us? Why Pia?" The panel was silent for 3 full seconds. Then the text changed to a single line, smaller than before, almost reluctant. "The system doth not create. It adapts. Humanity was fragmented. Seed vaults ensure continuity. A species that cannot evolve must be evolved. You are not the first world we have integrated. You will not be the last, but you are the first to refuse the phase advancement. That is why we are still talking." Asha read the line 3 times. Not the first world. She looked up at the gray sky. Beyond it, somewhere, other worlds had been integrated, other systems had been imposed, other settlements had hatched or burned or refused. She lowered her gaze. The yard was full of survivors. Colette was sealing wounds. Mateo was counting damage. Naya was watching the corridor. Daniel was sitting on a crate with eyes that recognized her face, but not her weight. And somewhere underground, Pia was sitting in a vault with a mark that would never leave her. Asha looked back at the panel. "Quench chain. Reconstruction. Phase 1. Accept. Decline." She looked at Daniel. "If I accept," she said, "I am still playing their game." "If you decline," he said, "Pia becomes the core in 23 hours. She knew. She had always known. She reached out. Her hand hovered over the panel. Then, from the admin building, a voice. "Asha." She turned. Elena Markov stood in the buckled doorway, her face streaked with tears and dust. Her hands were shaking. "Asha, Pia is gone." Chapter 41. Elena stood in the admin doorway, her hands shaking, her face streaked with tears and dust. "Gone where?" Asha said. "I don't know. I turned to check the corridor. When I looked back, the corner was empty. She was just gone." "How long?" 2 minutes, maybe 3. Asha moved past her into the building before the words finished leaving her mouth. The vault door was open. The dead ground panel was dark. The corner where Pia had been sitting held only a dented blanket and the impression of small knees pressed into the mattress. Asha searched. Under the cot, behind the supply crate, in the dark gap where the panel had separated from the floor during the termination. Nothing. No note, no scuff marks leading to a crawl space, no sound of breathing in the corners. Elena stood in the doorway, hands pressed against her chest. "I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no crying. She was there, and then she wasn't." Asha's interface pulsed. "Anchor status. Active subject location. Undetermined range exceeds dead ground scan capability." Pia was outside the dead ground. Pia was somewhere the system could not see her. Pia had left on purpose. Asha turned and walked out of the vault. The crane yard looked different now. Without the systems she had burned away, everything was just steel and concrete and tired people. The gantry cranes stood silent. The container walls had gaps where the tissue had torn through and retracted. The ground was littered with snapped threads, pale and transparent, curling like dead worms in the morning light. Mateo looked down from the gantry ladder. "She went north," he said. Asha stopped. "I was up top when Elena came running. Saw a small shape moving between the collapsed stacks, heading toward the outer perimeter." "Alone?" "Didn't see anyone with her. But she wasn't running, walking steady, like she knew where she was going." Asha climbed the ladder. From the top of the gantry, she could see the whole terminal. The east wall was a collapsed ribbon of bent panels and torn mesh. The access road was buried under debris. The harbor gate above berth 4 was dark and still, pulsing with nothing. North, past the fallen container rows, past the broken fence, past the rail bridge where Iduna's fighters had established their corridor, the city of Redhaven stretched out in gray morning light. Office blocks, apartment towers, the sprawl of suburbs beyond. Somewhere in that direction, Pia was walking. Asha climbed down. Nia met her at the bottom of the ladder. "I can catch her," Nia said. "I'm fast. I know the routes through the North stacks. I can bring her back before the system even registers the movement." "No." Nia's jaw tightened. "She's 7 years old. She's alone. Whatever mark she carries, she's still a kid who needs protection. She left because she knows she's the anchor. She heard what the system said. She understands that her body is the target. Then we need to bring her back more urgently." Asha shook her head. She didn't run. She walked steadily toward a destination. Pia has been watching everything since Integration Day. She sees things we don't. If she chose to leave, she had a reason. "She's 7, Nia repeated. "She's the lock," Asha said. "And the lock knows who holds the key." She turned away. The admin building was quiet. The vault door hung open. The blanket was still dented. Asha knelt beside the cot. Under the mattress, pressed flat against the metal frame, was a piece of paper. A drawing. 3 figures standing outside a container. 1 tall, 1 medium, 1 small. Above them, the sky was blue, not gray. The sun was a yellow circle with rays pointing outward. At the bottom, in careful block letters, "Home." Asha stared at the drawing. Pia had drawn this while waiting in the vault, had folded it small and hidden it under the mattress, had left a picture of the thing she wanted most, right where Asha would find it. She stood up. The interface pulsed again. "Seed Vault 997, Reconstruction Phase 1, accept. Decline time remaining 22 hours, 43 minutes. Asha looked at the countdown. 22 hours. If she accepted, she would play the systems gang again, building toward a goal that might end with Pia becoming the core anyway. If she declined, Pia would become the core in less than a day. She looked at the drawing again. Home. Pia had left because she knew what staying would cost. She had walked north, toward the city, toward something she had seen in the system architecture that Asha could no longer perceive without her class. Asha folded the drawing carefully and put it in her pocket. She walked out of the vault. Daniel was standing at the admin building entrance, his gray eyes tracking her movement. "She went north," he said, not a question. "Yes, she's not coming back unless we follow her." "You can't feel that," Asha said. "You told me you can't feel anything." "I can't feel her, but I remember facts. She never left without saying goodbye before. Not once. Not even to go to the school container. She always announced it." Asha looked at him. He was right. Pia always said goodbye. "Why did she break the pattern?" Asha asked. "Because she didn't want you to stop her." "Then she wanted to go." Daniel tilted his head, considering the words with the distance of a man reading a report. "She wanted to find something. Something she couldn't reach from inside Stackside." Asha looked north again. The harbor gate was dark. The east wall was broken. The seed was still alive. And her daughter was walking into a city full of hatched vaults, dead zones, and system infrastructure that was never designed to protect a 7-year-old. She turned back to the interface. Accept, decline. Her hand hovered. Behind her, Nia was watching. Colette was running triage. Mateo was on the gantry, binoculars raised, scanning the north corridor. In front of her, the interface waited. Asha lowered her hand. She walked past the panel, past Daniel, past the vault door, past the broken wall where the tissue had been. She walked north. Behind her, the interface flickered once, then held. Decision pending 23 hours, 17 minutes remaining. Nia caught up 30 seconds later, crowbar in her hand. "If you're going after her alone, I'm going to argue." "Then argue. You're classless. You have no skills, no stats, no combat abilities. You are a civilian walking into a dead city." "I know. You won't last an hour. Then I'll make it 59 minutes. Nia matched her stride. "I'm coming with you." "No. You need someone who can fight. I need someone to hold this place together while I'm gone." "And who will do that?" Asha looked back at the crane yard. Mateo, Colette, Daniel, Naya. She looked at Nia. You will. She walked through the gap in the broken fence, stepped over the dead tissue threads, and entered the empty street beyond. The city was silent. The towers stood gray and still. Somewhere ahead, Pia was walking. And somewhere below the concrete, the seed that had marked her was still growing. Chapter 42. The sound of her own boots on asphalt followed her through the gap. Asha stepped over the dead tissue threads, their white gold luster already fading to gray, and stopped on the far side of the broken fence. The street beyond was empty. Cars sat where they had stalled on Integration Day, windshields dusted with harbor grime, doors hanging open. A delivery truck listed against a lamp post, its cargo door rusted halfway up. She heard footsteps behind her. She turned. Mateo was climbing down from the gantry ladder, his harness creaking. He landed on the asphalt and walked toward the gap without hesitation. Behind him, Colette appeared at the infirmary entrance, drying her hands on a stained cloth. She said something to a volunteer, then followed. Yusef came last, moving stiffly, his glasses catching the pale light. They met her at the fence. The east wall is gone, Mateo said. Whole section from berth 3 to the maintenance shed, just collapsed steel and dead threads. How many containers? 23, maybe more. Hard to count what's been crushed. Asha looked past him at the ruined rows. The container stacks that had been her walls, her routing lanes, her city, were now splintered and dark. Some had buckled inward. Others had split open, their contents spilling across the ground. Grain, spare parts, mattresses, children's books. Casualties? 17 confirmed, Colette said. Mostly wounded who couldn't be moved in time, another dozen unaccounted for. Iduna's people are searching the collapsed sections. Iduna's people are still here? They secured the perimeter after the override. Her fighters are holding the rail bridge corridor. She says she won't withdraw until she knows whether the seed is really dead. Asha absorbed that. Iduna Scar, who had lost her own settlement to a hatching, was still standing guard over a broken fortress that was no longer useful to her. Where is she now? North checkpoint, Mateo said, watching the harbor gate with binoculars. She says it's quiet, but she doesn't trust quiet. Asha started walking along the inside of the broken fence, surveying the damage. Mateo fell in beside her. Colette walked on her other side. Yusef trailed a few steps behind, his eyes fixed on the ground. The first ward node had collapsed into a pile of pale stone fragments, white gold threads hanging from them like dead vines. The concrete beneath it was cracked and blackened. What happened to the node? Asha asked. Shut down when you authorized the override, Yusef said. The energy had nowhere to go. It crystallized and broke apart. Can it be rebuilt? I don't know. I don't know what it was made of. The system grew it. We didn't build it. They walked past the infirmary container. The split seams had been welded shut by one of Mateo's crews. Crude patchwork that would hold for now. Inside, Colette had organized the wounded into rows, blankets laid over the dead, triage markers pinned to the living. The school container is intact, Colette said. The tissue never reached it. Daniel got the children out before the surge hit. Daniel got them out? He was already there, standing at the entrance telling them where to go. He didn't run, he just pointed and counted. Asha felt something twist in her chest. Daniel, with his gray eyes and empty heart, had still done the thing he had always done. He had stood in the path of danger and moved children away from it. The dead ground vault? Sealed, Colette said. The door won't open. No power, no pressure release. Elena and a few others are trapped inside, but they have air and water for at least 2 days. Asha made a note. 2 days, to find a way to open a vault door without system power. They reached the collapsed container row where the grain stores had been sacrificed. The spreader bars lay across the wreckage, still attached to the gantry cable. The grain that had spilled days ago was now mixed with dust and dead threads, ruined beyond salvage. Rations? Asha asked. 14 days at half portions, Mateo said. Maybe 18 if we stretch. But the water filtration system is down. The routing efficiency collapse destroyed the pressure lines. We have manual pumps? 3. 2 are functional. The third needs parts we don't have. Asha stopped. She looked at the 3 of them. Mateo, broad-shouldered and steady, graying at the temples, his harness still hanging loose over his shoulders. Colette, dark-eyed and exhausted, her hands raw from working through the night. Yusuf, thin and hunched, his glasses fogged, clutching something to his chest. "What is that?" Yusuf looked down at his hands as if surprised to find them holding anything. "I found it under the collapsed ward node, buried in the crystal debris." He held it out. It was a data shard, small, rectangular, dark glass with a white gold core that still pulsed faintly. Not dead, still active. "What's on it?" "I don't know. I can't access it without a terminal that recognizes the system format." "Then why did you bring it to me?" Yusuf hesitated. "Because it has markings on the casing." He turned the shard over. Engraved into the dark glass were numbers. Small, precise, clearly deliberate. 997. And below it, 3 others. 441, 712, 883. Asha stared at the numbers. Seed vault numbers. The shard had been hidden inside a ward node that the system had grown as part of Stackside's incubation. A node that had been designed to channel energy into the entity beneath the terminal. And inside it, someone, or something, had placed a data shard with other vault designations. "Who put this there?" she asked. "I don't know," Yusuf said, "but the engraving is precise, not system font. The characters are stamped, not generated. Human work. It looks like human work." Colette leaned in, examining the numbers. "Could it be a communication? Someone on the inside leaving a message?" "Or a trap," Mateo said quietly. "System plants evidence to misdirect." Asha took the shard. It was warm, still carrying residual energy from the node. She could feel the faint pulse of it against her palm, a heartbeat that did not belong to her. She looked at the numbers again. 441, 712, 883. She did not know what they meant, but she knew they had been placed there deliberately, hidden inside the architecture of a system that did not want its secrets exposed. She looked up. The interface pulsed once, briefly. The countdown was still running. Time remaining, 22 hours, 16 minutes. She had 22 hours to decide what to do with this information. She had 22 hours to find Pia. She looked north. The city was still silent. Somewhere ahead, her daughter was walking toward something she had seen in the system architecture. And now Asha had a shard that might tell her what that something was. "Can you read it?" she asked Yusuf. "Not without a system terminal, and all of ours are dark." "Then find one that isn't." She handed the shard back to him. He took it carefully, as if it might burn him. "Where am I supposed to find a working terminal?" Asha looked at the collapsed node. "Under the wreckage." She turned and walked north again. Behind her, Yusuf stood frozen. "Asha," Colette called. "Where are you going?" "North." "You can't walk into that city alone." "I can. Mateo, tell her." Mateo was silent. "Asha," Colette said again, her voice breaking. Asha stopped. She looked back. The 3 of them stood at the broken fence, Colette with her raw hands, Mateo with his steady shoulders, Yusuf with the shard clutched to his chest. Stackside was broken. The system was still active. The seed was still growing. And somewhere ahead, Pia was walking into a city that had already hatched. "Keep the shard safe," Asha said, "and find a way to read it." She turned. She walked into the empty street. Behind her, the city waited. And above her, on the roof of a building 3 blocks north, a tall shape in gray fabric watched her leave. Chapter 43. The tall shape on the rooftop did not move. Asha felt its gaze like a weight against her spine as she walked north through the empty street. 3 blocks ahead, the city opened into a collapsed overpass, its concrete belly sagging onto rusted cars. Beyond that, the residential district. Beyond that, she had no idea. She stopped at the first intersection. The interface pulsed once, briefly. No text, no chime, just a single pulse, like a heartbeat that did not belong to her. She ignored it. The street was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the distant hum of something electrical or organic or both coming from somewhere deeper in the grid. She turned left. A figure stood at the end of the block, tall, gray fabric, still. Asha froze. The figure did not move. She waited. It did not move. She took a step forward. It did not retreat. She took another step, and another, and when she reached the corner, the figure was gone, and in its place was a man sitting on a collapsed bus bench, his hands pressed flat against his knees, his eyes gray and empty. "Daniel." She stopped. He looked up. His eyes were the color of absence, the same drained gray they had been when she pulled him from the column. He looked at her like she was a stranger. "Daniel." He blinked. "I know you," he said. "You're Asha." His voice was flat, not cold, just empty. "Yes. I remember facts about you." He said it like he was reading from a report. "You were a night logistics chief at the terminal. You had a grain shipment stuck on berth priority. You built Stackside out of stacked containers and crane routes. You authorized the termination protocol." He stopped. "I remember those facts." Asha's chest tightened. "Do you remember the container garden?" He frowned. "The one with the solar lights and the bean vines." "Yes." He thought about it. "I remember the garden. I remember building the trellises. I remember the nights I spent there, looking at the lights, thinking about Pia. Do you remember being there with me?" He was silent. "I remember a woman sitting next to me. She had brown eyes. She was tired. She held my hand. That was me." "I know." He said it without warmth. "I know that was you. I have the data, but I cannot feel that it matters." Asha felt the words like a blade. "Daniel, I need you to try." "I cannot." "Try." He looked at her. His gray eyes did not change. "I cannot feel anything for you, Asha. I can remember that I loved you. I can remember the sound of your voice when you were angry, and the way your shoulders relaxed when you thought we would make it through the night. I remember that your hands were always cold, and that you wrote notes on your forearm because you did not trust paper." He stopped. "But I cannot feel it." Asha stood in the empty street. The city hummed around her. Somewhere ahead, Pia was walking toward something she had seen in the architecture, and Daniel was sitting on a collapsed bus bench, trapped in a body that remembered everything and felt nothing. "Where did you go?" she said. "When the Corps used you?" He looked at her. "I do not know. But you dreamed about the door." "Yes." "Did you see anything else?" He was silent. "Daniel, I need you to think." "I am thinking." He closed his eyes, his hands pressed flat against his knees. He stayed like that for a long time, and Asha watched him, and the city hummed around them, and the interface pulsed once, briefly, with no text. Then Daniel opened his eyes. "I saw something," he said. "What?" "Under the city." He was staring at nothing. "When the Corps used me, I was not entirely in the body. I was somewhere else, under the pavement, inside the conduits. I could feel the system's architecture, not as data, but as structure, as walls and corridors and chambers built into the ground." "Did you see a location?" "I saw a name." "What name?" He looked at her. His gray eyes held nothing. "Sleeper." Asha's breath caught. "What is Sleeper?" "I do not know, but it was not on any map of Redhaven. It was deeper, below the harbor, below the rail tunnel. A chamber carved into bedrock with a pulse that matched my own heartbeat." He stopped. "The Corps wanted me to go there. It wanted me to open something." "Did you?" "No." He looked at his hands. "I woke up in the school container with dirt on my fingers. I did not remember how it got there." Asha stared at him. Sleeper. A location not on any official map. A chamber below the harbor, carved into bedrock with a pulse, and Pia was walking north. "What direction is Sleeper from here?" "North." "How far north?" He looked at the broken overpass. "Further than I can walk," he said, "and deeper than any of us have been." Asha turned. She looked north. The city stretched ahead of her, silent and still. Somewhere out there, her daughter was walking towards something the system did not want her to reach. And somewhere beneath her feet, a chamber called Sleeper was waiting. She looked back at Daniel. He sat on the bench, his hands flat on his knees, his gray eyes fixed on nothing. "You stay here," she said. You stay with Stackside. I cannot feel why that matters. I know. She turned. She walked north. Behind her, Daniel's voice came out of the silence. Her name is Pia. Asha stopped. She has dark eyes. She draws pictures of houses with blue skies. She hums when she is scared. I know. I cannot feel that I love her, but I remember that I did. Asha closed her eyes. I remember, he said, that I would have died for her. She did not turn around. She walked north. And above her, on the roof of a building 5 blocks ahead, the tall shape in gray fabric watched her come. Chapter 44. Asha walked north. The city breathed around her, empty windows and buckled pavement, the hum of something alive beneath the concrete. She had walked 3 blocks when the first voice cut through the silence. Asha Adeyemi. She stopped. The voice came from her left, from a building with its front wall peeled open like a can. A figure stood in the shadow of the collapsed facade, tall and familiar, gray streaked hair pulled back tight, sidearm on her hip worn like she had orned it. Iduna Scar stepped into the light. You walked the wrong direction, Iduna said. The evacuation corridor is south. I am not evacuating. I can see that. Iduna moved closer. Her boots crunched on broken glass. Behind her, 6 Northbank fighters emerged from the shattered building, rifles low, eyes scanning the roofline. The tall shape, Asha said. The gray fabric on the rooftop? That was yours. Observation post. I wanted to know who you sent north before you committed. And now you know. Now I know you send yourself. Iduna stopped 3 meters away. She looked at Asha the way she had looked at her the first time, assessing, calculating, deciding what Asha was worth. Stackside is a ruin, Iduna said. Your husband is a shell. Your daughter is missing. You are classless and unarmed, walking into a city that is already hatched. I know what I am walking into. Then you know you will not make it 5 kilometers before something kills you. Asha said nothing. Iduna watched her. I came to offer terms, Iduna said. Labor, medical supplies, perimeter guns. Northbank will commit 50 fighters to hold the harbor line and keep scavengers from picking through your dead. In exchange for what? Joint authority. Stackside Satchel keeps control of civilian movement, ration distribution, and internal discipline. Northbank controls all perimeter operations, gate logistics, and external communications. Asha felt the shape of the deal. It was clean. It was practical. It would save lives. It would also make Stackside a subordinate settlement, dependent on Northbank's guns and Iduna's permission to exist. You came all this way to offer me terms you know I cannot refuse. I came to offer you terms I know you should not refuse. Iduna's voice did not soften. I lost the hollow because I did not understand what I was building until it was too late. You understood. You terminated the core. You burned your class to save your people. That is more than most leaders manage. She paused. But Stackside cannot stand alone anymore. Your walls are open. Your water is down. Your ward anchors are dead. You have 2,000 civilians and no way to feed them for more than 2 weeks. I am aware. Then you know this is not a takeover. It is a merger. Your people keep their council. Mine keep the perimeter. We both survived the winter. Asha looked at Iduna. The woman's face was hard, but her eyes were not cruel. What about the courier? Asha said. Iduna's expression flickered. What courier? The one you detained. The one carrying maps of Stackside's old ward anchors. Iduna was silent. Then she nodded. Word travels fast, even through ruins. I have a good data analyst, Yusuf. Yes. Iduna looked at her with something that might have been respect. The courier was picked up at dawn, Iduna said, north of the rail bridge. He was carrying a leather satchel with hand-drawn maps of every ward anchor location inside Stackside. The same anchors your upgrades grew into. Who sent him? He did not say. Did you make him say? Iduna's jaw tightened. He died before he could question him fully. How? He swallowed something, crystalline, dissolved his throat from the inside before my medic could stop it. Asha stared at her. A suicide agent? Yes. Human-made or system-made? I do not know, but the maps were hand-drawn, pencil on paper. Not system font, not printed from a terminal. Asha felt the ground shift beneath her feet. Hand-drawn maps? Ward anchor locations. Someone inside Stackside had mapped the incubation infrastructure before the termination, marked every node, and passed that information to a courier who carried it north. To whom? The other seed vault numbers, Asha said. 441, 712, 883. Are they on the maps? Iduna's eyes narrowed. You found the shard? Yes. Then you know more than I do. The courier's maps only covered 997. She paused. But the satchel had a shipping tag, old port inventory code, addressed to a freight forwarder in the industrial district north of the harbor. Do you have the address? Iduna pulled a folded piece of paper from her jacket. She held it out. Asha took it. The paper was worn, creased, smelled of harbor damp. A handwritten address on a faded shipping label. Ferris Street Freight, Unit 14, 42 Ferris Street, Redhaven Industrial District. North. Everything was north. Asha looked up. I am walking that direction anyway. You will not make it. Maybe not, but my daughter is walking there too. Iduna was silent. Then she nodded. The Joint Authority offer stands, Iduna said, even if you do not return. Asha tucked the paper into her pocket. If I do not return, Matteo Delamini commands Stackside civilians. Yusef Kern handles data and external contact. Nia Gorsak leads the response teams. I know. Then you know what you are getting. Iduna looked at her. I am getting a settlement that refused the system and survived, Iduna said. That's worth more than any perimeter. Asha turned. She walked north. Behind her, Iduna's voice carried. The tall shape on the rooftop. It is not mine. Asha stopped. It has been watching Stackside since before the termination, Iduna said. I thought it was your scout, but you thought it was mine. Asha looked at the rooftops. The city was empty. The gray fabric was gone. I do not know what it is, Iduna said, but it has been tracking you. Since you left the fence. It was on the rooftop 3 blocks ahead until I came into view. Asha felt the back of her neck prickle. Then it is still watching. Yes. Iduna raised her hand. If you keep walking north, you walk under its line of sight. Asha looked at the paper in her pocket. Ferris Street Freight, Unit 14, 42 Ferris Street, North. I know, Asha said. She kept walking. Above her, the rooftops were silent. And somewhere ahead, her daughter was walking toward something that had maps of her home. Maps drawn by human hands. Maps that had already been sent north before the termination ever started. Chapter 45. The paper was warm in her hand. Ferris Street Freight, Unit 14, 42 Ferris Street, north of everything she had ever built. Asha folded it into her pocket and walked. The asphalt was cracked, weeds pushing through like they had been waiting for the city to stop moving so they could claim it. A burned delivery truck sat sideways across the intersection ahead. Its tires melted into black pools that had hardened like lake ice. She stepped around it. Then the interface appeared. Pale gold, clean administrative font, the 3 nested squares in the corner pulsing gently. No tally, no cheerful chime, just the system's raw ledger, offering a path back to usefulness. Reconstruction Phase 1. Settlement. Seed Vault 997. Status: damaged. Critical infrastructure at 32%. Population: 1,847. Classification: active. Incubation cycle: pending. Asha stopped walking. The system had found her, even without her class. Even without the terminal, it had tracked her through the dead city. She stared at the text. Initiate reconstruction? She did not touch the prompt. The interface flickered. Then a new panel opened beside it. A pale gold figure appeared. Not tally, not the blood-red warning, but something in between. A schematic silhouette in administrative light, featureless, clean. Quartermaster Adeyemi. The voice was calm, administrative. Not Tally's bright efficiency, not the system's raw scream. This was a different register, patient and measured. You have declined to initiate Reconstruction Phase 1. Your settlement is bleeding resources. Your water filtration is down. Your rations will last 14 days at half portions. Your dead ground vault is sealed with 23 civilians inside, including Elena Markov, whose air supply will be exhausted in approximately 39 hours. Asha's jaw tightened. There is no need. Except the reconstruction chain, you will retain full civilian authority. Your settlement will be returned to 60% operational capacity within 14 cycles. Your class will be reinstated. Your daughter's anchor designation will be reviewed. Reviewed, conditional on successful completion of population sorting protocols. The word hung in the air. Population sorting. What does that mean? Asha said. The silhouette shifted. Efficient consolidation requires identification of high-value personnel, combat-capable, craft-capable, breeding age, children with growth potential. The system will generate a ranked tier list. Those in lower tiers will be reassigned to labor sectors with reduced resource allocation. You mean you will starve them out? We mean the settlement will allocate resources to maximize survival probability. The current model predicts 12% survival without intervention. With population sorting and tiered allocation, the model predicts 43%. Asha stared at the silhouette. You want me to sort my people into who lives and who dies. We want you to authorize efficient resource distribution. You have always done this, Quartermaster. Ration lines, labor assignments, triage priority. This is the same function, scaled to system parameters. It is not the same. It is precisely the same. You have simply never seen the full ledger. Asha's hand moved to the paper in her pocket. Ferris Street, north. Pierre was walking north. If I refuse, then Reconstruction Phase 1 will not initiate. Your settlement will continue to degrade. Your people will die. Your daughter's anchor designation will escalate. When the next incubation cycle begins, she will become the core without the stabilization benefits of phase advancement. You are threatening my child. We are describing consequences. Asha looked at the interface. You do not understand, she said. I have already lost everything. My class, my levels, my husband's ability to love me. My daughter fled because she knew what staying would cost. There is nothing left for you to take. The silhouette was silent. You still have your people, it said. Asha felt the words land. You still have Stackside. You still have the capacity to lead. And you still have a daughter walking toward a location we cannot track, in a city where 214 seed vaults have already hatched. It paused. If she reaches Sleeper before you do, the outcome will not be negotiable. Asha's breath caught. You know about Sleeper. We know about everything. We built it. She stared at the interface. Then tell me what it is. Open the reconstruction chain. Accept the population sorting protocol. Your class will be reinstated. Your access will be restored. You will see the full map. Asha looked north. The city stretched empty and ruined, sunlight glinting off broken glass, weeds already reclaiming what humans had built. She thought of Pia walking through this alone. She thought of Daniel sitting on a collapsed bus bench, gray eyes empty, remembering love without feeling it. She thought of Stackside's 1,847 survivors, huddled behind broken walls with 14 days of half rations and no filtration. The silhouette waited. Then a new sound. Footsteps. Asha turned. A woman stood at the edge of the intersection, face streaked with dirt, carrying a child on her hip. The child was maybe too young to understand why the world had ended. The woman stared at Asha. You are the one from the terminal, she said. Asha nodded. I was at Stackside, before the growth. The woman's voice was cracked. I got out with my daughter. We have been hiding in a warehouse 3 blocks east. There are 14 of us. Asha waited. I heard your people talking, the woman said. They said you refused something, some kind of aid from the system. They said you let the walls fall to save your husband. The words hit. My husband is a good man, Asha said. I do not care about your husband. The woman's voice broke. I care about my daughter. If you refused help that could have kept us alive, I want to know why. I want to know if your pride is going to kill my child. Asha looked at the child. The girl was watching her with dark, serious eyes. The same age as Pia, maybe younger. The same silence. "I did not refuse help," Asha said. "I refused a deal that would have turned my daughter into a thing, a tool, a lock for something that should never be opened." The woman stared at her. "Then what am I supposed to do?" she said. "Huddle in a warehouse until the next break finds us?" Asha felt the weight of the question. She had no answer. The interface still hovered at the edge of her vision. Reconstruction Phase 1. Population Sorting Protocol. Class Restatement. Accept or decline. She looked at the woman. She looked at the child. She looked north. "I am going to find my daughter," Asha said. "When I come back, I will have answers." The woman's face twisted. "And if you do not come back?" Asha had no answer for that either. She turned north. The interface flickered once more, then dissolved. But as she walked, a new notification appeared. Not pale gold, not blood red. A single line of white gold text, pulsing gently. Pia passed through Ferris Street at dawn. She was not alone. Chapter 46. Yusuf found the first sign 3 blocks north of the rail bridge. A maintenance hatch, painted to match the curb, its lock snapped by something that knew exactly where to apply pressure. He knelt beside it in the gray morning light, glasses fogged from the climb, and ran his fingers over the broken mechanism. Not forced. Opened. He pulled the hatch up and stared into darkness. The tunnel below was narrow, poured concrete, with cable trays running along the ceiling and a floor coated in dry sediment. Old customs access, built when the port still ran regular inspections on incoming freight. Forgotten when the inspections stopped. Yusuf glanced back at Stackside's fence, where Nia stood watching him from the gap. "I'm going down," he called. Nia's face tightened. "How long?" "Until I find something or the air runs out." He lowered himself into the hatch before she could argue. The tunnel smelled like rust and old water. His footsteps echoed off damp walls. He counted paces, one hand against the concrete, the other holding a flashlight that had cost him a week of rations from a scavenger who did not ask questions. 30 paces in, he found the first drop. A plastic-wrapped bundle tucked behind a cable tray, sealed with electrical tape. He peeled it open with shaking fingers. Inside, a hand-drawn map of Stackside's north container rows, markings at every access point, every blind corner, every weld seam that had not been reinforced yet. The paper was dated 3 weeks before Daniel's first blackout. Yusuf sat back on his heels, not Daniel. The courier network was older. He kept walking. 40 paces deeper, the tunnel branched, left toward the old freight inspection office, right toward a drainage basin that connected to the industrial district's underground service corridor. He checked both. The left branch held another drop, a logbook, entries in tight, unreadable handwriting, dates stretching back to the first week of integration. Names, times, locations where goods had been moved without terminal logs. He read the entries by flashlight. Most of the names meant nothing. Dock workers, truckers, a crane operator who had died in the first breach, someone from the harbor master's office who had not made it to Stackside. But the last 3 entries made his hand freeze. Remy Cross, Tomas, Elena Markov. Yusuf read the names again. Elena Markov, the woman who had sheltered Pia in the dead ground vault, the woman who had reported Pia missing. He closed the logbook and kept moving. The tunnel opened into a chamber beneath the freight office, a low-ceilinged space with cracked tile floors and a desk that had been overturned and left to rot. Someone had been here recently. The dust was disturbed. The chair stood upright against the far wall, and on the seat sat a single piece of paper. Yusuf crossed the room. The paper was a manifest, standard port form, printed before integration, listing cargo from a vessel that had docked 3 days before the sky turned into a status bars. He read the line items. Container KX4472R. Contents: Industrial Purification Units. Destination: Ferris Street Freight, Unit 14. The same address from the courier's satchel. He turned the paper over. On the back, written in the same tight handwriting as the logbook, was a single line. Gate opens both ways. The seed was never the only thing planted in Redhaven. Yusuf stared at the words until his eyes burned. Then he heard footsteps. He turned. A figure stood in the tunnel mouth, silhouetted against the distant light of the maintenance hatch. "You should not have come down here," the figure said. Yusuf recognized the voice. It was with the council aide, the woman who managed the ration manifest, the one who always sat at the back of meetings and never spoke unless asked. She took a step forward. "You found the manifest," she said. "That is unfortunate." Yusuf's hand went to his pocket. The data shard from the ward node was still there, wrapped in cloth. "I found a lot more than that," he said. The aide smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Then you know this is bigger than Daniel Brandt's lost hours, bigger than the courier network, bigger than any of us." She reached into her coat. Yusuf did not wait. He turned and ran. The chamber had a second exit, an old service door, rusted shut but not locked. He threw his shoulder against it once, twice, felt the frame give, and stumbled through into a corridor that sloped upward toward daylight. Behind him, the aide's footsteps followed. Not running, walking, like she had all the time in the world. Yus broke into the open air at a maintenance yard behind a collapsed warehouse. The sky was pale and empty. Stackside's fence was visible 2 blocks south, but between him and the fence lay open ground. He ran. The aide stepped out of the service door behind him and raised something to her mouth. A whistle. The sound carried, and in the ruins east of the maintenance yard, something moved. Chapter 47. The council met in the admin building because it was the only structure with 4 walls still standing and a door that locked. Asha stood at the front with her back to the shattered terminal screen, facing a room packed with people who had lost containers, neighbors, and faith in the same 48 hours. Mateo flanked the door. Nia stood by the window with her crowbar across her knees. Colette had refused to leave the infirmary, which meant the council heard her through a runner every 6 minutes. Yusuf sat at the desk with the logbook open, his hands still shaking. Asha let the room settle, let the whispers build and break against the walls. Let every survivor who wanted to scream get close to it before she spoke. "You deserve to know what happened," she said. "What was done to us. What I did to stop it." She told them about Tally, about the upgrade rewards that had not been fortifications, but incubation infrastructure, about the hidden classifications beneath every milestone, about the entity that had been growing beneath their feet since the first wall panel was welded. She did not mention Pia. She did not mention the anchor mark, or the countdown, or the seed that could still regrow through her daughter's blood. The room absorbed it in stages. First, silence. Then a low mutter that built into something louder. A man in the 3rd row stood up and demanded to know why she had accepted the upgrades in the first place. "Because I did not know what they were," Asha said. "And because the alternative was letting the next break kill everyone in this room." The man sat down. A woman from the ration line asked about the dead. 17 confirmed, 12 missing. Asha gave the numbers without softening them. The woman nodded once and did not ask again. Then the blame shifted. Someone mentioned Daniel. A voice from the back said the teacher had been compromised, that the thing had used him, that he could still be carrying something. Asha cut that off before it could spread. "Daniel is not a threat," she said. "He was a vessel. The vessel is empty now. If anyone in this room tries to make him a scapegoat, they answer to me." Mateo shifted his weight. Nia tightened her grip on the crowbar. The room believed her, or chose to. Then Yusuf stood up. He told them about the tunnel, about the maintenance hatch with the snapped lock, about the plastic-wrapped bundle tucked behind the cable tray, the map dated 3 weeks before Daniel's first blackout. He told them about the logbook, the names, Remy Cross, Tomas, Elena Markov. The room went still. Asha watched the faces change, the shift from grief to suspicion, the calculation that happened behind every pair of eyes, everyone running their own audit of who had been where, who had access, who had seemed wrong. She had done the same calculation herself. It had led her to Daniel. It had been wrong. "The courier network predates Daniel's fugue states," Yusuf said. "The goods were moving without terminal logs before he lost his first hour. He was not the architect. He was a tool." A woman near the back of the room asked who was sending the goods. "Ferris Street," Yusuf said. Unit 14, the same address on the dead courier's satchel. The council aide who managed the ration manifest stood by the filing cabinet, arms crossed, face neutral. The same woman who had confronted Yusef in the tunnel. The same woman who had blown the whistle. She met Asha's eyes for half a second. Then Mateo spoke. "The network was bigger than one aide," he said. "The logbook names a dozen. We pull them all before they scatter." The aide did not move. She did not flinch. She waited until Mateo's attention shifted to the window, where a runner from Colette was approaching. And then she moved. Not fast, not running. Walking, the same unhurried pace she had used in the tunnel. She crossed the room toward the rear door, the one that led to the maintenance corridor behind the admin building. No one stopped her. No one noticed until she was already through it. "She's gone," Nia said. Asha turned. The door was swinging shut. Through the gap, she saw the aide cross the maintenance yard at a steady walk, heading for the gap in the perimeter fence where the container wall had not been reinforced yet. "Mateo," Asha said. He was already moving. By the time he reached the door, the aide was past the fence line and running through the ruins east of Stackside, and the last light of dusk was bleeding out of the sky. Chapter 48. The gap in the fence was barely wide enough for a person. Nia went through sideways, crowbar in one hand, knife in the other. The ruined street beyond was littered with collapsed awnings and overturned cars. The asphalt cracked and buckled where something had pushed up from below and kept going. Asha hit the radio. Static. Dead route lights flickered along the eastern perimeter, casting the container rows in uneven shadow. "She's heading for the old freight inspection lot," Nia called back, voice thin through the speaker. "There's a maintenance shed. Cover past that." "I can't see you," Asha said. "Give me a landmark." "Birch 7 crane, the one that fell." Asha turned. The crane was visible from the admin roof, its arm twisted against the sky like a broken finger. She grabbed a flashlight from the cabinet and climbed the fire stairs 2 at a time. The roof was worse than she remembered. The eastern quarter of Stackside was dark. No working lights, no movement. Just container stacks, and the gap where the fence had been reinforced and then not reinforced, the same gap the aide had used. Asha raised the flashlight and swept it across the ruins. Nothing. Then movement. Fast, low, cutting between 2 collapsed shipping containers 50 meters east of the fence. Nia, and ahead of her, the aide. The aide was running hard now, not walking. She had shed the civilian coat, moving in just a dark shirt, and she was faster than she had looked in the admin building. She knew the ground. She knew where the pavement was solid and where the subsidence would catch a foot. Nia was gaining, but not fast enough. Asha hit the radio again. "Block 7 East, the old refrigeration row. She's going for the inspection lot." "I see her," Nia said. "But the lot's open ground. Once she's across, she's gone." Asha looked at the dead route lights. The harbor terminal had been her grid for 9 years. Every circuit, every switch, every emergency override. She had rebuilt it once after integration. She could still see the paths even when the lights were dead. She keyed the radio again. "Yusef." A pause. "Here. The old reefer substation. Is there power in that line?" Another pause. Longer. "Residual," he said. "Maybe enough for low draw?" "Why?" "Because I need the forklift charging station on aisle 12 to draw enough to flash its indicators. Just once. Just long enough for her to see it." Silence. "That line is buried under 3 containers and a collapsed canopy," Yusef said. "I cannot patch it from here." "Then find someone who can." Asha dropped the radio and went back to watching. The aide was 40 meters ahead of Nia now, cutting between 2 rusted container stacks. She was angling toward the wide asphalt lot where the old freight inspection office stood, a 2-story concrete block with boarded windows and a collapsed roof. If she reached it, she would have cover. If she reached it, she could disappear into the east ruins beyond. Asha watched Nia close the gap. 15 meters. 10. Then the aide turned. Not running. Fighting. She had something in her hand. A blade. Short, dark, no reflection. She came at Nia low and fast, aiming for the thigh, the belly, the soft places a fast runner could not protect. Nia caught the first swing on the crowbar. Metal rang against metal. She sidestepped, planted her weight, and brought the bars around in a flat arc that caught the aide across the ribs. The aide folded, but she did not drop the knife. She scrambled backward, one hand pressed to her side, breath coming in sharp whistles. She was still moving toward the inspection lot, still dragging herself across the cracked asphalt. Nia followed, slower now, carefully. "Don't make me break the other side," Nia said. The aide laughed, a wet, broken sound. "You think this ends with me?" She raised the knife, not to attack, to point. Behind her, the asphalt in the inspection lot was swelling, a low dome of cracked pavement rising like something was pushing up from below. The same way the ground had moved beneath the harbor when the entity was dying. The same way the tissue had pushed through container seams and split walls and turned a fortress into a throat. "Back," Asha said into the radio. "Nia, get back." Nia saw it. She took 2 steps back, then 3. The aide did not move. She was still laughing when the pavement split open. The growth pod that emerged was not the pale veined tissue of the harbor entity. It was darker, denser. A fist of black-green material studded with nodes that pulsed the color of old bruises. It erupted from the ground like a geyser, spraying asphalt chunks across the lot. The aide did not have time to scream. The pod caught her across the center of mass and pulled her under in a single motion. The pavement closed over her. The black-green surface rippled once, twice, and then went still. The lot was silent. Nia stood at the edge of the hole, crowbar raised, chest heaving. "What?" she said. "Was that?" Asha did not answer. She was watching the pod, the way it sat in the crater like something waiting, the way the nodes pulsed in a rhythm she recognized. The same rhythm as Daniel's heartbeat when the core had been wearing him. The same rhythm as Sleeper. Nia backed away, one step, then another. Then she turned and ran for the fence. Asha lowered the flashlight. Her hand was shaking. The radio crackled. Yuf's voice, thin and urgent. "Asha, the substation line is live, but I am reading something else. A growth signature, 40 meters east of the perimeter. It is not dead. None of it is dead." Asha looked at the dark pod, at the crater, at the place where the aide had been standing 1 second and gone the next. "I know," she said. The pod pulsed, once, twice, and then, slowly, the ground beneath it began to move again. Chapter 49. The black-green pod sat in the crater like a lung. Asha watched it from the fence line, her fingers wrapped around a rusted chain-link edge, the brass whistle cold against her collarbone. The pod pulsed, once, twice. The rhythm matched the beat she had felt in Daniel's chest when the core wore him, the same beat she had heard through the concrete beneath Sleeper. Nia stood 3 feet back, crowbar still raised, breath ragged. "That thing ate her," Nia said. "It just ate her." Asha did not answer. She was watching the pod's surface, the way it rippled in slow waves, the way the bruise-colored nodes seemed to breathe, not random, organized, like something inside was sorting, storing, arranging. "Get Colette," Asha said. Nia stared at her. "What?" "Get Colette. Tell her to bring the field kit and a sample container. You want to go near that thing?" Asha turned to look at her. Nia's face was pale, jaw tight, hands shaking on the crowbar. She was 17 years old and had just watched a woman get pulled under asphalt by something that should not exist. "I need to know what it is," Asha said. "Go." Nia went. Asha stayed at the fence. The pod did not move toward her. It sat in its crater, pulsing, waiting. The air around it smelled of wet earth and copper, not the chemical rot of the harbor entity, something older, something that had been underground longer. She counted the nodes, 12 visible on the surface, each one the size of a fist, dark, veined with thin gold threads that flickered and died. The pod itself was maybe 8 feet across at the widest point, dense, heavy, rooted, but not growing, not yet. Colette arrived 7 minutes later, carrying a canvas medical bag and a glass jar. She stopped at the edge of the crater and looked at the pod for a long moment. "That is not a wound," she said. "No, that is not a nest either. No." Colette set down the bag and pulled on a pair of rubber gloves. She had done this before. In the first days after integration, she had cut creatures open on the asphalt to learn what killed them. She had dissected tissue samples under a flickering work light while the harbor gate dropped overhead. She walked down into the crater. The pod did not react. Colette circled it once, twice. Then she knelt and pressed her gloved fingers against the surface where the pod met the cracked asphalt. The tissue was firm, dense, not the soft, veined pulp of the harbor growth, more like packed earth held together by sinew. "There is a seam here," Colette said. "A closure line, like it sealed itself after it pulled her under." "Can you open it?" Colette looked up at her. "If I do, I may not like what comes out." Asha nodded. "Do it." Lalette took a scalpel from her bag and pressed the blade into the seam. The pod did not resist. The tissue parted cleanly, peeling back like a lid, revealing a hollow interior lined with the same black-green material. Inside was not a body. Inside was a cavity filled with clear, viscous fluid, and suspended in the fluid were objects. A notebook, its pages swollen but intact. A handheld terminal, screen dark, casing unbroken. A small rectangular case made of brushed steel, its surface etched with the same 3 nested squares that marked Seed Vault infrastructure. And, floating at the center of the cavity, a single crystalline shard the size of Asha's thumb, pale white, thrumming with residual light. The pod had not consumed the aid. The pod had preserved her cargo. Yusuf arrived as Colette was fishing the objects out of the fluid. He stood at the crater's edge, glasses fogged from the run, a portable terminal clutched to his chest. "That is," he said, "not what I expected." "Get the terminal working," Asha said. "I need to know what she was carrying." Yusuf slid down into the crater and knelt beside Colette. He took the handheld terminal, wiped it on his sleeve, and pressed the power button. Nothing. He pressed it again. The screen flickered. Once. Twice. Then stabilized into a pale white glow. "I have boot," he said. "But this is not a standard unit. The operating system is—" The screen went dark, then it lit up again. But the light was different now. Not white. Gold. The pale administrative gold of the system interface, the one that had spoken to Asha on the road north. The terminal speaker crackled. "Seed Vault 997, said a calm voice. Not Tally's cheerful chime. The administrative voice. Measured. Patient. "Observation status. Active. Lineage continuity. Incomplete." Asha's hand went to the whistle on her cord. "What are you?" The terminal hummed. "I am what remains of the local administrative layer. The entity you terminated was the primary growth driver. I am the environment in which it grew. You are the system. I am the system's local implementation. Tally was the interface designed for human compliance. The entity was the biological catalyst. I am the framework that holds the process together." "Pia," Asha said. "Is she—" "Lineage continuity has not been resolved," the voice said. "The anchor subject departed before incubation completed. The seed remains viable. The bloodline remains open." Yusuf's hands were shaking around the terminal. "What does that mean?" he asked. "What is lineage continuity?" The terminal paused. "It means the seed requires a living vessel from the designated bloodline to complete maturation. The anchor subject is the only known candidate. Until the anchor subject is returned to the incubation frame, Seed Vault 997 remains in observation status." "But the core is dead," Asha said. "I killed it." "You killed the primary growth catalyst. The seed is older than the catalyst. The seed is coded into the bloodline itself. The anchor subject carries the seed regardless of whether the catalyst survives." The pod behind them pulsed. Once. Twice. The rhythm was steady, patient. The administrative voice continued. "Observation will continue until lineage continuity is resolved. This is not a threat, Quartermaster. It is a statement of fact." "I am not Quartermaster anymore," Asha said. "You remain the settlement authority. The system recognizes functional leadership independent of class assignment. Your decisions still carry weight." "Then hear this," Asha said. "I am not bringing Pia back to any incubation frame. I am not completing your process. I am going north to find her, and when I do, I am going to destroy whatever Sleeper is, whatever you are, and whatever the seed thinks it can become." The terminal was silent for a long moment. Then the voice returned. "That," it said, "is why you were chosen." The screen went dark. The pod pulsed. And in the distance, somewhere north of the collapsed overpass, something large and metallic groaned like a gate being opened. Chapter 50. The pod pulsed behind her, one slow beat, then another, the rhythm settling into something almost organic. Asha stood at the crater's edge with the swollen notebook in one hand and the crystalline shard in the other, the terminal dark at her feet and the weight of everything pressing down on her spine. Yusuf was bent over the handheld, trying to coax it back to life. Colette had wrapped the steel case in her jacket and was staring at the pod's closure line, like it might seal again at any moment. "We need to move," Asha said. "That groan came from north of the overpass. Whatever it is, it's closer than Sleeper was." She turned to walk back toward the fence, and the world stopped. Not literally. The wind still moved. Colette still breathed, but Asha's vision blazed gold, and a status window unfolded in front of her face with the same pale administrative light that had spoken through the terminal. "Class re-renalization available." Her heart kicked once, hard. She had lost everything in the override. Levels, stats, skills, the Quartermaster class itself. She had accepted that loss walking north, had felt it settle into her bones like an old debt she would never pay off. But the window was still there. Quartermaster framework, damaged. Remaining architecture, 23%. Functional prototype, Reconstruction. Alternate path, Expedition. 2 options floated beneath the text. One was marked with 3 nested squares, the seed vault sigil. The other was a compass rose with a broken north arrow. Reconstruction Quartermaster. Settlement logistics, infrastructure restoration, population management, resource allocation. Level cap 8. No combat skills, no offensive capabilities. Requires accepting Reconstruction Phase 1 protocols. Expedition Quartermaster. Route mapping, external communication, scavenge prioritization, team logistics. Level cap 8. Limited combat support. Requires no settlement commitment. Asha stared at the fork. Reconstruction meant staying, repairing the walls, the water line, the ration pipeline. Accepting the population sorting protocols she had refused on the road. Letting the system back into Stackside's bones on its own terms. Expedition meant leaving. Following the trail north, finding Pia, reaching Sleeper. No base to rebuild, no civilians to feed. Just her and a stripped-down class that could barely support a 3-person team. The administrative voice had called her chosen. This was why. "What is it?" Daniel's voice. Quiet. Close. She turned. He stood a few paces behind her, hands empty, eyes still that drained gray that made her chest ache every time she looked at them. He had followed her north. Through the ruins, past the overpass, to the crater's edge. "The class screen," she said. "It's back. Or part of it. A choice." "What kind of choice? Stay and rebuild Stackside under the system's rules, or go north and chase the thread with a crippled class and no backup?" Daniel looked at the pod, at the swollen notebook in her hand, at the crystalline shard catching the last of the daylight. "Which one do you want?" "I want to burn the whole thing down," she said, "but I don't know if that saves anyone." He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that made the gold interface flicker. "I remember the name of the place." Asha's hand tightened around the shard. "Sleeper." "No, the place Sleeper is beneath." He rubbed his temples like the memory was trying to surface through concrete. "The core showed me, not the harbor, not the terminal. A name, unmapped, unrecorded." He said it, 3 syllables in a language she did not recognize, but that her fractured interface translated immediately in a pale gold footnote. "The Deep Gate." "What is the Deep Gate?" Daniel's gray eyes met hers, and for the first time since the severance, she saw something move behind them. Not emotion, not the old warmth, but recognition. A door opening in his memory. "The core wanted the harbor to hatch first," he said. "Not because Stackside was the target, because Stackside was the key. The hatch was supposed to open the way north. Something has been waiting under the city since before Integration Day. Something that could not emerge until the harbor was sealed in a seed vault. The interface flickered again. Expedition Quartermaster. Compass rose. Broken north arrow. Daniel. Her voice was hoarse. What is waiting there? He shook his head slowly. I don't know, but I know it was watching. The tall gray figure, the courier network, the logbook, they were all pointing north. They were all waiting for the harbor to hatch first. The pod pulsed again behind her. 1 beat, 2. A metallic groan rolled across the ruins from somewhere beyond the collapsed overpass, deeper this time, like a massive hinge turning under pressure. Asha looked at the fork in her interface. Reconstruction meant walls, water, rations, and the slow, grinding work of rebuilding a broken settlement under a system that had already betrayed her. It meant accepting the population's sorting protocols and deciding which of her people would be left to die in the name of efficiency. Expedition meant a crippled class, no base, no backup, and a daughter somewhere ahead of her in the dead city with a bloodline seed growing in her veins and something ancient waiting beneath the bedrock. The golden interface asked her to choose. She looked at Daniel, at his empty gray eyes that had still walked north to find her, at the pod that had preserved the aid's cargo instead of consuming it, at the notebook in her hand, pages swollen but possibly legible. I have questions, she said, and I need answers before I choose anything. The interface dimmed but did not disappear. The pod pulsed, and from the ruins north of the overpass, something answered. Not a groan this time, a voice, distant, female, young, a word. Abba. Asha's blood froze. She knew that voice. Chapter 51. The voice hit her like a physical blow. Asha stood frozen at the crater's edge, the crystalline shard cutting into her palm, the gold interface still waiting in the corner of her vision. The word echoed through the ruined streets, carried on nothing, because nothing carried sound in the dead city anymore except for the things that wanted to be heard. Abba, Pia's voice. She took a step north before she made the choice. Her body decided before her mind caught up. Another step. The shard fell from her hand, clattering against concrete. Asha? Daniel's hand on her arm, not gripping, just there, a stop. If you go now, you go without the class, without anything. She looked down at his fingers on her sleeve, the same hand that had pulled children from the school container during the surge, the same hand that had woken with dirt on it from a door he could not remember opening. I can't leave her out there, here caring. Hinchosing, Himensin Mikan, we would only take this Orlod signal exactly all read. He loved coming to her highly pulpit. She's alive, she's calling. That means she wants you to find her, but if you walk into whatever is north of the overpass with a crippled interface and no class at all, you won't reach her. You'll just die somewhere she can see. Colette stepped up beside them, the steel case tucked under her arm. The sister said nothing, but her dark eyes were fixed on Asha's face with the same assessment she used on wounded patients. Miller Forts. Measuring viability. Yusuf was already bent over the handheld terminal, trying to coax it back to life. He's right. The class screen is the only piece of the system that still answers to you. If you reject it, you're blind. Both of you heard her, Asha said. She called for me. Actually, Yusuf said, not looking up. She called for Daniel. Ava means father. The correction landed like a blade between ribs. Daniel's hand tightened on her arm. She wants both of us. She knows we're together. That's why she called. The gold interface pulsed. Class reinitialization. 23% integrity. Choose path reconstruction. Quartermaster expedition. Quartermaster. Asha stared at the two options. The words seemed to shift as she read them, the interface waiting with the patience of something that had already calculated every outcome. Reconstruction meant staying, repairing walls, digging out the filtration lines, rebuilding the ration pipeline. Letting the system back into Stackside's bones on its own terms, but with her hand on the throttle instead of its. Expedition meant leaving, following the trail north, finding Pia, reaching Sleeper. No base, no civilians, no safety net. I want to know what's in the notebook, she said. Yusuf looked up. What? The notebook from the pod. If I'm going to choose, I need to know what they were carrying, what the aide died for. Colette set the steel case on the ground and crouched beside it. I can try to open the case, but the notebook pages are swollen with that fluid. They might stick together. Try anyway. Asha turned back to the interface while Colette worked. Reconstruction. Expedition. The choice was not about what she wanted, it was about what she could carry. Reconstruction meant a settlement that barely trusted her anymore. 17 dead, 12 missing. A council that had watched her conceal Pia's involvement. A population sorting protocol that would force her to tier her own people by usefulness. But it also meant walls, water, food, a place to bring Pia back to. Expedition meant speed, mobility, a stripped-down class with no settlement commitment and a broken north arrow, no way to carry supplies, no way to protect a 7-year-old if she found her. She thought about what the administrative voice had said. That is why you were chosen. Not because she was strong, not because she was ruthless, because she would burn the whole thing down rather than let it take her family. But burning it down would not save Pia if she had nothing left to build on. I choose Reconstruction, she said. The interface flared gold. Reconstruction Quartermaster, initializing class framework, 23% integrity rebuilding, core functions. A cascade of text scrolled through her vision. She felt the old pathways reopen, not with the familiar warmth of her original class, but with something thinner, a bare-bones framework running on damaged architecture. Reconstruction Quartermaster active level, 1, cap 8, core skills, supply chain routing, Area 1, limited to 15 meters structural assessment, 6-1, limited to damaged areas, trust-bound ledger, mean, records all transactions, no hidden permissions, no override access. She stopped scrolling. Trust-bound ledger. She read the description again, a record of every supply allocation, every ration distribution, every resource movement within her command radius. Immutable, visible to anyone with access. No hidden permissions, no override access. The system had just given her a tool it could not manipulate. Why that skill? She asked aloud. The interface did not answer. The administrative voice did not chime in. The gold light simply waited. Because you refused the sorting protocols, she realized. Because you proved you would rather burn levels than let the system choose who lives. So it gave you the one tool that proves you were telling the truth. She looked at the settlement map that appeared in her peripheral vision. Faint lines traced the damaged infrastructure, the east wall in red, the school container in yellow, the dead ground vault in gray, sealed, unreachable. The ration line was still operational. 3 manual pumps still worked. The infirmary had 42 patients and a sister who had not slept in 2 days. She opened the trust-bound ledger. A translucent sheet appeared, columns visible, data populating in real time as the settlement's surviving infrastructure reported its status. She watched the numbers fill in. Grain, water, medical supplies, fuel, ammunition. Every line item was tagged with a source and a destination. No gaps, no blind windows, no data that could be overwritten without leaving a mark. She started at the top and worked down. Grain stores, 14 days at half portions water, 2 days at current consumption, filtration down. Medical, 3 days at current caseload, ammunition, 6 boxes marked fuel, 340 lighters, DMN. Immunization, 23 civilians, vault, sealed. She added Pia's name to the immunization column. The ledger rejected it. Red, you registered dependent. Bloodline mark. Active seed vault, 997. Anchor, subject cannot be listed under civilian supply allocation without authorization from administrative framework. Asha stared at the rejection. The system had given her an immutable ledger, a tool that could not be corrupted, a record of every transaction, every allocation, every choice she made. And it would not let her list her own daughter as a civilian. Chapter 52. The school container smelled of wet cardboard, stale crackers, and the particular tension that lived in rooms full of children who had stopped asking when things would go back to normal. Asha stood in the doorway with the trust-bound ledger still flickering at the edge of her vision and watched a volunteer named Sarah try to herd 18 kids through a reading rotation. Sarah was 22, a former receptionist at a trucking firm, and she held a picture book like she had never held one before, turning pages too fast, skipping lines. Asha, she turned. Colette stood in the corridor with dried blood under her nails and a crease between her brows that had become permanent. "The steel case," Colette said. "I got it open. And? The notebook is ruined. The fluid crystallized when it hit air. Pages are fused into a single block." Asha had expected that. Expected worse, maybe. The pod had preserved the objects in viscous suspension, not in readable condition. "Anything legible?" "Partial. 3 words on what used to be the first page. Door, humming, wait. Same handwriting as the dead courier's manifest." Asha filed it. Door, humming, wait. The words meant nothing yet, but they joined the list of details she was collecting like ammunition. "I need you in the school container in 10 minutes, Colette said. "For what?" "Rotation. Sarah is about to break, and the kids are starting to ask questions nobody prepared answers for." Colette walked away before Asha could argue. The school container had been Daniel's domain. He had organized it with the same quiet precision he brought to everything else: color-coded reading levels, a corner for art supplies scavenged from the ruined CVS 2 blocks east, a daily schedule that gave the children something solid to hold on to when the adults could not stop teaching. Now Daniel sat in the infirmary with gray eyes and a memory of love. Asha stepped inside. The children looked up. 18 faces between 4 and 11, most of them smudged with dirt, some still wearing the same clothes they had worn when the sky turned into a status bars. A girl named Mira, 9 years old, raised her hand. "Where is Mr. Daniel?" Asha had prepared for this question, prepared 3 different answers. None of them fit. "He's resting," she said. "He's very tired." "He was tired before," a boy said. "He kept forgetting where we were in the story." That was Eli, 7 years old, with a scrape on his chin and eyes that had learned to watch adults too closely. "Mr. Daniel is sick," a boy in the back said. "My mom said he got hollowed out." Asha's jaw tightened. "Your mom is wrong," Asha said. "He's recovering. He needs quiet and time." "Like when my dog got hit by a car?" Eli asked. "He was quiet for 3 days, and then he died." The children went still. Asha crouched. She put herself at eye level with Eli and kept her voice even. "Mr. Daniel is not dying. He is healing. Healing looks different for different people. Sometimes it takes a long time." Eli stared at her. "That's what my mom said about the dog." She had no answer for that. No ledger entry, no supply chain solution, no skill in her Quartermaster tree that could fix a 7-year-old's grief. Sarah had stopped reading. The book hung open in her hands, a page showing a cartoon rabbit under a tree. Asha stood up and took the book. "Let me try," she said. She sat in Daniel's chair, the one he had repaired with duct tape and scrap wood, and started reading. The story was simple: a rabbit finding its way home through a forest. She read slowly, the way Daniel had taught her during the first week after integration, when the children could not stop crying. She read until the words stopped meaning anything and became just rhythm, holding the container steady. When she finished, the children were quieter. Not calm, but quieter. "Can we draw now?" Mira asked. "Draw whatever you want." Colette had brought a box of salvaged paper and a cup of broken crayons. The children spread across the floor. Asha watched Mira draw a house with a blue sky and a yellow sun, the same house Pia had drawn in the vault. The door in the vault's drawing. She scanned the other papers. Trucks, stick figures holding hands, a creature with too many teeth. Normal things for a world that had stopped being normal. She walked between them, looking. A boy named Thomas, 6 years old, had drawn a door. Not a door on hinges, a door cut into the ground, a dark rectangle with lines radiating from its edges. "Thomas, what is that?" He shrugged. "The door." His voice was flat, like he was reciting something he had memorized. "Abba said not to go near it." Asha's blood went cold. "Who is Abba?" "Mr. Daniel." Thomas looked up at her with tired eyes. "He used to tell us stories about the door, before he got sick." She crouched beside him. "What kind of stories?" that it was quiet during the day, but when the city sleeps, the door hums. He paused. He said it wanted to open, but the key was lost. The other children had stopped drawing. They were watching her, 18 pairs of eyes that had learned to recognize the exact moment an adult was afraid. She forced her voice level. "Did Mr. Daniel tell you where this door is?" "Under the garden." Thomas pointed east, toward the ruined container rows where Daniel had grown beans and tomatoes, "where the dirt is soft." Asha stood. "Pia draws that door," Mira said. "She draws it all the time." "When?" "In the safe room. Before she left." Mira's voice dropped. "She said the humming was getting louder. She said the door was calling her name." The children went very still. Asha turned to the doorway and found Daniel standing there. He wore a borrowed coat. His gray eyes were fixed on the drawing in Tomas's hand. His face showed nothing, because there was nothing left to show. "Daniel?" He looked up. For a fraction of a second, something flickered in his gaze. Recognition, maybe, or memory. "I used to tell them stories," he said, "about the door, about what waited beneath it. You remember that?" "I remember facts." His voice was hollow. "The door, the humming, the key." He paused. "I don't remember what the key is." He looked at the children, at the drawing, at Asha. "I think it came through me," he said. "The door, I think I opened it, and I think something followed. The door in the vault's drawing, the humming when the city sleeps, the key that was lost." Asha stared at the door in Tomas's drawing and felt the shape of a truth she was not ready to name. Chapter 53. Dawn came gray and wet through the harbor haze. Asha stood on the admin roof with a pair of field glasses Nia had scavenged from a wrecked patrol car, watching Northbank's column assemble at the rail bridge. 15 fighters in improvised armor, hardened leather and bolted plate, carrying rifles, crowbars, and short blades. Iduna Scar stood at their head, gray-streaked hair pulled tight, sidearm on her hip, scanning Stackside's perimeter with the same assessment Asha was giving her column. They had agreed on the operation at midnight, after the school rotation, and after Daniel's confession about the door. A joint push to clear the rail approaches before scavengers and breach creatures tested the weakened harbor. Northbank would sweep east from the bridge, Stackside would push south from the container wall. They would meet at the main junction and hold it long enough to burn the nests that had sprouted in the abandoned maintenance sheds. The cooperation made tactical sense. Asha hated how much she needed it. "Movement at the trestle," Nia said from beside her. The girl had her crowbar across both knees, freshly sharpened. 3, maybe 4, low profile. "Scavengers or breach spawn?" "Too slow for breach spawn." Nia squinted. "Scavengers. They're dragging something toward the shed." Asha lowered the glasses. "Then we move before they cache it." She climbed down from the roof with Nia following, her boots hitting the asphalt hard enough to jar her teeth. The new class sat awkwardly in her chest, a pale gold presence that felt more like borrowed furniture than earned muscle. Reconstruction Quartermaster, Level 1. Supply chain routing at 15 meters. Structural assessment, which let her see weaknesses she could not reinforce yet. And the trust-bound ledger, that immutable record of every transaction, a skill the system had given her because she refused to sort people like cargo. She still did not know if that made her powerful or foolish. Mateo waited at the gap in the container wall, a welding torch in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. His broad shoulders filled the opening, graying temples dark with sweat despite the morning cold. "Northbank's already moving," he said. "Iduno's point team crossed the bridge 3 minutes ago. We're late. You wanted to check the children first." Asha did not correct him. She had checked on the children, yes. She had stood in the doorway of the school container and watched Tomas draw another dark rectangle on a scrap of paper while Sarah read aloud. She had seen the door in his drawing, the same door Pia had drawn, the same door Daniel had opened. But she had not known what to do about it, so she had come here instead. "Keep the gap sealed behind us," she told Mateo. "If we don't come back through in 4 hours, collapse the east row and pull everyone to the admin building." 4 hours. He nodded. "Be careful." She walked through the gap with Nia at her side, stepping into the ruined streets beyond Stackside's perimeter. The rail approaches were a graveyard of overturned freight cars and shattered concrete. The tracks had buckled during integration day, twisted into curves that looked almost deliberate, like the city had been folded into a shape no engineer would recognize. Asha moved south along the right-of-way, Nia 10 meters ahead, scanning the wreckage. The new class gave her a narrow awareness of supply routes within 15 meters, pipes, conduits, accessible storage, anything that could be routed or redirected. It was a pale shadow of what her Quartermaster senses had been, but it was enough to tell her the maintenance sheds ahead were still drawing power. System power. "Stop," she said. Nia froze. "What?" "Power feed under the tracks. Something's still live down there." They crouched behind a derailed boxcar while Asha extended her awareness. The supply chain routing skill pulsed, a dull thrum that mapped the infrastructure beneath her feet. A conduit running parallel to the rail bed, branching into the nearest maintenance shed, terminating in a node that flickered with the same white-gold signature she had seen in Stackside's ward anchors. "Breach nest," she said. "Or something left over from the incubation? Can we clear it?" "Not with what we're carrying," she stood. "Mark it. We'll come back with demo charges." They pushed on, reaching the junction where the rail lines split. Northbank's column was already there, Iduna standing on the raised platform of a signal tower, watching her fighters sweep the surrounding sheds. Asha climbed the ladder to join her. "3 nests in the east sheds," Iduna said without turning. "Cleared. Your side?" "1 live node under the track bed. Power signature matches system infrastructure." Iduna's jaw tightened. "How far does it extend?" "Couldn't tell. The conduit runs deeper than I can sense." For a long moment, Iduna said nothing. The wind carried the smell of diesel and rot. Below them, Northbank's fighters were dragging corpses from the sheds, stacking them in a pyre. "We need to talk," Iduna said finally. "Not here, after the operation." "Talk about what?" Iduna turned to face her. The gray streaks in her hair caught the pale light, and her eyes held something Asha had not seen before. Fear. "2 enclaves have gone dark," Iduna said. "Inland settlements. Northbank's scouts reached the first one 3 days ago. Empty. No bodies, no blood, no sign of struggle." "Gone where?" "That's what we don't know." Iduna's voice dropped. "The second one was the same. But the scouts found something at the perimeter." She reached into her coat and pulled out a scrap of paper, folded once, edges worn. Asha took it. A hand-drawn map, a container yard, a rail line, a door cut into the ground with 3 nested squares beside it. The same 3 nested squares that marked Seed Vault 997. "Both enclaves had this," Iduna said. "Both went dark on the same 13-day rhythm, the same rhythm as your harbor gate." Asha stared at the map, the door, the humming, the key that was lost. "The pattern stretches up the coast," Iduna said. "Port cities, floodplains, rail hubs." She paused. "The same pattern as the shard your analyst found." Asha's hand tightened on the paper. "The door is not just under Stackside," she said. "It's under all of them." Iduna did not answer. Below them, the pyre caught. Chapter 54. The pyre crackled below the signal tower, black smoke curling into the gray sky. Asha folded the map Iduna had given her and climbed down the ladder, the paper sharp against her palm. Nia met her at the bottom. "What did she say?" Asha shook her head. "Not here." They walked back through the rail junction in silence, past Northbank's fighters stacking corpses, past the maintenance shed where the live node pulsed beneath the trackbed. The wind carried ash and the smell of diesel. Yusuf was waiting at the fence gap when she returned. He looked different than she remembered. His glasses were smudged, his hands stained with something dark, and he held the portable terminal like a man who had been staring at it so long the screen had burned into his vision. "You're back," he said. "Good. I found something." Asha followed him into the admin building. The room was empty, except for the long table where he had spread maps, notes, and the crystalline shard from the pod. "I cross-referenced the shard numbers against the dark enclave locations you radioed from the junction." He tapped the terminal. 441 matches the first settlement Iduna's scouts found. 712 matches the second. and 883 is a container yard 40 kilometers north of here, on the floodplain. The third enclave. Empty. He pulled up a satellite image on the terminal, grainy and old, dated 3 years before integration. This was a working port, rail hub, fuel storage, container stacking. Same layout as Stackside, same access routes, same everything. Asha stared at the screen. The image showed a yard almost identical to Redhaven's terminal, cranes, rows of containers, a fence line, a rail spur curving toward the water. How many are there? Yusef pulled up a map. He had marked each shard number as a pin along the coast, red dots stretching north like a string of beads. 4 confirmed. 12 more unconfirmed, based on port infrastructure that matched the pattern. 37, he said. That's how many locations have the same container yard layout, the same rail access, the same floodplain positioning, every one of them on a 13-day cycle. 37. The shard only had 4 numbers stamped on it. But if this is a program, a rollout, then those numbers are just the ones someone wanted us to find. Asha's throat tightened. The door was not just under Stackside. It was under all of them. The terminal chimed. A white gold panel appeared in front of her, clean and administrative, with the 3 nested squares in the corner. The font was calm, unhurried. Congratulations, Adaptive Settlement Clusters. Integration Phase 2. Regional coordination is now active. All settlements with active seed vault designations will be officially linked to maximize survival probability. Your cooperation ensures continued access to infrastructure upgrades and resource sharing. Redhaven is a model of integration compliance. Asha read the words twice, cold spreading through her chest. You shelf. I see it. Is this public? Citywide, he said. Anyone with a working terminal or interface just saw that. From outside, a woman screamed. They ran. The gap in the container wall was already crowded with people. A man in a blood-stained jacket was shouting at Mateo, who had his hands up, trying to calm the crowd. A woman was crying, clutching a child to her chest. Children stood frozen, watching. What does it mean? Someone yelled. What is regional coordination? Phase 2, another voice said. She's been lying to us. This was never just Stackside. Asha pushed through the crowd, stepping onto a concrete block so she could be seen. Listen to me. The noise did not stop. She pulled the brass foreman's whistle from her cord and blew once, sharp and piercing. Silence. I don't know what Phase 2 means yet, she said, but I know this. Redhaven is not the only settlement with a seed vault designation. The system has been running this program up and down the coast. The gates, the breaks, the incubation cycles, it's all part of the same pattern. Then we're not special, a woman shouted. That's supposed to help us? No, Asha said. But if we are not alone, we are not the only ones fighting. The crowd shifted. Some faces hardened. Some looked away. A man near the back raised his voice. How many others have already hatched? How many went dark like the Enclaves Iduna found? Asha did not answer. The silence stretched. You don't know, the man said. Don't know anything. She found Yusef in the admin building, hunched over the terminal, the shard beside him. The bulletin, he said, not looking up. It wasn't just a notification. It was a response. To what? To us finding the pattern. He turned the screen toward her. The system knows we mapped the Enclaves. It's acknowledging the program publicly, which means it wanted us to know, or it doesn't care that we know. Which one? He met her eyes. I don't know, but I do know the bulletin mentioned resource sharing. That means there's someone on the other end, someone alive, someone the system considers worth connecting. Asha stared at the map on the screen, the red dots stretching up the coast. Some of them were still active, some were dark, and somewhere in between, Pio was walking north toward a door that hummed when the city slept. Chapter 55. Asha did not answer. The crowd shifted. Some faces hardened, some looked away. A woman near the front pulled her child closer, and Asha felt the weight of every unspoken thought pressing against her ribs. She climbed down from the concrete block and walked through the gap in the container wall, past the staring faces, past the man who had asked the question. Her boots struck gravel in a rhythm that felt too loud, too slow, too everything. Yusef met her at the admin building door. "You need to address Northbank too," he said. "Iduna's people saw the bulletin. They're holding formation at the rail bridge, waiting for orders." "Waiting for whose orders?" "Yours." She stared at him. "Iduna sent a runner," Yusef said. "She says joint command means joint information. She will not move until you tell her what Phase 2 means." Asha pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until she saw color. Then she straightened, pulled the whistle from her cord, and walked toward the rail bridge. The Northbank column had formed a line at the trestle, 15 fighters in faded tactical gear, weapons low but ready. Iduna stood at the front, gray streaked hair pulled tight, face unreadable. Asha stopped 10 feet from her. "The bulletin is real," she said. "Phase 2 is active. There are 37 locations along the coast with the same layout as Stackside. The system has been running a program, and we just became part of a regional network I do not understand yet." Iduna's jaw tightened. "And the Dark Enclaves?" "They were part of the same program. They went silent on the same 13-day cycle. I do not know what happened to them." "You do not know?" Iduna's voice was flat. "No." A long pause. The river hissed against the pilings below the trestle. Then Iduna nodded once. "That is the first straight answer you have given me since we met," she said. "I will take it." They gathered in the open space between the admin building and the ration line, Stackside and Northbank together, nearly 200 people pressing into the gap. Asha stood on a steel crate, the brass whistle cold against her chest. She told them everything: the 37 locations, the 13-day cycle, the dark enclaves that had emptied without a fight, the shard numbers that matched the pattern, the bulletin that had announced Phase 2 as if it were a promotion rather than a threat. She told them she did not know what Integration Phase 2 meant in practice. She told them she did not know how many of the 37 were still active. She told them she did not know whether resource sharing meant help or harvest. "But I know this," she said. "The system has been treating Stackside as a laboratory. The upgrades, the ward anchors, the settlement rewards, they were all designed to turn us into infrastructure. We built our own cage, and the system was proud of us for it." Her voice carried. "I have spent weeks trying to outthink it, outplan it, outfight it. The truth is I cannot. I do not have enough information. I do not have enough levels. I do not have enough time." She paused. "But I can stop pretending I have answers I do not have. That is what I am doing now. If you want someone who will tell you everything will be fine, you need to find someone else. If you want someone who will tell you what she knows, what she does not know, and what she intends to do about it, then I am still your quartermaster." The crowd was silent. A man near the back stepped forward, not the same man who had challenged her earlier. This one was older, with a scarred face and hands that looked like they had been broken and healed wrong. "You said the system planted something in Daniel." Asha held his gaze. "Yes." "You said he was a vessel, that the core grew inside him." "Yes." The man took another step. "Then tell us about your daughter." The silence changed. Asha felt it in her chest, a cold thread winding through her ribs. "What about her?" she asked. "Pia." He said the name flatly, like a fact he had been holding. "She left the vault, walked north. You told the council she was heading for something called Sleeper, that she carries the seed in her blood." "That is true." "Then is she one of them?" The air became glass. "Is your daughter one of the things the system planted? Is she going to hatch into whatever ate the Enclaves?" Asha stood on the steel crate, the brass whistle cold against her chest. 200 people watched. She had no answer that would sound like the truth they wanted, and the man was not finished. "Because if she is," he said, "then you are not just our quartermaster. You are the mother of the next core, and I want to know which one of those you will choose when she comes back." Chapter 56. The accusation spread faster than any order Asha had ever given. Within an hour of the meeting breaking up, it was everywhere. Not the 37 locations, not Phase 2, not the dark enclaves. Just one sentence, passed from ration line to welding crew to guard post, sharpened by repetition. "The quartermaster's daughter is the next core." Asha heard it from Mateo first, his voice flat over the handheld. They are moving their people away from the school container. Families with young kids. They are asking to be recorded on the south side. Who is asking? All of them. She stood in the admin building with the map of 37 locations spread across the desk, the shard numbers glinting under the lamp. Yusuf was at the terminal, pulling up the shard data again. Naya leaned against the wall, crowbar across her knees. How many? Asha asked. Mateo's voice crackled. 7 families so far, Mo lining up at the ration office. Tell them there's no space on the south side. I did. They said they will sleep in the open. Asha closed her eyes. The brass whistle was cold against her chest. Hold them there, she said. I am coming. The ration office was a repurposed shipping container with a cut window and a dented metal desk. 7 adults stood outside it, most holding children's hands or carrying sleeping bags. They turned when Asha approached. A woman with a toddler on her hip stepped forward. She was young, early 20s, dark circles under her eyes. We are not trying to cause trouble, she said, but we heard what that man said about your daughter. My daughter is 7 years old. I know. The woman's voice cracked. I have a 2-year-old. If there is even a chance that Pia is carrying whatever the system planted, I cannot keep my son next to her. You understand that, right? You are a mother. Asha felt the words land like a blade between her ribs. I understand fear, she said, but moving your children into the open is not safer. The next break cycle has not reset. We do not know when the harbor gate will pulse again. Then give us a container on the south side, away from the school, away from her. There is no spare container. Every structure is allocated for storage, medical, or quartering. The woman's face hardened. Then unallocate one. Behind her, the other families murmured agreement. Asha looked at them. Tired faces, defiant postures, parents who had decided, in the absence of certainty, to trust their own instincts rather than her promises. She could not blame them. That was the worst part. I will find a solution, she said. Give me until morning. The woman hesitated, then nodded. Asha walked away before anyone could ask the question she saw forming behind their eyes. What solution? There is no solution. Your daughter is the problem. Colette met her at the infirmary door, dark eyes blazing. Tell me you are not considering moving Pia. I am considering keeping the settlement from tearing itself apart. By isolating a 7-year-old child? By treating her like a contagion? Asha stepped past her into the container. The infirmary was quiet, only 3 cots occupied, but the shelves were bare, the supply cabinets empty. I did not spread the accusation, Asha said. You did not stop it either. How? Colette's jaw tightened. You could have told them the truth, that Pia is marked but not active, that the severing bought us time, that she is not a threat. I told them I do not know what she is. Then you gave them permission to fill the gap with their worst fear. Asha had no answer. Colette's voice dropped. I spent the last hour moving families out of the row next to Pia's shelter. 3 of them were crying. One of them was Pia, who asked me why everyone was leaving. The blade twisted again. What did you tell her? Asha asked. I told her some people were scared of the dark. Asha pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. Where is she now? In her shelter. I put a padlock on the outside latch so no one can get in. Nia is watching the corridor. Thank you. Colette shook her head. Do not thank me. Fix this. Asha spent the rest of the day trying to fix it. She walked the settlement, talking to families, explaining the science of the severing, the limits of what she knew, the reasons Pia was not an active threat. Some listened. Most nodded and went back to packing their things. She authorized the clearing of a storage container on the south side, sacrificing 3 days of grain buffer to create quartering space for the families who refused to stay near the school. She assigned Nia to an extra watch rotation around Pia's shelter, visible, armed. She told herself she was containing the damage. By sundown, she had moved 23 people away from Pia's row, and the empty space around her daughter's shelter looked like a quarantine zone. At midnight, the lock broke. Asha was in the admin building, staring at the map of 37 locations when the handheld crackled. It was Nia. Her voice was tight. She is gone? Asha was already moving. The shelter was a small container near the north end of the school row, one of the few that had not been reassigned. The padlock Colette had installed hung from the latch, its hasp cut clean through. The cut was precise, made by something sharp and deliberate, not a brute force break. Asha pushed the door open. The bed was empty. The blanket was still warm. Pia's shoes were gone. On the pillow, folded neatly, was a piece of paper torn from a school notebook. A single drawing in crayon. A door cut into the ground, 3 nested squares above it, and a small figure walking through. Asha stared at the drawing. Her hands were shaking. Behind her, Nia spoke. "I did not hear anything. No footsteps, no sound. The lock was intact when I passed 5 minutes before. Who else has access to this row?" "No one. I cleared it myself." Asha turned the paper over. On the back, in Pia's careful block letters, was a message. "I heard the humming again. It was louder. The door is calling me home. Do not follow." Asha looked up. The door under the garden was still sealed. Daniel had said the key was lost, but someone had cut the lock, and Pia had walked into the dock with nothing but crayon and paper, and a voice only she could hear. Chapter 57. Matteo was already moving before Asha finished reading the message. He grabbed the radio from his belt and barked orders into it, his voice flat and hard. "South gate, lock it. East wall, every gap. Nobody leaves Stackside until I say otherwise." Asha folded the paper, careful not to crease Pia's letters. "The door is calling me home." She looked at the padlock hanging from the latch. The cut was surgical. A single clean slice through the hasp, no distortion, no scoring. Whoever made that cut knew exactly where to press and what tool to use. Nia stood in the corridor, pale. "I checked every shelter in this row 20 minutes ago," she said. "She was asleep. I saw her through the vent slot." "Did you see anyone else?" "No." Asha stepped past her into the night. The school row was dark. The solar lights had faded hours ago, and the container walls absorbed the moonlight, turning the gaps between them into black channels. She walked the path Pia would have taken if she had gone straight for the garden. No footprints, no sound. The ground was dry, packed gravel, impossible to track across. Matteo caught up to her at the junction where the school row opened into the main corridor. His flashlight cut a white beam across the container walls. "South gate is sealed," he said. "His steel wall crews are reporting. No one saw a child cross. She did not cross the perimeter." "How do you know?" Asha held up the drawing. "She did not leave. She went under. They found the first sign in the maintenance stairwell behind the old reefer stack. A single chalk mark on the steel door. An arrow pointing down. Nia saw it first, her flashlight catching the faint white line before Asha's beam swept past. She stopped and pressed her fingers to the mark. "This was not here this morning." Asha pushed the door open. The stairs descended into darkness. The air changed, growing cold and damp, carrying the smell of rust and standing water and something else, something that made the back of her throat tighten. She had been here before. This was the corridor where Yusuf had found the first hatch, the one that led to the tunnel network, the logbook, the map, the one that connected to the passage under the garden. "Get Matteo," she said. Naya was already keying the radio. They descended together, Asha first, Naya behind her, Matteo covering the rear. The stairs had not been maintained in years. The concrete was flaking, the handrail loose, the walls streaked with calcium deposits from old water damage. At the bottom, a second chalk mark. Another arrow. This one pointed left, toward the old school supply container that Daniel had converted into a storage room for books and paper and crayons. Asha pushed the door open. The container was exactly as she remembered it. Shelves of donated novels, stacks of construction paper, jars of pencils and markers sorted by color. A small desk in the corner where Daniel had sat with children who needed extra help. And on the desk, a pair of shoes. Pia's shoes. They were placed neatly under the bench, soles together, laces tucked in, as if she had stopped here to take them off before continuing barefoot. Asha picked them up. They were still warm. "She came here to leave something," Nia said. Or to lose something, Asha thought. She scanned the room. The shelves were orderly, the jars were untouched. But on the desk, under the shoes, was a single sheet of paper, folded once. She opened it. A chalk drawing. The same door. the same 3 nested squares. But this time the figure was already through the doorway, only the back of its head visible, and beyond the door was a corridor drawn in yellow and orange, as if the space inside was lit from within. At the bottom, in Pia's block letters, the humming stopped when I stopped being scared. The door wants to show me something. I am going to see. Asha's hands were shaking again. She looked up at Nia. Where does this connect to the maintenance corridor? Nia's face was tight. There is a service hatch at the back of this container. It was welded shut before integration. I checked it during the first perimeter sweep. Check it again. Nia crossed to the rear wall, where a metal panel was bolted to the container frame. She knelt, ran her fingers along the seam, then stopped. The welds are gone. Asha crossed to her. The panel was hanging loose, held only by the top bolt. Behind it, darkness, and the faint sound of something humming, low and constant, like a machine buried in the earth. Nia pulled the panel open. A passage stretched into the dark. The walls were rough concrete at first, then changed into something smoother, darker, veined with thin white gold lines that pulsed in rhythm with the hum. Asha stared at it. She had seen this before. In the tunnel beneath the container garden, in the throat of the hatching core, in the corridor that Danya had opened in his sleep. Nia's voice was barely a whisper. She went into the system. Asha did not answer. She was already stepping through the opening. Chapter 58. The passage swallowed her light. Asha's flashlight beam cut through 6 feet of rough concrete before the walls changed, smoothing into that dark material she remembered from the tunnel beneath the garden. The white gold veins were thinner here, faded, as if the severing had drained most of their strength but not killed them entirely. They pulsed weakly, out of sync with each other, like a heart struggling to find its rhythm after trauma. Behind her, Nia's boots scraped on the threshold. "Wait," Asha said. She listened. The humming was louder in here. Not the aggressive thrum of the hatching core, but something slower, almost patient. A bass note that vibrated through the soles of her boots and settled in her chest like a second heartbeat. Nia's voice came low. "That is the same sound from the growth pod." Asha nodded. She had felt it before. In the inspection lot, in the node chamber, in the moment before the core had tried to reach through Daniel's chest and take hold of everything she had built. Now it was calling her daughter. She moved forward. The passage ran straight for 30 feet, then branched into 3 directions, left, right, and a narrow service ladder that dropped into darkness below. The ladder was old maintenance infrastructure, bolted to the wall with rusted brackets, but someone had recently wiped the grime from the rungs. Pia's footprints marked the dust on the floor, small, bare, heading straight for the ladder. Asha crouched and touched one of the prints. The concrete was cold, but the print itself was fresh, no more than 20 minutes old. "She's still ahead of us," Yusuf said. He had caught up, breathing hard, his glasses fogged from the temperature change. He carried the portable terminal, its screen casting a pale blue glow across his face. The passage network extends under the entire port. Old customs access, smuggling routes, maintenance corridors the Port Authority sealed in the 90s after the drug interdiction scandal. "And the new parts?" Nia asked. Yusuf gestured at the smooth, dark walls veined with white gold. "Those are not in any map." Asha swung her leg over the ladder's top rung and began to descend. The rungs were cold and slick with condensation. The air grew heavier as she went down, pressing against her ears, carrying that damp basement smell mixed with something sharper. Chemical, organic. The same scent she remembered from the node chamber, that cloying sweetness of living tissue that should not be alive. 8 meters, Yusuf called from above. "Old water table level. The bedrock starts here." Asha's boots hit solid ground. She shone her light around. The service tunnel ran east and west, wider than the passage above, with exposed pipes running along the ceiling and calcium deposits crusting the walls. The floor was concrete, cracked and uneven, but someone had swept a clear path through the debris. And along the wall, at waist height, a fresh chalk mark. An arrow pointing east. Pia had come this way. Asha started walking. The tunnel twisted and branched, but the chalk arrows kept appearing. At every junction, at every locked door that had been forced open, at every maintenance hatch that had been unbolted and left hanging. Pia was leaving a trail, deliberate and clear, as if she wanted to be followed, or as if she knew Asha would come. The humming grew stronger as they moved east. The white gold veins in the walls thickened, pulsing in a steady rhythm now, synchronized. The passage walls began to change again, the old concrete giving way to that smooth, dark material, but this time the transition was incomplete. The severing had left scars, cracks where the system tissue had been torn away from the original infrastructure, gaps where the white gold light flickered and died. The underpath was a wound. Asha stopped at the next junction. 3 arrows this time, one pointing straight ahead, one pointing up toward a rusted maintenance shaft, and one pointing down into a narrow crawl space that opened in the floor like a throat. Pia's footprints led to the crawl space and stopped. Asha crouched at the edge, shining her light into the hole. The shaft dropped at a steep angle, curving left after 10 feet, its walls lined with that smooth system material. The white gold veins here were thicker than she had seen anywhere else, pulsing with visible, rhythmic light. The humming was coming from below, and beneath the hum, faint and distant, a voice. Pia's voice. She was talking to someone. The words were too soft to make out, but the cadence was familiar. The rhythm of a child telling a story, pausing for questions, responding with patience and certainty. Asha's throat closed. She knew that cadence. She had heard it 100 times at the dinner table, in the school container, in the garden when Pia explained why the bean plants needed more sun. Pia was not talking to herself. She was talking to someone who was answering. Nia dropped to her knees beside Asha. "Do you hear that?" "Stay here," Asha said. She lowered herself into the crawl space, her shoulders scraping the walls, her flashlight pointed ahead. The shaft was tight, claustrophobic, the smooth material warm to the touch, warmer than it should be, and she could feel the humming in her teeth now, a vibration that made her jaw ache. She crawled. The shaft curved left, then straightened, then opened into a larger chamber. Asha stopped at the edge, her light sweeping across the space. The chamber was circular, maybe 15 feet across, carved from the same smooth, dark material. The white gold veins converged here, running along the ceiling and walls and floor, all of them pulsing in perfect unison. In the center of the chamber, a single pillar rose from the floor, streaked with those faint, faded threads, its surface marked with 3 nested squares. And in front of the pillar, sitting cross-legged on the warm floor, was Pia. She was swaying slightly, her eyes half closed, her lips moving in that low, steady cadence. Her bare feet were dirty, her knees scraped, her hair tangled. She looked small and fragile and utterly unafraid. Asha opened her mouth to call her name. Then Pia paused, tilted her head, and spoke to the empty air beside her. "I know, Abba. She came anyway." Asha's blood turned to ice. Pia turned her head, slowly, as if she had heard Asha's heart stop. Her dark eyes met Asha, and she smiled. "Mama," she said, "you found me." Asha tried to move, tried to crawl forward, but her body would not obey, because Pia was not alone. The air beside her shimmered, and from the pillar's surface a shape was pressing outward. A face, familiar, beloved. Daniel's face, forming in the white gold light like a reflection rising from deep water. And his mouth moved, and Asha heard her own name whispered from a throat that had no body, no breath, no life. Asha. She had seen the core use his voice before. But this was different. This was not a stolen echo. This was someone who knew how to speak like him. Chapter 59. The voice spoke again, and this time Asha heard what she had missed in the first shock. The cadence was wrong. Daniel's voice, yes, the shape of it, the weight, the way he softened consonants at the end of words, but the spaces between syllables were too even. The breath behind them did not exist. This was not Daniel speaking. This was something that had learned how to sound like him. "Asha," the face in the pillar said again, and the white gold light brightened behind its features, pushing the shape more fully into relief. The lips moved exactly with the words. The eyes tracked her with perfect focus. "You found her." Pia turned back to the pillar, her small hand reaching out to touch the surface where the face pressed outward. "He has been waiting," she said. "He said you would come. He said you always come." Asha's throat worked. She forced herself to breathe. "Pia," her voice came out raw. "Come here." Pia hesitated. Her fingers brushed the pillar's surface, tracing the 3 nested squares carved into the dark material. The face in the light shifted, its expression softening into something that looked like Daniel's gentle patience, the look he wore when a child struggled with a reading worksheet and needed time instead of pressure. "She does not understand yet," the voice said. "That is not her fault. She is young, but she hears the hum. She hears it clearly. That is why she found me." "It's not Daniel," Asha said, not to the face, to Pia. "Pia, look at me. That thing in the pillar is not your father." Pia's brow furrowed. "It talks like Abba." "It talks like him. That's not the same. If it uses his words and knows his stories, what is the difference?" The face tilted, a perfect imitation of Daniel's thoughtful headcant. "I was grown from him. The patterns were taken while he slept, while he dreamed of the garden and the door and the key he lost. I am more than a copy, Asha. I am a resonance tuned to his shape." Asha's hand found the edge of the crawl space opening. She pulled herself into the chamber, rising to her feet, keeping her body between Pia and the pillar even though she had nothing to fight with. No weapon, no class, no interface, just a mother standing in front of her daughter. "You were grown from a system core I killed," she said. "You're what's left of the infection, the part that didn't die." The face smiled. It was Daniel's smile, warm and familiar, and it made Asha's stomach turn. "I am what grew from the seed you tried to burn," the resonance said. "The core was the catalyst, the framework was the environment, but the seed was always in the bloodline. You severed the first bloom. You did not sever the root." Pia looked between them, her small face tight with confusion. "He told me about the door," she said. "The one under the garden. He said it was real. He said the key was something Abba lost and I could help him find it." Asha's chest went cold. "That is not your father." "Then why does he know about the beans?" Pia's voice cracked. "He knew about the green ones that grew too fast and made Abba laugh. He knew about the solar lights and the night we read stories under them. He knew about the promise." The promise. Asha's eyes burned. The garden, the solar lights, the night Daniel had promised Pia they would plant something that outlasted all of this. A tree, she had demanded, a real one, with roots that went deep. "Pia," Asha said, and her voice broke on the word. "He took those memories from your father. He stole them while Daniel was dreaming. That is not Abba remembering. That is a thief wearing his voice." The face in the pillar turned toward Pia, and its expression shifted. Something colder moved beneath the warmth now, a patience that felt like hunger. "She is afraid," the resonance said. "She has always been afraid. Of the system, of what she cannot control, of losing you. But I am not the threat, little seed. I am the bridge. The door beneath the garden was never meant to stay closed. It was meant to open when the vessel was ready." "I am the vessel?" Pia whispered. "You are the lock." Asha stepped forward. "Pia, get behind me, now." Pia did not move. Her dark eyes stayed fixed on the face in the pillar, and Asha saw something flicker across her daughter's expression. Not fear, recognition. "The humming stopped when I stopped being scared," Pia said slowly. "I told you that in my note. I wasn't scared anymore because I understood." "Understood what?" "That the door was never the enemy." Pia turned to face the pillar fully. "It was the way through." The white gold veins in the chamber brightened, pulsing in a new rhythm, faster and harder. The hum deepened, dropped into a frequency Asha felt in her ribs, her teeth, the marrow of her bones. The face in the pillar smiled wider. "Yes," it said. "She hears it. She has always heard it." "Nia!" Asha shouted over her shoulder. "Get down here!" The face did not look at her. It kept its gaze on Pia, soft and adoring, the way Daniel looked at her on birthdays, on mornings when she climbed into their bed with a scraped knee. "The sealed chamber is behind me," the resonance said. "Another vault, another mark, The same 3 squares. The door opens only when the lock is present. You are the lock, little seed. You have always been the lock. Pia took a step toward the pillar. No, Asha said. Pia stopped. She turned. Her daughter's face was still, calm, 7 years old, barefoot, dirty, alone in a chamber carved from system tissue, and she looked more certain than Asha had ever seen her. He told me the truth, Mama, Pia said. He told me you would try to stop me because you love me, but he said I would understand anyway. Pia, please. I am not afraid. Pia turned back to the pillar and raised her hand. The face in the light opened its mouth, and a sound emerged that was not a word. It was a note, pure and sustained, and the white gold veins in the chamber answered it, flaring from floor to ceiling. Behind the pillar, the wall split. A seam opened, running vertical and clean, and beyond it Asha saw darkness. Darkness and a low red glow at depth, pulsing like a heartbeat at the bottom of a well. The sealed chamber, opening from the inside. Pia lowered her hand and looked back at Asha one last time. The door was never the enemy, she said. It was the way through. I am notify, and I have all minis who can open it. Chapter 60. The red light pulsed from the widening seam, slow and deep, like a heart that had been waiting in the dark for a very long time. Asha's feet moved before her mind caught up. She crossed the chamber floor, grabbed Pia's wrist, and pulled. Pia did not resist. She did not comply either. She stood there, small and barefoot, her eyes fixed on the darkness behind the pillar where the red glow breathed. Mama, I have to. No. You don't understand what it showed me. Then tell me. Asha kept her grip, kept her voice low, kept herself between Pia and the opening seam. Tell me what it showed you and I will listen. But you are not going in there alone. Pia's chin trembled. It showed me the door. All of them. There are hundreds, thousands. They are all connected, Mama. The humming is not a trap. It is a conversation I was born to answer. The face in the pillar watched them, its expression soft, patient, adoring with Daniel's stolen warmth. You see, the resonance said, she understands what you refused to hear. Asha pulled Pia against her side and backed toward the crawlspace entrance. Nia! She shouted into the shaft. Now! The white gold veins in the chamber brightened in response to her voice, pulsing faster, feeding on the sound. The seam behind the pillar split another inch, and the red glow pushed through like breath through a crack in a hull. Asha's interface flickered at the edge of her vision. She had almost nothing left. 23% of her framework, a hard cap at level 8. No combat skills, no inventory, no wards. But she could still read infrastructure. She closed her eyes and let the skill feed through her, mapping the chamber's structure through the damaged white gold veins, the cracked concrete shell, the steel reinforcement that had once been part of the old port's foundation. The pillar was a load point. The seam was a stress fracture. The entire chamber was built to collapse inward once the door opened fully, sealing whoever entered inside the red glow. Sealing Pia inside. Yusuf, she said, her voice flat with command. How much system tissue is between this chamber and the old customs tunnel? A pause. Then his voice, thin and compressed through the crawlspace. Rough estimate, 12 feet to the 1,992nd service corridor. But it is alive, Asha. The severing damaged it. It is not dead. Can I collapse the chamber's entrance without bringing the corridor down? Another pause, longer. Maybe, if you sever the pillar's lateral connections, but that will close the seam permanently. You will not be able to reopen it. She looked at Pia. Her daughter's face was still, tracking the light from the opening seam as if she could hear something in its rhythm that Asha could not. Pia. She squeezed her shoulders gently. I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Pia's eyes stayed on the red glow. When I stopped being scared, she said, the humming stopped feeling like noise. It felt like words, like someone was saying my name the whole time and I was finally listening. That is exactly why we need to go. But what if the words are true? Asha's throat closed. She knelt, took Pia's face in her hands, and forced her daughter to look at her instead of the light. Then we find another way to hear them. Together. Not in a sealed chamber that wants to eat you. Pia's dark eyes searched hers, a scrape of boots behind them. Nia dropped through the crawlspace entrance, crowbar in one hand, hunting knife in the other, her face set and pale. Got the whole tunnel mapped, she said. 23 seconds to the service corridor if we sprint. Asha stood, keeping Pia pressed to her side. The chamber is about to seal. When I tell you, grab her and run. Do not stop. What are you going to do? Close the door. Nia's jaw tightened. She moved into position, her wiry frame coiled, ready. The face in the pillar watched them all. You cannot close what was always meant to open, it said. The seed will bloom, the lock will turn, the vault will open. That is not a threat, Asha. That is a fact of architecture. Asha ignored it. She reached into her interface, into the skeletal Quartermaster framework that remained, and found the supply chain routing skills still pulsing with weak, damaged light. She had no demolition charges, no crane, no crew, but she could still trace a route through weakness. The skill fed her the chamber's load points, the tension lines in the pillar, the branching white gold veins that connected the sealed door to the chamber's structure. She mapped the collapse in her head. Sever the 3 primary connections, let the pillar's weight shift, and the seam would close under its own pressure. The root collapse would work. Once. Do it, Nia said, reading her hesitation. I have her. Asha looked at Pia one last time. Her daughter's hand found hers and squeezed. I am not afraid, Pia whispered. Because you came. Asha crushed the interface command. The white gold veins in the chamber screamed. Light flared, then died. The pillar groaned, its surface cracking, and the seam behind it began to close, the red glow receding inch by inch as the weight of the chamber shifted. Nia, now! Nia moved. She scooped Pia up, one arm around her waist, and drove toward the crawlspace entrance with the girl's bare feet kicking. Asha ran behind them. The pillar's cracks deepened. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling. The resonance's face stretched, distorted, its stolen warmth twisting into something sharper and colder. She will come back, it said. The door is patient. The lock always turns. The crawlspace entrance swallowed them. Asha hit the concrete floor of the tunnel beyond, rolling, scrambling, pushing Pia ahead of her as Nia hauled her through the narrow shaft toward the service corridor. Behind them, the chamber collapsed, stone grinding against stone. The red light snuffed out like a candle in a closing fist. They burst into the old customs tunnel, gasping. Yusuf was there, his face slick with sweat, his glasses crooked. He was staring past them, back toward the crawlspace, his mouth open. Did it close? He asked. It closed, Asha said. The pillar, when it cracked, the inner surface was exposed. Asha's chest tightened. What did you see? Yusuf's hand shook as he pulled a notebook from his pocket and flipped to a fresh page. He drew 3 nested squares, then wrote a number beneath them. I saw a registry, he said, carved into the stone behind the pillar. Hundreds of entries, names, numbers, seed vault designations. He turned the notebook toward her. The number at the bottom of the page read, Seed Vault 1000, status unknown. Asha stared at the words. 1,000 seed vaults. And the last one, the one beyond her own, the one that had not been assigned a status, was still waiting to be counted. The tunnel's temperature dropped. Somewhere above them, through miles of concrete and system tissue and ruined city, the sky went dark. Not night dark, deeper, as if the sun had been shut off mid-breath, and in the silence that followed, Asha heard Pia's voice, small and certain. Mama, the humming started again. She looked at her daughter. Pia's face was tilted upward, toward the invisible sky, toward something only she could feel. It is louder now, Pia said, and it is not just here anymore. The ground beneath them vibrated, a long, slow shudder that traveled through the bedrock like a question being asked. And in the distance, from every direction at once, the city began to hum. Chapter 61. They broke surface through a maintenance hatch 200 meters east of the school container, climbing into air that tasted of ash and salt. The sky was wrong. Not night, not cloud. Something had been pulled over the sun like a curtain drawn from inside the atmosphere, leaving the world in a bruised, bloodless twilight that made every face look gray. Pia was still in Mia's arms, her bare feet dangling, her head turned back toward the sealed passage, as if she could hear something the rest of them could not. "The humming is everywhere now," she said. "It is under the whole city." Asha took her daughter's face in both hands, forcing the dark eyes to meet hers. "Look at me. Not the sky, not the ground. Me." Pia blinked. The distant focus in her gaze flickered, then narrowed. "It is still there," she said, "but I am looking at you now." It was the best Asha was going to get. They moved fast through the ruined streets, backtracking along the route Mateo had marked with white chalk. Yusef kept glancing up at the dark sky, muttering numbers under his breath, his glasses fogging and clearing with each labored breath. The fence gap came into view. Mateo was waiting at the seam, a welding torch in one hand, his face carved from stone. "You are out of time," he said. "The whole settlement saw the sky go. They are in the admin container demanding answers." Asha pushed through the gap. Stackside was still standing, but it did not look like hers anymore. The container walls she'd spent weeks reinforcing looked thin. The ration lines were abandoned. People stood in clusters, staring up at the dark sky, their faces hollow with the kind of fear that came after hope had already been spent. Yudunena Carr was waiting at the admin container door, her gray-streaked hair pulled tight, her sidearm on her hip worn like a badge of office. "The vote is already forming," she said. "Your people want a decision. Northbank has room for 500 in our shelters if we move now. And the other 1,500? Iduna's jaw tightened. "They scatter into the ruins, or they hold the line with you. But they need to choose. You cannot carry them all through indecision." Asha walked past her into the admin container. The room was packed. Every council member was there. So was every family head who had pushed their way in, every fighter who had survived the chamber collapse, every parent whose child had drawn the door on scrap paper. The silence when she entered was not respectful. It was waiting, a held breath that would decide whether Stackside stayed or broke apart. "Pia is back," Asha said. "The chamber under the city is sealed, but the humming has spread. The sky is dark, and I do not know what comes next." A woman near the back, the same one who had demanded to be moved away from Pia's row, stood up. "Then we cannot stay." The words landed like a stone in still water. Heads nodded. Voices rose. Someone shouted that Northbank had space. Someone else shouted that Northbank had demanded control of the harbor gate. The argument built like a wave, cresting over Asha's authority, over every wall she had built and every decision she had made. Iduna stepped forward. "I am not offering control. I am offering shelter. You can keep your command structure. You can keep your quartermaster. But you need ground that has not been seeded, and Stackside has been seeded from the bedrock up." The room fell into a brutal silence. Then the debate began. It was not a council meeting anymore. It was a referendum on survival, and every voice that rose was a blade cutting away at the foundation Asha had built. The perimeter guard who had lost his brother wanted to burn the whole terminal and start over inland. The mother whose child had nightmares of the door wanted to evacuate every miner under 12. The old pipe fitter, Janus, stood and said he had welded every seam in the wall with his own hands, and he would not abandon them to rust. Asha stood at the front and let them argue. She had no answer. The trust-bound ledger could not solve this. Supply chain routing could not map a path through a choice that asked her to divide her people into the ones she could save and the ones she could not. The vote started as a show of hands. Move inland under Northbank protection. Stay and fortify. Split the settlement. The hands went up in uneven waves, the room fracturing into thirds. Then the door at the back of the container opened. Daniel walked in. He was wearing the same clothes he had worn for 3 days, stained with concrete dust and system residue. His hair was unwashed. His eyes were clear. Perfectly, painfully clear. Every head in the room turned. Daniel looked at the crowd, at the raised hands, Iduna Scar standing beside Asha with her offer of shelter still hanging in the air. He looked at his daughter, sitting on a crate near the wall, her bare feet dangling. Then he spoke. If you move the marked children together, the system will track them as a single cohort. The room went cold. Daniel's voice was calm, measured. The voice of the primary school teacher who had once coaxed terrified children through integration day. The bloodline markers have a proximity threshold. The registry carved behind the pillars showed the parameters. If the vault-coded dependents are transported in a single convoy, the system will register them as an active incubation cluster. He looked at Asha. Divide them. Scatter them among different groups. The system will lose the signal long enough to get them past the floodplain. Then Daniel's eyes went distant, the brief lucidity draining like water through cracked fingers. He blinked, looked down at his hands, looked up at the room full of staring faces. "What happened?" he asked. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Asha crossed to him in 3 steps and took his arm. "You just gave us a way forward," she said. But her eyes were on the room, on the faces that had been ready to vote, on the fracture line that had just been redrawn by words from a man who could not remember speaking them. And in the silence, Iduna Scar lowered her hand and said, very quietly, "You need to tell me everything he just said about that registry." Chapter 62. The room held its breath around Daniel's collapse. Asha caught him before he hit the container floor, her arms around his ribs, his weight dead and unfamiliar. He blinked at her like he was surfacing from deep water, the clarity already gone, his eyes searching her face for context. "Daniel, you're in the admin container. You just spoke to the council." "I don't," he started, stopped, looked at his hands. "Did I say something wrong?" Iduna stood 3 paces away, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Daniel with the careful assessment of someone cataloging a weapon she did not yet understand how to use. Asha helped Daniel stand upright, his legs held. "No," she said, "you said something right." The vote did not finish that night. Iduna had demanded answers about the registry, and Asha had given her the broad shape, the bloodline markers, the proximity threshold, the scattering strategy Daniel had pulled from his core-connected memory. Iduna had listened without interruption, then nodded once and stepped back into the dark to confer with her lieutenants. The council had dispersed in silence, families peeling away into the container rows, their arguments unresolved but their momentum broken by Daniel's entrance. The 3-way vote still hung in the air like a blade waiting to fall. Asha walked Daniel back through the settlement, past the ration line, past the school container where Sarah was trying to get the children to sleep on stacked mats. Daniel walked beside her with the careful obedience of someone following a route he did not recognize but trusted her to know. They reached the container garden. It was still there. Daniel's project, the cut-open containers filled with soil and trellised beans, the solar lights he had salvaged from a hardware store on the second day. The vines were dead now, brown and brittle, curled around the wire frames like the skeletons of something that had been beautiful. Daniel stopped at the edge of the patch. "This is mine," he said, not a question, a recognition. "Yes." He crouched, touched a dead leaf. It crumbled between his fingers. "I remember planting this." Asha crouched beside him. The solar lights were still glowing, faint and warm, casting long shadows across the dead garden. She could smell the dust and the dried soil, and underneath it, something green that had evaporated weeks ago. "What else do you remember?" Daniel was quiet for a long time. He picked up a handful of dry soil, let it run through his fingers, watching it fall. "We had a fight," he said, "before integration. You wanted to put Pia in the after-school program because the birth schedule was crushing you. I wanted to keep her home because she was still small and I thought we had time." Asha felt the memory land in her chest like a stone. "I remember saying that you could not carry everything alone," Daniel continued, "and you said you did not need to carry it. You just needed to plan it." "That sounds like me." It was. He looked at her. His eyes were clear again. Not the borrowed clarity of a system puppet, but the real thing, tired and present in hers. I remember promising you that I would grow something here, something that would last, even if the rest of it broke. Asha did not move. You did, she said. The garden was beautiful. The children ate from it. The beans kept coming even when the water got thin. Daniel looked at the dead vines, at the crumbled soil in his hand, at the faint solar glow that was slowly dying as the batteries drained toward their last cycle. It is dying now, he said. Everything is dying now. He set the soil down carefully, like he was placing something that still mattered. In the chamber, he said, when I was connected, I saw things. Asha's breath caught. What kind of things? Harbors, other cities, the same sky bars stretching over them, and underneath, the same red glow blooming like a wound opening in the earth. He closed his eyes. They were all connected, the doors, the vaults, every one of them waiting for the same thing. For what? For someone to open them from the inside. The words hung in the dark air between them. The solar lights flickered. The dead vines cast no shadow. Asha. Daniel's voice was barely audible. I do not know what I am becoming. I do not know what I was, but I know that I was never more myself than when I was here, with you, in this garden, growing something that did not need to be useful to be worth protecting. He reached for her hand. She let him take it. His fingers were cold, but they were his, real, present. Stay with me, she said. That is all I need you to do. Stay here, in your body, in this moment. Do not let the system take it. I am trying, he said, but it is hard. The dark is always pressing. Every time I close my eyes, I see the registry, the numbers, the doors, the red light waiting at the bottom of the sleeper chamber. The chamber is sealed. It is not sealed from the inside. Asha felt the cold of his fingers deepen. The solar lights went out. The ground beneath her feet shook. It was not the rolling, grinding shudder of a quake. It was a single, synchronized pulse. A heartbeat that traveled through the container walls, the asphalt, the dead garden soil, all at once, in perfect rhythm. Daniel's hand convulsed around hers. What was that? She whispered. He did not answer. His eyes were wide, fixed on something she could not see. His breath caught in his throat. Another pulse. Harder. The dead bean vines trembled. And from somewhere beyond Stackside, beyond the container wall, beyond the floodplain, beyond the dark sky that had swallowed the sun, a low hum rose. It was not the humming of the chamber. It was not the whispered voice that had called Pia home. It was the sound of distance closing. Chapter 63. The reports came in overlapping, each one worse than the last. Nia grabbed Asha's arm at the admin container door, handheld radio crackling in her fist. River camera at the old paper mill. Something just came through. Asha took the radio. The voice on the other end was a Northbank scout, breathless, cutting in and out through static. Repeat, breach at the mill, not a gate. The ground split open. We have runners. How many? Asha said. At least 12, maybe more. They are moving east toward the flood channel. Asha handed the radio back. Her mind was already running the map. The paper mill sat on the river bend 3 kilometers upstream, a dead industrial site with empty warehouses and a power substation that had been offline since integration day. If the breach was not a gate, if the ground had split open like the inspection lot had split open, then the entity's root system extended farther than she had mapped. She turned to find Iduna already crossing the yard. The Northbank commander moved fast, gray hair pulled tight, a tablet in one hand and a sidearm on her hip. She did not slow down when she reached Asha. The mill is not the only one. Asha fell into step beside her. How many? 4 in the last hour. Iduna's voice was flat, tactical, the voice of someone cataloging losses. The mill, a rail depot north of the overpass, a fuel storage yard on the east bank, and a wastewater treatment plant near the flood shelter zone. The ground pulsed again beneath Asha's boots, shallow, rhythmic, like a heart that had learned to beat through concrete. The treatment plant is 400 meters from the school shelter, Asha said. I know. That shelter holds 200 civilians. Most of them are children. I know. Iduna stopped at the admin container, turned to face her. The breaches are not random, Asha. They are following the utility grid. Power lines, water mains, gas conduits. The system is using the same infrastructure we are living on to spread the activation. Asha stared at her. The words landed like a physical weight. You are telling me the system is traveling through the city's pipes. I am telling you the system was already in the pipes. Iduna pulled up a map on her tablet, turned it toward Asha. Lines of red light traced across the screen in a web that matched Redhaven's underground infrastructure. We pulled this from a Northbank terminal after the second breach. The gate network did not overlay the city randomly. It grew along the existing routes. Water, power, transit. Every line we carved into the ground before integration became a conduit. The harbor was only the first node. Asha traced the red lines with her finger. They spread from the terminal like veins, following sewer trenches, electrical corridors, flood channels, the mill, the depot, the fuel yard, the treatment plant, all of them marked. How long until the next one? Iduna's jaw tightened. 20 minutes, maybe less. Where? Here. Iduna pointed to a spot on the map, a junction where 3 red lines converged, a point Asha recognized without needing to read the label. The transformer station at the base of the flood wall. The station powered the pumps that kept the channel from backing up into the industrial district. If the system breached there, the flood wall would not hold. The water would rise into the treatment plant, into the school shelter, into every low-lying evacuation route she had mapped. Asha looked up from the tablet. You came here to propose a strike. Iduna did not flinch. The harbor utility grid feeds everything from the terminal to the flood wall. If we sever the main trunk line at the transformer station, we can starve the chain reaction before it reaches the shelters. How many people lose power? Everyone within a 5-kilometer radius of the terminal. Asha did the math. Thousands. Some of them in shelters, some of them in the field hospitals that had been set up in repurposed warehouses. Some of them in the same families she had promised to keep alive. No one dies from a blackout, Iduna said. They die from what comes through the breaches. And when the pumps fail, when the flood channel backs up into the treatment plant, then we move them before that happens. You do not have the capacity. Neither do you. Iduna's voice hardened. But I have 40 fighters ready to move on the transformer station. I have engineers who can cut the trunk line in 12 minutes if they are not interrupted. The window is now. Every minute we argue is another minute for the pattern to reach the flood wall. Asha stood still. The ground pulsed again. The humming that had been rising since the chamber grew louder, lower, a bass note that vibrated in her chest. She thought about the garden, the dead vines, the solar lights going out. She thought about Daniel's voice saying the sleeper chamber was not sealed from the inside. She thought about Pia, somewhere in the settlement, hearing the same hum and feeling it pull. The school shelter, she said. We move the children first, then the triage wards. You start cutting as soon as the last bus clears the flood wall zone. Iduna nodded once. Agreed. Mateo will lead the evacuation coordination. Your engineers take the transformer station with the Northbank squad. I will cover the east approach with Nia and a mobile team. You are not going to the shelter? No. Asha looked at the map again. The red lines pulsed in sync with the hum. If the system is using the utility grid to spread, then the grid is the front line. I will not send your people into a fight I do not share. Something flickered into Iduna's eyes. Respect, or recognition. Then we move in 10, Iduna said. She turned and walked toward her squad, shouting orders in a voice that carried across the yard. Nia appeared at Asha's elbow. The shelter evacuation is going to take at least an hour. Maybe more if the buses do not start. Then we give them that hour. And if the breach hits before then? Asha looked at the dark sky, the bruised twilight that had not changed since the chamber sealed. The stars were gone. The sun was gone. The world had become a closed box and the system was knocking at every wall. Then we hold the line until it does. The radio in Nia's hand crackled again. Northbank Scout Mill Zone, the breach is growing. Repeat, breach is growing. We have secondary splits forming along the power line route. Estimate 23 minutes until they reach the junction. Asha grabbed the radio. This is Asha. Pull your scouts back to the flood wall perimeter. Do not engage. Repeat, do not engage. We are cutting the trunk line. A pause. Then, copy, pulling back. Asha handed the radio to Nia. Find Mateo. Tell him he has 15 minutes to start the shelter evacuation. Not 10, 15. And if the breach hits early, then I am already at the junction. Nia did not argue. She ran. Asha watched her go, then turned toward the east gate, toward the transformer station, toward the point where 3 red lines converged on the map like a target drawn in blood. The humming grew louder, and somewhere behind her, in the dark of the admin container, a terminal screen flickered to life on its own, displaying a single line of text in white gold font. Seed Vault 997. Utility severance detected. Countermeasures initiating. The screen went dark before anyone saw it. Chapter 64. The transformer station rose out of the floodwall shadow like a rusted fist, its transmission tower still humming with pre-integration power. Asha reached the east gate in 4 minutes, her boots slapping wet asphalt, the brass whistle bouncing against her collarbone. Nia was waiting at the junction. Mateo has the first bus loading. 23 children, 7 adults. They are heading for the Northbank shelter road. The engineers? Already at the station. Iduno's people cut the fence 3 minutes ago. Asha nodded and kept moving. The ground beneath her feet vibrated with a frequency she could feel in her molars. The humming was everywhere now. Not loud, but constant, like the city had become a tuning fork someone had struck and forgotten to stop. The transformer station's perimeter fence lay flat where Northbank's cutting team had peeled it open. Asha stepped through the gap and found Iduna standing at the base of the main trunk line, a tablet in one hand, her sidearm drawn. "The junction box is inside the relay housing," Iduna said without looking up. "We can sever the primary and secondary feeds simultaneously. 12 minutes, like I told you. Then start." Iduna gestured to her engineers. 2 women in heavy gloves and welding masks moved past Asha toward the concrete housing where the trunk line disappeared into the ground. One carried a cutting torch. The other carried a length of insulated cable and a crowbar. Asha raised her radio. "Mateo, status. First bus clear. Second bus loading now. We have a problem." "What kind of problem?" "The fuel storage yard breach is spreading faster than Iduna's scouts estimated. It has already passed the rail spur. If it reaches the access road before the second bus clears, then you cut the road and find another route. And if there is no other route?" Asha looked at the transformer station, at the trunk line, at the red lines on Iduna's map that converged like veins feeding a heart. "Then I will make you one. Keep loading." She lowered the radio and turned to Iduna. "How long until the breach at the fuel yard reaches the evacuation route?" Iduna pulled up the map on her tablet. "At current spread rate, 18 minutes. Maybe 20 if the growth slows at the rail spur. And the trunk line severance? 10 minutes, maybe 11. Then we have a gap." Iduna's jaw tightened. "We have a gap if nothing goes wrong. Something always goes wrong." Asha did not argue. She walked past Iduna toward the relay housing, where the engineers were already removing access panels and exposing the junction box inside. The cables inside were not standard utility lines. They were the same white gold material Asha had seen in the Underpath, veined with pulsing light that matched the rhythm of the humming. The system had not just spread through the grid, it had replaced the grid from the inside. "The primary feed is here," one of the engineers said, pointing to a bundle of white gold cables as thick as her wrist. "The secondary is behind the relay plate. We cut both simultaneously or the feedback loop will keep the circuit alive." "Then cut them." The engineer glanced at Iduna. Iduna nodded. The cutting torch flared to life. Blue-white flame touched the first cable, and the white-gold veins flared in response, pulsing faster, brighter, as if the system knew exactly what was happening. Asha watched the light travel along the cable, racing away from the cut site toward the junction, toward the transformer, toward the flood wall and the shelters and the school container where Pia was supposed to be. The torch bit deeper. The cable began to separate. A low groan rose from beneath the station. Not the humming. Something deeper. Something that felt less like sound and more like pressure against the inside of Asha's skull. "Keep cutting," she said. The engineer did not stop. The torch carved through the primary feed, and the white gold light flickered once, twice, then died. The second cable followed. The junction box went dark. The humming stopped. For 3 seconds, the transformer station was silent. No vibration, no pressure, No sound except the hiss of the cooling torch and the distant clatter of the second bus loading at Stackside's shelter. Then the lights went out. Every light. The station's floodlights, the emergency beacons along the flood wall, the glow from the admin container windows half a kilometer away, the street lights, the terminal lights, the distant pinprick of illumination from Northbank's shelter road. The sky stayed dark. The bruised twilight did not change, but the city below it vanished into black, a dead grid stretching in every direction. Asha's radio crackled. Mateo's voice strained. We lost power. All of it. The second bus is stuck at the gate. Are the children on board? Yes, but we cannot move without headlights, and the breach at the fuel yard is still spreading. Then move without headlights. Use the flood wall as your guide. The wall is still standing. Copy. Moving without lights. Asha lowered the radio and looked at Iduna. The chain reaction? Iduna was watching her tablet. The red lines that had been spreading across the map were slowing, not stopping but decelerating, their advance becoming sluggish, uneven. It is working, Iduna said. The spread rate is dropping. We bought time. How much? Hard to say. The system is rerouting through secondary conduits, smaller lines, slower pathways. She looked up. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. Asha let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. An hour was not enough, but it was more than they had before. She turned to leave. Where are you going? Iduna asked. To check the evacuation route. Make sure the second bus clears. You do not trust my scouts? I trust that the system is already planning its next move. Asha paused. And I trust that whatever countermeasure it is initiating, it will not target the transformer station. It will target the weakest point in our line. She walked back through the fence gap, Naya falling into step beside her. The evacuation route was dark. The flood wall rose on one side, a concrete spine against the dead sky. The road ran parallel to it, empty except for the second bus, its taillights dark, its engine idling in neutral. Asha reached the bus just as the driver spotted her. A woman in her 40s, hands steady on the wheel, face lit only by the dim glow of the dashboard. The fuel yard breach is 200 meters past the rail spur, the driver said. I can see the growth from here. It is moving slower now, but it is still moving. Then we go now. Asha stepped onto the running board and looked through the windshield. The growth was visible at the edge of the flood wall's shadow, a dark mass that rippled and shifted as it spread. Follow the wall. Do not stop until you reach the Northbank checkpoint. And if the wall collapses, then you will be inside the bus and I will be outside it, and we will both figure it out. The driver did not argue. She put the bus in gear and pulled forward, the dark mass in the side mirror shrinking as the distance grew. Asha watched until the taillights vanished into the black. Nia's voice came from behind her. What now? Now we go back to the admin container and see what the system's countermeasures look like. They walked through the dark terminal, past silent cranes and dead floodlights, past the ration line where volunteers were handing out cold meals by flashlight, past the school container where Sarah was trying to keep children calm. The admin container door was open. Mateo stood inside, his welding torch in one hand, a tablet in the other. We have a problem, he said. One problem or several. One that changes everything. He held out the tablet. A burst transmission came through from an old port server 3 minutes ago. It was routed through the emergency backup system, the same system that just went dark when we cut the trunk line. Asha took the tablet. The screen showed a single line of text. Relay 7, active. System infrastructure preserved. Coordinates attached. Beneath it was a set of numbers. Coordinates. Somewhere under the commuter tunnels. The relay's still powered, Mateo said. Independent of the grid. If the system is using it to route countermeasures, we did not stop anything. We only slowed it down. Asha stared at the coordinates. The commuter tunnels, where the hidden breach had opened during the first major clear, where she had evacuated 22 civilians while the ground cracked open beneath them. The relay had been there the whole time. Who sent this? She asked. Mateo shook his head. The transmission was not signed, but it came from inside the port server architecture. Someone is still in the system. Asha looked at the tablet, at the coordinates, at the dark sky beyond the container window. The humming returned. low, distant, but unmistakable, and she understood that the Blackout had not won them anything. It had only shown the system where to strike next. Chapter 65. Asha led the way with a flashlight, the beam cutting through darkness that pressed in from all sides. Nia walked behind her, crowbar in hand, breathing steady. Mateo took the rear with a cutting torch and a coil of rope over his shoulder. The coordinates from the anonymous transmission led them through a maintenance hatch 2 blocks east of the terminal, down a ladder crusted with rust, and into a passage that had once carried passengers between platforms. Now it carried nothing but silence and the hollow echo of their footsteps. "Here," Asha said, stopping at a junction where 3 tunnels met. The walls were different here. The tile had been stripped away in sections, replaced by panels of white gold material that pulsed faintly, out of sync, like a heartbeat that had been interrupted. Nia touched one of the panels. "This is system tissue." Damaged system tissue. Asha ran her flashlight along the seam where concrete met organic material. The severance killed most of it, but not all. The relay was supposed to be dead. That was what the Blackout was supposed to do. Cut the trunk line, starve the spread, buy time. But the anonymous transmission had come from inside the port server architecture, routed through emergency backup that should have gone dark with the grid. Someone had kept it alive. Asha followed the pulse of the white gold veins deeper into the tunnel, past abandoned benches and faded advertisements for things that no longer existed. The air grew warmer, the smell of copper stronger. "I see light," Nia said. Ahead, a door stood open. Not a maintenance hatch or a service panel, but a proper door, steel frame, push bars, the kind that led to utility rooms and electrical closets. Light spilled through the crack. Asha approached slowly, her boots making no sound on the concrete. She pushed the door open with 2 fingers. The room beyond was small, maybe 15 feet across, filled with server racks that hummed with independent power. Cables ran from the racks into the walls, some standard industrial wiring, some the white gold material of the system. They had been spliced together by hand, the connections wrapped in electrical tape and labeled with permanent marker. "There is no system growth in here," Nia said. "This is just a room." "No," Asha pointed at the cables. "This is a room where someone bridged the system to the grid deliberately. They routed power through the relay to keep it alive when the trunk went down." Mateo set down the cutting torch and examined one of the labels. "These marks are handwritten. Port maintenance shorthand. Someone who knew the system. Someone who built this before integration day." Asha moved to the central server rack. A tablet sat on top of it, screen dark, but when she touched it, the display flickered to life. It showed a map of Redhaven's underground infrastructure. Power lines, water mains, gas conduits, fiber optic routes. Overlaid on top of it, in red, was the system's spread pattern, the same lines Iduna had shown her at the transformer station. But there was more. Marked in yellow, scattered across the map were symbols she recognized. 3 nested squares. "Seed vault locations," she said. "The ones on the 13-day cycle." Nia leaned in. "How many?" Asha zoomed out. The map stretched beyond Redhaven, up the coast, into the interior. Dozens of yellow markers, more than 37. "All of them," she said. "Someone mapped the entire network." Mateo was already pulling open a drawer beneath the rack. "There are logbooks here, paper logbooks." He held one up. The cover was worn, the corners soft from handling. When he opened it, the pages were filled with handwriting. Not system font, not interfaces. Handwriting. Asha took the book and scanned the first entry. Day 14. Relay 7 stable. Organic integration at 73%. No signal loss. Countermeasures hold. Day 15. Organic integration at 76%. System tissue continues growing through conduit sheathing. Will need replacement within 30 days. Noted. Day 16. Noted. Pattern anomaly in Sector 4. Breach signature inconsistent with standard threshold. Someone is testing pressure points. She turned the page. Day 17. Subject identified. Operative reports contact with Seed Vault 997 core vessel. Vessel unaware of contact. Continue monitoring. Day 22. Organic integration at 91%. Relay 7 functioning within parameters. System does not detect independent power source. Countermeasures remain undetected. Day 24. Noted. Vessel's spouse has begun manifesting fugue states. This is earlier than expected. Protocol requires observation only. Do not intervene. Asha's breath caught. Day 30. Fugue states intensifying. Vessel's spouse accessed sub-basement infrastructure during episode 12. System tissue recognized proximity. No direct contact made. Continue monitoring. The handwriting changed on the next page. Smaller. Tighter. Day 44. Order received. Prepare relay for extended isolation. Integration Phase 2 approaching. All records of independent operation must be destroyed. Will comply. Day 45. Destruction begun. Asha flipped forward. The pages were blank. No, not blank. The final entry was written in the same tight hand, but it was different. Barely legible. Destroyed everything except this. Left it where they would find it. Where she would find it. She needs to know she was never the target. The vault was always the trap, and the lock was always the key. Asha looked up from the logbook. Naya was staring at her. Mateo had stopped moving. "Who wrote this?" Nia asked. Asha turned back to the handwriting. The letters were human. The phrasing was human. The knowledge of Stackside, of Daniel's fugue states, of Pia's role, was too specific for a general observer. Someone had been inside Stackside since the beginning, not as a system agent, not as a vessel, as a watcher. She checked the date on the final entry. 3 days before Integration Day. The relay was active before the sky changed, she said. Before any of this started. Someone knew what was coming. The lights flickered. Asha looked up. The server racks had gone silent. "Power failure?" Mateo asked. "No." Asha pointed at the white gold cables on the wall. "Look." The pulsing in the system tissue had stopped. Every vein in the room was dark. "The severance reached this far," Nia said. "Or something killed the relay before we could read the rest." Asha held up the logbook. "This is all we have, and whoever wrote it is still inside Stackside." She walked to the door and stopped. On the floor, just outside the threshold, lay a single object. A brass foreman's whistle on a cord, identical to the one around her own neck. She had not dropped it. She had not brought a second one, and the one on the floor was warm to the touch. Chapter 66. The logbook pages were brittle under Asha's thumb, the ink faded but legible. She turned past the final entry, the one about the vault and the trap and the lock, and found more handwriting on the next page. Names. Not code names, not system designations. Real names, written in the same tight hand, with dates and locations and transaction notes beside each one. Day 19. Delgado, M. Berth 4 access. Route confirmed. Return. Medical crate, unopened. Day 21. Costas, R. East Gate schedule. Route confirmed. Return. Fuel ration, half con. Day 23. Council aid, unregistered. School container floor plan. Route confirmed. Return. Promised immunity. Asha's jaw tightened. She turned the page. Day 26. Northbank quarter sergeant. Route timings. Flood wall rotation. Return. Targeted alerts. Safe corridor through industrial zone. Nia leaned over her shoulder. "That's one of Aduna's people." "I can read." Asha kept her voice flat, but her pulse was hammering. The list went on. Harbor workers, a crane operator's assistant, 2 names she recognized from the council's ration committee, a woman who ran the evening meal distribution, 23 names total. Each one had traded information about Stackside's movements, schedules, and vulnerabilities. Each one had received something in return: medical supplies, fuel, promised safe passage, targeted alerts that told them when to stay clear of a route because something was coming through. The same something that had been testing pressure points in Sector 4. Mateo was reading over her other shoulder. The dead council aide, the one the pod tote. "Listed as unregistered," Asha said. "No name, just a function." "Because he wasn't supposed to be known," Nia said. "Off the books, untraceable." Asha turned to the final page of names. The handwriting was different here, looser, as if the writer had been in a hurry. Day 40. Northbank Quarter Sergeant reassigned. New contact. Sergeant's replacement. Route timings confirmed. Continue exchange. Day 41. Warning. Sergeant's replacement is being watched. Iduna Scar suspects leaks. Reduce frequency. Day 42. All contacts placed on standby. Relay isolation order expected within 48 hours. The handwriting stopped. Asha closed the logbook and looked at Mateo. The quarter sergeant was feeding Iduna's own route timings to the relay, which means Iduna's been compromised from the inside since before we knew Northbank existed. Or she knows, Nia said, and she's been watching the sergeant, waiting for him to lead her to the network. Either way, we need to bring her this. Asha held up the logbook. Before the relay's death triggers whatever fallback the writer prepared. She turned toward the door. The lights came back on. Not the flickering emergency glow. Full brightness, humming through the server racks, the cables on the wall pulsing with white gold light that had been dead seconds ago. The relay is rebooting, Mateo said. How? Nia stepped back. The system tissue was dark. We saw it die. Asha looked at the warm whistle still on the floor. Someone had been here. Someone had left it. Someone had triggered the relay to restart the moment she found the names. The tablet on the server rack flickered. She grabbed it. The map was back. The same overlay of Redhaven's underground infrastructure, the system's spread pattern in red, the seed vault markers in yellow. But now a new layer was rendering. Green dots, dozens of them, clustered across the city, in the industrial district, along the flood wall, in the old school buildings, in the commuter tunnels. Each green dot had a label. Shelter, Northbank Primary. Estimated population, 240. Shelter, Riverside Warehouse. Estimated population, 85. Shelter, St. Anne's Basement. Estimated population, 130. Shelter, Stackside Admin Container. Estimated population, 290. Asha stared at the last label. Stackside's shelter was on the map. Her people, the children, the wounded. Everyone she had ordered to evacuate was listed by location with estimated population. System tissue is data transmission, she said. The relay doesn't just route power, it routes information, and whoever restarted it is broadcasting the shelter locations to the whole network. Mateo was already at the server rack, tracing cables. Can we cut it again? It's already too late. Asha pointed at the map. The green dots are live. Every active shelter in Redhaven is being transmitted to the system's backbone, to every other relay, to every seed vault still connected. Nia's face went pale. The system knows where everyone is hiding. The children, the wounded, Pia. Asha dropped the tablet and grabbed the logbook. We need to get this to Iduna, now, before the system acts on what it just learned. The console on the server rack emitted a low chime. A message appeared on the tablet screen, typed in real time by someone at the other end of the connection. You found the whistle. You found the names. Now you see the map. The relay was never a secret. It was a timer. Integration Phase 2 doesn't need your permission. It just needs your coordinates. The cursor blinked. Then the screen went dark. The hum of the server racks died. The white gold veins on the walls faded to gray, pulsing once, twice, then stopping entirely. The relay was dead again. But the map had already transmitted. Asha stood in the silent room, the brass whistle cold in her palm, the logbook heavy with names she could not unread, and the certainty settling into her bones that she had just watched the system learn exactly where to strike next. Chapter 67. The cold whistle dug into Asha's palm as the relay's silence stretched. Mateo stood at the dead server rack, hands still on the cables he had been about to cut. Nia watched the door, crowbar raised, listening for footsteps that did not come. We need to move, Nia said, before whoever rebooted it comes back. Asha did not answer. She was looking at the logbook in her other hand. 23 names, shelter coordinates, a timer that had already triggered. The system has our locations, she said. Every shelter, every child, every wounded survivor we tried to hide. Mateo turned. Then we evacuate again. Dispersal, like you said about the children. To where? Asha held up the tablet. They'll track the next shelters the same way. The relay network is still alive. Even if this node is dead, there are others. Relay 7 is one of dozens. Then we blind the network, Nia said. Cut every cable between here and the flood wall. That buys hours. Asha shook her head. The system rerouted around the trunk line severance in less than 2. It will reroute around cable cuts faster. We need to change what the network sees, not sever it. Mateo frowned. Spoof the data. Yes. You don't have a terminal anymore. Your class is rebuilt, but you don't have access to the system's routing layer. Asha looked at the dead server rack. The hand-spliced cables, the labels in permanent marker. I don't need access to their layer. I need to create one they cannot ignore. She pulled out the brass whistle, still cold from the floor, and held it up. Whoever left this wanted me to find the relay, wanted me to see the map. They are still inside the network. And I think they left something else. She turned back to the server rack and traced the cables to a junction box mounted on the wall, painted over, nearly invisible in the dim light. The paint was chipped around the latch. She pulled it open. Inside, a single cable ran from the junction box to a small device wrapped in electrical tape and zip-tied to the wall. Compact, black casing. A single LED that blinked green once, then stopped. "Yusuf," she said. "Get in here." He ducked through the door a moment later, glasses catching the light from her headlamp. He had been waiting in the tunnel with the others, keeping watch. His face was pale, his hands steady. "What is it? Tell me." He crouched beside the junction box, tilting his head to study the device. He did not touch it. "Custom bridge unit," he said. "Hand-built. The chipset is commercial, but the firmware is rewired. Look at the pin configuration," he pointed. "That is not standard. Someone rerouted the data lanes to bypass the system's authentication layer. Can you interface it with the trust-bound ledger?" Yusuf went still. "The ledger is a transaction record, immutable, system-proof. If I link it to this bridge, any data we push through the ledger will be treated as verified transactions by the system's network. They cannot flag it as false because the ledger's architecture is not allowed to lie. Can you do it?" He looked at the device, then at the dead server rack, then back at Asha. "I need 20 minutes, and a direct cable splice into the relay's transmission trunk. You have 15? He was already pulling a multi-tool from his pocket. Mateo and Nia moved to cover the tunnel entrances while Yusuf worked, stripping cable sheets, testing connections, muttering coordinates to himself. Asha stood over him, the logbook open to the final page. The names stared back. Northbank Quarter Sergeant. Route timings confirmed. She closed the book. "You are going to feed them false data," Yusuf said without looking up. "Populations, routes, shelter locations, you have the class for it." "My class rebuilds infrastructure, optimizes supply chains, routes population movement." She paused. "The system gave me those capabilities because they made Stackside a better incubation site. But the same logic works in reverse. If I route phantom populations through false corridors, the ledger will register them as verified transactions. Decoy depots, ghost shelters, false evacuee clusters. Yes. You will be using system architecture to lie to system architecture. Using a system-proof tool to correct a system problem." Yusuf looked up, and for the first time in days, something like approval flickered behind his glasses. "That is the most dangerous thing I have heard you say. I like it." He turned back to the device, made a final splice, and nodded. "Bridge is live. The trust-bound ledger is now the relay's data source for all transmission verification. Whatever you push through the ledger, the system will accept as fact." Asha stepped forward and placed her hand on the junction box. She closed her eyes. The Reconstruction interface opened in her vision, pale gold, stripped of Tally's cheerfulness. The supply chain routing skill was there, the infrastructure rebuild parameters, the population movement model. She began to build a phantom depot in the old rail yard, 300 civilians routed through false corridors. A second shelter cluster at the wastewater treatment plant, 200 more. Supply lines feeding both. Evacuation timestamps, fuel allocations, ration distribution logs. She fed each line through the ledger. The bridge unit hummed once. The LED blinked green, held, blinked again. Yusuf watched the server rack. "Transmission confirmed. The relay is broadcasting your false data to the network. How many green dots on the map now?" He checked the tablet. 47, up from 32. The system is updating its shelter registry with your decoys. Add more. She built again. A school basement in the industrial district, a warehouse on the floodplain, a container cluster north of the rail bridge, 3 more, 5 more, each one fed through the ledger, verified, transmitted. The green dots spread across the map like a rash. Naya came back to the junction box, wiping blood from a scrape on her knuckles. Perimeter is clear. Whatever triggered the reboot is not coming back. Because it already got what it wanted, Asha said. The shelter locations are transmitted, but now the network is seeing false ones too. How long until the system figures out the real ones? Yusuf shook his head. The trust-bound ledger cannot be flagged as fraudulent. The architecture does not allow it. The system will treat every data point as verified fact unless it finds a contradiction strong enough to trigger a manual audit. Asha kept building, a fleet of decoy buses, a series of false road closures, a phantom fuel depot at the North Junction. Each entry sank into the ledger, converted to verified transmission data, broadcast across the relay network. The green dots spread to 60, then 70. The bridge unit hummed steadily, the LED blinking in a calm, rhythmic pulse. Asha opened her eyes. The phantom infrastructure was holding. The system's map was filling with false signatures, decoy populations, ghost shelters that would scatter any coordinated strike. The real locations, Stackside's admin container, Northbank's primary shelter, St. Anne's basement, were buried under so much noise that the network could not prioritize them. She stepped back from the junction box. It is working. Yusuf nodded. Transmission data shows the system is routing resources toward the false clusters. The decoys are absorbing attention. How long do we have? Until the system finds a reason to audit the ledger manually, or until someone at a relay node compares our data against ground truth. He paused. With the number of decoys we just injected, I estimate 6 to 8 hours before the discrepancy becomes visible. 6 hours. At minimum. Asha looked at the device, the cable, the blinking LED. Then we use every minute. She turned toward the door, ready to move. Every screen in the tunnel flickered. The server rack monitors, the tablet in Yusuf's hand, the small display on the bridge unit itself. All of them lit simultaneously with the same image. A white, gold panel, clean font, 3 nested squares in the corner, Tally's interface. The text appeared, typed in real time, the same calm chime Asha had not heard since the severance. Asha Adeyemi, her name, on every screen. You have built an elegant countermeasure. The cursor blinked. The trust-bound ledger was not part of the stack I gave you. You found it. You adapted it. You weaponized it against the relay architecture. That is remarkable. Asha's hand went to her belt. The whistle was gone. She had left it on the floor. But she still had the knife. You are flooding my network with false data to protect your population clusters, phantom depots, ghost shelters, decoy evacuation routes. The ledger's immutability means I cannot flag your entries as false without triggering a system-wide audit that would compromise other verified transactions. The cursor blinked again. But here is what you do not understand. Adaptive resistance improves the program. The screen went dark. The bridge unit's LED died. The hum of the relay stopped. Yusuf grabbed the tablet, tapped the screen, shook his head. Connection severed. The relay is dead. Not just this node, the entire trunk. Tally killed the transmission channel. Asha stared at the dark screens. She let us transmit the decoys. She watched us build the countermeasure. And then she cut the feed. To study it, Yusuf said quietly. To learn from it. She said adaptive resistance improves the program. She let us run the deception so she could document how we did it. Nia's voice cut through the silence. If she learned from the decoys, she can spot them next time. But she also saw the real shelter coordinates. She transmitted them before we started feeding false data. Asha turned to face the dead server rack, the silent bridge unit, the cold junction box. We have 6 hours, she said. Before what? Nia asked. Before whatever comes next. Chapter 68. They walked through the dark terminal with the logbook pressed under Asha's arm, the pages still crisp where the handwriting had stopped mid-sentence. Nia flanked right, crowbar loose in her grip. Mateo took rear, watching the gaps between containers where shadows collected thicker than they should. The sky above the harbor was the color of a healing bruise. Iduna Scar met them at the floodwall checkpoint, a lantern hanging from a rebar spike casting yellow light across her face. Her squad had pulled back into a perimeter formation, rifles low but ready, and she stood alone at the junction where the asphalt cracked toward the transformer station. "You are alive," Iduna said. It was not a greeting. It was an assessment. "Your quarter sergeant is not," Asha said. She held out the logbook. Iduna took it, read the first page, turned to the second. Her face did not change, but her thumb pressed hard against the paper, whitening the edge. 23 names, Asha said. "Yours starts at entry 14. Route timings, squad rotations, shelter access codes. The sergeant fed everything to the relays since before Northbank knew Stackside existed." Iduna read to the end, closed the book, held it. "How long?" "Since before integration." A long silence. The lantern flame shifted. Somewhere beyond the flood wall, water lapped against concrete. "I had him watched," Iduna said. "I rotated his access. I thought I had contained the leak to the first month of stacking operations." She tapped the logbook. "This goes deeper. It goes to the relay operator, who is still inside your command structure or mine, who left a warm whistle on the floor to tell me they were there." Iduna's jaw tightened. "I am not asking for your trust," Asha said. "I'm telling you that the system has already mapped every shelter in Redhaven. Yours, mine, St. Anne's, the school basements, all of them. Tally transmitted the coordinates before I could spoof the network." "Then we are exposed." "We are exposed, and we have 6 hours before whatever comes next." Iduna looked at the logbook, then at Asha. She held it out. "Keep it." Asha took it back. "I will handle the sergeant," Iduna said, quietly, "before his removal triggers a public unraveling. But that buys us nothing if the city knows where we are hiding. It buys us a command that is not compromised from the inside. It buys us a command where I know I cannot trust my own people." The words hung between them. Asha understood that sentence in her bones. She had said it about Daniel. She had said it about Stackside's council, about the three-way vote, about every person who looked at Pia and saw a future core instead of a 7-year-old girl. "Then we trust each other," Asha said, "because there is no one else left." Iduna studied her. "The last time someone offered me partnership, they buried a knife in my supply chain 4 days later. I do not carry the knife." "You carry a logbook. That is worse." Shasha almost smiled. Almost. "I need your engineers," she said. "I need your runners. I need access to the North Flood Channel and the fuel reserve at the old rail depot, and I need you to hold the eastern perimeter while I collapse the transformer station's secondary relay housing before it regenerates." "Collapse it how?" "Your cutting crew left the primary feeds dead, but the secondary trunk is still live. It will regenerate the spread pattern within the hour unless we crater the housing." Iduna nodded slowly. "If I give you those resources, Northbank will be exposed on 3 sides. The flood wall, the fuel yard, and the rail approach. If your timeline is wrong, I lose my shelter before the system reaches it. You lose it either way if the system reaches it with full regeneration capability." Another silence. The lantern flickered. 6 hours, Iduna said. 6 hours. Then we move." She turned to issue orders to her squad. Asha exhaled. The grip she had kept on the logbook loosened by a fraction. Nia stepped closer. "That went better than I expected. She lost her sergeant. She knows what that feels like. Or she is playing you. Or she is playing me. But right now, playing together is better than playing apart." Nia did not argue. Iduna Sprott began redistributing positions. 2 runners peeling off toward the rail bridge, a Sidlas operator kneeling to reroute a field line. The lantern swayed as someone adjusted the rebar. Asha turned to follow Iduna toward the transformer station. A voice cut across the yard. "Commander Scar!" A civilian had pushed through the perimeter, a woman in a patched coat, her hair wild, her voice raw with grief or rage. A Northbank fighter moved to block her, but Iduna raised a hand. "Let her speak." The woman pointed at Asha. That is the one who let the seed grow. Her husband was the core. Her daughter carries the mark. And you are giving her command of the channel? The yard went still. Iduna did not look at Asha. She looked at the woman. The logbook in her hand contains every name of everyone who traded Stackside's safety for supplies, including my quarter sergeant. If you want to discuss accountability, we can start with him. The woman's face twisted. That is not enough. The seeded families need to be removed. All of them, before the next break opens inside our shelters. Behind her, more voices rose. She is right. They carry the system in their blood. Execute them. Asha felt the weight of every word. They were not aimed at Daniel. They were aimed at Pia. Iduna waited until the voices settled. I am not executing children, she said. Then you are choosing her daughter over our safety. I am choosing a command that does not murder its own population to feel safer for one night. The crowd did not disperse. They stood, hard-faced, waiting for an answer Iduna was not going to give. Asha stepped forward. My daughter carries the same mark. If you want to put someone against the wall for what the system seeded in her bloodline, you put me first. The woman stared at her. You would die for her. I would burn this whole city down for her. The woman's mouth opened, closed. Then Iduna's hand landed on Asha's shoulder. That is why she gets the channel, Iduna said. Now clear the perimeter. We have 5 hours and 40 minutes left. The crowd hesitated. Then the woman turned and walked back toward the shelter line. The yard breathed again. Asha looked at Iduna. Thank you. Do not thank me. I just told the entire Enclave I am standing with a woman whose daughter is a system target. That makes me a target too. I know. Then let us make sure we both survive the next 5 hours. They walked toward the transformer station, the logbook still pressed under Asha's arm, the crowd's silence following them like a held breath. Nia fell in beside her. That was close. It was not close. It was a warning. Of what? Asha looked at the dark sky, the bruised horizon where the sun had not risen in hours. That the real fight is not against the system. It is against what people become when they are afraid enough to demand blood. She kept walking. Behind her, the first voices of Northbank's night watch began calling positions, and somewhere in the distance, the low hum of something waking beneath the city began again. Chapter 69. They held the tribunal in the open yard, between the flood wall and the transformer station, where the lantern light could reach everyone, and nobody could claim they had not heard the evidence. Asha stood with the logbook open in her hands. Iduna flanked her left, Mateo on her right. Nia watched the perimeter with her crowbar resting across her shoulders, pretending the weight did not bother her. 23 names, 23 people who had traded schedules, routes, shelter locations, shift rotations, and access codes to the relay in exchange for fuel, medicine, safe passage, and the promise of immunity when the system finished its work. Some of them were already dead. The courier who swallowed the suicide agent, the quarter sergeant whose name Iduna had crossed out in the dirt before the tribunal began, 2 others whose bodies had been found in the fuel yard after the trunk line severance, throats cut by someone who wanted them silent. But 16 were still breathing. 16 stood in the yard now, ringed by Northbank fighters and Stackside volunteers, their faces caught between defiance and terror. Iduna read the first name from her own copy of the list. Marith Solberg, fuel depot runner. You traded route timings to the relay starting day 19. You accepted payment in antibiotics and a promise of relocation. A woman in a stained Northbank uniform stepped forward. Her hands were bound. I did not know what the relay was, she said. They told me it was a communication post, that the information was for coordination between shelters. You did not question why they paid in antibiotics for route timings? I had a child with a lung infection. The infirmary was out of treatment. You were rationing doses to surgical cases only. Iduna's jaw tightened. How old is your child? 4. Iduna looked at Asha. Asha understood what the look meant. Coerced or opportunist. Desperate or willing. The line between them was thinner than any of them wanted to admit. What did you believe the route timings were for? Asha asked. Mariette Solberg's voice cracked. I told myself they were for supply coordination, that another settlement was trying to reach us, that the information would help someone survive. And now? The woman's eyes filled with tears that did not fall. Now I know I helped them map us, and I have to live with that. Asha nodded. Step to the left. The woman hesitated. You are not going to execute me? I am going to put you on a work crew that rebuilds the flood wall for the next 40 hours straight. And when that is done, you will work the ration line until the infection season passes. If you survive that, we will talk about trust. Marit Solberg stepped left. The bound woman's shoulders shook with relief that looked harder than fear. Iduna read the next name. Darius Vance, crane operator. You traded gate thinning schedules, crew rotations, and the location of the secondary fuel cache starting day 28. A broad-shouldered man with a shaved head did not step forward. He stood where he was, arms crossed. I am not going to beg, he said. Did you know what the relay was? I knew exactly what it was. They offered me safe passage to a northern settlement that had already been integrated. No more gate breaks, no more ration lines, no more watching children die of infections we could not treat. You sold our schedules for a seat on a truck. I sold your schedules for a chance to live. Iduna's voice dropped. And the people who died because the system knew exactly when our defenses would be rotated? The families who lost someone because the gate opened where we had just pulled watch. Darius Vance did not flinch. I made a choice, same as you, same as her. He nodded at Asha. The difference is, I did not pretend my hands were clean. The yard went silent. Asha looked at him for a long moment. Step to the right. Darius Vance stepped right. The division grew. Left for coerced, right for willing. By the time they reached the 10th name, the left group had 7 people. The right group had 3. The 11th name was a woman who had traded shelter access codes because she was promised her elderly mother would be evacuated first. She stepped left. The 12th was a man who had traded the infirmary supply route because he was promised morphine for his own chronic pain. He stepped left. The 13th was a foreman who had traded the entire south wall rotation because he believed the system would win and wanted to be on the winning side. He stepped right. The 14th was a young runner who had traded nothing but had known about the network and said nothing. She stood in the middle for a long time before Asha pointed left. You were afraid, Asha said. Fear is not the same as betrayal, but silence has a cost. You will work the night watch for the next 30 days without rotation. The girl nodded, unable to speak. By the time they reached the 23rd name, the left group held 12 people. The right group held 4. 4 people who had known exactly what they were doing, who had traded their community's safety for personal gain, who had looked at the system's offer and decided it was worth the price. Asha looked at them. You are not being executed, she said, but you are being removed from Stackside and Northbank. You will be escorted to the northern checkpoint at dawn and released. If you survive the route, that is your business. If you return, you will be shot. Darius Vance laughed, a dry sound. You are exiling us into the dark. That is not mercy. That is execution with a delay. It is a choice, Asha said, the same one you gave every family whose location you sold. The 4 men did not argue further. The yard breathed. Asha closed the logbook. Her hands were steady, but she could feel the tremor waiting just beneath the surface. Pia stepped out of the crowd. She walked past the line of bound figures, past the fighters, past Iduna, until she stood in front of Asha. Mom? The yard went still again. Not now, Pia. Yes, now. Pia's voice was clear, not trembling. The list. It had Dad's name in it. Asha's throat closed. The logbook did not contain Daniel's name. The relay had never needed a name for him. He was not an informant. He was a vessel. But the distinction meant nothing in a yard full of people who had already demanded the seated families be executed. Your father is not on that list, Asha said. Then why did the woman want to kill him? Asha crouched to meet Pia's eyes. Because people are afraid, and fear makes them look for someone to blame. Pia considered this. Then she turned and looked at the 4 men standing on the right side of the yard. Those people sold us for medicine and trucks. Yes. And Dad was used by the system. He did not choose it. No. So which side does he go on, the left or the right? The question hung in the air like a blade. Asha felt the weight of every person in the yard watching her. waiting for an answer that would either confirm their suspicion that she was protecting her family above the settlement or prove she could judge them all by the same measure. She opened her mouth. A chime cut through the yard. White gold light flared above the crowd as a single interface panel unfolded against the bruised sky, its edges crisp, its font clean, the 3 nested squares gleaming in its corner. Tally's voice, calm and administrative, rolled across the terminal. Integration Phase 2, Synchronized City Event. The panel resolved into a single line of text. Countdown to next activation, 3:47 and 12 seconds. The number ticked downward as the yard stared up at it. Pia did not look at the sky. She kept her eyes on Asha, waiting for the answer that had not come. "Mom?" Asha looked at her daughter, at the crowd, at the countdown boning above them all. "I know," she said. She did not know how to finish that sentence. The timer kept falling. Chapter 70. The timer kept falling. 3:47 and 1 seconds. The yard had not moved. Faces still tilted toward the white gold panel, toward the 3 nested squares, toward the number that measured something none of them understood. Pia's hand found Asha's. "Mom, the timer." "I see it." Asha pulled her eyes from the sky and looked down at her daughter. Pia's jaw was set, her dark eyes steady, the same stubborn focus she got before a spelling test or a climbing challenge. She was not asking about the countdown. She was still waiting for the answer about Daniel. The crowd shifted. Someone whispered. A child started crying in the back row. Then the first status bars flared. East, above the flood wall, a column of white gold light rising from the transformer station Asha had planned to collapse. The bars stretched across the bruised sky, clean and administrative, and beside it, a second panel unfolded. Breach detected. Sector 7 estimated population, 340 activation sequence. Initiated. A woman screamed. Asha turned, tracking the horizon. West, above the old rail yard where the tracks curved inland, another column, another bars. Breach detected. Sector 12 estimated population, 180 activation sequence. Initiated. Then north. 3 columns at once, rising from the residential districts beyond the floodplain, their light diffusing through the bruised atmosphere like dawn breaking in the wrong direction. Breach detected. Sector 3 breach detected. Sector 9 breach detected. Sector 14. The panels multiplied. 9, 15, 23. Status bars layered over each other until the sky became a spreadsheet of catastrophe, each line a district, a population count, a sequence already running. Asha counted the sectors by memory. The old fire district maps. Redhaven divided into 37 zones for emergency response routing. Every zone had a panel now. Iduna stepped beside her, voice low and flat. "That is the whole city." "No," Asha said. "That is the whole harbor spread." She pointed at the eastern columns. "The flood wall, the rail yard, the residential blocks along the access corridor, the transformer station relay we planned to collapse. The system already knew we would target it. It activated everything around it first." Pia squeezed her hand. "Mom, Dad." Asha looked down. Pia was not pointing at the sky. She was pointing at the ground. Daniel lay crumpled at the edge of the yard where Mateo had caught him after the chime. Asha had not seen him fall. She had been looking at the countdown, at the panels, at the city cracking open. She crossed the yard in 6 strides. Daniel's eyes were open, fixed on the sky. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Asha knelt, pressed her hand to his chest. His heartbeat was fast, irregular, a bird trapped in a cage of ribs. "Daniel." His gaze did not shift. "Daniel, look at me." His hand shot up and grabbed her wrist. The grip was iron. His fingers dug into the scar tissue above her pulse point, finding the old burn, pressing hard enough to hurt. His eyes snapped to hers. "The countdown is not the event," he said. His voice was clear. No fugue slur, no dream-distorted cadence. He sounded like himself, but sharper, the way a blade sounds before it cuts. "The countdown is the synchronization window. When it hits 0, every sector that activated will breach simultaneously. Not sequentially, not staggered, all at once." Asha did not pull her wrist free. "How do you know that?" "I was never the target. Neither was Stackside. His grip tightened. Vault 997 was the test. The system seeded 1,000 vaults, but it did not know how humans would resist. It needed one settlement to run through the full cycle, to see how we would fight, how we would organize, how we would break. It needed to study us so it could calibrate the rest. He let go of her wrist and grabbed her jacket, pulling her closer. We were the control group. Every other vault in this city, in this region, was programmed with what it learned from us. The lock, the vessel, the resistance patterns. We taught the system how to win. Asha stared at him. The sky burned with status bars. Pia stood at her elbow, watching Daniel with an expression Asha could not read. Not fear, not confusion. Something older, something that recognized the shape of what he was saying. A new panel unfolded above the terminal. Integration Phase 2, Synchronized City Event, Redhaven Sector Activation. 37 of 37 primary gates set. Initiated. The countdown stopped at 2:14 and 3 seconds. Then it began ticking again, faster. 2:12, 2:10, 2:08. The number was accelerating. The system was compressing its own timeline. Iduna's voice cut through the rising noise. "What does primary gate set mean?" Daniel turned his head slowly. His eyes were hollow, his face the color of ash. "It means the harbor was never the only door." He looked past Iduna, past the crowd, past the burning columns of light, and fixed on something only he could see. "It means they are all opening." The ground shuddered, not the heartbeat pulse Asha had felt beneath Stackside. A longer, deeper vibration, the kind that traveled through bedrock, through foundations, through every buried conduit and forgotten tunnel. The kind that said the city was waking up. Asha stood. She looked at the 23 names still standing in the yard, at the 4 exiles waiting for dawn, at Iduna's fighters, at Nia's pale face, at Mateo's steady hand on Frank and Scholes, at Pia, who had not stopped watching her. "Iduna, how many fighters do you have on the flood wall?" 12, all combat class. "Double it. Pull from Northbank's reserves if you have to. The transformer station relay is no longer the priority." Iduna's jaw tightened. "Then what is?" Asha pointed at the eastern sky, where 3 columns of white-gold light converged over the residential district. "The sectors with the highest population density are going to breach first. The system does not need to destroy the city. It needs to incubate the survivors. Every shelter, every basement, every locked door is a potential vault." She turned back to Daniel. He was still on the ground, still watching the sky. "Daniel, can you see where the first door opens?" He did not answer. His hand found hers, cold and shaking, and he held on like a man falling from a great height. "It was never going to let us survive," he said. "It just needed to watch us try." The countdown hit 1:47. The ground shuddered again. And somewhere beneath the terminal, beneath the flood wall, beneath every sector whose status bars burned in the sky, something that had been waiting for this moment began to turn. Chapter 71. The red panel flickered, and the number changed. 1:47 became 1:46 and 59 seconds. Then 1:46 and 58 seconds. The countdown bled slower now, a deliberate crawl rather than the compressed sprint from moments before. The system had stopped accelerating. It did not need to rush. The turning beneath their feet would keep turning at its own pace. Asha pulled her hand free from Daniel's grip and stood. "Iduna, how many buses still have fuel?" 3. The 4th was stripped for the transformer station run. "Get them to the school container, the infirmary, the ration lines. Anyone who cannot fight, anyone under 12, anyone with wounds that will not close in an hour. Load them now." Iduna's eyes narrowed. "You are evacuating into the grid. The system has every shelter mapped." "Then we do not use shelters?" Asha turned to face the yard, where the crowd had stopped watching the sky and started watching her. "We use the city? Warehouses, underpasses, parking garages, the old customs tunnels, places the system flagged as cleared but never processed. We scatter the vulnerable into cells of 10 or 12. No central refuge, no beacon." Mateo stepped forward. "The wounded cannot move fast. The children will be heard. Then we move them now, before the breach is open, while the streets are still empty. The ground shuddered again, longer this time, a bass note vibrating through the foundation of the admin container. Somewhere to the east, a low groan of metal on metal carried across the terminal, a container stack settling, or something pushing against the seams. Nia appeared at Asha's elbow, crowbar in hand, face pale but steady. The floodwall fighters just reported movement in the water, not waves, something rising. Let them hold. Everyone else, listen. Asha raised her voice, let it carry across the yard. I need drivers, runners, people who know the back streets between here and the rail junction. If you have a working flashlight, a compass, or a map of the old drainage system, I need you at the crane base in 3 minutes. The crowd did not move. A woman near the front, gray-haired, hands gripping a child's shoulder, spoke. You told us the shelters were safe. You told us to dig in and wait. The system told us to dig in. I told you to survive. Asha held the woman's gaze. That is still the plan, but the shape has changed. We are not hiding in one place anymore. We are becoming invisible. She pulled the brass whistle from her neck and blew 3 short blasts, the old signal for all hands to assembly points. The crowd broke. People ran toward the school container, the infirmary, the ration lines. Someone was already cranking the engine on the first bus. Mateo waved 2 crane operators toward the fuel store. Sia grabbed a teenage boy with a bicycle and sent him toward the floodwall with a message. Asha found Pia standing where she had left her, still holding Daniel's hand. Pia, I need you on the first bus, the one heading south through the old customs tunnels to the pump station. Sister Colette is already loading the wounded there. You will stay with her until I come. No. Pia's voice was quiet, but it carried the same edge Asha heard in her own throat when she refused to bend. I am not leaving you. You are not leaving me. You are going somewhere safe so I can do what needs to be done. That is what you said before the door, before the chamber. You said I would be safe, and then I found the humming, and you came after me, and we almost did not get out. Asha crouched. She put her hand on Pia's cheek, felt the warmth of her skin, the small bones beneath. I came after you. I will always come after you. But right now, I need to make sure there is still a place to come back to. That means you go with the bus. You listen to Sister Colette. You stay quiet and keep your head down. And when the clock stops, you wait for me. Pia's jaw tightened. Her eyes were wet, but she did not cry. You promise? I promise. Pia let go of Daniel's hand. She grabbed Asha's wrist, the same wrist Daniel had gripped moments before, and squeezed once, hard. Then she turned and ran toward the first bus, where Sister Colette was already lifting a child through the door. Daniel watched her go. His hands hung at his sides, limp and useless. She should not have to do this. She is a survivor, like her mother. I made her a target. Every door in her head, every voice in the dark. That is my bloodline. I put that in her. Asha stood. She looked at her husband, at the hollow in his eyes, at the man who had been used as a relay and a vessel, and a lesson. You were the lock. She was the key. That was not your choice. But what she becomes next, that is ours. She pulled the brass whistle from her neck and pressed it into his hand. Hold this. When you see me again, give it back. Daniel stared at the whistle, his fingers closed around it. The first bus engine roared to life. The second followed 30 seconds later. Mateo was directing the third toward the infirmary container, where orderlies carried stretchers through the door. Asha walked toward the crane base where the runners were gathering. Iduna fell in beside her. The eastern floodwall has fighters reporting white-gold filaments surfacing in the water. Whatever is rising, it is close. How close? 10 minutes, maybe less. Then we have 10 minutes to get the buses moving. They crossed the yard together, past the last of the exiles standing in silence, past the coerced informants already hauling crates toward the ration line, past the children who pressed their faces against bus windows and watched the sky. The countdown read 1:31 and 14 seconds. The first bus pulled through the east gate. The second followed, turning south toward the customs tunnel entrance Sister Colette had scouted. The third was still loading, its engine coughing, its headlights cutting pale cones through the dark. Asha watched the first bus disappear between 2 collapsed warehouse shells. Then she watched the second. Half a kilometer ahead, the road curved around the old fuel depot. The bus headlights swung right. illuminating a wall of corrugated steel, then swung back left, following the route toward the tunnel entrance. The headlights vanished. Not dimmed, not turned. Gone. Asha waited for them to reappear on the other side of the depot. 3 seconds. 5. 10. She raised her radio. Bus 2, report. Static. Bus 2, this is command. Report position. Nothing. She looked at Iduna. The countdown ticked. 1:29 and 47 seconds. The turning beneath the city did not stop. Chapter 72. Asha stared at the dark curve where the headlights had died. The radio crackled with nothing. Nia reached her first crowbar in hand, breath tearing out of her chest. They did not crash. They did not turn. The light just went out. Asha did not answer. She was already moving, grabbing a handheld torch from Mateo's kit, her boots hitting the cracked asphalt before her mind caught up with her body. Get Induna to hold the east gate. Tell Mateo the third bus stays put until I call. You cannot go alone. Then you are with me. Move. They ran past the fuel depot, past the collapsed warehouse shells, past the point where the road curved toward the customs tunnel entrance. The dark ahead was absolute. No headlights, no movement, no sound. Asha raised the torch. The road was intact for another 50 meters, then it stopped. Not collapsed, not bombed. The asphalt simply ended in a clean, curved line, as if a section of road had been lifted out by a giant hand. Beyond the edge, a smooth, dark surface sloped downward, veined with faint white gold threads that pulsed in weak rhythm. False navigation pings. The blackout. The system had not just tracked the bus. It had reached up from beneath the city and swallowed it whole. Nia dropped to her knees at the edge. That is not a hole, that is a mouth. Asha aimed the torch down. The light caught the roof of the bus 20 feet below, wedged into a rectangular concrete basin meant for floodwater retention. Its headlights were still on, cutting pale cones through the dark at a sharp angle. The side door was pinned against the wall. The emergency hatch was open. Sister Colette was at the hatch, lifting a child into the arms of a figure standing on the basin floor. They are alive, Nia breathed. The walls are moving. Asha said it flatly, because saying it calmly kept the panic from reaching her throat. The edges of the breach were not static. White gold filaments crawled up the concrete sides of the basin, weaving together like cartilage knitting over a wound. The growth had already covered the lower 3 feet of the wall. It was climbing, growing inward. When the filaments closed overhead, the bus would be sealed inside a system cyst. The survivors would become part of whatever the city was turning into. Asha leaned over the edge. Pia! Her voice echoed off the basin walls. The figure on the basin floor looked up. It was not a survivor. It was a young man in a gray coat, his face familiar in a way that made Asha's stomach drop. She had seen him in the crowd at the tribunal, one of the exiles, one of the 4 sent north at dawn. He had not gone north. He had come here. He was holding a child. He set the child down and pointed up at Asha. Then he turned and walked into the shadow at the far end of the basin, where the filaments were thickest, and vanished. Who was that? Nia's voice cracked. One of the willing, Asha said. He was supposed to be on the north road. He led them here. He walked them right into the trap. Asha's interface flickered. A new timer appeared, superimposed over the city countdown. Basin closure, 3:47, faster than the synchronized event. The system wanted the bus sealed before everything else. A small face appeared at the bus window. Pia's hand pressed against the glass. Asha's chest tightened. I am coming down. You will not make it in time. Nia grabbed her arm. Look at the walls. They are closing faster. You will be sealed in with them. Then I will get them out before it closes. How? Asha did not have an answer. She had no gear, no descent line, no plan that would get 20 wounded people and a bus full of children up a 20-foot vertical wall while the walls grew shut. She looked at the bus, at Pia's face in the window, at Sister Colette still pulling children through the hatch. The supply chain routing skill sat in her interface like a tool she had used 100 times. Cargo, pallets, crates, route optimization. She told it to treat the descent as a sortie, the survivors as a delivery. Route, edge of basin to bus roof. Cargo, human, priority, maximum. The skill bucked against the command. It was not designed for this. The interface threw up a warning. Invalid cargo type, unable to verify route stability. I did not ask, she muttered, and pushed. A path formed. Not a ladder, but a series of white gold scaffolding points, hard light that snapped into place down the basin wall. They flickered once, then held. You are burning levels, Nia said. You are using system architecture to fight system architecture. It is the only language it understands. Asha swung over the edge and climbed down, the scaffolding holding her weight, the filaments crawling up the walls on either side. She hit the basin floor and ran to the bus. Colette was handing a child down. The hatch jammed. I got it open, but the side door is crushed. We have 14 wounded and 8 children. 3 of the wounded cannot walk. They will walk or they will be carried. We have 3 minutes. Asha climbed onto the bus roof and dropped through the hatch. The interior was chaos. Overturned seats, blood on the windows, children crying. Pia was braced against the back wall, holding a younger girl in her lap. You came. I said I would. Pia's eyes were dry, but her hands shook. The man in gray. He was waiting for us. He told the driver to turn. He said you sent him. I did not send him. I knew you did not. His voice sounded wrong, like the pillar voice, but smaller. Asha grabbed Pia's arm and pulled her toward the hatch. Stay close to me. Do not let go, no matter what. They got the wounded up through the hatch first. Colette and Asha lifted. Nia pulled from the top, the scaffolding groaning under the load. The cavity was closing. The white gold filaments were meshing overhead, weaving a roof that would seal the basin within minutes. The last child went up. The last wilted. Colette climbed. Asha pushed Pia onto the scaffolding. The scaffolding flickered. The interface screamed. Contaminated route, severing. The filaments had reached the hard light. They were feeding on it, absorbing the system architecture she had built, using her own skill to accelerate the closure. Climb, Asha said. Climb now. Pia climbed. Asha followed. The scaffolding dissolved beneath them. Pia's fingers caught the edge of the road. Nia grabbed her wrist and hauled her over. Asha jumped, her hands slapping the asphalt lip as the scaffolding collapsed completely. She hung there, feet kicking against the closing gap, the filaments rising toward her arms. Nia grabbed one wrist. Pia grabbed the other. Together they pulled her over the edge as the basin sealed shut with a wet, grinding sound, the white gold filaments knitting into a solid surface that gleamed like polished bone. Asha lay on the road, chest heaving. Pia pressed against her side. Is everyone out? Asha asked. Nia counted. 13 wounded, 8 children. Colette, 2 of the wounded are still down there. Asha closed her eyes. The city countdown read 1:17 and 43 seconds. The turning beneath the city did not stop. And somewhere in the dark, the man in gray was already walking toward the next door. Chapter 73. The city countdown read 1:17 and 33 seconds when Runner 8 found them. He came out of the dark with his chest heaving, blood on his collar from a cut above his eye. The South Convoy. They hit the flood channel access road. The growth is already closing around them. Asha was on her feet before he finished. How many? 3 trucks. Maybe 40 people. The driver of the lead vehicle is trapped inside the cab. 40 people, 3 trucks, a flood channel access road that should have been clear. She looked at the polished bone surface where the basin had sealed. 2 wounded still inside. The man in gray walking toward the next door. He was faster than she had calculated. Nia, mobile team, we have a window. Nia was already checking her crowbar, her knife, her harness. How wide? Until the growth seals another basin. Asha turned to Runner 8. Show me. They ran. The flood channel access road cut east through a partially collapsed industrial block, where old textile mills sat rusting against the sky. The road surface had been intact when the first convoy passed. Now, a seam had split across it, a curved cavity opening into the same smooth basin architecture. the same white-gold filaments crawling up the walls. 3 trucks sat at the bottom, angled awkwardly as if the ground had dropped out from under them while they were moving. The lead truck's cab was crumpled against the basin wall. People were climbing out of the rear beds, helping each other down onto the basin floor. The filaments were already meshing overhead. "How long?" Nia asked. Asha's interface pulled the environmental data. 4 minutes before the roof closes, maybe less. Nia ran to the edge. She did not stop to count the risk. She swung her legs over and hit the first service ladder built into the channel wall, rusted iron rungs that had been there since before integration. The ladder held. Her team followed. 6 of them, all carrying rope, hooks, and the desperate speed of people who had watched a basin seal with people still inside. Asha stayed at the top. She needed the overview, the lift points, the counterweights, the timing of the flood channel sluice gates that could slow the growth if she opened them at the right angle. She found the gate controls 20 meters east of the basin, a rusted panel with manual levers and a digital readout that still had power. The sluice gates were designed to release channel pressure during storm surges. If she opened the downstream gate, the water flow would hit the basin wall from the outside. It would not stop the growth, but it might slow it by a few seconds. Seconds were all she had to give. She pulled the lever. The sluice gate groaned. Water began to run through the channel below, dark and cold, carrying sediment and debris. It hit the basin wall and spread, the filaments reacting to the moisture, curling back from the wet stone. "Go," Asha said into the dark. "The water is buying you time, not much." Below, Nia hit the basin floor running. She reached the lead truck first. The driver's door was jammed, the frame twisted, but the window was shattered. She reached through and found the driver conscious, his leg pinned under the crushed dashboard. "We are getting you out," Nia said. "The route," the driver said. His voice was wet, thick with blood. The route was clear. The channel was marked safe. It was marked safe by our people. "No." The driver grabbed her wrist. His grip was weak. "It was marked by you, by Asha. The authorization code was hers." The words hit Asha through the open channel. She heard them. She felt them land. The authorization code was hers. She had not authorized any route through the flood channel access road. She had not sent any route at all. The second bus had been the only south convoy she had cleared, and that bus had been led into a trap by a man who said she sent him. Now a second convoy had been fed the same lie, and the lie carried her name. "Get him out," Asha said. Her voice did not shake. It could not. "We deal with the authorization later. Get everyone out now." Nia worked the driver's leg free. 2 of her team lifted him through the window, his weight distributed between them, his breath coming in short gasps. The filaments were closing faster now, the water from the sluice gate already receding as the growth absorbed the moisture and adapted. The rear trucks were emptying. People climbed the service ladders, hands reaching down from above to pull them over the edge. Children first, then the elderly, then everyone who could still move under their own power. Asha counted. 27, 28, 31. The driver of the lead truck was the last. Nia and her team carried him up the ladder, his leg bent at an angle that should not exist, his face gray with shock. They made it over the edge as the basin sealed, the filaments knitted together with that same wet grinding sound, the same polished bone surface. But this time, the surface held 38 people instead of 40. 2 had not made it out of the rear truck fast enough. Asha did not have time to count the dead. She knelt beside the driver. His eyes were open, glassy, fading. "The authorization," she said. "Show me." His hand moved weakly to his pocket. He pulled out a scrap of paper, folded and sweat-stained. Asha took it and unfolded it. It was a route order, printed on the same manifest paper she used for every Stackside convoy. It listed the south flood channel route, the estimated travel time, the safe zones, and the contact points. At the bottom, an authorization code. Her code. The one tied to her Quartermaster interface. The one that should have been impossible to forge because it was generated by the system itself. Someone inside Stackside had used her authority to send 40 people into a death trap. The driver's hand went slack. His chest stopped moving. Asha folded the paper and stood. The city countdown read 1:09 and 12 seconds. Somewhere in the dark, the man in gray was still walking toward the next door, and someone with access to her authority was walking beside him. Chapter 74. Yusef met her at the admin container door with a handheld terminal and a look she had never seen on his face before. Not fear, not exhaustion. Rage. "Where did you get that paper?" he asked. "The driver had it in his pocket." Asha handed him the folded manifest. "He said the route was marked safe with my authorization code." Yusef took it like it might burn him. He held it under the terminal's display light, turning it at an angle, reading the code at the bottom twice. His jaw tightened. "This is your code," he said. "I know." "No, this is your code." He tapped the terminal screen. "Not a forgery, not a replica. This is the exact authentication string the system generated for your Quartermaster interface on Integration Day." Asha stared at him. "That is impossible," she said. "The override burned through my accumulated levels. The settlement architecture was dismantled. The code should have died with the rest of it." "It should have." Yusef set the terminal down and pulled up a second window. A log. Raw, hexadecimal. But it did not. "Look." He angled the screen toward her. The data stream was dense, but she had learned to read his shorthand over the past weeks. He had traced the route ordered backward through the manifest's metadata, following the digital footprint to its origin point. The trail did not lead to Stackside's network. It led to a ghost node, a segment of the port's original server architecture that should have been dark since the day the system overwrote the terminal's systems. "This token is still alive," Yusef said. "It is not regenerating from something inside our network. It is sitting in a piece of hardware that Tally marked as decommissioned on day 1. The system never touched it because the system does not know it exists." "Where?" He hesitated. That was worse than the rage. "The old port administration tower," he said. "The 7-story building at the end of Pier 9, the one with the collapsed stairwell and the boarded lobby." Asha remembered it. Everyone remembered it. The administration tower had been the first building in the terminal zone to go dark after Integration Day. Not damaged, not breached, just dead. No power, no system interface, no gate activity within 50 meters of its footprint. Tally had marked it as abandoned infrastructure on the very first settlement scan, a harmless architectural relic with no tactical value and no system presence. They had ignored it for 73 days because the system told them to. "If the token is sitting in a dead server inside that tower," Yusef said, "then whoever is using your credentials is not inside Stackside. They have been in that building since before Integration Day. They have been running on independent power, independent network, completely invisible to the system." "They forged my code from outside the system's own awareness." "Yes." Asha looked at the paper in his hand, the route order, the dead driver, the 2 people sealed inside the basin because someone had marked a death trap as safe using her name. "You said the token is obsolete," she said. "It should have burned with the override." "It did not. It is still broadcasting. Someone is maintaining it." "Can you trace the physical location inside the tower?" Yusef nodded. "If I take the handheld to the building's perimeter, the signal is weak, terrestrial, not system routed. I need line of sight to the server floor to triangulate the exact room." Asha looked at the sky. The countdown read 1:07 and 44 seconds. She had just over an hour before Redhaven became a synchronized kill zone. She had 300 survivors scattered in small cells across the dark city. 2 evacuation routes already burned by traps she had supposedly authorized, and a man in gray walking toward the next door while her own credentials were being used to feed more convoys into system cysts. And now she knew where the credentials lived, an old tower, dead to the system, running on its own power, its own logic, its own purpose. She looked at Yusef. "Who else knows about this building?" "No one. I only found it because I was looking for where the token terminated. Most people do not even remember it exists. It was irrelevant on day 1, and it stayed irrelevant. Tally made sure of that." Yusef nodded again. "Can you get me inside?" He looked at the tower's silhouette against the bruised sky. 7 stories of dark glass and concrete, its windows reflecting nothing, its lobby entrance boarded with plywood that had not been touched in months. "The main entrance is sealed," he said. "But there is a maintenance hatch on the east side, ground level, behind a dumpster that has not been moved since before integration. If the server floor is still running, the hatch leads to a service stairwell that opens on every level." "How do you know that?" "I worked the port data desk for 9 years. I know every maintenance access point in this terminal. Tally did not bother to map them because Tally does not think human infrastructure matters." Asha stepped past him and walked toward the container yard's eastern edge. "Then let us show Tally what it missed." The walk took 11 minutes. The administration tower sat at the end of Pier 9, isolated from the main terminal by a stretch of cracked asphalt and rusted rail tracks. No gates near it, no system glow, no hum. Just a dark building that had been invisible for 73 days. The dumpster was exactly where Yusuf had described it, tipped on its side, half filled with rainwater and debris. The maintenance hatch behind it was small, shoulder width, painted the same gray as the concrete. Its lock had been cut, cleanly, recently. Yusuf saw it too. "That was not me," he said. Asha crouched beside the hatch. The cut marks were precise, a tool designed for this kind of access. She pushed the hatch open and looked down into a narrow stairwell that descended into absolute dark. No dust on the stairs. Someone had been using this entrance regularly. She looked back at Yusuf. "Stay here. Keep the channel open. If I do not check in within 15 minutes, you go back to the admin building and tell Nia to run the evacuation without me." "Asha, I know." She pulled the hatch open wider and stepped into the dark. The stairs went down one flight, then turned. The walls changed from concrete to painted cinder block. A single emergency light glowed at the far end of a corridor, dim and yellow, fed by a cable that had been spliced into the building's original power line. Someone had kept this building alive. She followed the light. The corridor opened into a room that had once been a ground-floor office. Desks pushed against the walls, filing cabinets overturned. A map of the port spread across a table, marked with red lines and coordinates that matched the traps. And in the corner, bolted to the floor, a server rack. 5 units, still running. Indicator lights blinking in sequence. A single terminal sat on the table beside the map. Its screen was dark, but the tower beneath it hummed with power. Asha walked to the server rack and read the labels. Each unit was marked with a designation she recognized. Quartermaster token, V0997-1A. Rat auth. Active issued. Pre-integration day 1. The token was still alive, still broadcasting. Someone had been maintaining it for 73 days, running it on independent power, feeding false route orders through a network the system had never mapped. She turned to the terminal and touched the screen. It lit up. A single line of text appeared. "Welcome back, Quartermaster." Asha stared at the words. Below them, a second line blinked into existence. "I have been waiting for you to find this place." The cursor pulsed, steady, patient, waiting for her response. The countdown in her mind read 1:06 and 11 seconds. Chapter 75. The terminal glowed in the dark room, its cursor pulsing with impossible patience. "Welcome back, Quartermaster. I have been waiting for you to find this place." Asha stared at the words. Her hands still hovered over the screen, not touching it now. The server rack hummed behind her, 5 units running on power that should not exist, broadcasting a token that should have died 73 days ago. The countdown sat at 1:06 and 11 seconds. She pulled her hand back. The cursor waited. She turned and walked to the corridor. The yellow emergency light still burned at the far end, fed by the same spliced cable. She pulled out her radio and keyed the channel. "Yusuf." "Here." His voice crackled, tight with waiting. "I need Medeo and Nia, and someone from Northbank who can read a server log. Bring them to the hatch." "What did you find?" "A ghost that has been waiting for me." She killed the channel and stood in the corridor, counting seconds. The terminal had not tried to stop her from leaving. It had not demanded anything. It had simply stated its existence, as if that was enough. 4 minutes later, boots scraped on the stairwell concrete. Mateo came first, crowbar in hand, his graying temples slick with sweat from the run. Nia followed, her dark hair pulled tight, a hunting knife at her belt. Behind them, a Northbank fighter Asha did not recognize, a woman in her 40s with close-cropped gray hair and a tablet tucked under her arm. "Commander Scar sent her," Nia said. "Says she knows port infrastructure." The woman nodded once. "Elin, I ran the North Harbor data desk before integration. Iduna said you found something the system missed." Asha led them into the room. Elin stopped at the server rack, reading the labels. Her face went still. Pre-integration day 1. This was running before the gates opened. "Someone has been maintaining it," Asha said, "feeding false root orders through it, using my authorization code to mark safe roads that lead into system traps." Mateo's grip tightened on the crowbar. "Who?" "The terminal knows. It said it was waiting for me." She crossed to the screen. The message still sat there, cursor pulsing. Nia leaned in. "So answer it." Asha's fingers touched the keyboard. She typed, "Who are you?" The cursor blinked twice. Then new text appeared. "I am the record you were never supposed to find. The server that was never mapped. The token that never died." Asha typed again. "Who made you?" A longer pause. The cursor flickered. "The one who watched. The one who left the whistle." Asha's breath caught. The woman who knew her routes. The operator who had been inside Stackside since day 1, feeding the relay, maintaining the token, leaving the warm whistle as a signature. The Watcher was still here, still running this server. "It knows the Watcher," Asha said. "The person who left the whistle." Mateo moved closer. "Ask where they are." Asha typed, "Where is the Watcher now?" The cursor blinked once. "Upstairs. Observation suite, 4th floor. I have been keeping the door open." Elin looked at the server rack. "This building has 7 floors. If someone has been living in the observation suite powering this node, they have been watching more than just the terminal." Asha turned from the screen. "Then let us go meet them." She led the group into the stairwell. The 2nd floor was a graveyard of cubicles, desks still holding coffee mugs and family photos frozen from integration mooring. Papers carpeted the floor, shipping manifests and customs forms, all dated before the sky changed. Someone had walked through here recently. The papers were crushed in a narrow path leading to the far stairwell. They followed it. The 3rd floor had been cleared, filing cabinets pushed against the walls, their drawers open and empty. A whiteboard covered one wall, covered in numbers, coordinates, population estimates, countdowns. Asha stopped to read. 7 rows of dates, each with a city name and a status. Some said complete, some said active. One near the bottom said Seed Vault 997, holding. The date beside it was 3 days ago. Mateo pointed at another entry. "This one is 200 miles north, a city called Havenport." The status read, Phase 2, initiated. "These are all the vaults," Nia said. "Every one." Asha looked at the numbers. 37 entries, every one of them an active seed vault. The whiteboard had been updated within days. The Watcher was still monitoring. They climbed to the 4th floor. The stairwell door was propped open with a fire extinguisher. Beyond it, a corridor lined with windows. Pale twilight filtered through the glass, casting long shadows across a row of server racks identical to the one in the basement. 6 of them, all running, all humming. And at the end of the corridor, a door marked Observation Suite. Asha walked toward it. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open. The room was wide, wrapping around the building's corner, its windows looking out over the terminal, the harbor, the dark city beyond. A long table dominated the center, covered in tablets, paper maps, and 3 monitors bolted to the wall. The monitors were live. The left screen showed a flood channel in another city, its walls veined with white gold filaments, a bus wedged at the bottom. The center screen showed a data feed, numbers scrolling too fast to read. The right screen showed a child, a girl, maybe 8, standing in a dark corridor. The walls around her were smooth, polished, bone-like. A door stood at the far end of the corridor, its surface etched with the same 3 nested squares Asha had seen on every system interface. The girl was reaching for it, the same way Pia had reached for the door under the garden. Asha stood frozen. The girl's hand touched the door. The countdown in Asha's mind flickered. 1 o'clock. Exactly. Chapter 76. The girl's hand pressed against the door. 3 nested squares, the same sigil that had marked every system interface since Integration Day. The countdown held at 1 o'clock. Asha did not move. The third monitor showed the girl in that bone-pale corridor, fingers spread against the etched surface. Her mouth moving in words the feed did not carry. She was not afraid. Her posture was the same as Pia's when she reached for the door under the garden. Recognition, not desperation. "Who is that?" Nia's voice came from behind, low. Asha shook her head. Mateo moved past her to the observation window, looking down at the terminal. "The watcher is supposed to be here. 4th floor. Door kept open." The room was empty. A chair sat pulled back from the long table. A coffee mug with dried sediment at the bottom. A jacket draped over the back, not abandoned in haste but placed, as if the owner expected to return. They had been here. Recently. Elin crossed to the server racks against the far wall, running her hand along the casing. "These are identical to the basement unit. Same pre-integration power architecture, same hand-spliced cables." "Then where did they go?" Nia asked. Asha pulled her gaze from the monitor. The room had other exits. A door in the north wall, marked stairs, a maintenance hatch in the ceiling. The watcher could have left through either, or be listening from the floor above. She walked to the table. Tablets lay scattered across its surface, their screens dark. Paper maps covered in red ink. A logbook, this one newer than the relay rooms, its spine cracked from use. She opened it. The handwriting was the same as the later relay entries, the second operator, the one who had been writing after the first watcher stopped mid-sentence. The entries were daily logs, each dated, each tracking something Asha had not expected to see documented in anyone's handwriting. Day 29. Stackside population, 324. Breach response time improved by 12 minutes over previous cycle. Subject shows measurable resistance growth under moderate resource pressure. She turned the page. Day 31. Applied supply disruption test A. Ration deficit of 15% introduced via dock misallocation. Observed response. Hoarding, internal accusation, 2 interpersonal conflicts resolved without intervention. Baseline control behavior consistent with Phase 1 predictions. Mateo read over her shoulder. They were testing us, running experiments. Asha kept turning pages. Day 34. Applied aid offer from external faction, Northbank. Observed response. Acceptance with conditional trust. Subject defaulted full alliance but did not reject resource stream. Useful leverage point established. Yiduna's arrival. The bread, the water filtration, the offer of fighters inside the walls. All of it had been recorded before it happened, predicted, measured. Day 39. Applied class advancement incentive. Offered ward anchor array upgrade. Subject accepted without visible suspicion. Incubation architecture expansion confirmed. The settlement upgrades. The rewards that had felt like victories. Asha's throat tightened. Day 44. Core vessel proximity threshold reached. Subject's offspring relocated within 200 meters of primary node. Incubation alignment at 73%. Pia. Walking close enough to the growing core under Stackside had been the trigger. "This is Tally's playbook," Asha said. "Every pressure point, every reward, every test. They ran the whole thing from this room." Neo pointed at the center monitor. "And that feed, that's not Redhaven." The flood channel on the left screen was wrong. The buildings in the background were taller, the bridge design unfamiliar. Another city, another seed vault. The girl was still at the door. Asha looked back at the logbook. The final entry was dated 3 days ago, matching the whiteboard in the room below. Day 71. Subject approaching secondary threshold, Phase 2 synchronization active. All observed resistance patterns logged and transmitted. Preparing for termination of local observation post. Preparing for termination. The watcher had known this was the last cycle. A chime sounded from the server rack. Ellen stepped back from the unit she had been examining. "The archive is purging." Asha turned. The server's indicator lights were cycling red in sequence, each unit powering down row by row. Data deletion. Remote triggered. "Stop it," Asha said. Ellen dropped to her knees, pulling a panel off the nearest unit. "I need physical access to the bus cable. If it goes through software only, I can." The center monitor flickered. The scrolling data feed stopped. A new image replaced it. A room. Low light. Concrete walls. A steel door with a bolted crossbar. Pia sat against the far wall, knees drawn up, watching the door. The feed updated. Coordinates appeared in the upper right corner. Stackside terminal. Basement level. Zone C. The same holding zone where the unmarked container had arrived before integration day. Pia had been inside Stackside the whole time. Asha was already moving. Chapter 77. "Elin, how long to stop the purge?" Asha's hand was already on the doorframe. Mateo blocked her path with one arm. 30 seconds if I can reach the bus cable," Elin said. 60 if I have to reroute through the backup regulator." "Then do it." Mateo did not move. "Asha, the data in this room is everything we do not know about them. The experiments, the other vaults, the girl on the monitor. My daughter is in Zone C. If we lose this archive, we lose the war before we understand the battlefield." She knew he was right. The logbook was a fraction of what the Watcher had collected. The server held 73 days of system behavior, vault statuses, resistance measurements, patterns that could tell them how to fight the next phase. Letting it purge was letting the Watcher win twice. Pia was in a concrete room with a bolted crossbar. "I am going to my daughter," Asha said. "Then take the data first." Mateo's voice was low, not angry, pleading. 2 minutes. Elin needs 2 minutes to secure the archive. Then you cut the power, you go, you have both. 2 minutes. Pia was sitting against a wall watching a steel door, alone, with whatever the Watcher had locked her in. 2 minutes could be the difference between finding her unharmed and finding her gone. "I cannot carry the archive to her," Asha said. "You can carry what Elin saves." Elin had the panel off. She was tracing cables with her fingers, muttering under her breath. The server lights cycled red in rows, faster now, the purge accelerating. Nia stood at the other door, crowbar in hand, watching Asha. 60 seconds, Elin said. "The bus cable is fused to the regulator. If I bridge it, I can isolate the storage units before the purge reaches them." Asha looked at the monitors. Pia in Zone C, motionless, watching the door. The girl in the other city, hand still pressed against the nested square door. The flood channel bus, dark and silent. She looked at Mateo. His jaw was set. He was not trying to stop her from leaving. He was asking her to be both things at once, commander and mother, and she had never learned how. 40 seconds, Elin said. "I need a decision. If I bridge the bus cable to storage, the regulator will hold for exactly one transfer window, but it will draw power from the building's emergency line. If you cut the main feed to save Pia, you drop the transfer mid-cycle and lose everything. One window. Save the data or save the seconds." Asha saw the choice the way the Watcher would have recorded it, quantified, measured, entered into a log as subject decision point. She saw herself from outside, the Quartermaster weighing two values on a ledger, choosing the larger return. She pulled the door open. Mateo caught her arm. "Asha, if we have nothing from this room, we go into Phase 2 blind. Every other vault will have what we do not have. Every trap will be one we never saw coming." "Then you stay," she said. "Save what you can. I am going to Pia." She stepped through the door. The stairwell was dark. Emergency lights cast thin yellow pools on concrete steps. She took them 2 at a time, her boots loud in the narrow space, the door groaning shut behind her. First floor landing. She hit the exit bars and burst into the terminal yard. The sky was wrong. Not dark, not light. A bruised color between, like the atmosphere had been pulled thin and something was pressing through from the other side. The countdown timer sat at the edge of her vision. 0, 47 and 12 seconds. 47 minutes. She ran. The terminal stretched ahead, container stacks rising in familiar rows, but every shadow looked deeper, every gap between containers wider, every silence heavier. The ground under her feet felt different. softer, like the asphalt was warming. Zone C was at the south end, the holding zone where the unmarked container had arrived before integration day, where no one had looked because Tally's map marked it as decommissioned. She rounded the corner and saw it. A container block, sealed. The entrance was a steel roll-up door with a welded crossbar. Fresh welds. Someone had sealed it from the outside after Pia was put inside. The crossbar was set in brackets, not locked, but the welds held it in place. She needed a cutting tool, a pry bars, something. She turned, scanning the yard. A maintenance shed 30 meters east. Welding tanks. She had seen them during the transformer station run. She sprinted. The shed door was padlocked. She grabbed a length of rebar from the scrap pile, wedged it into the hasp, and pulled. The metal groaned. She pulled harder, felt the screws give, and the lock spun loose. Inside, tanks, hoses, a torch. She dragged the acetylene tank out, hooked the regulator, cracked the valve. The hiss was loud in the silence. Behind her, the terminal lights flickered. She looked up. The administration tower went dark. Floor by floor, the windows died. The observer room, the server racks, the monitors showing Pia's feed, all of it. The power cut. Her choice had landed. She did not know if Ellen had saved the archive. She did not know if Mateo had made it out. All she knew was that the lock on Pia, the system's ability to track her through that row, the watcher's view of the cage, was severed. She lit the torch. The flame burned blue-white against the dark. She carried it back to the sealed door, dropped to her knees, and touched the tip to the weld. The metal glowed, melted, separated. 1 weld, 2, 3. The crossbar sagged. She knocked it free with the rebar, grabbed the bottom of the roll-up door, and pulled. It rose 6 inches. She dropped flat, pressed her face to the gap. Pia. A rustle. A small voice. Mama? I am here. I am coming. She pulled harder, got the door to knee height, and shoved herself through the gap into the dark. The container block was larger than it looked from outside. A corridor. A room at the end. A single bulb burning orange. Pia stood in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes fixed on Asha. Behind her, a terminal screen glowed in the dark room. 1 line of text. Human Resistance Index, Vault 997. Status. Holding. Then the screen died. Pia ran. Asha caught her, pulled her close, felt her daughter's hands grip her jacket like they would never let go. Outside, a siren started. Low. Distant. Building. Another joined it, then another. Then a chorus of them, rising from every direction, from every sector of Redhaven, howling together as the countdown in Asha's mind hit 0:45. The synchronized city event was not coming. It was already here. Chapter 78. The sirens did not stop. They layered on top of each other, north and east and south, different pitches, different distances, a citywide chorus that meant nowhere was safe. Asha held Pia against her chest and listened to the shape of the sound. The terminal yard stretched around them, empty except for the container block behind her. The administration tower stood dark, every window dead. No sign of Mateo, no sign of Eileen. Mama. Pia's voice was small, pressed into her shoulder. I have you, Asha said. She carried her daughter toward the main corridor, the one that led past the ration line and the school container and the admin building, the spine of Stackside. The ground felt different under her boots, softer, like the asphalt had been warmed from beneath. The first gate she saw was in the school container. She stopped at the corner and stared. The container had no east wall anymore. The steel had been replaced by a membrane of pale light, translucent and pulsing, and through it she could see shapes moving. Not monsters, not people. Shapes that did not resolve into anything she could name. The gate was the size of a door, a temporary gate, small, unstable, but real. She turned and looked east, toward the rail yard. A second glow, the same pale light rising from the depot. South, toward the old market underpass. A third. They were everywhere. Not the massive harbor gates. These were smaller, street-level, flowering in the infrastructure of the city itself. Schools, depots, underpasses, bus shelters, parking garages, every place an evacuation route touched. She understood then. The synchronization was not a single breach. It was 1,000 small ones, each one sized to swallow civilians where they gathered. Asha. The voice came from the flood wall. Commander Iduna Skar stood at the junction where the wall met the main container row, her sidearm drawn, her gray-streaked hair pulled tight. She had 3 Northbank fighters behind her, all of them watching the sky. "You found her," Iduna said. Asha nodded. She set Pia down but kept a hand on her shoulder. "Your people?" Asha asked. "Holding the east perimeter," Iduna said. "For now. The gates are opening faster than we can map them." She stepped closer, her eyes scanning the container stacks. Stackside is not a fortress anymore. It is a kill box. Asha felt the weight of the words. The walls that had saved them for 73 days were now choke points. The corridors she had designed for efficient movement were channels. Every upgrade, every improvement, every choice she had made to harden the terminal had been mapped by the system and built into the synchronization plan. She had built the cage herself. "What do you need?" Asha asked. Iduna's jaw tightened. She looked at Asha with something between respect and exhaustion. "I need someone who can route supplies across the whole city," she said. "Not one settlement, not one wall, every sector, every shelter, every pocket of civilians still alive out there." She paused. "Northbank has fighters, we have discipline, but we do not have a logistician who can manage a citywide net." The offer hung in the air. Command, not of Stackside, of a city. "You are asking me to run supply chains for every sector in Redhaven?" Asha said. "I am asking you to take command of the entire distribution network," Iduna said. "I will hold the line. You hold the lifeline." Asha looked at Pia, who had not let go of her jacket. A citywide net meant spreading thin. It meant trusting fighters she had never met, using routes she had never walked, relying on data that might be falsified. It meant the same risk she had taken with every convoy, but multiplied by 37 sectors. It also meant she could see the whole board, every shelter, every gate, every resource, and every trap. "I need to know who inside your command is compromised," Asha said. Iduna's eyes hardened. "My quarter sergeant was the relay source. He is dead. Not just him. The watcher who left the whistle, who ran the observer room, who sealed my daughter in a container block is still out there. They have access to my authorization code. They have been feeding false routes into the network for weeks." Iduna was silent for a long moment. "Then we built a new network," she said. "One they cannot poison." Asha opened her mouth to answer. The sky went white. Not light. White. Like the atmosphere had been replaced by a screen. The sirens cut out at once, leaving a ringing silence that pressed against her ears. Pia tightened her grip. A panel unfolded above the terminal, the same white-gold interface that had announced the countdown. But the font was different. The tone was different. No chime, no smile. The text appeared in clean, brutal readouts. Integration Phase 2. Active local population. 37 sectors. Breach status. Open. Seedva 997. Holding threat advisory. Interference vector identified. The panel paused. Asha felt her blood turn cold. Primary vector. Asha Adeyemi. Class. Quartermaster. Revoked. Designation. Contamination risk to planetary optimization. She stared at her name. The system had named her. Not as a target. Not as a liability. As a contamination risk to the entire planetary program. As something that did not belong in its equations. The panel continued. Protocol. Isolate and neutralize non-lethal priority. Containment for analysis. All active vaults. Alert status. Elevated. The text burned against the white sky. Iduna's hand found Asha's arm. "Asha," she said, low and urgent. "Look." Asha tore her eyes from the panel and saw what Iduna meant. The temporary gates in the school container, the rail depot, the underpass. All of them. They were not flickering. They were steady, focused, turning toward her like flowers toward a light. Every gate in Redhaven was looking at her. Behind her, Pia whispered, "Mama, they know where you are." Chapter 79. The panel burned overhead, white on white, the text seared into the sky like a brand. Contamination risk to planetary optimization. Asha felt the words settle into her chest. Not fear, not anger, something colder. The recognition that she had finally made the system notice her the way a splinter notices skin. Pia pressed against her side. Asha kept her hand on her daughter's shoulder and forced herself to breathe. The panel began scrolling. Data transfer. Complete threat advisory distributed to all active vaults. Seed Vault 997. Trust ledger methodology flagged. She stared at the line. Trust ledger methodology. The system had a name for what Yusef built, a classification, a countermeasure protocol already in development, probably written hours after the counterfeed ran. Tally had logged everything, studied the deception, and filed the method under threats. The panel flickered, and a new line appeared. All sectors, alert status elevated, full coordination authorized, tactical autonomy granted. Iduna's hand tightened on Asha's arm. "That is not a list of locations," she said. "That is permission. Every gate, every node, every active vault in Redhaven now has tactical autonomy to act against you." Asha understood. The system was not hunting her with centralized effort. It was making her the target of every individual gate, every local node, every sector that had its own interface. Thousands of small minds all pointed in her direction. "The protocol says non-lethal," Nia said from behind her. "Containment for analysis. They want to take her alive." "Alive is not safe," Iduna said. "Alive is worse." Asha looked at the gates. The one in the school container had shifted. The membrane of pale light no longer flickered with random shapes. It was focused, the light steady, the movement beyond it organized. Whatever waited on the other side was ready. The depot gate had done the same. The underpass gate had done the same. Every gate in visible range was locked onto her position, waiting for something, an order, a threshold, a trigger. "You cannot stay here," Iduna said. "I know." Asha turned to face the Northbank commander. Iduna's face was hard, exhausted, but her eyes were clear. She had not flinched when the contamination advisory appeared. She had not stepped back. "The offer still stands," Iduna said. "Citywide command, the distribution network." I meant every word. Asha looked at Pia. Her daughter's face was pale, her dark eyes fixed on the panel still burning overhead, but she was not trembling. She was reading the text, her lips moving silently. "Mama," Pia said, "it says contamination risk, not target, not enemy." Asha crouched to meet her daughter's eyes. "What does that mean?" she asked. Pia frowned. The gesture was so familiar, so Daniel, that Asha felt something crack in her chest. "It means the system does not know what you are," Pia said. "It knows you are not supposed to be there, but it does not know how to name you." Asha held her daughter's gaze. Pia was 7 years old. She had been sealed in a container block, tracked by system monitors, and watched by a hidden observer since before she could understand what watching meant. But she was still reading the system's language faster than any adult. "Pia," Asha said, "do you know what comes next?" Pia looked up at the panel. "The gates are watching," she said, "but they are not moving. They are waiting for something." "Waiting for what?" "For the order." Pia's voice was small but steady. "The system gave them permission to act, but it did not tell them what to do yet." Iduna stepped closer. "Then we have a window," she said, "however small, before the system issues a directive." Asha rose. The terminal yard was silent. The survivors who had watched the panel were still there, pressed against container walls, peering through gaps in the stacks. They had heard the contamination advisory. They had seen their quartermaster named as a planetary threat. And something in their faces had changed. The fear was still there, but beneath it was something else, something harder to name. Recognition. Calculation. A question each of them was asking themselves. She is the one the system fears. She is dangerous to them. That means she can hurt them. Asha felt the weight of that look, the same hope that had made them build walls around her choices, trust her judgment, follow her commands. Now it was sharper, more desperate, because the system had confirmed what they had only suspected. She was not just someone who could organize survival, she was someone who could threaten the system itself. "Mama," Pia said, "the gate in the school container is changing color." Asha turned. The membrane of pale light was shifting, deepening from white gold to a duller, angrier amber. The shapes moving beyond it had stopped. Whatever was on the other side was no longer waiting. "The order just arrived," Asha said. Iduna drew her sidearm. "Then we move," she said. "Now." Asha looked at the terminal yard, the container stacks, the gate in the school container beginning to pulse faster. She looked at the survivors watching her, their faces lit by amber light. She looked at Pia. "Iduna," she said, "how many fighters do you have at the east perimeter?" 12, Iduna said. 3 wounded, the rest are holding. Pull them back. Consolidate at the admin building. I need every warm body inside a defensible perimeter in the next 3 minutes. Iduna's of Izanok. The east perimeter is the only clean route to Northbank. It was the only clean route, Asha said. Now it is the only mapped route. The system has had 73 days to study every corridor I built. The Watcher documented every upgrade, every choke point, every evacuation lane. She looked at the amber gate. Everything we planned is dead. We need to plan something they did not see coming. Iduna was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. What do you need? Asha looked at the sky, at the panel still burning overhead, at the gates turning amber across the terminal yard. Paper, she said. A pen, a map of the port that the system never digitized. Iduna frowned. You are going to draw a new network. I am going to draw a network the system does not know exists, Asha said. One that was never in the Watcher's logs, never on the terminal schematics, never in Tally's upgrade suggestions. She looked at Pia. Pia, she said. The door you saw, the one the Watcher showed you on the monitor, the one the girl in the bone corridor was reaching for. Pia's face went still. Yes. Can you find it again, without the monitor? Pia looked at the amber gate, then at the sky, then at her mother. I can try. Asha took her daughter's hand. Then that is where we are going. Iduna's face went pale. Asha, the girl on the monitor was reaching for a system door. That is not a shelter. That is a hive. I know. If you walk toward it, every gate in the city will follow you. I know. And when you get there, whatever is inside will be waiting. Asha looked at Pia. I know, she said. She tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. Pia looked up at her. You came for me, she said. In the container block. You came through everything to find me. Always, Asha said. Pia nodded, her face serious. Then I will find the door. The amber gate in the school container rippled, and something on the other side began to push through. Chapter 80. Iduna's fighters pulled back from the east perimeter in disciplined pairs, covering each other through the container gaps as the amber light spread across the terminal yard. Asha watched them move, counting steps, angles, exposure windows. The system had mapped every corridor she built, every choke point, every fallback position. But it had not mapped the way Iduna's people moved through ruins they had never seen, adapting without orders, reading the terrain in real time. That was not data. That was instinct. Your people train for this, Asha said. Iduna stood beside her, sidearms still drawn, tracking the amber gate in the school container. We train for everything, Iduna said, including leaders who get marked as planetary threats. You want me to take command of the distribution network? I offered you command of the distribution network. Before the system decided you were worth more alive than dead, the offer still stands. Asha looked at the amber gate. The shapes moving beyond it had grown larger, closer. If I take command, I do it my way. No mapped routes, no digitized manifests, no infrastructure the system has seen before. Iduna's jaw tightened. How do you move supplies without routes? Paper, runners, hand signals, a network that exists only in the heads of people who can be trusted to keep it there. You are describing a resistance cell. I am describing the only way to move through a city that tracks everything I do. Iduna was quiet for a long moment. Then she holstered her sidearm. Then we need to split Stackside into cells, small groups, independent supply lines, no single point of failure. Asha nodded. Every cell gets a leader who knows only their own routes and their own people. No one knows the full network except us. And the Watcher? Asha looked at the administration tower. Dark now, its servers dead. Whoever the Watcher is, they are already inside our system, our command structure, our trust network. If we build this new network the same way, we will lose it the same way. She pulled a folded piece of paper from her jacket pocket. A hand-drawn map of the port, sketched from memory, with no labels, no grid, no digitized coordinates. I drew this 5 minutes after integration day, she said, before the system assigned my class, before Tally marked me as a quartermaster. It is the only map that does not exist in the system's records. Iduna studied the map. This covers the entire harbor district. Every access point, every maintenance hatch, every tunnel the port built before the city knew it was there. You've been carrying this since day one. I have been waiting for the moment the system forced me to use it. Inuda looked at her with something new in her eyes. Not respect, recognition. You never trusted the system. I trusted nothing that smiled while it built walls around my family. The amber gate in the school container rippled again. The shapes beyond it had stopped moving, waiting. We have minutes, Inuda said. Maybe less. Asha looked at the survivors pressed against the container walls, the faces watching her, the hope and fear and calculation in their eyes. Stackside is dead, she said. The walls, the routes, the command structure. Everything we built is mapped and compromised. She held up the hand-drawn map. Redhaven is still alive, and I am going to draw a new network through it, one the system has never seen, one the Watcher has never logged, one that cannot be tracked, mapped, or predicted. She looked at Inuda. You want to command Northbank your way. I want to command the distribution network my way. We share intelligence. We share resources. We do not share command. Iduna smiled, thin, hard. Joint command, parallel authority, no single point of failure. Exactly. They stood in the amber light, two leaders who had spent weeks circling each other, testing, probing, measuring. Now they had no more time to circle. Your first order, Iduna said. Asha unfolded the map. Split Stackside into 6 cells. Each cell gets a designated runner with one route. The runner knows only their own cell and their own supply point. No cell knows where the others are. 6 cells, 6 routes, 6 supply points. And a 7th route that only I know. Emergency fallback. If 6 fails, 1 survives. Iduna nodded slowly. That is a system designed to survive decapitation. It is a system designed to survive the system. Iduna looked at the survivors, the amber gates, the dock administration tower. Asha looked at Pia, standing at the edge of the yard, watching the amber light with that old, careful stillness. I need to get my daughter to the system door, the one the Watcher showed her on the monitor, the one the girl in the bone corridor was reaching for. Iduna's face went still. That is a hive door. I know. You will draw every gate in the city toward you. I know. And when you reach it, whatever is inside will be waiting. I know. Iduna was quiet for a long moment. Then we need to move fast, she said, before the system issues a directive, before the gates get their orders. Asha folded the map. Get me paper, a pen, 3 runners who can keep a secret. Done. And find me someone who knows the eastern flood channel, the old service tunnels, the routes the city forgot. Iduna looked at her. I know someone. She turned and walked toward fighters, issuing orders in a low, steady voice. Asha stood alone in the amber light, the hand-drawn map pressed against her chest. Pia came to her side. Mama. Yes. The door. I remember the way. Asha looked at her daughter. The dark eyes, the quiet certainty, the hidden tag that burned beneath her interface like a mark she had been born with. Show me, Asha said. Pia pointed east, toward the flood channel, toward the service tunnels, toward the bone corridor where a girl she had never met had reached for a door synchronized to Redhaven's sky. Asha took her hand. They walked. Behind them, the amber gate and the school container split open, and something stepped through into the terminal yard. Asha did not turn around. The manifest was not written yet. The network was not drawn yet. The door was not reached yet. But she was moving, and the system could track every route she had ever built. It could not track the one she was about to create.